The Witch of Yuan. After the war, the world lay in ruins. The planet wept, life lamented, and civilization crumbled. She collapsed before the grave of her last companion. In the depths of space, that once vibrant blue planet, which had birthed countless miracles, now appeared desolate and lifeless. Are you well? Civilization has strayed onto a perilous path. This calamity has spared no one, not even the world itself. I am truly sorry that I could not allow you to thrive in a land teeming with vitality. Fortunately, the remnants of my strength still suffice to guide you, these souls of formidable spirit, to safety. Go forth, Morlan. Carry the brilliance of Blue Star civilization, along with my final blessings, to a new world. This talisman is for you should you ever possess the power to save. It will surely lead you to find me in another timeline. But remember, do not force it. I expend the world's might to send you away, not to have you wander aimlessly in search of your homeland, squandering your lives. As long as civilization endures, I too shall remain unvanquished. Sleep now. My child awakened to embrace a new beginning. Morlan jolted awake from her nightmare. Her violet eyes reflected the weathered ceiling of the attic, resembling the resplendent stars of the deep void, mysterious and enchanting. Another iteration of that dream, she murmured, touching the damp fabric of her shirt where sweat had soaked through. Having traversed the Valen world for many years, the last remnants of her previous life had transformed into her haunting nightmares. When the apocalypse truly arrived, humanity found itself without a refuge, devoid of a Noah's Ark. Instead, it is the battered and scarred Blue Star that, with its final strength, bids farewell to those souls capable of enduring the journey through the world. It does not even demand that they save it merely hopes they will carry the memories of the planet with them, cherishing the hard-won new beginnings. Had she not inquired further, Blue Star would likely have remained silent on how to rescue her. In her previous life, she was an orphan, utterly alone, struggling to survive in a desolate wasteland, ultimately embracing death without any attachments. Yet the last vision of that lifeless planet was indelibly etched in her heart, a memory she could never erase. It should not have been this way. It was the flames of human conflict that wounded it, the ability to save. Morlan felt a profound sense of gratitude that the world of Valen had embraced her soul. In her former life on Blue Star, the notion of possessing the power to save was akin to a fantastical dream. Yet in the realm teeming with magic and miracles that is Valen, it is not an impossibility. Here, power is intrinsic, and those whose strength surpasses the pinnacle can reach a place known as the Sky Well. The Sky Well connects to dimensions of other worlds, allowing Valen's formidable beings to traverse alternate realms, seeking further enhancement. Although Morlan is currently but a fledgling witch, having only gleaned knowledge of the magical world from the Young Witch series, and possessing no powers of her own, today marks our 13th birthday commencement of her journey into the realm of magic. On this day, the acceptance letter from the Witch Academy is expected to arrive. Morlan has long coveted the magical prowess of her mother, Shauna. Regrettably, the young witch, merely 13 years of age, naively stirred the magical essence within her bloodline, which would only undermine her foundational powers. However, after today, everything would change. Contemplating this, she felt a flicker of anticipation. Morlan rose, neatly folding the floral quilt and placing it at the foot of her bed. It was the height of summer. The sun had barely risen, and the coolness of the night had dissipated, leaving the air oppressively warm. The ice blocks her mother, Shauna, had conjured with her freezing spell had long melted, leaving only the water with a slight chill. It was difficult to ascertain whether she had awakened from a nightmare or simply due to the stifling heat. Sweating and feeling sticky, she shed her nightgown and, using a towel dipped in the cool water from the bucket, refreshed her body. The warm breeze wafted into the room, caressing her slightly damp skin with a soothing coolness. Only her back and neck remained covered by her tousled, fluffy curls, resembling a cozy purple woolen blanket, enveloping her in warmth. Dipping her fingers in the water, she tamed her violet locks, casually braiding them into a simple twist. Grabbing a black hairband propped against the headboard, she secured the braid, allowing it to fall gracefully in front of her chest before wiping her front and back. Instantly, she felt invigorated. Donning a light, airy dress, she slipped on her sandals and made her way to the window. She pushed open the window, The humid breeze engulfed her, heralding yet another splendid sunny day. The sky over Tsueishi Valley was as clear and bright as ever. In the distance, rivers crisscrossed, their crystal-clear waters visible beneath the surface. The lush green meadows appeared as a lavish carpet spread over the rivers. By the riverbank, Shauna was gathering gifts from the nearby waterfowl, her basket in hand. The banks of the river were strewn with an abundance of items, indicating a bountiful harvest for the day. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light flashed across the horizon, and in an instant, it materialized before her eyes as a paper bird adorned with intricate golden ink patterns. These golden motifs shone more brilliantly than the summer sun. Such a scene had been witnessed countless times by Morlan in the enchanting tales of the young witches. The admission letters from the Witch Academy always arrived in the hands of young witches in this manner. Morlan extended her hand, and the paper bird gently settled in her palm, transforming into a letter. The envelope bore symbols of books, fireworks, and a golden quill, signifying the patronage of the mistress of the wilds, the protector of witches. The mistress, born from the witches, yet distinct from them, wielded power surpassing mere magic and possessed boundless potential for growth along with unique abilities. To this day, only 3 mistresses have emerged from the witch lineage. Yet, these 3 mistresses have valiantly defended their territory, securing the wilderness against the various clans of Valen and establishing ownership over it. From that moment on, the scattered witches across the land were granted their own domain. Under the guardianship of the mistresses, the wilderness swiftly ascended to become the 4th great forbidden zone, alongside Heaven's Mountain, the Abyss, and Dragon Island. Miss Morlan, you are hereby granted admission to the Witch Academy. The enrollment ceremony will take place in 3 days, on the afternoon of June 13th at 8 o'clock. At that time, the seal of your admission letter will automatically activate, guiding you to the Witch Academy. Please make the necessary preparations. All learning and living necessities during your time at the Academy will be provided by the institution. Additionally, when traveling to the Academy, be sure to don your school robe appropriately. Enclosed with this letter is a complete set of the Academy's robes, Dean Amisha. Upon finishing the letter, the paper melded into her palm, transforming into an emblem of the envelope. Shauna observed her daughter standing before the attic window, her gaze fixated on her hand, the gesture seemingly all too familiar. Had she not, at the time of receiving her own admission notice, exhibited the very same demeanor? With curiosity, she inquired, "Little Morlan, has your admission notice arrived?" Chapter 2. Dudu Bird Egg Custard. Morlan waved her hand excitedly at her mother while holding the letter. "It has arrived." Shauna observed her daughter's seemingly empty hands. Yet it appeared as though she grasped something of significance. "Do keep it safe. The enrollment notification bears the magic of the contract witch, visible only to the young witch herself." This was the first time Morlan had heard of such a feature. It seemed the letter possessed a protective enchantment. Shauna promptly inquired about the timing of her daughter's enrollment ceremony. Once her daughter commenced her studies, Shauna would be free to venture into the wilderness and continue her own journey. Morlan replied, "It will be at 8 o'clock in the evening, 3 days from now." The enrollment ceremonies typically occurred between June and August each year, but this year's was unusually early. The thought of departing from the place she had called home for 13 years, Tsueishi Yuan, stirred a sense of reluctance within Morlan. Shauna noticed her daughter's melancholy. It was common for a young witch to feel such emotions upon leaving home for the first time. To redirect her daughter's attention, she lifted the basket she was holding. "Little Morlan, today we have your favorite Dudu bird eggs. I shall prepare a delightful custard for you." "Dudu bird eggs?" Moran's eyes sparkled as she hurried downstairs. "I will go to the backyard to fetch some scallions." The Dudu bird, a waterfowl native to Tsueishi Yuan, was known for its tough meat but exquisite eggs, making them a rare delicacy on a witch's table. Most witches preferred them fried. Yet Morlan believed that the custard made from Dudu bird eggs was truly exceptional. A spoonful of fragrant oil, a dash of soy sauce, and a sprinkle of scallions rendered it savory, tender, and delectable. The soy sauce used in their cooking was derived from Moran's recollections of soy sauce production in her previous life, with Shauna's magical assistance in its creation. This unique recipe was found nowhere else across the entire Valen continent. The Dudu birds predominantly lay their eggs in early spring, and as the season progresses, the frequency of egg-laying diminishes. Morlan has not tasted the delightful Dudu bird egg custard for over a month, although Shauna's proficiency in cryomancy leaves much to be desired. Her culinary magic is truly exceptional, imbuing her steamed eggs with a flavor far surpassing that of her previous life. With this thought, she could not help but swallow hard and quicken her pace down the stairs. After breakfast, the dishes lined up of their own accord, leaping into the basin for cleaning, while the mother and daughter languidly reclined in their rocking chairs. Though the custard was certainly absent, doodoo bird eggs were in ample supply. Shauna smiled and remarked, "If you were to master cooking magic, you could prepare all those delectable dishes you often talk about." "Mother, you are reading my thoughts again," Morlan protested, hands on her hips. "Apologies, my magical abilities have advanced recently, but my control still requires improvement," Shauna said, casting her gaze elsewhere. As long as she avoided looking into her daughter's eyes, her somewhat unstable mind magic would not trigger unexpectedly. Morlan sighed. "Well, if you must read, then read on. After all, I have no secrets left in front of you." What could she do, after all, when her mother was a mind witch? Even the nearby waterfowl were not immune to Shauna's enchanting mind magic, often presenting her with gifts in admiration of her charm. How much more so for her daughter, who spent every day in close proximity to her. Morlan had long since grown accustomed to it. From the moment of her birth, Shauna had discovered her daughter's otherworldly soul, eager to decipher her infantile utterances through magic. At that time, Morlan had feared she would be regarded as an aberration and face dire consequences. However, Shauna's mother cheerfully remarked that reincarnated young witches were far easier to manage than those born naturally, leaving her utterly bewildered. It was only later that she came to understand that in Valen, numerous magical practices allowed for such memory-laden reincarnations. Valen exhibited a notable degree of xenophobia, strictly adhering to traditional races and placing great importance on the purity of a newborn soul. Nevertheless, witches were exempt from such scrutiny. Even her greatest secret, the fact of her transmigration, was known to Shauna's mother, leaving Morlan with little to conceal. Unfortunately, the traditional views held by witches dictate that young girls should enjoy a carefree childhood until the age of 13. It is only after this age that the true period of learning commences, at which point the Witch Academy provides all necessary knowledge and skills free of charge to the young witches. Consequently, Shauna's mother steadfastly refused to impart any knowledge in advance, let alone allow her to study magic prematurely. To prevent any surreptitious learning, all the witchcraft texts in the household were securely stowed away. In contrast, ordinary books from foreign cultures were displayed in the living room, yet Morlan could not comprehend a single word. The only literature accessible to her was the Young Witch series, which every young witch possessed. Written in the witch language, which witches inherently understand, Morlan was able to read it from the moment she was born. Over the course of 13 years, she had perused it numerous times. This book contained only basic knowledge pertaining to the witch clan, with scant information about the Witch Academy. To this day, apart from her enrollment notification, she remained utterly oblivious to the Witch Academy, even lacking knowledge of its directional location. It was truly disheartening that, despite her cognitive advantage gained from her transmigration, she could not accumulate knowledge in advance to stay ahead of her fellow witches. The innate advantage of traversing time and space has been thoroughly squandered by her. Thus far, she bears no distinction from an ordinary young witch. The Skywell is a realm accessible only to a select few formidable individuals among the Valen, having failed to learn in advance and establish a lead. She is left with no choice but to exert herself diligently after enrollment. 3 days later, Morlan, bored and listless, flipped through the dog-eared pages of the first volume of the Young Witch's Compendium, frequently glancing at the enchanted clock on the wall. This evening, she would commence her studies. Never before had she found time to drag on so excruciatingly. Shauna approached, one hand clutching a cloth bag and the other wielding her wand. "Little Morlan, come here for a moment." Morlan sighed and shifted her position. With a flick of her wand, Shauna diminished the sofa to the size of a palm, which landed neatly in her bag. "Do you still want this stool?" Morlan inquired, gesturing toward the dilapidated wooden stool by the wall. It was a crude piece crafted by Shauna's mother, unsteady and rough-hewn. She had often sat on it during her childhood. "No, it's too worn out." Even the second-hand market wouldn't accept it, Shauna replied after a cursory glance. Relieved, Morlan settled onto the stool, observing Shauna's mother bustling about. After receiving her enrollment notification, she found herself at loose ends, while Shauna's mother was preoccupied with packing. It is well known that all essential study materials and living supplies for young witches during their time at the Academy are provided free of charge by the Witch Academy. Enrollment merely requires donning the robe issued by the institution. Morlan had no belongings to prepare, making it clear whose luggage was being packed. Once she began her education, Shauna's mother would also depart from Suishi Yuan. Chapter 3. Independent and free. Although witches are the product of the awakening evolution of human women, their ideologies are starkly distinct from those of humanity. The virtues of devotion and sacrifice that are esteemed by humans hold no currency among witches. Instead, they champion the principles of individual independence and freedom. As long as the interests of other witches are not jeopardized, the personal desires of a witch reign supreme. This is particularly evident in their reproductive beliefs. Each witch bears only one child in her lifetime, and regardless of the male lineage involved, the offspring will always be a witch. Not every witch manages to leave behind descendants, which explains why the population of witches has never experienced a surge in numbers. Were it not for the continued awakening of human women in adverse circumstances, evolving into witches, the race of witches may well have faced extinction. In such a context, the witch community has only implemented various reproductive incentives to bolster the survival rates of young witches, never imposing mandatory breeding due to population concerns. Since the emergence of witches, who designated the wilderness as their domain, only those from other races who have signed the Wilderness Pact, guaranteeing their lives and pledging lifelong loyalty to the witches and the wilderness, are permitted entry. Violation of the Wilderness Pact results in certain death, and few are willing to sign it. It is common to find young witches like Morlan, who have only a mother and no father, within the wilderness. Rarely do young witches grow up under the joint care of both parents. Even with just a mother, coupled with the reproductive assistance provided by the witch community, the survival rate of young witches remains remarkably high. However, even under these circumstances, the population of witches hovers around 30,000. The witch cherishes her daughter, yet she does not perceive her as a perpetual responsibility. The witch is solely accountable to herself. Typically, only young witches under the age of 13 are accompanied by their witch mothers. The witch community regularly provides subsidies to each witch mother caring for a young witch, offering assistance in child rearing. For instance, the Young Witch series in her home is a gift from the witch community. At the age of 13, the young witch embarks on her journey to independence by enrolling in the Witch Academy. It is at this juncture that the witch mother releases her daughter to leave home. In the subsequent 5 years, the young witch will immerse herself in the study of magic and survival knowledge at the academy. The expenses incurred during her education are borne by the witch community. After her enrollment, the witch mother can also receive a nurturing reward from the witch community, allowing her to embark on a new chapter in her life. Upon graduating at 18, she must stand on her own as an independent witch. All necessities for survival must be self-sourced. It can be said that, regardless of the presence of a willing non-human father to sign a wilderness contract, young witches share a common paternal entity in the form of the witch community. Within the witch family, the community often holds greater significance than the non-human father. The entirety of the young witch's growth and educational expenses from birth until the age of 18 is supported by the community. After graduating from the Witch Academy at 18, the witch must take responsibility for her own life. She remains forever free and equal, unbound by any relationships, even in the face of her community's demise. The witch will not allow anything to supersede her will. This embodies the awakening from adversity and suffering, with a lifelong pursuit of freedom and independence as the essence of the witch. Morlan was well aware that her mother, Shauna, would not remain indefinitely in the quaint wooden cabin at Suishi Plain awaiting her return. She was not merely a mother, but also her own individual. Furthermore, this dwelling at Suishi Plain was originally a temporary abode prepared by Shauna's mother during her pregnancy, lacking the essence of a true witch's home. The cabin, long abandoned for years, was merely patched up with magic to make it habitable. Each year, a witch had to be summoned to reinforce it with spells to prevent its collapse. The funds for these repairs were sourced from the allowances provided for the training of young witches by the witch clan. Once she commenced her studies, this financial support would cease, and with Shauna's mother lacking the knowledge of architectural magic, the house could not endure much longer. Shauna's mother was still quite young. For witches, whose average lifespan exceeds 5 centuries, the 13 years spent raising children is but a fleeting interlude in the grand tapestry of life. Though the cabin had seen better days, many of the items within were acquired during Shauna's mother's travels, intended to adorn a future witch's home. They had been well maintained over the years, still retaining their charm. Shauna's mother intended to take them with her. Those she cherished would accompany her, while items of lesser affection yet still of value would be sold at a second-hand market for gold coins. She would then continue her journey, amassing wealth until the time came when she wished to settle down. at which point she would seek a place that resonated with her spirit to construct a true witch's abode of her own. Thus, the little cabin at Suishi Plain would be abandoned once more. The interior gradually grew sparse, leaving behind only dilapidated tables and chairs, the atmosphere of farewell becoming increasingly palpable. Even though Morlan was aware that Shauna's mother deserved to lead her own life, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. After all, this was the first time in her 2 lifetimes that she had a home and a mother. Perhaps this was the downside of traversing with memories deep down. She remained human, devoid of the freedom and nonchalance characteristic of a witch. Wishing to shield Shauna's mother from her emotions, Morlan decided to step outside. She lay on the grass beneath the shade of a tree, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. Inside the house, Shauna observed this scene and gently tapped her wand. Moran's breathing gradually evened out. Little Morlan, wake up. Uncertain of when she had fallen asleep, Morlan suddenly opened her eyes to find the sun setting in the west. Oh no. Mother, what time is it? 7 o'clock. I've heated the water for you. Hurry and take a bath. The ceremony is about to begin, Shauna replied in a calm manner. Morlan dashed to the bathroom, where the water was at the perfect temperature, and her school robe hung on the rack. After a quick wash, she donned the robe, emerging with her hair still damp. Glancing at the clock, she realized she had only 10 minutes until 8. Look at this. Shauna magically dried her hair. Then, from seemingly nowhere, she produced a black headband adorned with a purple gem and placed it atop Moran's head. Is this the second hairstyle? The ends of the headband unfurled like tiny hands, deftly arranging Moran's long hair. In less than 3 minutes, it had fashioned a half-up style, with the headband secured amidst her tresses. What is this? Morlan curiously touched the band's tassels. It was the classic magical headband of the hairstyling witch, capable of creating 18 timeless hairstyles, simple yet elegant. Little Morlan, congratulations on your enrollment, Shauna said with a smile. Morlan felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. Thank you, Mom. Shauna, whose financial situation was rather tight, had always been meticulous in managing their expenses, for the witch's magical items were far from inexpensive. In the entire room, the only magical clock that had not been put away began to chime. Ding, ding, ding. It was 8 o'clock. Morlan immediately felt a slight warmth in her hand and noticed that the seal on her enrollment notice had begun to glow. There was barely time to remind Shauna to send her letters before the seal whisked her away. Shauna had deliberately used magic to keep her daughter in slumber until now, wishing to spare her from the sorrow of parting. With her daughter gone, it was time for her to continue her own journey. Chapter 4. The chapter of talent. The sensation of teleportation was far from pleasant. Morlan felt as if she were a fragile sheet of paper, crumpled and squeezed. Her body twisted into a contorted state, rolling about like refuse in a wastebasket, before being unceremoniously expelled and landing in a soft pile. In the next moment, a refreshing and soothing sensation spread throughout her body, alleviating the discomfort experienced during the journey. Around her, dark portals continued to emerge, each expelling young witches of similar age. They fell like dumplings, landing haphazardly in various positions beside her. With each arrival, Morlan felt the ground beneath her tremble. Looking down, she discovered she was resting on a large waterbed. Morlan thought to herself, what an unexpected entrance. Though somewhat absurd, the continuous influx of cool, soothing sensations from the waterbed was utterly delightful, and she found herself reluctant to rise. Seeing that the other young witches appeared to be in a stupor, motionless as if rendered unconscious, Morlan felt a greater sense of security in her repose. Within a group, one finds the safest haven. I wonder how long they will remain sprawled like this. I am tempted to indulge in another rest myself. Who could resist Lady Amisa's enchanted waterbed? Especially after such a rough teleportation. It was their inaugural experience with teleportation, after all. Morlan turned her gaze toward the source of the sound, locking eyes with the older witches who were whispering and giggling among themselves. The red-haired witch at the forefront licked her lips and revealed a hint of her perilous fangs. Embarrassment washed over Morlan, prompting her to sit up swiftly. However, dismounting the bed was no easy feat. She occupied a central position on the waterbed, surrounded by other young witches, while black holes intermittently appeared, drawing in more young witches. Fortunately, she was not the only one feeling awkward. Morlan discreetly turned her back to the older witches, silently hoping. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. What is that? On the other side of the waterbed stood a mature witch clad in a black gown, a wand of her own height floating beside her. The magical glow emanating from the colorful gem atop the wand was intertwined with the waterbed. Undoubtedly, This wondrous creation stemmed from her sorcery. Morlan recognized her as Lady Amisa, the unparalleled versatile witch, the chief of the 12 apprentices of the Book Witch, and the headmistress of the Witch Academy for the past century. She was undeniably the foremost witch beneath the sorceress. In the Young Witch series, her introduction is featured. For Morlan, who has taken it upon herself to save the Blue Planet, Lady Amisa stands as a paragon among paragons. She yearned to become a formidable figure like Ms. Amisha. Ms. Amisha was reciting incantations from a book, 25, 26, 27, all present. With a snap of her fingers, the water bed vanished, and Morlan along with the other young witches were gently placed upon the ground. Welcome, young witches, to the Witch Academy. Without further ado, the admission ceremony shall commence. Ms. Amisha gestured for the book in her hand to float to a height accessible to the young witches. As they gazed upon it in curiosity, she elucidated. Those whose names are called shall step forward to undergo a talent assessment. Upon signing the enrollment contract, you shall officially become students. Each young witch, well-versed in the Young Witch's Compendium, was familiar with the legendary Witch Clan book and the Academy's tome. Morlan found herself unable to avert her gaze from the book. Despite its unassuming appearance, it was indeed the fabled Witch Clan book. The Witch Clan book was a magical tome crafted by the Book Witch Tracy. Modeled after her innate ability, the omniscient book, and rooted in the lineage of witches. It was a treasure of the Witch Clan. The essence of the Witch Clan book was overseen by the esteemed Book Witch Tracy, with only a replica held by the Witch Clan Association. For the young witches who had only encountered descriptions of the Witch Clan book in the Young Witch's Compendium, its presence was already extraordinary. The so-called admission ceremony turned out to be a talent assessment, and the young witches grew anxious. Observing her classmates, Morlan realized that their mothers, like Shauna, were tight-lipped about the details of the Witch Academy, leaving no young witch aware of the specifics of the admission ceremony. Ms. Amisha has begun calling names. First, Alba, a nervous little blonde which stepped onto the stage. The family grimoire swiftly turned to a page. Simply place your hand upon it. The young witch, following instructions, cautiously pressed her hand down, anxiously gazing at the tome. Below, the other young witches stood on tiptoe, able only to see the words shimmering on the page, obscured from clear comprehension. Before long, a piece of parchment leapt from the grimoire and landed in the little witch's hands. Her talent for light magic was exceptional, with other magical affinities also at a beginner level or higher, quite commendable. The young witch appeared pleased with her results, her cheeks flushed as she nodded. After reading the enrollment contract, she did not hesitate to sign her name. Second, yes. One by one, the little witches completed their aptitude tests, and Morlan learned from her classmates that the parchment contained a detailed report of their magical abilities. It clearly outlined their proficiency in various schools of magic and their potential limits. According to the Compendium of Young Witches, the extraordinary beings of Valen, including witches, are categorized into 6 realms: apprentice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, peak, and super peak. A witch's exceptional affinity in a particular school of magic signifies potential to master that magic at an advanced level or beyond. For magical schools without outstanding talents, entry is still possible if one is willing. From the current test results, it appeared that most young witches had a singular exceptional magical talent, with only a few possessing multiple magical affinities. 13th, Morlan. Upon hearing her name, Morlan felt a jolt of surprise. Chapter 5. Witch or sorceress. On the formerly blank pages of the book, golden letters began to materialize. Morlan, age, 13, elemental magic talent, unlimited, alchemy magic talent, unlimited, healing magic talent, unlimited, blessing magic talent, unlimited, cursing magic talent, unlimited, prophecy magic talent, unlimited, summoning magic talent, unlimited, spatial magic talent, unlimited, mental magic talent, unlimited, necromancy magic talent, unlimited. The hierarchy of talent limits, from lowest to highest, is apprentice, low level, intermediate, advanced, pinnacle, super pinnacle, unlimited. Morlan gazed at the endless possibilities laid before her, her breath nearly catching in her throat. It turned out she was a prodigy. Universal magic talent, unlimited, aligning with the characteristics of a sorceress, confirmed as a sorceress. Morlan. To think that the sorceress was none other than herself. Magic power test terminated. Magic power testing. Test successful. Magic power, 998 mana. Talent manifestation in progress. Summoning successful. Morlan felt an indescribable force surging from within her body, or perhaps from her very soul. In the next moment, a peculiar tome, adorned with a cover featuring a blank rectangular indentation, appeared in her hands. Its gilded cover and intricate patterns exuded both strangeness and a sense of familiarity. Instinctively, she understood that this indentation was meant for holding cards. It was indeed a grimoire. More secrets lay shrouded in mystery, awaiting the spark of further inspiration. A sorceress, a new witch has emerged. The fifth witch following Lilith. Her name is Morlan, is it not? Much like Lady Tracy, her manifested talent is a book, correct? This remarkable test result, so distinct from those of the other young witches, caused an uproar throughout the assembly. Even in Lady Amisha's eyes, a flicker of delight was evident. Morlan suddenly found herself the center of attention. Fortunately, the gazes of the witches bore no malice, only surprise, anticipation, envy, and admiration. After all, witches are born from the witch clan, and the more witches there are, the stronger the clan becomes. After receiving her results, Morlan maintained a facade of composure, while her heart was already brimming with joy. She is a witch. She can strike angels with her fists, kick demons, and compel dragons to bow their heads. Currently, there are only 3 witches. Morlan, congratulations on becoming the 5th witch. The 5th? Morlan looked at Lady Amisha in confusion. Is it not the 4th? With the emergence of a witch, it is indeed a blessing for our clan. As there was also a witch who enrolled last year. Lady Amisha smiled toward the older students. Lilith. Morlan glanced over, and to her surprise, it was the red-haired senior who had previously exuded an air of danger. However, now she appeared much more approachable, suggesting that she had merely been trying to intimidate her. So she is the 4th witch. It is only natural that the outside world remains unaware before graduation. Even witches, before fully maturing, remain relatively weak, making the withholding of information quite necessary. Lady Amisha quickly regained her poise and continued to preside over the enrollment ceremony. At last, Morlan was able to glimpse the contents of the enrollment contract. We are the witches who awaken from suffering, forever cherishing the past. In the presence of the esteemed contract witch, Lady Carmela, I vow to never intentionally harm any human woman, witch, or sorceress. To keep the secrets of the Witch Academy confidential, to safeguard the knowledge of the wilderness, to protect the information regarding underage witches, never to divulge. Should I violate these tenets, I willingly renounce my witch's bloodline, bearing the mark of betrayal, and shall never enter the wilderness again. The one who pledges. No wonder Mother Shauna refused to disclose any information about the Witch Academy. She had signed a contract. Morlan diligently perused each clause, realizing it was merely a confidentiality agreement, devoid of hesitation. In the end, she inscribed her name. Morlan, come here. Senior Lilith had approached the young witch without Moran's notice. Morlan glanced at Lady Amisha, who nodded in encouragement, prompting her to step forward. Is your talent's manifestation a book? Is there writing within it? Lilith inquired with curiosity. Morlan shook her head. To be precise, it is a booklet designed to hold cards, though its specific purpose remains unclear. That is typical. A witch's talent manifestation gradually reveals its true function as their magical power grows. It also requires the witch's development, Lilith explained, producing an object from her hand. Behold my talent's manifestation, which is even more enigmatic than yours. Is that a syringe? Morlan exclaimed in astonishment. Although its material was indeterminate, it possessed a distinct metallic quality, adorned with gemstones, complete with a needle, barrel, scale, and piston, all intact. Shauna's mother possessed a magical medicine chest, within which lay a crystal syringe. I have affectionately named it the bloodthirsty needle, as it seems to have an affinity for blood. Indeed, the name suits it well. Lilith remarked with a sense of dignity. Morlan instantly understood. Who would want to refer to their innate manifestation as a mere syringe? Henceforth, when others speak of a certain witch and mention that her talent manifests as a syringe, it inevitably diminishes her prestige. She too desired to bestow an elegant name upon her own innate manifestation. Calling it simply card felt rather mundane. After all, an innate manifestation is a reflection of a witch's status. The Book of Knowledge belongs to the Witch of Books, the Oath Pen to the Contract Witch, and the Firework Wand to the Firework Witch. As for her own, Morlan's eyes sparkled with inspiration. The Book of Cards. My innate manifestation shall be called the Book of Cards. A tome that holds cards. How fitting. Lilith grinned, revealing her adorable fangs, a splendid name. Before the two young witches could elaborate further, they were once more greeted by a gasp of astonishment. The round-faced, dark-haired little witch on stage produced a flesh-colored, crescent-shaped pouch from her abdomen. It appeared somewhat familiar. Morlan recalled her. She was the shortest of this cohort of young witches, named Vasida. Congratulations on becoming the sixth witch. Madame Amisa's voice carried a hint of ethereality. 2 witches have emerged in this generation. All attention that had previously been on Morlan was now captivated by the stage's Vasida, whose face visibly flushed a deep shade of crimson. Morlan exhaled with relief. Although the witch was charming, she attracted too much attention. It was truly wonderful to have the little witch assisting her in sharing the spotlight. After Vasida signed her enrollment contract, she was summoned by Senior Lilith. With Morlan in her left hand and Vasida in her right, Lilith grinned, revealing her sharp teeth. Together, the 3 of us can form the second generation of the witch trio. The first generation, of course, consisted of the witch of books, the fireworks witch, and the contract witch. The appearance of these 2 witches elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo. The young witches, who had never imagined themselves as witches, could not help but anticipate their own test results. Unfortunately, until the second-to-last little witch completed her assessment, no other fortunate soul had emerged. The 27th Sylph. Only one gentle little witch with deep green hair remained, still awaiting her aptitude test results. To the astonishment of all the little witches. After merely standing before the witch clan's tome for a brief moment, a deep brown wooden box materialized in her hands. Undoubtedly, yet another witch had emerged. Upon confirming the results, Ms. Amish's voice trembled slightly. Sylph, congratulations on becoming the 7th witch. It was thought that having won Lilith last year was already a remarkable surprise. Yet this year, 3 witches had appeared. It had been 300 years since the last witch appeared after Lady Camilla. Chapter 6. The enthusiastic little witch. When Morlan was first identified as a witch, she felt as though she were the destined one. In the same cohort, the emergence of 3 witches, alongside a senior witch who was merely a year their elder, had already instilled a sense of tranquility in Morlan. Perhaps in the past, the ascension to witchhood was a rare phenomenon, but now, she merely regarded herself as one of the fortunate few. Regardless of the prowess displayed by witches, it ultimately boiled down to potential, yet potential does not equate to strength. With the gift of boundless growth, it was imperative for her to devote herself to study, transforming this potential into true power. The surprise of this year's enrollment ceremony was profound, and after the testing ritual concluded, the hall remained abuzz with animated discussions. Ms. Amisa did not intervene, as she was busy documenting something in the witch clan's tome. As the focal point of the conversation among the younger witches, Morlan, Vasida, and Sylph found themselves besieged by greetings from seniors and classmates alike. However, Morlan was not a typical 13-year-old child. This commotion was merely trifling to her. Moreover, the entire Witch Academy comprised only about 156 students across 5 grades, a number far less than that of a typical general education class in her previous life. Perhaps due to the vast memories of the blue star embedded in her mind, Morlan had discovered from a young age that her memory surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Leveraging this ability, she memorized the names, grades, and specialized magical disciplines of all the seniors. While witches indeed possessed greater potential and talent than witches, when it came to the focused study and application of a specific magical discipline, a witch who specialized in one area could very well surpass a witch endowed with all-encompassing talent. In Moran's eyes, these senior students were not merely upperclassmen. They were, in essence, living tomes of magic, repositories of knowledge. The robes of the senior witches were adorned with emblems representing their areas of magical expertise, instantly recognizable to all. Whenever a senior approached, Morlan would seize the opportunity to inquire about their recommendations regarding the study of specific magical disciplines. When her peers greeted her, Morlan would preemptively call out their names, a testament to her meticulous note-taking during previous assessments. She had even memorized the talent assessment results of each young witch. To be acknowledged by someone one wishes to befriend is undoubtedly a source of delight for any witch. Initially, each young witch whose name was called felt a surge of fondness for Morlan, believing themselves to be uniquely special. However, as more names were announced, it became clear that Morlan had committed the names of all the young witches to memory. Truly, she was a remarkable sorceress, eliciting gasps of admiration from her peers. Meanwhile, Sylph expressed her deep-seated realization that not all witches possessed such extraordinary memory as Morlan. Preoccupied with her own assessment results, she had scarcely remembered the names of her classmates. The outcome had been utterly unexpected, and as the last tester, she found herself surrounded by the enthusiastic seniors and peers before she could fully recover from her surprise. Having lived her entire life in the starlight forest on the eastern edge of the wilderness with her parents, she had never encountered so many peers at once. The warmth of their enthusiasm left her both awestruck and somewhat anxious, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Yet, she harbored a lingering sense of inadequacy, believing she had not adequately reciprocated the warmth shown by her new acquaintances, which filled her with a sense of shame. A delicate blush graced her fair visage. Influenced by Morlan, she earnestly endeavored to memorize the distinctive features and names of each little witch. However, the outcome was evidently less than satisfactory. Apart from a few particularly notable ones, she failed to retain their identities. Hence, it was Morlan alone who possessed a remarkable memory, not the witch. Sylph cast a glance at the composed Morlan beside her, feeling a profound sense of envy. While Morlan engaged with the other little witches, she did not neglect to keep an eye on her two fellow witches from the same cohort. As witches, they not only shared an innate talent for limitless growth, but also possessed tangible manifestations of abilities that were absent in the little witches. They had the opportunity to learn from one another in the development of these manifestations. When Sylph looked over, Morlan immediately noticed her. Yet neither could spare the time to converse, merely exchanging polite nods. Moran's gaze lingered on Sylph's crimson ears for a few moments. Sylph's ears were slightly pointed. Witches are born from the awakening of human females, and most witches possess ears akin to those of humans. Morlan speculated that Sylph's paternal lineage might belong to a race of pointed-eared elves, or perhaps Sylph's mother was a witch with elven blood. Sylph clasped her hands tightly together. Her head bowed. Her short black hair fell over her face, obscuring her features and revealing only a rounded chin. Being shorter than her peers only made it more challenging to discern her expression. When a little witch approached to greet her, she merely nodded slightly. Though it appeared somewhat impolite, Morlan discerned her soft hello. Could it be that she suffered from social anxiety? Morlan felt a surge of excitement. Preparing to seize the moment of tranquility beside her to engage in conversation, when the auditorium suddenly fell silent. Many young witches opened their mouths in silence, rendered mute. At this juncture, Ms. Amisa's voice resonated. Silence. The emergence of a new witch is of great significance. I have reported this to the 3 esteemed witches. However, whether as witches or sorceresses, within the Witch Academy you all share a singular identity, students with the sole mission of learning. I hope you will cherish the forthcoming 5 years, mastering the methods of self-directed study and acquiring the skills necessary for independent survival. After 5 years, regardless of your academic achievements, you must depart the academy and embark on your own lives. This statement was repeated by Amisa at every enrollment ceremony. Morlan, possessing a fervent desire for knowledge, had mentally prepared herself and resonated deeply with these words. Yet, she observed that her fellow students also took Ms. Amisa's counsel to heart, exhibiting none of the indifference often displayed by students in her previous life when confronted with motivational platitudes from teachers. The first-year witches, brimming with anticipation for academy life and curiosity about magic, were understandable in their enthusiasm. However, could the older witches, having witnessed the wonders of magic, truly overcome their youthful tendencies towards playfulness and devote themselves to their studies? Even adults, having experienced the hardships of life, often succumb to complacency. How much more difficult would it be for these young witches? Could the Witch Academy genuinely transform naive young witches into capable, independent adult witches in just 5 years? Chapter 7. The Gluttonous Vasida. All first-year students are invited to collect the Freshman Guide. Students in their second year and above should remember to check their witch's book for the academic year plan. As per tradition, there will be no classes scheduled for the next 3 days. Everyone is encouraged to thoroughly peruse the Freshman Guide or the academic year plan. After 3 days, we will officially commence this academic year's courses. Ms. Amisha produced a stack of pamphlets, distributing one to each first-year witch. The senior students, however, had somehow procured a large tome, engrossed in its contents. The older the student, the thicker the book in their hands. Before they could even leaf through their pamphlets, Ms. Amisha instructed all the young witches to step back against the wall. 5 long tables laden with sumptuous delicacies materialized in the center of the hall. The banquet begins. Especially for the first-year students, relish this feast. A meaningful smile graced Ms. Amisha's face before her figure gradually faded away, vanishing from the auditorium. In the next moment, everyone was free to speak. However, the senior students appeared to have little inclination for conversation, all rushing in unison towards the banquet tables. Even senior Lilith abandoned her fellow witch classmates. The first-year students maintained an orderly demeanor, with each grade seated at its designated table, avoiding any mingling or competition. Left standing in bewilderment were the first-year witches. Yet, one newcomer, quicker than the seniors, darted towards the banquet table like a cannonball, indulging in a hearty feast. With her example, the other first-year students, still uncertain, followed suit, hastening towards their designated table. Morlan observed the first-year student who had darted out with remarkable fervor. The petite figure exhibited an insatiable appetite, reminiscent of a ravenous beast. Could this be the same Visita, who had previously struggled with social anxiety? Morlan began to doubt her earlier judgment. Surely, someone plagued by such fears would never exhibit such audacity. The child appeared as if she had not eaten in a month. Furthermore, had Ms. Amisa truly departed without any guidance or arrangement? The freshmen, armed only with their freshman guide, seemed utterly unprepared, even unaware of their accommodations for the night. This was an astonishing level of freedom. Morlan, shall we join the meal? Sylph hesitated for a moment before extending her invitation. At this juncture, only the two of them remained stationary. Visita, surrounded by others, had only one seat left beside her. She consumed her food with a speed that was somewhat alarming, appearing quite reclusive during their earlier greetings, causing the other young witches to shy away from sitting too close to her. However, Morlan and Sylph were unfazed and took their seats beside Visita. Morlan, here. This lamb chop is exceptionally delicious. The lamb chop was positioned at the far end of the long table, making it a bit cumbersome to reach. It indeed looked quite appetizing. Thank you. Morlan graciously accepted, feeling a pang of hunger as she had not dined that evening. She held a strong impression of Ace, whose mastery of fire elements and culinary magic was remarkable, while her talents in other magical disciplines were rather mediocre. Ace was the only freshman among them with a discerning palate when it came to gastronomy. With a lineage rooted in culinary witchcraft, she had savored countless delicacies throughout her life, and even before her exposure to magic, she had acquired some culinary skills. However, Ace's mother is adept at crafting exquisite desserts, while Ace herself harbors a particular fascination for meat dishes. Her school robe's pocket is bulging, filled with her homemade savory meat morsels, neatly wrapped in greaseproof paper, resembling little candies. Even the seemingly reclusive Visita was touched by Ace's meat treats, her expression of gratitude more pronounced than that of the other young witches. Morlan places great trust in Ace's culinary preferences. She took a bite of lamb chop, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. Indeed, it was. Crispy on the outside, tender within, with an extraordinary aroma that left her pondering what spices had been employed. Ace, while savoring her dish, contemplated the preparation of the lamb chop. Morlan sensed a hint of cumin in the flavor. Shauna's mother, also skilled in culinary magic, possesses a well-stocked assortment of cooking utensils and spices, virtually all the common ones. Yet, her spice box has never contained cumin, indicating that it is not a staple spice in Valen. Given that Valen frequently witnesses formidable individuals traversing the sky wells to other realms, the emergence of something novel is hardly surprising. Even if this truly is cumin, it may well be known by a different name in Valen. Thus, Morlan refrained from voicing her conjecture. After finishing the lamb chop, Morlan declined Ace's invitation for another, eager to explore the other delicacies on the table. Although, in Ace's opinion, they could hardly compare to the roasted lamb chop, Morlan discovered that for every dish consumed, a new one would appear at the table, ensuring that the feast never diminished. Beside her, Vashida, from the moment she settled in, indulged in honey bread, consuming one after another, while the basket before her remained brimming with loaves. After devouring nearly 100 small breads, Vashida finally paused, lifting her head and exhaling deeply. By chance, her gaze met that of the witch across the table, and Vashida offered a warm smile. This smile caused the little witch opposite to drop the chicken leg she was holding in surprise. Vashida understood that her earlier behavior resembled that of an eccentric, yet she was powerless to change it. Fortunately, she had two companions, Morlan and Sylph. In your daily lives, have you ever encountered anything that sets you apart from ordinary little witches? Her voice rang out with confidence, completely shedding the timid demeanor she had exhibited moments before. Not only Morlan and Sylph, but also the other little witches nearby were taken aback by her words. I truly didn't mean to behave that way earlier. I was simply famished. I'm relieved I didn't faint during the enrollment ceremony. Please don't misunderstand me. I am not at all reclusive. Generally, I'm quite easy to get along with, except when I'm desperately hungry. Vashida hurriedly clarified. So, the reason your greeting was so faint was due to your lack of energy from hunger? Although this explanation seemed somewhat absurd, Morlan pondered that it might indeed hold some truth. Her attention lingered on the seemingly socially anxious Vashida. If she had truly been on the brink of starvation, it would explain why her voice had been softer than a mosquito's moments ago, yet now was filled with vigor. Perhaps she had finally satisfied her hunger. Although the honey bread in the basket was plentiful, Vashida had already devoured several pieces. Chapter 8. Bloodthirsty Lilith. Vashida nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. I had just indulged in a hearty meal before arriving at the academy. Typically, that should suffice for at least 2 to 3 hours. Yet, I found myself increasingly famished right after the talent test concluded. Fortunately, the banquet commenced swiftly, allowing me to recover. Observing her previous eating habits, the young witches believed her words, understanding that her aloof demeanor was merely a result of hunger rather than a peculiar temperament. With the misunderstanding resolved, several young witches reintroduced themselves to Vashida and exchanged greetings. This time, Vashida appeared considerably more composed. Vashida expressed with a hint of concern, "My mother once took me to see a healing witch, and my health was deemed perfectly fine. After the talent test, I began to suspect it might be due to my being a witch. Is there truly nothing unusual in your daily lives?" Sylph shook her head. "My appetite is quite normal." She then turned to Morlan, who also shook her head. "Same here. It may not simply be a matter of a large appetite or quick hunger. There could be other factors at play." Vashida remarked. "Why do you suspect it is related to being a witch?" Morlan inquired. "Because my talent manifests as a stomach," Vashida replied, "as soon as I materialize it. Within mere minutes, I feel as though I am on the verge of starvation." As she spoke, she manifested the stomach once more, the act resembling the extraction of something from her very core. Morlan finally understood why she had previously found Vashida's talent manifestation familiar. The flesh-colored form, shaped like a crescent moon, resembled a stomach, did it not? Was her talent manifestation her stomach? No, that didn't seem right. Even as a witch, one could not simply detach internal organs. Vashida appeared to show no signs of discomfort. "Perhaps this was indeed your second stomach," she boldly speculated. Not long after Vashida manifested her stomach pouch, the familiar sensation of hunger returned to her, prompting her to quickly retract the pouch and eat with haste. This time, even as she devoured her food with reckless abandon, no young witch deemed her behavior impolite. Rather, they felt a profound sympathy for her. Seeing that the other young witches had finished their meals, Ace proposed, "Shall we help by passing more food to Vashida?" Consequently, the first-year witches sprang into action, each taking a clean plate, selecting their favorite dishes, and presenting them to Vashida. Unfazed, Vashida accepted everything placed in her plate and consumed it all. This treatment was far superior to her previous experience of mindlessly gnawing on bread without a care. The commotion among the first-year students soon caught the attention of the older witches, who were still in the midst of their meals, many stretching their waists as they continued to eat. Lilith approached with a plate brimming with food, standing beside Vashida, eating her own portion while observing her. As Vashida continued to consume more than ever before, showing no signs of stopping, Lilith remained relatively calm, yet the first-year witches could no longer maintain their composure. Would such indulgence truly not lead to discomfort? In the words of Ace, Vashida has consumed several heaps of food taller than herself. Senior Lilith, regarding Vashida's condition, should we not report this to Lady Amisha? Morlan feels it would be prudent to have the Dean take a look. The Dean, with her vast experience, undoubtedly possesses more knowledge than they do as mere novices. If Vashida truly encounters any issues, the Dean would be able to resolve them. To be frank, Morlan has never quite understood how swiftly Lady Amisha departed, especially when the new students were still grappling with the situation. Lilith shook her head. If there were real danger, there would be no need to report it. Lady Amisha would surely appear at once. It is worth noting that since the establishment of the Witch Academy, no young witch has ever perished within its walls. However, if it is not a matter of life and death, we must handle it ourselves. As Lady Amisha typically refrains from intervening, this is part of our training. Morlan was perplexed, feeling she had harbored significant misconceptions about the Witch Academy. Beyond life-threatening situations, everything is to be resolved independently. This was certainly not the ivory tower she had imagined from her past life. Moreover, Vashida's conjecture was not unfounded. Her current predicament might indeed stem from the manifestation of her innate talent. Lilith, stroking her chin, remarked, "Each witch's innate manifestation is unique. The development of such a manifestation is a journey that each witch must undertake through gradual experimentation. Even Lady Amisha cannot assist her in this regard. Presently, it appears that the act of eating alleviates her condition, at least indicating that there is no immediate danger, as her magical energy gradually accumulates, albeit at a somewhat slow pace. Could the manifestation of innate abilities induce such side effects? Morlan was utterly astonished. The manifestation of innate abilities undoubtedly represents one of the most unique and formidable powers possessed by witches. It cannot truly be classified as a side effect. Rather, in the initial stages of unfamiliarity with the characteristics of such abilities, such occurrences may transpire. For instance, I have harbored a peculiar fascination with blood since childhood. My mother and I once believed this was a consequence of my paternal lineage, as my father is a count of the bloodline. In my youth, he even surreptitiously allowed me to taste blood. However, for me, the exhilaration derived from blood consumption paled in comparison to the thrill of manipulating it. It was only after the emergence of the bloodthirsty needle, following a series of experiments and tests, that I discerned my interest was not in blood itself, but rather in the bloodthirsty needle's penchant for playing with it. Lilith manifested the bloodthirsty needle, plunging it into her own arm and swiftly drawing half a vial of blood. Look, isn't it delighted? Except for Vasida, who was preoccupied with her meal, the other young witches recoiled in terror. Lilith's demeanor appeared somewhat deranged, without a hint of hesitation. She had pierced her own artery to extract her blood, her brow unruffled, when she withdrew the needle. It was a near miracle that none of the crimson liquid splattered upon her companions. The puncture wound was notably large and gruesome, eliciting fear. Yet, Lilith seemed oblivious to the fright she instigated, her expression brimming with excitement as she gazed at the blood within the vial, inviting everyone to observe. It was as though the liquid within that vial was not blood, but rather some exquisite gem. Observing the quivering younger witches, Lilith chuckled mischievously, reveling in her prank. All right, Lilith, do refrain from frightening the younger students. A senior, unable to bear the sight, took out a handkerchief and began to wipe the blood from Lilith's arm while reassuring the young witches. Do not fear. Lilith is merely playing with you. She has already gained a slight control over her healing abilities. Chapter 9. The witches packed after the blood on her arm was cleaned. Although the large puncture wound on Lilith's arm remained, it had ceased to bleed. Lilith, the senior, was evidently dissatisfied. Afternoon tea. Very well, Senior Tracy. For the sake of afternoon tea, Lilith conceded. In the next moment, the grotesque puncture on her arm miraculously healed, leaving no trace behind. Morlan even suspected that the reason for such a large puncture was Lilith's own deliberate tearing, for while the blood needle was indeed formidable, a single puncture should not have resulted in such a gaping hole. This healing ability was not something typically possessed by witches, and it was remarkable that she could control her body's healing so effortlessly. Even a witch would find it challenging. This is my first attempt using the blood needle. After injecting some vampire blood, I have acquired this ability, albeit I can currently only control the healing of a wound the size of a coin, Lilith explained. The analysis and integration of blood, the benign transformation of my own body, this is what I have discovered so far regarding the capabilities of the blood needle. Disregarding the somewhat gruesome context of its use, this ability was undeniably invaluable. No wonder it is said that the manifestations of a witch's talent are remarkably powerful. The young witches gazed upon her with envy, and even Morlan and Sylph were no exception. The two were still unaware of the potential of their own talents. How wonderful! My talent for manifesting abilities is truly remarkable, isn't it? Lilith inquired with a beaming smile. The young witches nodded eagerly in agreement. Would you desire to possess such abilities as well? She continued, prompting another round of nods from the little witches. Once I develop my first witch's magic, do remember to enter into a contract with me? This way, you two can enhance your strength through bloodline fusion. It merely requires a small amount of magical energy. Lilith coaxed, her presence emanating an unsettling aura, suggesting she might not be entirely benevolent. Any young witch present who had perused the Young Witch Chronicles was well aware of what witch's magic entailed. Witch's magic exists outside the conventional magical classifications. It is a unique form of magic that witches formulated while honing their abilities to manifest their innate talents. The essence of this magic lies within the witch herself. For instance, the magic of books, contract magic, and firework magic are all distinct forms developed by three renowned witches. Initially, witches were unable to share their unique magical abilities, and others could not learn them. This changed with the advent of contract magic, pioneered by the contract witch, which allowed witches to share their special magic through contractual agreements while simultaneously harnessing a portion of the contractor's power for themselves. The magic of witches is inherently primal energy, capable of transforming into any characteristic power, while other forms of energy can coalesce into magical energy. Contracts represent one of the avenues through which witches can accrue additional magical power. However, only the witch clan possesses a complete pathway to enter into contracts with witches. Although the magical abilities acquired through contracts are significantly diminished compared to those wielded by the witches themselves, they are still replete with endless possibilities. The witch, empowered by her sorceress magic, has significantly enhanced her individual strength. It seems that Senior Lilith, perhaps due to a depletion of her magical energy, is quite eager to promote her sorceress abilities. One must admit, her marketing is remarkably effective. The ability to control bodily healing has certainly piqued Moran's interest. Once thoroughly researched, it will undoubtedly prove to be an invaluable asset for survival. Furthermore, when a sorceress utilizes another sorceress's magic, the reduction in potency is minimal, allowing for an impressive 80% efficacy. I wonder what abilities her grimoire might unlock. In fact, the physical manifestation of one's talent often reflects certain fundamental abilities. For instance, my blood-sucking needle resembles a syringe, which allows for the extraction of blood. Vasida's talent manifests as a stomach, suggesting that her abilities may be related to digestion or energy conversion. Just moments ago, when she summoned her stomach, her magical energy began depleting rapidly. As her energy waned, a sense of physical weakness ensued. This could very well explain her swift hunger. I suspect Vasida's stomach might pertain to digestion and energy transformation capabilities, but the specifics must await her own experimentation and exploration. Consider, too, whether you have encountered any peculiarities in your own lives, as they may guide you in uncovering the abilities tied to your talent manifestations. Sylph raised her hand, hesitatingly stating, "Does being particularly skilled at cultivating plants count? Everything I plant has never perished. However, my mother is a green witch adept in botanical magic, and my father is a wood elf. I have always believed it might be a hereditary influence. My talent manifests as a seed box containing but a single bellflower seed." "Your ability to manifest talents is likely connected to plants," Lilith remarked. Inspired, Sylph thought, "I shall attempt to cultivate this bellflower seed." In contrast, Morlan found herself in a state of distress. Her peculiarities were numerous. Being sent away by Blue Star, did that count? What about her transmigration? Or her exceptional memory? Endowed with the recollections of a planet, did that qualify as unusual? All seemed extraordinary, yet none bore any relation to the card book. In her past life, she had played both poker and tarot and perused numerous card-themed novels. However, none of this provided her with any inspiration. Just as Morlan felt despondent, Vasida finally sensed her hunger had been satiated. "It appears I am indeed hungrier than before. Thankfully, the Witch Academy provides ample food. There seems to be an endless supply. Otherwise, I might have truly faced starvation." "Not quite," came the reply. "It states here that after the welcome banquet, the Academy no longer provides 3 meals a day. Only basic ingredients." At that moment, the other first-year witches had already filled their bellies, some observing the discussion between Vasida and Morlan, while others began to peruse the freshman guide distributed by Lady Amisha. The witch speaking was seated diagonally across from Morlan. Morlan recalled her name was Cheryl, whose height starkly contrasted with Vasida's. Vasida was quite diminutive, appearing several years younger than her peers, while Cheryl, tall and slender, stood nearly as tall as a fifth-year senior. Due to this height disparity, Vasida remembered her name and quickly inquired, "What does that mean? The Academy will no longer provide 3 meals a day?" To be precise, it is not the provision of all cooked foods. Rather, the ingredients are available, Cheryl remarked. Chapter 10, Core Area. This news struck Vasida like a bolt from the blue. It was certainly not a favorable revelation for the other young witches either. According to Morlan's understanding, in the first year, only she and ES could actually cook among the young witches. Vasida found it hard to believe this disheartening news and turned to her senior, Lilith, for confirmation. Indeed, the principal's feast of delicacies is performed only once, on the night of the entrance ceremony. The curriculum at the Witch Academy has always intertwined survival and combat. The primary survival objective for first-year students is to address the issue of sustenance. There is no need to fear starvation, as first-year students face no restrictions when it comes to obtaining ingredients. Many fruits and vegetables can be consumed raw, though they may not be particularly filling. The Academy boasts a breadfruit tree that bears fruit year-round, yielding an abundant harvest. However, the taste, well, You would understand if you tried it. As Lilith spoke of the breadfruit, her face contorted into a grimace, clearly indicating it was far from delectable. The first-year witches thought to themselves, no wonder the banquet was so lavish. It turned out to be a final supper. Now, everyone comprehended why the upperclassmen appeared so eager at the start of the feast, and why they were now diligently consuming food, despite their bellies already being full. The young witches regarded the food on the table with transformed expressions, each selecting items that could be preserved, preparing to save them for leisurely consumption. The banquet is a creation of unparalleled magical delicacies, confined to this hall and lasting only for 2 hours. Presently, an hour and a half has elapsed. As it cannot be taken away, the only option is to indulge as much as possible. Among the attendees, it is Visita who consumes the most voraciously. The other young witches may endure a day or two of hunger, experiencing only mild discomfort, but Visita risks fainting or worse from starvation. Meanwhile, Morlan peruses the freshman guide. The banquet offers an array of exquisite dishes, many of which are novel to her. She is already quite full. Rather than focusing on consuming more, her curiosity is piqued by the educational framework of the Witch Academy. The freshman guide is a rather weighty hardcover book, each page crafted from thick cardstock. Aside from the cover, it contains merely 3 internal pages. The first page presents a map of the academy, a straightforward flat representation detailing the hall wherein she currently resides. Morlan quickly reviews the map instructions and swiftly comprehends its usage. It operates much like a smartphone map from her previous life, allowing for zooming in and out, and featuring multiple embedded layers with individual maps for each building. Morlan minimizes the map to its smallest scale. At the center lies the academy's castle, with the hall located on the castle's first floor. Once minimized, only the core area of the academy, where the castle resides, remains clearly visible. The surrounding regions are shrouded in a gray mist, obscured from view. The map instructions indeed state that beyond the core area, other locations must be explored before they will manifest on the map. Merely gazing at this map reveals the astonishing vastness of the Witch Academy. After all, such a grand auditorium is merely one hall within the castle of the academy. When the map is minimized, the entire core area of the academy is reduced to a size no larger than a fingernail, rendering the name of the Academy Castle invisible. Morlan enlarged the map slightly, revealing the layout of the Academy's core area with more clarity. The Academy Castle boasts an exit to the east, west, south, and north, each leading to a winding pathway. To the east lies the dormitory area, where small houses are neatly arranged in a square formation. Each is numbered, from dormitory number 1 to dormitory number 100, with names accompanying the numbers. Morlan surmised that these must be the assigned residences. Upon searching, she indeed found her name at dormitory number 69. Directly in front of her was dormitory number 59, where Senior Lilith resided. Sylph and Vasida were situated in dormitory number 68 and number 70, respectively, making them her neighbors. Unfortunately, even at the maximum magnification, the dormitory map only displayed small squares, obscuring the true appearance of the dormitories. To the south of the dormitory area lies the breadfruit grove, which Senior Lilith had mentioned. Adjacent to the southern side of the Academy Castle is the cultivation area, comprising farmland, an herb garden, a greenhouse, and a food distribution center. To the west of the Academy Castle is the magic training ground, and near the training ground are the alchemy and potion laboratories. To the north, there is a crescent-shaped lake. Attached is the map of the core area of the Witch Academy. After a cursory examination of the core area's map, Morlan turned to the second page of the freshman handbook. This page contained the course schedule, which is updated every Friday evening at 8 o'clock for the following week. Today is Thursday, so the schedule will not be updated until tomorrow night and remains blank for now. The final page contains important information for new students. The first point addresses dining arrangements. After the orientation banquet, the academy will not provide meals. First-year witches may collect any ingredients for free from the designated area to cook for themselves or consume breadfruits. Second-year witches are only permitted to obtain meat ingredients at no cost. For those in the third year and beyond, free ingredients will not be provided. They are encouraged to consider cultivating, foraging, or hunting for their own food. The absence of meal provisions is one matter, but the restrictions placed on second-year students regarding ingredient access and the complete lack of free provisions for third-year students is rather disheartening. The second point reveals that the academy only allocates free dormitories to first, second, and third-year witches. Students can locate their dormitory numbers on the map and move in independently. 4th and 5th year students must arrange their own accommodations. The third point states that first-year students' seasonal robes and essential supplies for the academic year have already been delivered to their respective dormitories, and any damages can be reported to the dormitory administrator for free replacements. Other year groups may collect materials to create their own supplies. Such provisions are exclusively available to first-year students. From dining to lodging to essential items, the Academy's policies grow increasingly stringent, clearly indicating its intention for witches to gradually attain self-sufficiency. In theory, this approach is indeed feasible. Although witches do not possess the limitless magical potential of sorceresses, attaining a foundational level of proficiency is certainly achievable. Once these skills are mastered, the young witches, equipped with their magical abilities, will be able to secure their basic needs for sustenance, clothing, and shelter. Following these 3 points, there were descriptions of the functions of various buildings within the core area of the Academy, along with reminders of the regulations prohibiting them from leaving this central area until they reached their 3rd year. Morlan merely skimmed through this information, and half an hour swiftly passed. Indeed, as Senior Trissy had mentioned, once the time elapsed, the exquisite dishes on the table vanished without a trace. Chapter 11. Astrological ceremony. With the sumptuous feast concluded, the evening naturally reached its dispersal. The first-year witches trailed behind their seniors as they exited the auditorium. At one end of the small hall was a staircase, while the other led to the eastern gate of the castle. Stepping through the eastern gate, they found themselves in a quaint little square. The Academy castle was perched upon a ridge, and beyond the square lay a sheer cliff. Flanking the castle's grand entrance were shelters lined with brooms, indicating that this square was likely designated for takeoff and landing. To the left of the square, a winding path descended down the mountain, illuminated by magical lamps that radiated a warm glow, resembling a gentle golden dragon coiling downward. Once outside the castle, the 3rd and 5th year seniors made their way directly to the broom shed, retrieving their brooms before soaring into the sky. The first-year newcomers gazed up in envy at the seniors ascending into the heavens, turning their attention to the 2nd and 4th year seniors, who looked skyward yet remained unmoved. A perceptive blonde which encouraged, "Seniors, you may go ahead. There's no need to worry about us. The freshman guide contains a map, and we can find our way to the dormitory." After a moment of uncomfortable silence, Senior Tracy stepped forward and declared with conviction, "According to the traditions of the Witch Academy, the 4th year students will commence a multi-day astrological ceremony in the square starting from the very first evening of the semester to divine our forthcoming fortunes. We shall all remain here tonight." Upon hearing this, the other 4th year students were momentarily taken aback, but soon reacted in unison, echoing her words. Indeed, the astrological ceremony. The younger witches from other grades cannot participate. You may leave now. And remember, do not peek. Disturbing the ceremony could lead to its failure and bring misfortune. The 2nd year witches corroborated, this tradition is indeed true. Last year, the 5th year seniors held an astrological ceremony here that lasted an entire week. Understanding this, the younger witches decided not to intrude upon their seniors' astrological endeavors. They bid farewell to the seniors and made their way down the mountain together. Once the younger witches had distanced themselves, the 4th year witches exhaled with relief. Now I finally understand why the seniors hold the astrological ceremony here after the commencement of the 4th year. Who would have thought that on the very first day of school, we would find ourselves homeless? We've only just begun to explore the inner area, and we haven't even decided where to build our dwellings. Let's hope it doesn't rain in the coming days. Once the 5th year seniors venture into the outer area, we can secure some advantageous locations, but alas, the residences themselves will be cleared and cannot be inherited. And please, do not covet that tree hollow on the eastern edge of the beastly jungle. I have already made arrangements with Senior Uni for it. How vexing. I too have set my sights on that tree hollow. Although the path down the mountain is illuminated by magical lamps every few meters, the rugged terrain makes it quite challenging to traverse. Morlan, Visita, and Sylph followed Senior Lilith, trailing at the end of the group. Lilith, unable to reside in the dormitories since her 4th year, piqued Moran's curiosity. Where do the seniors live? Typically, they establish makeshift residences in the areas surrounding the core zone. Lilith replied, "Have the seniors managed to build their residences so swiftly?" Sylph exclaimed in astonishment. Constructing a witch's abode must be quite arduous. The seniors are truly impressive. Visita remarked, "Not at all." Lilith glanced ahead to ensure no one was paying attention before beckoning the 3 closer and whispering, "Everyone's built only simple shelters. Caves and tree hollows are the best options. Only those proficient in construction magic can erect small houses, but they are merely ordinary homes, utterly incomparable to fully fortified witches' abodes. Moreover, exploration of the inner zone is permitted only in the 3rd year. In the ordinary beasts there are slightly more perilous than those in the core area. Within a year, one must explore the inner zone. Establish a simple residence capable of fending off ordinary beasts and simultaneously complete coursework. There's simply not enough time. The seniors have yet to finish their shelters. They cannot stay in the castle, so they will likely spend the night in the plaza. The astrological ceremony is merely a pretext. I only inferred the situation due to my knowledge of Senior Tracy's circumstances, so please keep this under wraps. For the sake of the seniors. The 3 of them nodded obediently. To preserve the dignity of the senior students, they feigned ignorance. Senior, when can we attend flying classes? Asked Hilleth. Although the dormitory area lies at the foot of the mountain, the daily trek to the castle for lessons can be quite exhausting, can it not? Who wouldn't wish to soar through the skies sooner? Lilith sighed. One must first master their broomstick in the 2nd year before being eligible for flying classes. Was it their concern for the younger students that led them to refrain from flying prematurely? Certainly not. The path up the mountain is indeed arduous, and every year there are young witches who suffer injuries, sometimes even breaking their limbs along the way. However, the entire academy operates under the vigilant oversight of Lady Amissa, ensuring that any injury, no matter how severe, receives prompt medical attention. Witches delight in aiding one another. Yet they would never regard the care of others as their own obligation. Their reluctance to fly stems purely from their lack of ability, not from any other consideration. Must we then endure the climb for over a year? The very thought left Hilleth feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In all her years, she had never traversed such a distance. The prospect of walking such a long way daily for classes was almost unfathomable. Morlan fared slightly better. She had yearned for the opportunity to learn in her youth, yet had none, and thus engaged in physical training to strengthen herself, honing her skills in that manner. For her, the climb was manageable, merely a slight increase in her usual exercise. However, the extensive journey to and from the academy castle would likely consume several hours each day. This was, indeed, a significant expenditure of time. Yet, with the academy's arrangements as they were, they had little choice but to adapt. More than this, she found herself curious as to why the mountain, which housed the academy castle, was labeled Sanqing Mountain on the map. However, the other young witches seemed entirely unfazed by this, and no one paid attention to it. Morlan couldn't help but inquire with her senior. Is it strange to call it Sanqing Mountain? I think it sounds rather pleasant. The great bell in the academy's clock tower is also named Sanqing Bell. Both were named by the 3 esteemed witches who founded the school, Lilith remarked. Do you know why it was named this way, senior? Morlan asked. I came across it in the Chronicles of the Witch Academy, which mentioned that the inspiration was drawn from a realm called Songyuan. In that world, Sanqing Mountain is the birthplace and heritage site of a faction of transcendent beings, with Sanqing representing the 3 supreme beings of that faction. Coincidentally, the Witch Academy was also founded by 3 great witches, who are the foremost figures of the witch lineage. Sanqing Mountain bears a similar significance of heritage to that of the Witch Academy. The esteemed witches derived some inspiration for the establishment of the academy from the individuals of the Songyuan world's Sanqing Mountain. Hence the central mountain of the academy was named Sanqing Mountain, just like the Sanqing Bell in the clock tower. At the highest point of the academy's castle, there is a platform where, in the later stages of the flying course, they practice high-altitude flying. This place is called Yute, the pinnacle of the entire academy. Near the dormitory area, by the well, there is a stone tablet inscribed with ancient Dan well. All of these elements were inspired by Sanqing Mountain from the Songyuan realm, Lilith explained. If you're interested, you can later take a look at the Chronicles of the Witch Academy, which provides more detailed information, she added. Morlan took note of this name. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, midnight had already passed. Even descending the mountain, many first-year young witches struggled to keep up. Among the panting and perspiring young witches, Vasida stood out remarkably. She appeared almost unchanged since their departure, without a single bead of sweat, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. Upon noticing the astonished gazes of her peers, Vasida shyly explained, "Perhaps it is due to my hearty appetite. My stamina exceeds that of the average witch. However, once hunger strikes, my energy plummets. Thankfully, I had enough to eat in the evening, so I feel quite well at the moment." Reflecting on her previous eating episodes, her companions could easily comprehend her words. Not far from the foot of the mountain lay the dormitory area, accessible by traversing a small grove of oak trees. Yet, This dormitory was rather different from what they had envisioned. Chapter 12. The first night of school. Is this the dormitory? Have we taken a wrong turn? Such thoughts crossed the minds of all the first-year witches. The earthen structures stood side by side. Even though some walls were adorned with climbing vines and certain yards blossomed with flowers, it did little to mask the fact that, apart from the homeowner's diligent embellishments, the buildings appeared rather rudimentary. Even Morlan, who had grown accustomed to living in dilapidated shelters, felt a twinge of disappointment. These earthen houses seemed as though they would crumble at the slightest touch. Yet, there was no mistake. Do not be deceived by their earthen construction. They were remarkably sturdy. Regardless of how they were built, these structures would not suffer from quality issues and would naturally revert to their original form after the occupants departed. It is said that these 100 dormitories were established at the school's inception and have endured well to this day. The simplicity of the conditions was intended to encourage the young witches to focus on their studies and enhance their survival skills during their time at school, rather than indulge in leisure and squander precious time. The ideal life can only be achieved after graduation, relying solely on one's own efforts. Lilith echoed the comforting words of her seniors from last year. In truth, she felt quite disappointed with the accommodation conditions. The expectations of the young witches regarding their dormitory had plummeted significantly. Passing through several rows, they arrived at the residences of the second-year seniors, which were noticeably inferior in upkeep compared to those of the third-year students. Some houses appeared almost as if uninhabited from the outside. Only the first-year students continued onward. The subpar dormitory conditions were one thing, but after such a long walk, they were utterly fatigued, now yearning only to freshen up and retire for the night. Morlan, Vashida, and Sylph walked together, residing in rooms 69, 70, and 68 respectively, as neighbors. The 3 rooms at the end of the 6th row were theirs. Aside from their differing numbers, they looked entirely identical, each a simple earthen house with a yard enclosed by a wooden fence. The yard was significantly larger than the house itself. However, unlike the seniors who had adorned their yards with flowers or paved them with stones, their yard was a desolate expanse, overrun with haphazard weeds that rendered the dormitory appear dilapidated. Senior Lilith mentioned that the 4th-year seniors had just moved out earlier that day. How could the weeds have grown so tall in a single day? Sylph wondered aloud. Surely the seniors did not deliberately nurture the weeds before their departure. Every new student dormitory seemed to share this plight. Perhaps restoring the house to its original state also included the weeds in the yard. Morlan observed the similar types of weeds adorning each dormitory yard. Even the paths leading to the entrances were almost entirely concealed. Perhaps the deans believed that tidying up the courtyard served as a form of training for the little witches. It dawned upon me that the Academy's benevolence had come to an end following the entrance banquet. Sylph adjusted her mindset, accepting that it was all for our better growth. Upon closer inspection, the earthen houses possessed their own charm. As they chatted, Morlan noticed that Vashida had fallen silent for quite a while. Concerned that she might be feeling unwell again, she turned to look and found Vashida gazing intently to the right. Vashida? What are you looking at? Vashida pointed towards the forest beyond the dormitory area. Isn't that the breadfruit grove the senior students mentioned? The map should be accurate. Morlan, filled with doubt, cast a wary glance at Vashida. You're not hungry again, are you? Morlan and Sylph exchanged glances, observing her stomach. And you still claim you're not hungry? A gurgle resounded. Vashida covered her rebellious stomach, retreating into silence. Morlan and Sylph shared a knowing look and took Vashida's hand, leading her towards the breadfruit grove. I'm only a little hungry. I can manage on my own. The banquet was too brief, and I didn't eat enough to compensate for the trek down the mountain. Vashida protested gracefully. She possessed ample stamina and felt fine, but just a tad hungry. Not wishing to trouble Morlan and Sylph by having them accompany her to find food so late, they had already exerted themselves enough. Surely, you wouldn't want future generations to recount the tale of our illustrious Lady Vashida fainting from hunger on the very first night of school in the breadfruit grove. Morlan teased. Vashida's struggle suddenly weakened. Moran's words struck home. How could one who has the potential to become the proud witch leave behind such a dark history? I think it would be wise for you to stockpile some food at home. Sylph suggested. It would be best to quickly learn the art of magical cultivation and grow your own sustenance in your garden. Next year, the Academy will only provide unprocessed meat products. Vashida grimaced. Why is my manifested talent so voracious? Beside Dormitory 70, separated by a narrow path, lay the breadfruit grove. Morlan and her companion stood by the roadside, facing the pitch-black woods where not even moonlight penetrated. The area illuminated by the streetlights was stripped bare of breadfruits, with the trees appearing particularly expansive and their canopies exceptionally large. In the darkness, each tree resembled a monstrous beast with outstretched claws, evoking a sense of unease. Vasida felt somewhat relieved that they had come together as a trio. If she had ventured alone, the mere act of stepping inside would have sent shivers down her spine. It seemed they had no choice but to delve into the grove. Morlan advised, "Once we enter, let your eyes adjust to the darkness before we proceed cautiously. The map indicates that the core area of the academy is devoid of danger. With some caution, we should be fine. Allow me to lead the way. I grew up in the Starlight Forest and am quite familiar with the jungle," Sylph declared. "Then I shall take the rear," Morlan added. The ailing Vasida was unceremoniously placed in the middle of the group. Just as they prepared to plunge into the woods, a warm white light appeared behind them, illuminating their path forward. The nearby voice startled Morlan and her companions, causing them to shiver. "What are you all doing in the woods at this late hour?" Upon turning around and spotting the familiar figure with red hair, they exhaled in relief. "Lilith, it's you. I was inside and noticed that the three of you arrived at the dormitory but didn't go in. Instead, you headed this way. So I came to check on you. It's dark in the woods at night, and it's easy to trip," Lilith remarked. The growl from Vasida's stomach always revealed her honesty. "All right, I understand. I'll lead you in." The fruit trees at the perimeter were close to the dormitory, and as soon as the breadfruit appeared, it was promptly picked. We needed to venture further in. Lilith raised her wand and stepped to the front. The glowing orb atop her wand gradually expanded, and the warm white light intensified until it illuminated a 10-meter radius around them, finally stabilizing. Chapter 13. Night Exploration of the Breadfruit Grove. Morlan felt uncertain. "Lilith, is this the illumination charm?" The spherical source of light and its hue resembled the illumination charm. Sometimes, when the magical lamps at home ran out of energy, her mother, Shauna, would use this spell for lighting. If Shauna's illumination charm was akin to a candle flame, then Lilith's was comparable to a powerful LED flashlight. The difference was staggering. Shauna's mother had even claimed that her proficiency in the illumination charm was already at a basic level. "It is indeed the illumination charm," Lilith explained. "The magical prowess of witches is of a higher quality than that of sorceresses, which naturally gives us an advantage in casting spells, resulting in significantly stronger effects. For us witches, such a degree of illumination magic requires only a modicum of magical energy to sustain for several hours. Many peak witches are reluctant to expend such a considerable amount of magical power merely to maintain a simple light spell. Is the disparity truly that vast?" asked HYLF. "Indeed. Magical power is currently recognized as the highest quality of energy, classified as primary energy. Even the angelic power of angels, the demonic power of demons, and the draconic power of dragons are merely classified as secondary abilities. As for magical energy, it ranks third. The difference of one level signifies a chasm in quality, let alone a difference of 2 levels, remarked Lilith. So, it appears that witches possess an overwhelming superiority in terms of energy levels. Morlan gained a deeper understanding of the might of witches. "That is indeed the case," replied Lilith. "However, we still have our innate manifestations to develop, which are potent tools for absorbing magical energy. For minor spells like illumination magic, we need not concern ourselves, but for larger spells, we must be judicious in our usage." Just as she spoke, several clusters of heavy fruit appeared on the trees within the illuminated area. "Look, there are the breadfruits." Morlan and the others looked over. Indeed, true to their name, they were long and slender, with clusters bearing 5 or 6 fruits. Aside from their greenish skin, they resembled long baguettes. Not only are they rich in nutrients and quite filling, but they also possess some energy-restoring properties. Some witches who have learned to cook often gather these fruits while practicing magic to accelerate their recovery of magical energy. They are easy to cultivate and yield abundantly, although their flavor leaves much to be desired. Unfortunately, the breadfruit trees do not adapt well to the laws of the Valen continent. They can only be found here at the Witch Academy. Otherwise, no one in Valen would ever suffer from hunger again, Lilith remarked. And Morlan astutely detected the peculiarity in her senior's words. Did the Witch Academy not belong to Valen? The entire realm was undeniably under the dominion of the witches. It was said that beyond the periphery of the Witch Academy lay the abodes of 3 esteemed witches, yet no young witch had ever managed to locate them. Lilith's revelation left Morlan and her companions utterly astonished. Only the witches could undertake such a grand endeavor, establishing a Witch Academy within a half-plane. At that moment, Vasida's stomach audibly reminded them of their hunger. prompting Lilith to curtail her discourse. Enough talk. Let us gather the fruit. The breadfruit can only be consumed raw. Do not attempt to cook it, as it will explode with high heat. While it may not cause injury, the yellow flesh can create quite a mess. Though the breadfruit tree was not particularly tall, the clusters of breadfruit before them were beyond their reach from the ground. Lilith stood aside, illuminating the scene with her wand. Offering no assistance, the trio swiftly divided their tasks. Morlan and Sylph would ascend the tree to gather the breadfruit, while the already weakened Visita would remain below. Fortunately, the breadfruit tree was easy to climb, and soon enough, Morlan and Sylph had gathered 2 clusters from the tree, totaling 11 fruits. The smallest measured 20 centimeters, while the largest reached half a meter in length. Give it a taste. Morlan offered Visita the largest one. Lilith, the senior, had kept them in suspense, never disclosing the flavor of the breadfruit. Visita, feeling the pangs of hunger intensifying, did not hesitate to accept. With a single bite, her face contorted into a grimace, the grotesque expression barely masking her disdain as she swallowed hard. Sister Lilith, is this truly right? How can it be both sour and astringent? Despite the enticing aroma of freshly baked bread wafting through the air, its taste was undeniably unpalatable. Lilith reassured her, although it possesses a slightly sour flavor, rest assured. It has been verified to pose no harm to your teeth or stomach. You can consume it without worry. In time, you shall grow accustomed to it. Ravenous. Visita pondered the necessity of subsisting on such a tart and bitter fruit, her appetite vast. Yet perhaps this was merely a form of torment. Morlan and Sylph, intrigued by the notorious flavor of the breadfruit, selected a small one and took a tentative bite. Beneath the breadfruit tree, 2 more little witches wore expressions of distaste. Sympathy for Visita began to blossom within them. Such a breadfruit would require an immense quantity to sate her hunger. With no alternative sustenance available, Visita summoned her courage and began to gnaw at the fruit. After finishing a single breadfruit, her surprise was palpable. This breadfruit is quite filling. Just one feels as though it could substitute an entire basket of bread. Typically, a little witch would find 1 breadfruit sufficient for a day's nourishment. It must be the energy-boosting properties that imparted an extraordinary sense of satiety. It seems my earlier hypothesis was correct. Your innate talent appears to continuously draw energy from the food you consume, with more nutrient-rich offerings fulfilling your needs to a greater extent, Lilith observed. Visita nodded fervently. Her gaze toward the breadfruit transformed. Its convenience made its unpalatable nature far more tolerable. Summoning her courage, she took another piece and was about to indulge when Morlan interjected. Visita, isn't your talent manifestation a stomach? If it is indeed a stomach, shouldn't it be capable of directly digesting food? Why not place the breadfruit directly into the stomach, bypassing the act of eating altogether? Visita was momentarily taken aback. The frequent bouts of hunger she experienced today had left her exhausted, devoid of the energy to ponder the intricacies of her talent manifestation. I shall give it a try, she declared, conjuring forth her stomach once more. Upon its appearance, Visita felt the familiar pangs of hunger returning. Your magical energy is being depleted, Lilith remarked. Visita nodded, acknowledging that the deficit in her magical energy was the source of her hunger. Time was of the essence. She swiftly opened her stomach and stuffed the breadfruit she held inside. Chapter 14. The devouring stomach. The palm-sized stomach effortlessly accommodated a breadfruit measuring half a meter in length, showing no signs of swelling. After swallowing the breadfruit, the stomach merely quivered slightly. Lilith, ever watchful of Visita's magical state, quickly discerned the change within her. Visita too noticed a diminishing sense of hunger. It truly could digest directly. This was splendid. She had spared herself the necessity of chewing and swallowing, making the consumption of the breadfruit entirely effortless. She crouched down, widened the opening of her stomach, and in just a few swift motions, she stuffed all the remaining breadfruit from the ground into it. In the next moment, she felt rejuvenated, even sensing a surplus of energy stored within her body. Her magical energy surged anew. Lilith couldn't help but gaze enviously. The energizing effects of the breadfruit were particularly pronounced in you, undoubtedly a manifestation of your innate talent. With such an ability, as long as you have sufficient food, you need not worry about depleting your magical energy. Visita, promise me that when the witch's magic is developed, you will be the first to inform me, and I shall immediately contract with you. Lilith often found herself troubled by insufficient magical power, and Visita's gift was perfectly suited for replenishing it. Visita was utterly taken aback, realizing for the first time that her frequent hunger came with such a valuable ability. Morlan and Sylph were equally delighted for her. The breadfruit is so useful. Let us gather more to store, just in case. With her strength restored, Vasida exclaimed joyfully. This time, Lilith illuminated the area beneath the tree. 3 monkeys climbed the tree to gather fruits. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more breadfruits they discovered. Strings of breadfruits fell to the ground. Noticing the considerable amount they had collected, Morlan, concerned about waste, looked down and asked, "Senior, how long can the breadfruit be stored?" "It can be kept at room temperature for about a week," Lilith replied. "Generally, a bunch is enough to last a week, but that applies to an ordinary little witch." Naturally, Vasida's appetite could not be measured by conventional standards. Even she couldn't clearly articulate how much she needed to consume in a day to sustain her energy. "Then let us gather as much as we can and store it in Vasida's dormitory. If we can't carry it all, we can make a couple of trips, after all. We don't live far apart," Sylph suggested. She was utterly exhausted, yet considering the unstable condition of Vasida, she resolved to persevere a little longer. "All right," exclaimed Morlan. Hearing their words, Vasida pushed aside the leaves obscuring her face and emerged from behind another tree. "Well, I can simply store it in my stomach. Any excess energy will be preserved, ensuring no waste. Even better, go ahead and fill your stomach to the brim," Morlan encouraged. The 3 little witches gathered an abundance of breadfruits, totaling 12 bunches, approximately 60 to 70 pieces. For an ordinary little witch, this would suffice for 2 months. So they estimated it was about time for Vasida to begin her task. One by one, she collected them without a moment's pause, and soon, the breadfruits on the ground had vanished. Yet, her stomach sac showed no signs of swelling. "How's it going? Can you still fit more?" Lilith inquired. Vasida assessed and gestured with her hand. "Approximately. I can still manage about 5 more." 5. Lilith gasped in astonishment. "Is it really possible to hold that much?" Vasida nodded and resumed her gathering, plucking 63 more bunches before finally stopping. This time, as she continued to fill the sack, Morlan and the others witnessed it gradually expand. Once the 60th bunch of breadfruits was stuffed in, the sack was stretched taut, devoid of any wrinkles. Vasida let out a satisfied burp. "I can't fit any more." "That's equivalent to storing a year's worth of food for an ordinary little witch," Morlan exclaimed in awe. Lilith had been closely observing Vasida's condition. "At this moment, with your stomach sac exposed, I see no depletion of your magical energy. It seems that as you consume, you simultaneously replenish it, doesn't it?" "Indeed. At this moment, I find myself devoid of hunger." Vasida gently caressed her distended belly, experiencing an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. "I am immensely grateful to you all for this evening." "No need for thanks." Lilith waved her hand dismissively. "Though we witches cherish our independence, we are more than willing to lend a helping hand to our companions." Sylph added, "We certainly cannot allow you to venture alone into the breadfruit grove and faint amidst the trees. Moreover, we 3 have not returned empty-handed." Morlan pointed to the remaining 3 bunches of breadfruit, exclaiming, "These are ours, perfectly sufficient for the upcoming week, eliminating the need for further foraging." Vasida, feeling the warmth of her friend's kindness, eagerly declared, "I shall carry them." The 3 bunches of breadfruit, collectively weighing several dozen pounds and seemingly larger than herself, were effortlessly hoisted by Vasida. Despite Morlan and Sylph's offers to assist, she declined, clutching the breadfruit tightly and darting towards the forest's edge, exclaiming as she ran, "I am satiated and brimming with energy. Let the young calf-like junior showcase her prowess." Morlan and Sylph, resigned, followed closely behind. The invigorated Vasida was a stark contrast to the famished version of herself. Upon reaching the dormitory area, Morlan and the others finally caught up with Vasida. Just before parting ways, Lilith suddenly recalled something and reminded Sylph and Vasida, "Do remember to bestow a formidable name upon your manifestation of talent." "A name?" Sylph and Vasida exchanged puzzled glances. Lilith glanced at Morlan, who instantly comprehended. "Mine shall be the bloodthirsty needle." Lilith, wielding a syringe, flashed a bewitching smile, revealing her dangerously sharp fangs. Morlan, in tandem, summoned her own innate manifestation, crafting a signature pose inspired by Senior Lilith. A gilded tome floated before her, moving of its own accord. "I am the Book of Cards." Sylph, "Wow, how cool." Vasida exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she clapped enthusiastically. "In comparison, my stomach seems rather rudimentary. What should I call it? Let me think. Stomach, which serves the purpose of digesting food. Digesticent, quite right." After a brief moment of contemplation, Visita suddenly had a revelation. I've got it. From this day forth, my innate manifestation shall be known as the devouring stomach. Devouring stomach? Quite impressive. It sounds formidable and has an aura that rivals my bloodthirsty needle. Lilith praised. It perfectly embodies the essence of your stomach. Morlan added. Now, only Sylph remained. Sylph, what about you? Do you have any ideas? Chapter 15, Dormitory 69. Under the eager gazes of her companions, Sylph mustered her courage and said, the contents of my wooden box are plant seeds. Let us call it the box of 10,000 species. After speaking, she nervously glanced at her friends. Doesn't that sound too unappealing? I really couldn't think of a more imposing name. How could it sound unappealing? The box of 10,000 species sounds incredibly impressive. Visita wholeheartedly supported her. Indeed, it's quite remarkable. Morlan concurred. Names can sometimes possess a unique guiding influence. Perhaps one day, your box will indeed be filled with countless seeds of plants, Lilith remarked. The affirmation from others allowed Sylph to relax, and she found herself growing fond of her new name. Farewell, senior. Goodbye. After Lilith departed, Morlan and the other two made their way to their respective dormitories. Holding a cluster of breadfruit in one hand, Morlan cleared away the weeds in the courtyard with the other, forging a path. The dormitory door was unlocked, swinging open with a gentle push. Upon activating the magical lamp switch by the door, the entire room was illuminated. The surroundings, while seemingly modest, concealed a world of wonder within. Looking up, one could see the tiled beams of the roof, while gazing down revealed the rough earthen floor. The only commendable aspect was that the ground was significantly more even and solid than the walls. The dormitory was not spacious. One could behold the entirety of the room upon entering. To the left was a small open kitchen, fully equipped with utensils and crockery. Adjacent to the kitchen bar, a high stool indicated the dining area. To the right, beside the window, a set of table and chairs awaited, with several rows of wooden bookshelves lining the wall adjacent to the window. On the table rested a stack of parchment, a quill, and an ink bottle. Further inside, a fireplace beckoned. Next to it, a small staircase led to the second floor, which had no partitions. The second floor contained merely a single bed and a small wardrobe. The space beneath the staircase was divided by wooden planks, creating two small rooms. One room was entirely bare, while the other housed a wash basin stand with 3 wooden basins, along with a few toiletries, and beside it, 2 wooden barrels stacked atop one another. On the wall hang 2 towels and a bath towel, with a toilet and cistern situated at the innermost part. It appears to be a washroom. However, it lacks both a mirror and a door. Throughout the entire dormitory, aside from the pots, stove, and knife in the kitchen, all furniture in the washroom, including the toilet and plumbing fixtures, is crafted from wood, and they embody the utmost simplicity, devoid of any intricate patterns or embellishments. There isn't even an extra chair in the room. Nevertheless, despite its small and austere nature, it possesses all the essentials, surpassing Moran's initial expectations. After all, the academy does not provide meals, yet the dormitory is equipped with tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets, making it ready for immediate occupancy. At least she wouldn't have to devise ways to procure daily necessities. Morlan placed the breadfruit in the kitchen, ascended to the second floor, and opened the wardrobe, which contained 2 sets of academic robes for each season, as well as 2 pairs of undergarments, shoes, and socks. She selected a nightgown and prepared to descend for a bath. Upon reaching the washroom with her change of clothes, she found no shower facilities and could only use a basin to collect water for washing. However, when she turned on the faucet, not a single drop of water flowed. No water. Morlan recalled the water tower in the backyard of each dormitory. Could it be that the tower was completely dry? She ventured outside in the darkness, made her way to the backyard, climbed the ladder beside the water tower, and opened its lid. By the light of the moon, she discerned the parched interior walls. Morlan sighed, realizing she would have to fetch water herself. Shall we go get water? They exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of resignation, and broke into helpless laughter. Although this name does not originate from the blue planet, it shares a resemblance with the ancient legend of the blue planet's well, eternally flowing, with crystal clear water, pure in quality and dry in taste. Who could have imagined that on the very first day of school, it would still be midnight, and one would need to fetch water for bathing? It seems imperative to master the water spring art, otherwise the inconvenience of drawing water from such a large tank would be quite bothersome, remarked Hilf. Morlan began counting on her fingers. Light spell, water spring art, cooking magic, already 3 urgent spells to learn on the very first day of school. And let's not forget the cleaning spell. Although the dormitory is not large, the earthen walls and soil floor easily accumulate dust, making daily cleaning a hassle without the cleaning spell, added Visita. That makes 4. Morlan extended another finger. And the levitation spell. Climbing the mountain to the castle is tiring enough. I certainly do not wish to carry additional weight on such a long journey. The breadfruit can also come in handy. Hilf gazed towards the castle perched atop the mountain, and the thought of traversing that path for over a year made her legs feel weak. That makes 5. Morlan began to grasp the academy's perspective. After all, the challenges are laid out before you, and the solutions are readily available. The quality of life entirely hinges on the fruits of one's magical studies. In such circumstances, even the laziest of young witches would not opt for idleness. Morlan could already envision the fervor with which the young witches would approach their magical education once classes commence. Undoubtedly, the most sought-after spells would not be the powerful combat magics, but rather the most ordinary of domestic spells. It is no wonder that Shauna's mother struggles with the freezing spell, yet she excels in the water spring art, which does not belong to her area of expertise. It was likely during her time at the academy that she honed her skills in replenishing the water tower. After all, even if one lacks innate talent, relentless effort can compensate to some extent. Moreover, a witch's magical aptitude guarantees at least an apprenticeship level of proficiency. The three of them grumbled about the academy's practices all the way, yet their task of drawing water did not wane in pace. Although the clan provides support for the young witches, it does not grant them privileges. Furthermore, starting today, they would no longer have the protection of their mothers, embarking on a journey to learn how to become competent witches step by step. Fortunately, with the magical energy stove, the energy was abundant, allowing for immediate ignition. By the time she finished her morning routine and climbed into bed, Morlan found herself devoid of the energy to ponder over the card book that had occupied her thoughts throughout the night. She closed her eyes and fell into slumber. In this unfamiliar house, on this strange bed, she felt no discomfort whatsoever. Chapter 16. The Fairies in the Farmland. The following day, Morlan was roused by the sound of bells. Starting from 6 o'clock, the bells chimed every hour. Initially, in her extreme drowsiness, Morlan endeavored to ignore the sound. But by the time the 9th chime resonated, she could no longer resist the urge to open her eyes. Thoroughly awakened, she rubbed her dry eyes and shook her weary head before descending to wash up. To her dismay, even water to drink had run out. Resigned, Morlan took a bucket and stepped outside, finding the doors of the neighboring dormitories closed. Visita and Sylph had yet to rise. Morlan, good morning. Good morning, Senior Lilith. In the courtyard of the dormitory, Lilith was busy replenishing the water tower. Are you off to fetch water? Indeed. Morlan observed the gentle stream flowing from the tip of her senior's staff, rendered momentarily speechless. Are you envious? Certainly. However, despite the same enchanting spellcasting, last night's light spell was grand and radiant, while the water flow of the spring spell is so minuscule. Is this truly normal? How did you sleep last night? Lilith inquired. Morlan nodded, her dark circles betraying her fatigue. Quite well. It's just that the morning bell was too loud. Haha. Once you all master the silent spell, it will be better, Lilith replied with a smile. Morlan remarked. Excellent. Another essential spell for freshmen to learn. The academy is indeed fraught with challenges. Without proper mastery of magic, one cannot live well at all. As Morlan made her way to the well, it appeared that this morning was a splendid time to practice the spring spell. The senior students residing in the dormitory ahead were currently in the courtyard replenishing their water tanks. The more adept they were in water magic, the finer their spring spells became. If she hadn't witnessed her mother, Shauna, who was not particularly skilled in water magic, performing the spring spell, Morlan might have almost believed that a thinner water flow was superior. Fortunately, she was not the only first-year witch fetching water this morning. They all received the seniors' scrutinizing gazes together. The seniors were all warm and friendly, expressing boundless concern for their manual water-fetching efforts. Yet none offered to assist them with magic, resolutely tending to their own tasks. Morlan lost count of how many trips she had made, only realizing that the academy's bell had tolled 12 times. Exhausted to the point where her arms could barely lift, she finally halted. The water tank was only half full. She had skipped breakfast and was both hungry and thirsty. She bit into a small piece of sour fruit bread, grimacing throughout, unable to suppress her reactions to its acidity. Feeling somewhat satiated, she promptly ceased her consumption. This acidity, though harmless to both teeth and stomach, would be unbearable as a staple food if indulged in daily. However, It proved quite invigorating. After consuming the breadfruit, the discomfort from her insufficient sleep the previous night dissipated entirely. Reluctant to continue nibbling on breadfruit in the evening, Morlan sought out a basket for vegetables and stepped outside. Vasida, with a bucket of water in each hand, moved briskly and steadily past her dormitory. Upon hearing the door open, she glanced over and exclaimed, "Morlan, has the water tower been filled? I can assist you." The upperclassman mentioned that the academy prohibits them from offering us help in daily matters, but it is perfectly acceptable for us to support one another. Morlan shook her head, replying, "I collected some water this morning. It will suffice for several days. Although drawing water is a bit tiresome, I prefer to manage it myself. As it serves as a form of training provided by the academy, then it seems you haven't filled it completely yet," Vasida remarked. Hirufu, hearing the commotion, also emerged, munching on breadfruit. Vasida inquired if she needed assistance with water, but Hirufu declined. She had risen only slightly later than Morlan and had already drawn several buckets of water. Morlan then asked them, "Shall we go collect ingredients together?" "Certainly," Hirufu replied. "I've had breadfruit for both breakfast and lunch today, and while I feel full, just the thought of it makes my mouth water with acidity. You two go ahead, I want to join you. I ate far too much last night, and am still not hungry," Vasida added. For her, the satiety provided by breadfruit was significantly greater than that of ordinary ingredients, effortlessly filling her stomach without the need to endure any sourness. It is simply too fitting for her. The ingredient collection point is located near the cultivation area. "We must head in that direction," Morlan remarked as she gazed at the map in the new student guide. "Let us go," Sylph exclaimed, swinging her small hand with the basket. The two of them exited from the path adjacent to the dormitory area and turned left at the intersection. After traversing the breadfruit grove, their view suddenly expanded. A low fence enclosed a vast expanse of wilderness. In the foreground lay extensive farmlands, while further away stood a row of houses, beyond which towering hedges and walls concealed a garden, the treetops peeking out from behind. The cultivation area was divided between farmland and the herb garden. Just beyond the hedges was the herb garden itself. The ingredient collection point was situated at that row of houses adjacent to the herb garden. "Morlan, look over there," Sylph exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement as she pointed towards the farmland. Morlan followed her gaze, puzzled. The vibrant crops and the fluttering butterflies appeared unremarkable. Her curiosity leaned more towards what was cultivated in the herb garden, but alas, the hedges obscured her view. "Do you see among those large butterflies? Is there not a fairy?" Sylph could hardly contain her enthusiasm. A diminutive figure with wings, nurturing and commanding insects, tending to plants, just as described in the Young Witch series. Upon hearing this, Morlan quickly turned to look, her eyes widening as she scrutinized the scene for some time before finally distinguishing the unique figure among the butterflies. Her excitement rivaled that of Sylph's. It truly resembled a fairy. Adorned in a dress fashioned from small green leaves, she must be a leaf fairy, skilled in the nurturing of verdant plants. She is undeniably adorable. The butterfly, which seems to possess hands and feet, is directing the movements of other butterflies. Moran's eyes are nearly bulging out, rendering her unable to discern the fairy's features, let alone identify the specific type of fairy. Considering that Sylph's father is an elf, Morlan finds it rather unsurprising. Although it is said that regardless of the father's lineage, the offspring of witches are invariably witches. They may occasionally inherit certain advantages and traits from their paternal bloodline. Among these are the elves' extraordinary vision and hearing. Without hesitation, the two of them tread along the narrow path through the fields, neglecting the location where they were to collect their ingredients. That spot is fixed and will not vanish. However, the charming and mystical little fairies are seldom seen. Chapter 17, Beryl's Gift in the Fields. Two figures, crouched low and tiptoeing stealthily, stand out conspicuously. The little fairy, who is commanding a large butterfly to transport crops, notices them and nonchalantly adjusts her tiny skirt before fluttering her wings and vanishing into thin air. "Hey, where did the little fairy go?" Sylph inquires, looking up with uncertainty. Morlan also raises her head. The large butterfly is still present, but it seems the little fairy has not noticed us. "Are you two searching for me?" A melodious voice calls from behind them. Morlan and Sylph stiffly turn around. A dazzling pair of wings, grass-green hair, eyes like emeralds, a cherubic face, and rosy lips. Who else could it be but the little fairy? "Hello there. I am a newly enrolled little witch. You may call me Sylph. I apologize for disturbing you. You are truly adorable, even cuter than the little fairies depicted in books." A voice as sweet as honey flowed from Sylph's lips, causing Morlan to rub her arms. The little fairy is indeed charming, but Sylph's reaction seems rather exaggerated. Not only is her voice excessively sweet, but her eyes are practically sparkling with hearts. If the Sylph from before exuded a single measure of gentleness, her demeanor now, in the presence of the little fairy, radiates 100-fold, 1,000-fold warmth. The little fairy appears to be quite receptive. "Hello there, Sylph," she exclaimed, turning her gaze to Morlan. "I am Morlan," Morlan replied. "Greetings, Morlan. Welcome to the planting area. I am Beryl, the apprentice management fairy of field number 8. The fairy's voice became increasingly melodious. "Do not worry, I am not like my kin who fear being disturbed. It is a pleasure to meet you both, equally charming little witches. Here, this is for you." She flitted her wings, and 2 tiny leaf parcels fell into the hands of Morlan and Sylph. As the leaves unfurled, they revealed several fresh raspberries. Sylph, taken aback, said, "Thank you, Beryl." "No need for thanks. I adore the aura you both possess. Whenever you have time, please come to the fields to chat with me and share tales of the outside world. Since my birth, I have resided in the Witch Academy, and I've heard that the world beyond is particularly fascinating," Beryl said, her face filled with longing. "Absolutely," Sylph responded without hesitation. Morlan realized that she was simply a curious little fairy yearning to explore the outside world. "Well then, I must take my leave. Next time you come here, call my name, and I shall appear. Farewell, Sylph. Farewell, Morlan. Goodbye." Beale flapped her wings and vanished once more. This time, even the large butterflies fluttering in the fields disappeared. Morlan pondered. Perhaps there are many little fairies laboring diligently in the farmland, yet they simply choose to remain unseen. Sylph remained undeterred by excitement. The book states that fairies seldom reveal themselves, only appearing before those they favor. This signifies that Beale holds great affection for us. Do you think if we share more tales of the outside world with her, we might earn the blessings of the fairies? Perhaps. Morlan found herself somewhat intrigued. Having a fairy to assist in tending to the garden and herb fields would alleviate many burdens. Unfortunately, having been born in the Emerald Creek Plain, the only story she could tell about Valen pertained to the meadows and waterfowl of Emerald Creek. One yearned for the fairy's abilities, while the other admired the fairy's appearance. And they continued their discussion on how to win Beale's favor until they reached the food distribution center. Inside the center, it resembled a supermarket from a past life, with shelves brimming with an array of ingredients, many of which Morlan had never encountered before. Within the food distribution center, 2 little witches were already present, their baskets empty, indicating they had just arrived. They huddled together, conversing excitedly, their demeanor strikingly familiar. As Morlan and Sylph approached, they overheard mentions of fairies and stories. In their hands, they held identical raspberries and leaves. Morlan and Sylph exchanged knowing glances. Ace. Alba. The 2 young witches swiftly concealed their belongings behind their backs. Sylph revealed her raspberry and inquired, "Have you encountered a fairy as well?" Ace and Alba responded in unison, "As well? The fairy you met. Could it possibly be named Beryl?" Morlan asked, "Do you also know Beryl?" Ace and Alba were utterly perplexed. Isn't it rare for fairies to make an appearance? After a moment of contemplation, the 4 young witches realized their experiences were remarkably similar. Each had fortuitously glimpsed the diminutive fairy in the fields, greeted her, and received a gift in return. Beryl had expressed to Morlan and Sylph her fondness for their aura and her desire to hear tales from the outside world. She had similarly conveyed to Ace her admiration for her passion for cooking, and to Alba, she remarked that her hair resembled the golden sun, so striking that it captivated the fairy-esque gaze. Beryl wished to befriend them, hoping they would visit her more often for conversation. Initially, they all believed themselves fortunate to have encountered a fairy who seldom revealed herself and to have garnered her favor. However, to their astonishment, it seemed that other young witches had also encountered Beryl in quick succession. They stood dumbfounded. Morlan sensed something amiss. "Do you think Beryl intentionally made herself visible?" Ace pondered. "Are you suggesting that it wasn't us who disturbed her, but rather she chose to appear to entice us to become acquainted with her?" Morlan nodded in agreement. "Fairies are said to only appear before those who truly cherish them, aren't they?" Alba remarked. The Young Witch series states that once a fairy reveals herself, it signifies her willingness to bestow a fairy blessing. "Perhaps this fairy has quite a few admirers," Morlan remarked. "Are you referring to Byre?" Lilith, the senior, inquired, having arrived unnoticed. "Senior, you know her too?" Morlan asked. "Every little witch in the academy is acquainted with her. For the past decade, every young witch has encountered by her upon their first passage through the farmlands. All the little witches consider her a friend, and she has explicitly expressed her desire to bestow the blessings of a fairy and enter into a contract with witches. However, thus far, no young witch has managed to win her over. Once a witch inquires about the contract, Byre vanishes without a trace. Lilith continued, "It is said that Byre may not even wish to formalize a contract. Instead, she simply seeks to entertain herself with stories from the young witches." Gradually, the number of witches seeking her dwindled, as the demands of their studies left them little time to regale a fairy with tales, especially without repeating any. Chapter 18. A simple luncheon class fairy? Have you encountered a fairy as well? A few more young witches approached, each having met Byre during their passage through the farmlands. Their experiences nearly identical. Byre, who had seemed poised to depart, lingered in the fields. It appeared that with each new young witch passing by, she would inadvertently reveal her presence, enticing them to pursue her. Then, she would suddenly materialize, startling them. While it is true that most fairies do not easily reveal themselves, and once they do, they are often eager to enter into a contract, Byre is no ordinary fairy. She was equally attentive to all the little witches, dedicating herself to getting to know them and listening to their stories. The blessings of fairies and the signing of contracts were but figments of imagination. At this point, Morlan and her companions felt utterly disheartened. Perhaps it was best to focus on gathering ingredients instead. The day was nearly gone, and they had yet to resolve their needs for food and drink. With a basket in hand, Morlan set off to inspect the ingredients on the shelves. She truly longed for a charming fairy to assist her in tending to her fields, but such matters were ultimately dictated by fate. Even if Beatrice genuinely wished to find a witch to forge a contract with, her method of selecting companions was ill-suited for Morlan, demanding too much time and energy. Senior Lilith was right. Instead of wasting time, it would be wiser to delve into a few more spellbooks. After graduation, there would likely be many witches willing to invest time to win Beatrice's favor. Fairies are delightful and capable, yet they are not irreplaceable. Rather than binding herself to a fairy, she could opt for the convenience of magic. The supplies at the ingredient distribution center exceeded Moran's expectations. Not only did she discover many familiar ingredients and spices from her past life, but she also stumbled upon numerous items she had never encountered in either lifetime. However, there was no soy sauce to be found. Each ingredient was haphazardly piled on the shelves, devoid of any labels. Thus, Morlan hesitated to take anything unfamiliar, for even if she did, she wouldn't know how to prepare it. In a corner of the seasoning area, she spotted cumin, contained within a small cloth bag. After tasting it, she confirmed it was indeed cumin and decided to take a small bag. Remembering the rave reviews from Ace about the lamb chops the previous day, she turned her gaze to the meat section, where she indeed found Ace selecting meat. Morlan took a small bag of cumin and handed it to Ace, saying, "Sprinkle a bit of this on the roasted meat at the end, and you shall be pleasantly surprised." "What is this? A spice?" Ace asked as she sniffed it. "Indeed. The lamb chops at the welcome dinner must have contained this. I refer to it as cumin, although I am uncertain if that is its official name," replied Morlan. Ace's eyes lit up. "Where can I acquire this?" Morlan pointed her to the location. Ace then fetched 2 more bags while also grabbing some other seasonings. Her basket was filled with an assortment of meats alongside the spices. In contrast, Morlan opted for a more balanced selection, collecting grains, oils, seasonings, vegetables, and eggs, ensuring her basket was brimming before she ceased her gathering. Not long after, Ace concluded her selection as well. They stood at the entrance with their heavy baskets, waiting for their companions. The other young witches starkly contrasted with them. Apart from the easily consumable fruits and vegetables, they hesitated to touch anything else, even if they recognized it. Noticing this, Morlan and Ace exchanged glances. "Shall we assist them?" "Yes. If they cannot cook, how about pan-seared steak? It can be enjoyed even if not fully cooked. And perhaps a vegetable salad?" "Certainly. I spotted the salad dressing. There is a small kitchen over there." With memories of the Blue Star and its diverse culinary traditions from various nations, both ancient and modern, Morlan could effortlessly conjure up recipes. Prioritizing simplicity and high tolerance for error, steak and vegetable salad were commonplace dishes found on the tables of various tribes in Valen. Achieving excellence in cooking may be challenging, but achieving mediocrity is equally difficult. After Morlan and Ace exchanged glances, they clapped their hands, capturing the attention of the other little witches. "Steak and vegetable salad. Come learn with us." The little witches, who had been pondering what to prepare, flocked over excitedly. "I want to learn." "Me too." "Oh, Morlan Ace, I adore you," they exclaimed before rushing off to select ingredients. This way, Morlan and Ace led them to the steak shelf. Each chose a piece, and soon the shelf was completely emptied. After some distribution, they ensured that every newcomer received at least one piece. The little witches shook their heads. None of them had noticed anything amiss. The entire ingredient collection area was devoid of any administrators, yet the steaks had mysteriously replenished. Morlan curiously inspected the new stock. It was not identical to the previous batch, but undoubtedly fresh. It was as if an unseen hand had restocked the shelves. Lilith, overhearing their commotion, explained, "Once you read the history of the Witch Academy, you will understand. The entire cultivation area, including the ingredient management center, is overseen by the fairy clan contracted by Lord Carmela. The fairies work unnoticed by the little witches. Just now, a fairy must have restocked the shelves. However, if they do not choose to reveal themselves, no one can see them. All revealing magic is ineffective against fairies, as they exist in a unique spatial dimension." Does that mean our earlier comments about Beale could have been overheard by the fairies working here? The young witches were filled with trepidation, uncertain of how many little sprites were observing them from the shadows. Lilith selected a fresh steak and placed it in the basket. "Of course, but fret not. Even if they are aware, there is no need to worry about the sprites causing mischief. When these sprites moved into the academy, they collectively signed a covenant, ensuring they would never act against the witches. Moreover, the sprites are generally amiable. Many young witches graduated without ever noticing their presence before Beale arrived." The young witches were concerned. Were they fearful of retribution? They were worried about angering Beale. This was just splendid. Their already slim hopes of befriending the contracted sprites had now dwindled to nothing. They might as well focus on cooking, as dinner was still unprepared. After having tasted the breadfruit once, they were reluctant to endure that meager sustenance again. Thus, the modest culinary class led by Ace and Morlan commenced. The duo collaborated to demonstrate, simplifying and refining each step to ensure that even kitchen novices could manage adequately. Chapter 19. Miss Escargot. The instructional outcome was commendable. The young witches, who had previously been at a loss amidst a room full of ingredients, now possessed a semblance of understanding regarding the preparation of pan-seared steak and vegetable salad. They had transformed into theoretical giants. Even Morlan and Ace could only demonstrate and address questions, unable to truly assist each young witch in her kitchen, guiding them hand in hand to prepare the dishes. However, this arrangement was already sufficient. Just as Morlan was about to call to Sylph, she noticed her standing outside the ingredient collection area, gazing vacantly at the distant farmlands. Sylph? She wished to convey to buyer that even if she did not wish to enter into a contract, it would matter not, for she would still find time to share stories with her. Observing the earnest expression on her face, Morlan nodded, for the hour was still early. Sylph's fondness for fairies surpassed her own, and it was only natural that she had not yet given up hope. Alone, Morlan set off with her basket, laden with heavy ingredients. She took her time, walking intermittently, and it took her twice as long to reach the dormitory. Upon entering the courtyard, she noticed faint traces of water left upon the path beneath her feet. She had drawn water that morning. The climate in this demi-plane housing the Witch Academy was quite pleasant, yet this afternoon was marked by bright sunshine. It was improbable that the morning's water would still linger at this hour. A thought struck Morlan. She placed the basket at the dormitory entrance and followed the water traces, which indeed led her to the water tower in the backyard. Climbing up, she discovered that the tank, which had taken her so long to fill, was now full. Surely, the kind-hearted senior students had not come to her aid, for that morning they had been leisurely watering and watching a performance. Furthermore, the first-year students had all gone to the supply depot for ingredients in the afternoon, having learned to cook from her and Ace, save for one little witch. When Morlan reached the entrance of Sylph's dormitory, she found the remaining water traces once more. The mystery was solved. Only Miss Vassida, with her remarkable abilities, could have done this. To her surprise, despite having declined Vassida's assistance that morning, she had taken the opportunity to fill the water tower while she and Sylph were out. Had it not been for the lingering water stains that betrayed her, she would likely have pondered for days why the water from the half-empty tank had lasted so long without a noticeable decrease. Morlan gazed at the tightly shut door of dormitory 70, a resigned smile gracing her lips. Well, today she was the only one who had not ventured to the food distribution center, if her memory served her right. Vassida was also not particularly skilled in the culinary arts. Having such a bottomless appetite made it quite convenient to simply stuff food into her gullet. However, Relying solely on breadfruit was hardly a sustainable solution. The pleasure derived from gourmet delights was secondary, in terms of merely satisfying hunger. Vashida's need for culinary skills far surpassed that of any other little witch. After all, once they graduated, there would not be vast expanses of breadfruit groves available for her to forage. Other little witches could manage without cooking by earning money to purchase food. But Vashida's appetite could easily lead her to financial ruin. In any case, she still had to prepare dinner. Morlan approached the entrance of dormitory 70. Given the dilapidated state of the courtyard, knocking seemed unnecessary. She simply called out, "Vashida, hey!" Before long, Vashida emerged, clutching a breadfruit, and in the process of exiting, she stuffed it into her gullet. Observing this, Morlan inquired, "Are you hungry again?" Only then did Morlan feel reassured. If Vashida had consumed so much breadfruit the night before, and it had only sustained her for a day, then the side effects of that insatiable appetite were indeed rather excessive. Fortunately, the food supply was quite ample. Morlan remarked, "Just now, Ace and I taught everyone 2 simple dishes in the little kitchen at the food distribution center, and you were the only one absent. As it happens, I am about to prepare dinner. Would you care to join me, perhaps learn a thing or two, and sample my culinary skills? Even though breadfruit is quite filling, one cannot solely rely on it for sustenance, can one?" She did not mention the water in the tower. It is best to keep that in mind. Voicing it now might suggest a desire to hastily repay a favor. She too was troubled, having strolled through the breadfruit grove in the afternoon, where the abundance of breadfruit was undeniable. However, possessing the innate ability to devour food does not imply a lack of appreciation for culinary delights. Her palate was rather bland. She had just contemplated nibbling on the breadfruit again to savor its tangy flavor. Morlan first acquainted her with the ingredients, and then they prepared the dishes together. Unlike the casual culinary class from earlier, Morlan believed that a hearty and delicious egg fried rice, which is quick and simple to make, would be ideal for Vasida. However, they first needed to learn how to steam rice, which was not a difficult task. Once mastered, it could be utilized for quick meals, allowing one to satiate hunger swiftly. Thus, she added egg fried rice to the foundation of sauté ed steak and vegetable salad, providing even more detailed instruction than in the afternoon class. Vasida demonstrated remarkable comprehension, grasping the techniques almost immediately, surpassing the skills of the little witch from earlier. This alleviated Morlan's concerns significantly. Your culinary talent appears quite promising. Once you master cooking magic, filling your belly should not pose a challenge. Cooking for a voracious appetite with one's hands is no simple feat. Yet conjuring meals with magic is a different matter. As long as one possesses sufficient magical energy, preparing hundreds of servings independently is entirely feasible. Really? Vasida was overjoyed. Absolutely. Morlan affirmed confidently. You shall soon taste the dishes you have prepared, and that will confirm it. Vasida discreetly swallowed, overwhelmed by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the table. A bowl of fresh vegetable salad, a towering plate piled high with succulent steak, and a bowl of fragrant fried rice filled the table to its brim. Today, Vasida approached her meal with a decorum far more refined than the previous evening, savoring each bite with a leisurely grace. In fact, her restraint bordered on excessive. While Morlan took 2 bites, Vasida only managed 1. This left Morlan questioning her culinary skills. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? How could that be? It is utterly delicious. Even more so than the exquisite feast from last night. Vasida exclaimed, relishing a morsel of meat followed by a spoonful of rice, her eyes closing in bliss. Such delectable fare deserves to be savored. Morlan chuckled and shook her head. Oh, you were famished last night. You likely didn't fully appreciate the flavors. Lady Amisha's feast is not merely a feast for the eyes, but I assure you, it surpasses anything I have ever tasted in my life. Especially this fried rice. I have never encountered such a unique preparation, Vasida declared. By the way, Morlan, I've entrusted the recipe for the fried rice to our zombie chef at home. I promise it will remain a secret. Morlan felt as though she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. The secrecy of the recipe was inconsequential, yet, a zombie chef? Vasida shyly scratched her head. I wonder if you've heard of the corpse clan? Immortal corpses, after enduring the passage of time, develop intelligence and become part of the corpse clan. Though they are quite rare. My father is a zombie king, nurtured by my mother, who eventually gained intelligence and joined the corpse clan. The zombies he trained exhibit a remarkable agility. Since childhood, I have had a hearty appetite, and with my mother not particularly skilled in culinary magic. It was my father's trained zombie chef who nurtured me. Fearing for my ability to live independently in the future, my father devoted himself to cooking day and night, ultimately leading to his own demise from starvation. He promised that upon my graduation, he would package the family chef into a coffin as a gift for me. Before coming to school, I even took the time to learn the nuances of zombie maintenance from him. Fortunately, I seem to have inherited a modicum of my father's talent in that regard. Morlan was bewildered, though profoundly astonished. Who claimed that witches possessed weak reproductive capabilities? They can indeed produce a healthy little witch even with the undead. It is said that a sentient corpse has been born, yet fundamentally, the physical body remains deceased. Nevertheless, a zombie is still a zombie. Even after being trained by the undead, their learning capacity remains rather limited, only able to prepare simple communal meals. It can be said that a witch who cannot be starved certainly does not qualify as a delectable dish. The fried rice recipe you taught me is quite detailed, allowing me to convert it into instructions to relay to the zombie chef, which is why I wish for him to learn it. Poor Vasita, who was raised on the hearty meals of the zombie chef, was left starving during last night's exquisite banquet and couldn't savor the dishes properly. Thus, today's offerings are indeed a delight to her palate. Are you saying that your zombie chef can learn detailed recipes? Morlan inquired. It should be possible. My father's culinary skills were not exceptional, and the zombie chef he trained is equally inept. However, as long as fixed instructions can be given, and with repetitive practice, it can surely learn, perhaps displaying slightly more dexterity than a mere puppet. Vasita remarked, fortunately, I have inherited some of my father's skills in training zombies, so it should be manageable. Well, if you wish to teach, then teach. I still have some rigid steps fixed in place, but I can compile a collection of recipes that yield fairly decent dishes for you in the future. Morlan recalled the automatic cooking machines from Blue Star, which required one to chop the ingredients before placing them inside. However, the zombies at Vasita's home could handle it all. Really? Thank you so much, Morlan, Vasita exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with gratitude, akin to those of a dependent child. For me, it is merely a trivial task, no need for thanks. I believe Blue Star also yearns for the continuation of civilization. Perhaps due to Vasita sharing some details about her family, Morlan felt compelled to open up about matters she had never disclosed to anyone else. Blue Star? Vasita inquired with curiosity. What is that? I am a soul from another realm. Blue Star is my home planet from a past life, and fried rice is a delicacy from Blue Star, Morlan explained. A soul from another realm? Vasita gasped in realization. So you are indeed a soul from another world, Morlan. No wonder you always seem so much more composed and knowledgeable than everyone else. Morlan felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment, although she carried memories of Blue Star. To Valen, she was merely an infant, possessing no more knowledge than any other young witch. Morlan, what is Blue Star like? Are there any witches there? Vasita asked. Her curiosity piqued. This was the first time she had encountered a soul from another realm. Captivated by the idea, Vasita mused. What a gentle planet it must be. Indeed, Morlan thought of Blue Star, unable to conceal her concern. Vasita noticed her low spirits and exclaimed, Morlan, you are a sorceress without limits to your growth. As long as you continue to advance step by step, one day you will possess the power to save the world. Moreover, if you falter, there is still me, and Sylph, and Senior Lilith. The three sorceresses, including Lady Tracy, can subdue the various clans of Valen. Can we four sorceresses not salvage a tiny world devoid of magic? Although we cherish independence and freedom, we are undeniably obliged to assist our compatriots. Keep it up, Vasita encouraged, shaking her little fist. As they conversed and dined, Morlan became so engrossed that she inadvertently overindulged. Upon reflection, she realized she had consumed a steak, a bowl of fried rice, and a small dish of salad, far exceeding her usual appetite. She gently rubbed her belly and reclined against the chair's backrest, declaring, I am full now, Vasita. The next part is up to you. Vasita glanced at Moran's round belly, confirming that she was indeed satiated, and her own eating pace suddenly accelerated several-fold. Although swift, it was markedly different from the voracious manner she had displayed during the welcome banquet the previous day. It was evident that she had taken the time to chew and savor her meal. Morlan realized that Vasita's meticulous enjoyment of her food was far swifter than she had anticipated. Previously, her slowness was likely due to concern that Morlan might not have enough to eat. Once Vasita finished, she stood up to clear the dishes. Morlan offered to assist, but Vasita firmly pressed her back into the chair, stating, I am now your culinary apprentice, Morlan. How could an apprentice allow their mentor to clean up? Morlan would not be deceived. I merely agreed to provide you with a recipe for you to teach your zombies. I never promised to personally instruct you on the entire recipe. What authority do you claim over me as a mentor? Sharing a recipe also counts, does it not? Surely. If there are aspects of the recipe I struggle to comprehend, you, Morlan, would not turn a blind eye to my plight, would you? Visita asserted defiantly. Oh, you. Morlan retorted without reserve. Go wash the dishes. How did I not realize before that you were so adept at climbing the ranks? This tacitly implied her willingness to teach. And with a hum of an off-key tune, Visita cheerfully set off to tidy up the dishes. Chapter 21. Manifestation of Talent after Visita departed. Morlan indulged in a refreshing bath and donned a comfortable robe before dedicating time to delve into the freshman guide and her tome of cards. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, the chimes of the academy castle ceased altogether. Morlan lost track of time, but she meticulously reviewed the freshman guide, absorbing the information within. Upon closing the booklet, she noticed that the previously blank second page had been filled with new content, updates on next week's curriculum. However, the upcoming week was solely dedicated to one course, Introduction to Alchemy. Is the Witch Academy truly so focused on alchemy? Considering Shauna's mother's proficiency in the field, it seemed rather perplexing to Morlan. Unable to fathom the reasoning, she set the matter aside, knowing she would find clarity on Monday when classes resumed. Setting the freshman guide aside, she summoned her tome of cards. Visita had already discovered the function of the devouring stomach, and Sylph was experimenting with the capabilities of the box of many varieties. Only she remained perplexed about her card book, realizing the need for greater effort. The exquisitely intricate gilded cover, the recessed card slots, the purple gem, and the blank inner pages. Morlan meticulously examined every aspect of the tome. The sole discovery was that, despite its seemingly fragile paper, neither tearing by hand nor cutting with a blade could inflict any harm upon it. Although the name card book was coined by Morlan herself, her initial inspiration indeed suggested that it was a receptacle for cards. Yet, with the book present, not a single card was to be found, only a dark, empty recess. Leaving the witch utterly bewildered, Morlan probed every corner of the slot, yet no change occurred. The more elusive the answers became, the more resolute she was in her pursuit. As the clock struck 6 in the morning, Morlan awakened as if from a dream, groggily exiting her dormitory. In dormitory 59, Lilith, upon hearing the chime, rose promptly. Stretching with a sense of delight, she opened the door. A day has passed. I wonder if the younger students have adapted to life at the academy. Morlan, why do you look as haggard as a vampire dried for centuries? Is your paternal lineage related to the undead? Having endured an entire night without any progress on her card book, Morlan, sporting dark circles under her eyes, appeared even more disheartened. I am unsure if my paternal lineage has any ties to vampires, but I know that you are the only one who can offer me guidance. Senior, how did the predecessors first explore the functions of their manifested talents? Lilith understood in her heart. Is this a matter of not knowing how to handle the manifestation of talent? Morlan nodded emphatically. I have spent the entire night in research, yet I remain utterly perplexed. The only observation I made is that the Book of Cards is remarkably resistant to damage, but I have not discovered any mechanisms or methods to activate it. Mechanisms? Activation methods? Lilith was taken aback. How exactly did you conduct your research all night? Morlan recounted her meticulous, thorough approach, concluding with, I truly examined every minute detail of the book, whether by rubbing, pressing, or any other means, but none elicited any change. Lilith sighed. Morlan, you are a witch, a sorceress. This is the manifestation of your talent, not some trivial contraptions or traps. Do you truly comprehend what the manifestation of a witch's talent entails? Morlan shook her head. Indeed. I neglected to mention that the Young Witch Compendium does not cover these aspects at all. Once you delve into literature concerning witches, you will understand. Allow me to provide you with a brief overview for now. Lilith explained. The reason we refer to it as the manifestation of talent is that it essentially embodies our innate abilities, drawing energy from magic, and materializing based on our subconscious recognition. Thus, when exploring the capabilities of the manifestation of talent, the appearance and variety of the manifestation can offer certain clues. For instance, Visita's devouring pouch can convert food energy, while my blood needle can extract blood. Each of these can provide inspiration from their respective forms. As for your Book of Cards, its rarity leaves me uncertain of its purpose. However, since it is something derived from your subconscious, you must comprehend it, correct? Morlan nodded. She had also ventured in this direction the previous night. The Book of Cards, after all, the cards are the key. Yet she had searched all night without discovering their whereabouts. Upon seeing her understanding, Lilith continued, besides the hints regarding the types of forms. Do not forget that the energy source for the manifestation of talents is magical power. At times, it is not that the manifested talents lack potency, but rather that they lack energy, that they lack impetus. Just like my blood-sucking needle, without the infusion of magical power. Drawing blood is no different from using an ordinary syringe. Thus, infusing magical power into the manifestation of talents is indeed a viable approach. Morlan gazed at the dimly lit slot on the cover of her book of cards, suddenly enlightened. So, it turns out it simply lacked a battery. Battery? What battery? Lilith inquired, puzzled. The energy source. Morlan elucidated. Senior, how does one infuse magical power? Magical power is a part of our being, akin to our limbs. It is driven by instinct, finely controlled by intention, and can erupt through emotion. However, before Lilith could finish her thought, she noticed Morlan's book of cards levitating. Instinctively, Morlan channeled her magical power into the book of cards. At that moment, her deep violet eyes, fixated on the indentation on the cover, shone astonishingly bright. Coupled with her pallid, wan visage, Lilith felt it was even more terrifying than during her own blood extraction. Watching as Morlan's magical power surged into the book of cards without any sign of abating, Lilith's heart raced thunderously. The manipulation of magic is effortless, yet its control proves to be a formidable challenge. As Morlan endeavored to harness her magic for the first time, she felt a surge of excitement, cautioning herself not to exhaust her magical reserves too quickly. At that moment, her gaze was fixated solely on the book of cards. Her awareness of the surrounding world utterly diminished. She was consumed by a singular thought. With just a little more magic, the desired object would manifest within the groove. But what was it that she truly sought? The book of cards. Yes, undoubtedly the cards. Yet, which kind of card? A fleeting moment of confusion flickered in Morlan's eyes, soon replaced by unwavering determination. She yearned for a card that would guide her in unlocking the potential of the book of cards, enhancing her own abilities, a card uniquely her own. Within the groove, a soft white luminescence swirled as a square card gradually took shape. Chapter 22. Overexertion of magic. As the card neared completion, Morlan was suddenly beset by an overwhelming sense of weakness, emanating from within, and in the next moment, she lost consciousness. Without a source of magical energy, the book of cards vanished from sight. Supporting the unconscious Morlan, her companion made her way back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, Sylph and Vasida, who were tidying up the weeds in the courtyard, rushed over to assist. One opened the gate to Morlan's courtyard, while the other helped carry her. Both unable to suppress their concern. What has happened to her? It seems she recklessly manipulated her magic without proper control, resulting in excessive consumption and fainting, Lilith explained. Who could have anticipated that Vasida, who appeared the most prone to mishaps, was brimming with vitality, while the seemingly steadfast Morlan had succumbed to unconsciousness? Oh, the new generation of female students. One cannot judge a sorceress by appearances. Each one displays a remarkable level of recklessness. At this moment, I could not help but feel concerned for Vasida and Sylph. I caution them, do not emulate Moran's impatience in your study of the manifestation of your talents. It would be prudent to wait until the first week of classes has concluded, allowing you to gain a semblance of control over your powers. Only then should you channel your magical energy to explore your innate gifts. Strive to avoid exhausting your magical reserves entirely. Vasida, you can replenish your energy using your devouring stomach. But Sylph, you must take heed. Should you overextend your magic and deplete it completely, the time required for recovery will increase exponentially, leaving your body in a weakened state. It is partly my fault for not speaking sooner. Morlan lost control of her magic, and it surged into the card book. Fortunately, I intervened in time, preventing her from completely exhausting her magic. After a brief rest, she should be fine. However, regaining her full magical strength before Monday will require considerable effort. Both Vasida and Sylph nodded vigorously, relieved that Morlan was not in serious trouble. Yet, Sylph inquired, Senior, are you suggesting that we can use our magic to study the manifestation of our talents? This time, Lilith, having learned her lesson, refrained from elaborating on the method. Instead, she stated, once you acquire your own grimoire, seek out a book titled The Witch's Path that will provide the answers you seek. Ensure you understand it thoroughly before attempting anything. Do not act rashly. The three of them worked together to place Morlan gently onto the bed. Senior, when will Morlan wake up? Despite knowing that Morlan was unharmed, Vasita could not suppress her worry. Her pallor was truly alarming, with dark circles under her eyes only slightly less severe than those of her family's zombie. Last night, she immersed herself in the study of the manifestation of innate gifts until dawn, and I reckon she won't awaken until evening, Lilith remarked. I shall visit her later in the evening. Vashti and the others departed from Moran's dormitory. As evening descended, Morlan, rubbing her subtly aching nape, rose and was startled to find three shadowy figures quietly seated by her bedside. Morlan, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? She instinctively raised her hand to summon the book of cards, eager to examine her cards, but Lilith swiftly seized her wrist. Do not summon it yet. You possess a modicum of magical energy, but it is indeed just a mere trace. While you may manage to conjure the manifestation of innate gifts, this scant magic could easily be depleted, and you would find yourself in a far less comfortable state. Do you not sense your dwindling strength? This is your magic reaching a critical threshold, and your body is warning you. Morlan, chastened by Lilith's earnest admonitions, finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. I am truly sorry. I did not mean to worry everyone. She had been too eager for results, but fortunately, no grave mistake had occurred. Seeing that she grasped the seriousness of her actions, Lilith released her grip. It is well that you understand. Do exercise greater caution henceforth. Aside from your diminished strength, do you experience any other discomfort? Well, my nape is a bit sore, but otherwise, I am fine, Morlan replied. Lilith averted her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. It was her first time using a hand strike to render someone unconscious, and she had miscalculated the force, applying just a tad too much. You are currently well. Your magical energy has not been entirely depleted. By harnessing this residual magic, you can gradually restore some of your power, alleviating your physical discomfort. However, one must exercise caution when utilizing magic. Senior, when will my magic be fully restored? I hope it won't affect my classes on Monday, Morlan exclaimed anxiously. To return to a natural state, it will take at least a week. If you wish to avoid impacting your studies, consume more breadfruit. It may help you regain your full strength, Vasita replied. Suddenly, Vasita instinctively covered her stomach, only to realize the misunderstanding. Not me. I am quite full. Morlan chuckled awkwardly. It's me. I haven't eaten for a day. I'm starving. She rose from her bed, and Sylph offered to assist her, but Morlan waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. I'm not that weak yet. However, the next moment, her face contorted in discomfort. There was no choice. To hasten her recovery, she needed to eat. Lilith glanced at Vasita and sighed. Well, this is an exception. Before looking at Sylph, you see, this is the consequence of excessive magical depletion. Sylph felt a pang of envy as she observed Morlan's plight. I truly envy Vasita. Morlan, who found gnawing on the breadfruit akin to torture, wholeheartedly agreed. Under the envious and resentful gazes of her companions, Vasita poked at her fingers. It's so sour. Morlan dared not chew thoroughly. She took a bite, choked slightly, and swallowed hastily. After consuming just over half, she felt full. Not even a fraction of what was needed. Lilith revealed a harsh truth. The breadfruit is exceedingly filling, making it impossible to consume in large quantities at once. Vashita interjected. Except for me, Lilith continued. The energy level of magical power is also quite high, so the recovery of magical energy is limited. You must endeavor to consume more breadfruit to facilitate a swifter recovery. Though the dormitory was brightly lit, Morlan felt enveloped in darkness, a sourness pervading her senses. Just the day before, she had resolved never to eat the breadfruit, despite its ability to restore magical energy due to its unpalatable taste. Little did she anticipate that today she would not only have to eat the breadfruit, but would also find herself praying for it not to be too filling, so that she might consume more. Chapter 23. Restoring magical energy. Observing Moran's struggle to endure the sourness, Sylph displayed a look of compassion. Senior Lilith, is it truly so difficult to expedite the recovery of magical energy? Is there no alternative to the breadfruit? I have heard that human mages can meditate to restore their magical power. Lilith shook her head. Whether witch or sorceress, our strength is derived from our lineage. We cannot meditate to enhance our power as human mages do, nor can we rely on meditation for recovery. Our strength naturally increases with growth and continuous usage, and it can only recover over time and through bodily adjustments. To hasten this process, we must rely on external forces. Potions and magical items can assist with this. However, In terms of magical energy, the level is too high. The recovery effects of low-level potions and magical items are inferior to our natural recovery. Even as fledgling witches, we must resort to advanced restorative potions for any efficacy. As for myself, my research endeavors do not currently encompass potions, and thus I am unable to concoct such a potion. Furthermore, the advanced potion I procured from a senior sister, though I have sampled it, pales in comparison to the breadfruit. Do not be deceived by the breadfruit's unpalatable taste. Its efficacy in accelerating energy recovery is remarkable. Other young witches nibble on it daily, ensuring their magical energy remains ever abundant. It seems I cannot forego the breadfruit any longer. Morlan has learned this lesson well. She must exercise caution in her use of magical power. She perceives her magic akin to blood, not to be carelessly depleted. This is her current state. Yet perhaps a turning point awaits in the future. Lilith gazes at Vasita, her intent unmistakable. Given her innate talent for materialization, it is highly likely that her witchcraft could enhance the speed of magical recovery. Vasita suddenly feels the weight of responsibility upon her shoulders. With Morlan unscathed, Lilith and her companions do not linger long. After their departure, Morlan bravely finishes the breadfruit. Although her magical energy has not significantly replenished, she feels exceedingly full. Overwhelmed, she finds herself unable to sleep, yet dares not summon her card book for distraction. Instead, she decides to tend to the weeds in the yard to aid her digestion. The night has already fallen, but thanks to the streetlights and the glow from the dormitory, the yard remains visible. After toiling for over an hour in the yard, Morlan feels less burdened and promptly retrieves another breadfruit to consume. She alternates between eating and drying out until the early hours, and only after clearing the front yard of weeds does she retire to bed. After a few hours of sleep, she arose once more at the chime of 6 in the morning. For breakfast, she continued to consume breadfruit, no matter how many times she had eaten it. Each occasion felt akin to marching into battle. Morlan bit down with determination. Could this breadfruit truly be unfit for cooking? Perhaps it was worth a try. With that thought, she resolved to experiment. She could hardly believe that, after so many years of culinary culture on Blue Star, they could not concoct a dish from breadfruit. The most common way to enjoy the sour and astringent fruit is by candying it with sugar, balancing its tartness with sweetness. However, making candied fruit requires boiling, and Senior Lilith had warned her that the breadfruit would explode upon heating. She was uncertain of what the outcome would be if it turned to mush. She could not make candied fruit, but transforming it into a fruit paste akin to sour jujube cake could also be delightful. If all else failed, she could prepare it like plums, marinating with salt, sugar, or chili, using soy sauce for flavor. This method required no heat. Alternatively, she could follow the style of candied hawthorn, coating the surface of the breadfruit in syrup to create a sweet delicacy. Grateful for the wonders of Huagua cuisine, inspiration surged within Morlan. Without haste, she left the weeds in the backyard untended and ventured out with her basket. Morlan, are you feeling better today? Vasita, who was tidying up the backyard, inquired upon seeing her emerge. Much better, Morlan responded. Noticing the basket she carried, Vasita asked, Are you going to gather ingredients? Yes, Morlan affirmed. Wait, I'll join you, Vasita exclaimed. Her own yard was nearly in order, yet she had yet to visit the ingredient collection point. Having learned 2 dishes from Morlan 2 days prior, she had not yet practiced them herself. As they passed by the farmland, Morlan glanced inside and spotted a familiar silhouette. Could it be Sylph? Vasita tiptoed to take a look and exclaimed, It seems to be her. What is she doing there? Perhaps chatting with Beale? Morlan suggested. That green leaf fairy who adores listening to stories? Vasita had heard from other little witches. Indeed, Morlan replied. Sylph is unlike the other little witches. She genuinely seems to cherish the fairies themselves. Thus she regards the contract with less significance. So you all merely desire a free gardener. The elusive Beale startled Vasita. Greetings, little witch. Welcome to the planting area. I am Beale, the apprentice management fairy of field number 8. Hello? I am Vasita, she responded. Curiosity piqued as she regarded the uniquely reputed fairy. From afar, Sylph waved at them. Morlan and Vasita chose not to intrude further on Sylph and Beale. Continuing on to the ingredient collection point. Did Beale truly wish to contract with the witches? Was her interest merely a ruse to gather stories? Vasita pondered, perplexed. If that were the case, it would suffice, but if not, the witch's contract is already sufficiently benevolent towards the fairies. Why the excessive caution? The witch's contract is indeed favorable for fairies, ensuring their well-being. Perhaps she seeks a witch who, without the pretext of a contract. Genuinely loves her and is willing to share stories, Morlan mused. Aside from that, she could think of no other reasons. Not for the sake of a contract? Vasida shook her head. It might be possible outside the academy, but within its walls, that was a different matter. After all, even the simplest meal had become a challenge for everyone. Who would be willing to toil for a fleeting fairy when they struggled to satisfy their own hunger? Vasida shared a similar sentiment with Morlan. While fairies possessed a unique talent for nurturing plants, they were not irreplaceable to witches. Beyond that, they held little value. Once their whereabouts were exposed, they would lack even the strength for self-preservation. Otherwise, they would not seek refuge from witches as a family. Such fairies offered no leverage that would compel a witch to exhaust her resources in pursuit of them. Chapter 24, Breadfruit Cake at the Ingredients Collection Point. Vasida gathered a basket filled with fried rice, pan-seared steak, and vegetable salad. Upon joining Morlan, she was taken aback by the contents of her basket. Morlan, why have you taken so many seasonings, especially salt and sugar? I fear I won't have the stomach to eat anything else in the coming days. And breadfruit is simply too unpalatable. So, I thought I might try to make it more appealing, Morlan replied. As she picked up a jar of honey from a passing shelf, breadfruit merely bore the scent of bread. Its moisture content was decent, and turning it into juice was a viable idea. Didn't Senior Lilith say that breadfruit cannot be cooked? Vasida exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Ah, but Morlan, you are a soul from another world. Perhaps the culinary methods from your realm could work. If it turns out well, I may need to ask you to help me taste the dish. Morlan remarked, while other witches can feel satiated after consuming just a morsel of breadfruit. Vasida can devour hundreds of skewers when hunger strikes. How delightful. After savoring Morlan's fried rice, Vasida was filled with anticipation. If only the breadfruit could be rendered more delectable, it would be utterly perfect. Curiously, she assisted her in the process. Morlan decided to experiment with candied breadfruit first. The candied version is easy to preserve and transport, making it ideal for the breadfruit's quick satiation and energy replenishment. Since the breadfruit is seedless with a thin skin, Morlan promptly sliced 2 of them and set them to steam. With Lilith's senior guidance, she and Vasida secured the pot lid tightly, anxiously awaiting the outcome. In less than a minute, a series of loud thuds emanated from within the pot, signaling vigorous activity. After a brief pause to ensure the commotion had subsided, they cautiously lifted the lid. To their astonishment, the pot was filled with a dense, yellow pulp that, at first glance, resembled some form of excrement. Vasida frowned, questioning its usability. It seemed that candy making was out of the question, but breadfruit cake was certainly feasible. Morlan gathered the fruit puree, adding sugar and mixing. Aware that breadfruit is more tart than sour jujubes, she incorporated an ample amount of sugar. To enhance the flavor, she also blended in some pumpkin puree. Once thoroughly mixed, she spread the concoction on a baking tray, dried it at a low temperature in the oven, and then sliced it into small pieces. The result was a bountiful basket filled with breadfruit cake, made from 2 breadfruits and 1 pumpkin. Do try it, Morlan urged, handing a piece to Vasida. Delicious. A delightful balance of sweet and sour. The joy in Vasida's eyes was unmistakable. Morlan, you succeeded at the first attempt. How impressive. Morlan shook her head, declaring, it is still too early. This merely indicates that the flavor is satisfactory. However, I am uncertain whether the unique effects of the breadfruit have been compromised. She had consumed an entire breadfruit in the morning and, at this moment, did not feel hungry, likely unable to perceive the fruit's satiating properties. Vasida was in a similar situation. After eating a slice or 2 of the fruit cake made from breadfruit, she too did not feel much sensation in her stomach. Morlan glanced at the sky outside, noting, it is still early. Senior Lilith and Sylph have likely not yet dined. With that, she rushed out to summon them. A few minutes later, the 4 little witches gathered together. Lilith and Sylph stared intently at the yellow slices on the table. Is this made from breadfruit? They inquired. Morlan nodded. Yes, it also contains pumpkin. Vasida and I have tasted it. The flavor is quite pleasant. Yet I remain uncertain whether the remarkable satiating effect and magical recovery properties still exist. Only then did Lilith and Sylph take a slice to sample. How is it? Morlan asked, her anticipation palpable. It tastes incredible. I absolutely adore it. Sylph exclaimed, unable to believe it was made from the notoriously sour breadfruit. Lilith nodded in affirmation. The flavor is indeed delightful, yet it seems that the magical recovery effect has vanished. Did you heat it? Yes. It was steamed, Morlan replied. That explains it. A senior has conducted research indicating that when breadfruit is heated, its magical recovery properties dissipate. Perhaps that is what caused the explosion, Lilith elucidated. Morlan's greatest desire was to retain the magical recovery effect, and upon hearing this, she could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Just then, Sylph interjected, however, it seems that the satiating effect of the breadfruit is still present. I recently felt a slight hunger, but after consuming a piece, I was pleasantly satiated. Akin to the effect of a bite of breadfruit, the sensation of fullness remained unaffected, as Lilith would undoubtedly affirm. This could indeed serve as a convenient snack. When you attend classes at the castle, bring some along, and lunch will be effortlessly resolved, Vasida remarked. That holds true. This is far more portable than typical pastries, providing a greater sense of fullness, and being crafted from breadfruit. It is also nutritionally rich, making it an excellent choice for a quick bite. Lilith recognized its merits. Morlan felt somewhat reassured. Although unable to restore her magical powers, it would suffice to fill her stomach when time for cooking was scarce. Moreover, this was merely her initial attempt. If it were truly so simple, even the most inexperienced young witch would not be reduced to gnawing on breadfruit to this day. Morlan divided the breadfruit cake she had made into 4 portions, wrapping them in oiled paper, and distributed one to Vasida and the others. Here you go. How could I possibly accept this? Lilith hesitated to accept food from a junior who had yet to master cooking magic. Without the aid of magic, attempting to create something edible is no easy feat. This is a tasting gift, Morlan declared. I still have some ideas I wish to explore, and I will need to trouble you all for further tastings in the future. Then I shall not hold back. Just call on me next time. Lilith cheerfully accepted the offering. And me as well. Vasida and Sylph chimed in. Very well, Morlan replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to them, Morlan let out a sigh and selected a smaller breadfruit, nibbling on it delicately. Poor thing, after toiling for an entire afternoon, she dared not indulge in the fruit cakes she had prepared, mindful of the need to reserve some space in her stomach for the breadfruit to restore her magical energy. With classes commencing the following day, she mustered every ounce of resolve to replenish her magic, regardless of the discomfort it may cause her tongue. Thus, she resolved to retire early that night, only taking a modest bite to avoid disrupting her sleep. She pondered what intriguing lessons introduction to alchemy might entail. Would wands be distributed before class? Or perhaps the witch's book? Would it be provided at the start of the term, or only upon graduation? After tossing and turning in bed for what felt like an eternity, she finally succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she wielded a wand in class, joyously casting spells. Chapter 25. On the way to school at 6 o'clock in the morning, the castle bells of the academy chimed promptly, rousing Morlan from her slumber, leaving her with a lingering sense of delight from the previous night's dream. The first task upon waking was to take a couple of bites from the breadfruit beside her bed, its sourness jolting her awake. This breadfruit was truly invigorating. One bite, and she felt completely alert. After donning her school robe, she casually placed a black satin headband atop her head, opting for a fresh and convenient hairstyle as it fell into place. By the time she descended to begin her morning routine, her hair was already styled. The beginner's guide had not specified what items to bring. Stationery such as pens, ink, and paper could be obtained from the academy's storeroom. Therefore, after preparing herself, Morlan simply picked the largest breadfruit from the supply room and stepped out, bringing nothing else along. A single breadfruit suffices to resolve the issues of sustenance and hydration for an entire day. Vasida and Sylph set forth with breadfruit cakes and water flasks in hand. Last night, I ventured into the breadfruit grove and filled my devouring pouch, supplemented with an additional packet of fruit cakes, ensuring that I would not lack energy today. Vasida proclaimed. The 3 of them departed around the same hour. Morlan was in good spirits, and like her, the other young witches each carried a breadfruit. The light and unencumbered Vasida and Sylph attracted the attention of the younger witches, as it was almost imperceptible what they had brought along. Vasida and Sylph had previously inquired with Morlan and were aware that she had no intention of concealing the breadfruit cakes. Thus, whenever a young witch inquired, Vasida would proudly produce a small oiled paper package from her pouch, exclaiming, "Of course we have it." In response to the young witch's queries about whether such a small portion could satisfy their hunger, Sylph unveiled the secret. This is the breadfruit cake, made by Morlan. It is quite filling. Is it not possible to cook breadfruit? Can one truly consume dishes made from it? Might it be excessively sour? The fact that Lilith had only brought fruit cakes soon circulated among the second-year witches. Ultimately, Curiosity about the flavor of breadfruit cakes enveloped the younger witches. Morlan, in her quest to restore her magical powers, had not brought any cakes. So in order to demonstrate that the taste of breadfruit cakes was worlds apart from that of the breadfruit itself, Vecita and Sylph shared some with everyone. Although they only distributed a morsel the size of a fingernail to each young witch, their rations inevitably diminished somewhat. Fortunately, the little witch, who was in the 1st or 2nd grade, had to walk to school and encountered a small group, totaling less than 60 individuals. Otherwise, the breadfruit cakes they brought would not suffice. After tasting them, who would wish to carry the cumbersome and unpalatable breadfruit while climbing the mountain to attend classes at the castle? Morlan had anticipated this outcome and, without any hesitation, stated, "The breadfruit cake retains only the breadfruit's substantial satiety, devoid of any restorative magical properties. If anyone remains intrigued, I can elucidate the preparation steps. It's quite straightforward." The little witches eagerly expressed their interest. Thus, their journey to school transformed into Morlan's small classroom dedicated to breadfruit cakes. Upon completion of her instructions, some of the witches with culinary experience found inspiration based on the cake's recipe. For instance, Ace was already contemplating whether she could incorporate meat paste into the breadfruit. Suddenly, the enthusiasm for cooking with breadfruit surged among the little witches. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the entrance of the Academy's castle. Sylph wiped the sweat from her brow, exclaiming, "It feels like we ascended the mountain faster today than we descended." As they chatted, the clock tower struck 9. Lilith glanced at the time and remarked, "It's already 9:30. By the looks of it, today's ascent was actually much slower than before. Look, the senior sisters have arrived." Alba pointed towards the distant sky. Dozens of flying brooms soared from the dormitory area, heading towards the castle, and soon landed in the small square outside the castle. In the early morning, the 2nd grade little witch struggled for nearly 3 hours to arrive here, while the 3rd grade senior sisters soared in just a few minutes. "Soon, we will also attend flying lessons. At that time, I too shall leave for school at 9:30. Just like the senior sisters." Lilith voiced the sentiments of all the 2nd grade little witches. Morlan and the others, who still had to rely on their legs for another year, were almost driven to envy. However, Lilith, where are the 4th and 5th grade sisters? Do they not have classes in the morning? The senior sisters from grades 4 and 5 seldom attend classes at the Academy Castle anymore. I am not quite sure what they are up to. Lilith glanced around the square. It seems this year's astrology ceremony concluded earlier than usual. It is only the 4th day, yet there are no signs of the 4th grade sisters' tents. "So, which teacher instructs the alchemy class?" Vecita inquired. "Why is the entire week devoted to alchemy lessons? When will we learn cooking magic?" Lilith smiled mysteriously. "You will soon find out who the teacher is, but do not be startled. As for cooking magic, we will begin that next week." Sensing the situation was amiss, the other senior sisters hastily departed. "Let us head to the classroom. Class is about to start." The winding paths they had traversed and the blunders they had encountered, how could they not allow the younger sisters to experience them as well? The 1st grade little witches were taken aback. The senior sisters truly enjoy keeping them in suspense. Morlan had no choice but to consult the map. The schedule indicates that the introductory alchemy class is on the top floor of the West Tower, and that direction is the closest. "Let us go," Vecita exclaimed, shaking her little fist. "I can hardly wait to learn magic." A group of young witches made their way towards the West Tower with great enthusiasm. After a brief while, as they passed through a long corridor, they encountered Miss Amisa, clad in a deep blue witch's robe. The little witches greeted her in unison. "Good morning, Dean." "Good morning." Amisa replied with a slight nod, smiling as she reminded them. "The West Tower is quite a distance away. You must quicken your pace." "Yes. Farewell, Dean." The young witches, feeling a surge of urgency, hastened their steps. The classroom they were heading to was where the 2nd-year seniors studied, and as they passed the doorway, they caught a glimpse of Senior Lilith's striking red hair. Without giving it much thought, they hurried past the corridor. After winding through the labyrinthine castle, they finally arrived at the western side. Here, on the 2nd floor, a pathway led directly to the West Tower. "Let us go." Halfway up the stairs, the momentum of the little witches came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 26, The Dean. Leading the way at the front was Morlan, who was nearly knocked off balance by Vecita and Sylph behind her. Quick to react, Vecita grabbed hold of her. "Morlan, what is wrong?" Morlan pointed upward. "The Dean." "The Dean?" "Isn't the Dean." Vecita glanced up, and descending the stairs was indeed the Dean, though she wore a robe of deep purple. In response to the astonished expressions of the young witches, Miss Amisa took the initiative to inquire, Good morning, little witches. To reach the West Tower, simply turn left on the second floor and continue straight. Thank you, Dean. The purple-robed Amisa then proceeded down the corridor to the right on the second floor, swiftly disappearing around the corner. I must not have been seeing things. Right? Is it truly Dean Amisa? Vassida rubbed her eyes in disbelief. You aren't seeing things. I saw it too, Hilf murmured, rubbing her arms as she edged closer to Morlan, suddenly feeling an eerie chill in the brightly lit castle. We all witnessed it. All the little witches trembled, huddling together and chattering animatedly. How can there be two deans? Could it be that the dean we encountered earlier ascended to the third floor from another location and then descended from here? But one wore a blue robe while the other donned a purple one. Could they have simply changed their attire? It is rumored that some witches can alter the appearance of their robes at will. Yet, the blue-robed dean had already greeted us. So why did the purple-robed one do so again? Perhaps the dean is simply more polite? Yes, that must be it. They all agreed. However, we had rushed over. The staircase at the other end of the corridor was still quite distant. How fast must the dean have been to make such a large detour and arrive here before us? After all, she is the first witch. Indeed, everyone found a somewhat plausible explanation to rationalize the situation, regaining their composure as they continued toward the West Tower. The West Tower comprised 7 stories, and having traversed from the second floor S corridor, they were now on the second floor of the tower, requiring them to ascend further. After a strenuous climb to the top floor, they located the classroom for their lesson. Just as they were about to enter, they were startled by a black-robed witch who flew in from the tower's balcony. Upon seeing them, she greeted enthusiastically, "Good morning, little witches." Dean? The little witches were at a loss, struggling to comprehend what could possibly prompt Lady Amisa to traverse the castle in a convoluted manner, only to arrive from the west after changing into 3 different outfits. Surely, the dean wouldn't intentionally frighten them on the very first day of school. Witches do not have twins, let alone triplets. The limited understanding of the little witches left them utterly perplexed by this occurrence. At that moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through their minds, yet their expressions betrayed their discomfort. The little witches were filled with questions. What of the other 2? In the academy, encountering several of myself is hardly a surprise. As Amisa counted the little witches present, she remarked, "Indeed, everyone is here. Stop dawdling, and let's proceed to the classroom." The little witches dutifully followed the dean into the spacious tiered classroom, which was furnished with 30 ample desks and chairs arranged in 5 rows of 6. With a flick of her wand, Amisa magically tucked the first row of 3 sets of desks into a side door of the classroom, shifting the remaining 3 desks in the front row closer together. All set. Please take your seats. Your alchemy lessons will be held here until the end of your 3rd year. The little witches instinctively reserved the first 3 seats for Morlan, Vassida, and Sylph. It is said that witches possess an exceptional aptitude for mastery, and sitting in the front row ensures that all can observe and learn at any moment. Morlan settled in the center of the front row, with Vassida to her left and Sylph to her right. However, at that moment, their focus was not on seating arrangements, but rather fixated upon the dean. Observing her move the desks and chairs, she proceeded to retrieve a substantial collection of parchment and various enigmatic objects from behind the podium. She introduced them, stating, "The Western Tower comprises half an alchemy classroom and half a repository for low-level magical materials. Henceforth, should you require any materials, you may find them in the eastern half of the tower's repository. Each floor has an entrance, and the access point to the top floor is right here." At last, Cheryl, brimming with curiosity, could no longer contain herself. "Headmistress, how did you conjure 3 of them?" Amisa, having noted the little witch's eager inquisitiveness, tantalized them further, ultimately responding, "When the day of your graduation arrives, you may pose this question to me again, and I might just divulge the answer." No sooner had she finished speaking than the sound of a bell echoed, perfectly marking the passage of time. "All right, it is 10 o'clock. Class is commencing." The little witches, who were only in their 4th day of enrollment, were left speechless. Morlan even harbored doubts regarding whether the Witch Academy had an unspoken tradition of cryptic remarks, for it seemed that both the headmistress and the senior students shared a remarkable synchronicity. Now, she understood why Senior Lilith had advised them not to be startled. Encountering 3 headmistresses in a single morning was indeed enough to provoke astonishment. However, the little witches did not have the luxury of dwelling on their thoughts, as Ms. Amisa had already begun her lecture. When the schedule was updated on Friday evening, you must have been puzzled by the predominance of introductory alchemy classes, correct? Ms. Amisha. with her elongated legs elegantly crossed, sat atop the high-backed chair at the lectern and spoke in a measured tone. The reason lies in the fact that to formally embark on the journey of magical learning, whether in theory or practice, one cannot do without two essential components. One is the Book of Shadows, a tome that accompanies every witch throughout her life, and the other is the wand, an indispensable tool for spellcasting. The Book of Shadows, the wand, and the flying broomstick that you will later encounter are to a witch what the manifestation of talent is to a sorceress. They are unique magical artifacts that can only be wielded by a witch. In every facet of a witch's studies, spellcasting, and life, these items are essential. Every witch must master the art of crafting these three items, regardless of whether she is an alchemist. While the Book of Shadows, the wand, and the broomstick may be lost or damaged, the knowledge of their creation will forever remain at our disposal. This week's introductory alchemy class will focus on crafting our own Book of Shadows and wands. It was then that Morlan realized that a witch's Book of Shadows, wand, and broomstick are all products of her own hands. Indeed, for a witch who has emerged from despair and adversity, initially struggling to wield magic, where else could she procure such precious magical artifacts if not through her own creation? Chapter 27. Magical Infusion. Before we begin, let us first learn a few techniques for harnessing magical energy. Magical infusion. The magical energy of a witch is the only energy among the levels of 3 and below that possesses the unique characteristic of infusion. This is also the key that enables us witches to create exclusive magical items from ordinary materials. The phenomenon of magical infection involves enveloping an object with magical energy or force, thereby imbuing it with magical characteristics. This process requires a certain level of magical control. However, both magical energy and force remain imperceptible to the naked eye until they manifest as distinctly observable magic. The invisibility of this state makes it challenging to detect the infection. Most races utilize sensing or probing magic to ascertain the power levels of non-combat extraordinary beings. Yet, we witches possess a far simpler and more convenient method. We can infect our own eyes with our innate power, endowing them with the capacity for energy vision. Through prolonged infection, even without utilizing magical force, our eyes can perceive traces of various energies. It is important to note that the energy vision produced by magical infection can only detect energies that are of equal or lower tier than the magical force itself, such as mental or elemental energies. Having eyes capable of perceiving energy traces significantly facilitates our magical studies. However, the process of infecting one's eyes carries certain risks and requires a period of adaptation. At this juncture, Ms. Amisa's wand stirred, and from the heap of items beside the podium, a stack of materials resembling paper, yet akin to leather, flew forth. Each young witch received a sheet, which, when unfurled, perfectly covered the entire tabletop. Another sheet was affixed to the blackboard behind Ms. Amisa. This is revealing paper, upon which any force will leave its mark. Next, let us practice our magical control. Once your magical energy can gently cover the entire sheet of paper, transforming it into a uniform shade of green. You may attempt to envelop your eyeball with this energy, thereby unlocking your energy vision. Amisa placed her hand upon the developer paper, and from her palm, a delicate green hue began to spread, swiftly enveloping the entire sheet. This indicated a passing mark. She then made slight adjustments, allowing the green to fluctuate in depth and texture, morphing into a pale yellow and then a deep crimson. An uneven coloration signifies an unstable output of magical energy, leading to inconsistent saturation. A pale yellow indicates an insufficient output, failing to meet the saturation standard, while red signifies an excessive output, risking damage to the object of saturation, all of which are deemed unsatisfactory. As for how to channel magical energy, it resides within our very veins, an intrinsic part of our being. Unconscious instincts, clear intentions, and intense emotions can all manifest this energy. However, to achieve a stable and controllable output, it is best to drive it with a lucid intention. In simpler terms, one must clear their mind of distractions and focus on gradually releasing magical energy to lightly cover the entire developer paper. Feel free to experiment. These developer sheets have undergone special treatment, rendering them resilient to damage. As soon as the words left her lips, a young witch found her developer paper marred with splashes of blue and yellow, evidently unable to control her thoughts for a moment. Vashida and Sylph could not resist the urge to try as well. The instant their fingertips grazed the developer paper, it blushed crimson, with an ominous shift towards black. Control the output speed and the quantity. Do not rush. Amisha descended from the podium. Vasida and Sylph, you are witches, and your magical power far surpasses that of mere magical energy, so you must exercise particular caution in its application. If the contamination from magical energy requires 1 unit, then the contamination from magical power necessitates only 1,000th, or even 10,000th, of that energy. Once the paper has fully developed, cease the output of magical energy. After a while, when it returns to its original hue, you may resume your practice. Morlan had previously listened to Lilith discuss how to manipulate magical power, and in her excitement, she had lost control. This time, having learned from past experiences, she refrained from rushing into experimentation after Amisha concluded her explanation. Instead, she collected her emotions and mentally reviewed Amisha's words. Among the 27 first-year young witches, only her developing paper remained a motionless milky white. The other young witches eagerly awaited the restoration of their papers. Amisha paused before Morlan, exclaiming, "Excellent. It is crucial to wield your power with caution." Morlan had already experienced the terrifying influence of emotions and instincts over power, and only after preparing herself did she attempt to channel her magical energy. Since her power had not yet fully recovered, she was even more reluctant to use it extravagantly. She opened only a small channel, considering that it should suffice to cover such a large piece of developing paper. To her surprise, a splash of red appeared on the paper, though it was not as dark as that of Vasida and the others. Instead, it was markedly lighter. Startled, Morlan hastily ceased her magical output. She halted so abruptly that the developing paper still retained much of its original hue. Adjusting her approach, she became more frugal with her magic, and the paper began to display various shades of red, yet not a trace of green emerged. The vibrant red papers of the 3 little witches stood out starkly amidst a sea of deep and pale yellows, speckled with greens. After approximately 30 seconds, the developing paper reverted to a milky white. The little witches resumed their practice. Other young witches were focused on enhancing their magical infusion, urging one another to increase the output for a greener result. Morlan, Vasida, and Sylph, however, struggled with their own magical infusion, continuously adjusting their efforts. More, less, more. Only when a witch lost control and infused her entire magical essence into the developing paper would it reveal any red hues. The disparity between the magical powers of witches was evident. Conversely, the other little witches swiftly grasped the nuances of magical infusion, and soon the developing paper was adorned with varying shades of green. For Morlan and her companions, this stage proved to be considerably more challenging. After numerous attempts, they finally achieved a deep green on the paper. Perhaps due to their intensive focus on controlling their output, their mastery of control improved, allowing them to better regulate their infusion speed. The variation in color on the developing paper soon diminished significantly. As the lesson progressed, many little witches found their magical energy considerably depleted from the relentless practice of magical infusion, necessitating a brief respite to consume some fruit bread to hasten their recovery. Fortunately, the breadfruit restores magical energy at a much faster rate than magical power itself. As they nibble on the breadfruit while practicing, they barely manage to keep up with their consumption, despite feeling a slight discomfort in their tongues and stomachs. Lady Amisa has even thoughtfully prepared a basket of breadfruit for them to access at any time. Chapter 28. Intermission practice. Listening to the intermittent gasps behind her, Morlan inexplicably felt a sense of companionship. For Morlan and her 2 companions, the consumption due to magical corruption was merely a trifling matter. Even Morlan, whose magical power had not fully recovered, found that not consuming breadfruit did not hinder her practice in the slightest. The 3 of them were also the first to consistently transform the impression paper into a uniform deep green. As the clock tower chimed 12 times, signaling the end of class, the other young witches gradually began to proficiently employ the techniques of magical corruption. Although the impression papers before the young witches varied in shades, all exhibited a consistent green hue. Lady Amisa, satisfied with the lesson, reminded them before departing. The first activation of energy sight must be conducted under the supervision of an adult witch. During the lunch break, do not attempt it on your own. Should anything go awry, the consequences could range from diminished vision to, at worst, blindness. Once she confirmed that each young witch had heard her words, she departed with ease, showing no intention of supervising them further. The moment Lady Amisa left, several young witches rose from their seats. I feel so stuffed. I need to go out for a stroll to digest. Otherwise, I want to be able to eat even a morsel of breadfruit this afternoon. I'm coming too. I want to visit the restroom. Let us go together. Soon. The classroom was half empty. Surprisingly, not a single little witch was curious enough to take a chance and tamper with her own eyes. Morlan was not taken aback by this. She had long observed that these young witches exhibited a maturity far surpassing that of their counterparts from her previous life on Blue Star. She accompanied Visita and Sylph to the restroom, where Visita and Sylph indulged in breadfruit pastries while Morlan continued to nibble on her breadfruit. After satisfying their appetites, Visita and Sylph expressed a desire to explore the castle. However, Morlan shook her head, saying, "You go ahead. I wish to practice magical infusion a bit more." "Have you not already passed?" Visita inquired, puzzled. "Yet, there are varying depths of green. We have merely grasped one level of magical infusion. I believe that further practice will enhance our control over magic," Morlan replied. "But there's no rush, is there? Once we learn more magic and utilize our powers frequently, our control will naturally improve," Sylph contributed, sharing her confusion. Having spent 2 hours in the classroom focused on the manifestation paper, she was eager to breathe in the fresh air of the castle gardens. "Practice is always beneficial," Morlan insisted. "You two go ahead. But may I borrow your manifestation paper? This way, I won't have to wait 30 seconds for the recovery interval." "Go ahead," Visita responded with unwavering certainty, and thus, the two did not press the matter further. Once they departed, Morlan found herself alone in the classroom once again. She resumed her attempts at magical infusion, initially striving to transform the manifestation paper into a spectrum of greens, each varying in depth and uniformity. Subsequently, the challenge intensified as she transitioned to a spectrum of uniform yellows and reds. Ultimately, she even began to regulate her magical output, allowing the development paper to manifest various shades of red, yellow, and green, as well as intricate patterns, according to her will and imagination. During the recovery period of her own development paper, she would practice at the seats of Visita and Sylph. The rotation of 3 sheets significantly enhanced her efficiency. Through repeated practice, she gained a deeper understanding of her magical energy. She became acutely aware of the quantity of magic and the corresponding output speed required to produce specific effects on the development paper. Morlan recognized that the variations in color on the paper were solely a response to magical contamination. Practicing the stable output to render the paper red, yellow, or an array of colors would not significantly aid her future spellcasting, as different magical demands would arise then. However, such training would enable her to better control her power, master the state of calmness required for spellcasting, and effortlessly consolidate her thoughts. Even though she had yet to witness her first card, there was no doubt that the groove in the center of her card book was a formidable tool for absorbing magical energy. Reflecting on that day when her magic had surged uncontrollably, she realized it was not merely due to her initial activation of magical energy, coupled with emotional fluctuations and a lack of self-control. It was also because the groove exerted an overwhelming allure over her magic. Half of the situation stemmed from her unawareness of the need for control, while the other half was purely the result of being drained by the groove. Morlan was resolute in her desire to avoid experiencing such disorientation again. After much contemplation, she concluded that the only solution was to practice her control over magic diligently. Casting a cursory glance at the developing paper before Morlan, one was greeted by a riot of red, yellow, and green. "Look, does this not resemble a painting of poppies and wild chrysanthemums on a hillside?" Morlan declared, as if presenting a treasure. "The colors are rather limited. One must look closely to discern anything." It was only then that Visita and Sylph scrutinized the paper more intently. Indeed, it bore a semblance to poppies and wild chrysanthemums. The varying shades of green evoked a genuine sense of grass. Although somewhat coarse, it was undeniably not a haphazard arrangement of chaotic colors. "Morlan, did you intentionally create the developing paper like this?" Visita inquired with astonishment. "Indeed," Morlan responded. "Isn't it quite remarkable? Alas, this is the extent of what one can achieve with developing paper." Sylph nodded in agreement. "We have only been out for a little over an hour, and you are already capable of painting on the developing paper using magic. How impressive. In comparison, our practice seems rather rudimentary," Visita remarked. "There is still some time before class begins. You may continue to practice," Morlan encouraged. "It is still quite beneficial." With that, Visita and Sylph, unable to resist, began their own practice. Morlan, too, did not remain idle. She took a few bites of breadfruit and resumed her work, applying varying degrees of pressure to the developing paper, deepening her impressions. As they conversed, they suddenly noticed that the three of them were meticulously seated, engrossed in their magical dyeing practice, utterly silent, to the point that they only now realized their surroundings. "Ace, are we not yet due for class?" Ace uncertainly asked Alba. She even cast a glance at the podium, fearing that Miss Amisa might have arrived. Alba shook her head, lamenting the absence of the 2 o'clock chime. Indeed, Miss Amisa was not present. Chapter 29. The energy vision. It dawned on them that they were the ones engaging in extra practice. A sense of urgency gripped Ace, and she thought, no. The witches are honing their skills outside of class. How can we merely stand idly by? While they could not dictate their innate talents, they certainly could exert effort. The witches' inherent abilities were already inferior to those of the sorceresses. How could they afford to be less diligent? Naturally, they took a moment to nibble on some breadfruit to hasten their magical recovery. After a brief moment of astonishment, they were consumed by a profound sense of guilt, compelling them to join the ranks of practice. Just a minute before class was to commence, Miss Amisa arrived. Upon entering, she was startled. Could she possibly be late? Had the 2 o'clock bell already tolled without her notice? This would be the gravest mishap of her teaching career. Just as she was about to retrieve her pocket watch, two distinct chimes resonated. Relief washed over her. She was not late, maintaining her customary punctuality. Having lived for centuries, she had never witnessed such self-motivated students engaged in independent study before class began, whether they hailed from the wilderness or beyond the borders of Valen, even from another world. Were these young witches truly this disciplined and eager to learn? Miss Amisa's gaze softened as she observed the little witches. She refrained from interrupting their practice, instead choosing to wander among them, eager to assess their progress. The sight filled her with even greater delight. The little witches did not confine themselves to merely infusing the developing paper with a uniform shade of green. Rather, they embarked on an exploration of various depths of green, striving to achieve an even infusion. The three young sorceresses even began experimenting with different shades of yellow. Remarkably, Morlan had mastered the art of infusing the developing paper with varying intensities of red, yellow, and green at will, and she could even create intricate patterns. Amisa immediately discerned that their efforts were not in vain. They were purposefully practicing for a more precise infusion, and their methods proved to be quite effective. When all the little witches concluded their practice session, Amisa, filled with pride, applauded them. "You are the most diligent and hard-working group I have ever taught. Truly, I am proud of you." The emotional value soared to its peak. The little witches straightened their spines, lifted their chins high, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Now, let's take a moment for everyone to further familiarize themselves with the magical infusion of varying shades of green on the developing paper. The magical infusion within the range of green can unlock the energy vision. However, the deeper the color, the longer the infusion will last with each application. Conversely, the pressure on the eyes increases with deeper shades. Initially, I recommend starting with lighter shades of green to adapt before gradually intensifying, as this will provide greater comfort for the eyes. The adaptability of witches is significantly greater than that of sorceresses, Morlan, Vasida, and Serlv. You three may begin experimenting with medium shades of green. Once everyone is prepared, you may approach me for your initial attempt at the magical infusion of the eyeball to unlock the energy vision. Traditionally, the degree one had mastered determined the shade used for the first activation of the energy vision, even though excessive intensity may occasionally lead to eye discomfort. As long as the magical infusion remains within the spectrum of green, there is no peril involved. This serves as a preliminary exercise for the little witches in their self-directed learning. Many young witches encounter difficulties when attempting to activate their energy vision through magical infusion. However, this cohort of witches has each mastered at least 2 variations of green infusion, differing in depth. With such options available, Amisa is naturally inclined to grant them a modicum of ease. Unbeknownst to the young witches, they each chose to practice with the lightest shade of green infusion they had mastered, diligently working on the development paper. Morlan, having gained confidence in various degrees of magical infusion, decided to practice the medium shade of green once more before approaching Ms. Amisa at the podium. "Are you ready?" Amisa inquired. "Yes," Morlan affirmed with a nod. "Then let us commence." Amisa instructed, "Follow my lead. First, close your eyes and place your fingers on your eyelids. One hand over one eye will suffice. That's right. Now, allow your magical energy to flow gently, covering your eyelids as if infusing the development paper, ensuring it fully permeates both the eyelids and the eyeball." Morlan meticulously followed each step, deliberately slowing her pace. Drawing from her previous experience with the development paper, she successfully enveloped her right eyelid with a delicate layer of magical energy. Amisa observed the state of the magical coverage over her eye, and once it was complete, she declared, "That will do. Cease the output of magical energy and open your eyes to see." Morlan lowered her fingers and opened her eyes, immediately meeting the gaze of Ms. Amisa. In both her left and right eyes, there was little distinction. Morlan turned to look. The young witches gazed at her with curiosity. In her left eye, a multitude of luminous halos appeared, which she surmised were traces of magical energy. These halos were vividly clear to her, yet they did not obscure her vision. Her left eye seemed to have divided into two layers, one belonging to the energy halos and the other to her normal sight, with neither interfering with the other. Each young witch was enveloped in a distinct hue of energy halo. For instance, Alba was surrounded by a large white halo, interspersed with smaller halos of blue, red, orange, gold, cyan, purple, and green, among others. The other young witches bore a similar pattern, each adorned with one or two dominant halos mingled with smaller ones of various colors, creating a vibrant spectacle. The overall size of the halos was relatively uniform, with a visual diameter of roughly 20 centimeters, though their brightness varied. Only Vasida and Sylph were enveloped in halos that nearly submerged their entire upper bodies, with an estimated diameter of about 1 to 1.5 meters. Moreover, their halos were not merely large or small, but rather a swirling mass that seemed to encompass every color yet belonged to none, radiating a brightness surpassing that of the other young witches. Vasida's halo, in particular, appeared almost solid. Morlan then glanced down at her own halo. It mirrored the colorful aura of the others, with a diameter nearing 1.5 meters. Yet it was considerably dimmer than those of Vasida and Sylph. A conjecture formed in Morlan's mind, and seizing the moment before any other young witch approached, she inquired, "Dean, the colors of the energy auras signify the type of talent, while the brightness indicates the level of energy saturation, correct?" Indeed, Amisa confirmed her observation. "What does the size of the aura represent?" Morlan inquired. "The level," Amisa replied. "Each half-meter corresponds to a level. An aura with a diameter within half a meter signifies an apprentice witch, between half a meter and 1 meter denotes a junior witch, and so forth. Above the pinnacle level, energy converges, rendering it invisible. However, the level merely indicates that power has reached this tier. It does not reflect true strength, and one cannot entirely gauge ability solely based on aura levels." Moran's heart trembled at this revelation. Did it imply that the other young witches remained ordinary apprentices, while she, along with Vasida and Sylph, had already attained a power level comparable to that of seasoned intermediate witches? Was this the chasm that separated sorceresses from witches? Once the Book of Witches is completed, a tome entitled The Traces of Energy included in the first-year reading list will provide a detailed explanation, answering all your queries. Now, let us cast a magical infusion on the other eye, Amisa instructed. Soon, the vision of both eyes synchronized. Amisa remarked, afterward, "Simply open your energy vision according to your capacity. Once proficient, you can channel magical energy from any part of your body without the need for fingertip guidance. When you are able to infuse your eyeball with enough magic to darken the manifestation paper without any discomfort, your eyes will permanently possess energy vision." "Thank you, Dean." With a newfound perspective, Morlan cautiously made her way back to her seat. "How does it feel?" Vasida asked. "Your eyes appear even more profound than before." The other young witches perked up their ears as Morlan began to describe her sensations and observations. "Isn't it incredible that the energy aura does not obstruct one's vision?" Vasida turned to Sylph and suggested, "Shall we give it a try?" Indeed. The two rose and approached Lady Amisa. The other witches, eager to participate, formed a line one after another. After adjusting herself, Morlan began to scrutinize her magical energy. Previously, she had only known the color associated with a certain amount of magic on the manifestation paper. This time, she wished to ascertain how much magic was present under the energy vision. Once Vasida and Sylph activated their energy vision, they not only beheld Morlan's energy aura, but also observed her continuously channeling magic for an unknown purpose. "I aspire to understand the correlation between the magical output and the color changes on the manifestation paper. This way, even in the absence of the paper, I will clearly know how much magic is requisite for magical infusion. The results from the manifestation paper at noon can also be further linked to magical control." enhancing my ability to manage my magical energy. Morlan eagerly shared her thoughts without reservation. The dean mentioned that the brightness of the aura signifies the abundance of magical energy. By attentively observing the variations in aura brightness while we wield magic, we shall be able to intuitively and accurately gauge our magical state, allowing us to detect any depletion before it adversely affects our physical condition. Vasita and Sylph, upon activating their energy vision, were solely focused on observing everyone's energy auras, entirely oblivious to the practice that lay before them. It must be acknowledged that Morlan's words genuinely resonated with them, particularly with Vasita, whose voracious appetite, when energy levels dwindle, threatens to consume her own magical essence. This explains her constant state of hunger. If she could accurately gauge her magical capacity, she would be able to better schedule her meals. Meanwhile, the young witches waiting in line to activate their energy vision absorbed Morlan's passionate discourse, sharing a common thought. Truly, Morlan is remarkable. Morlan paid little heed to the astonished and complex expressions of her companions. At that moment, her mind was solely fixated on learning and growing stronger. After conversing with Vasita and Sylph, she returned to diligently studying her magical energy, for the advent of energy vision was akin to being granted wings. Observing Morlan's fervor, Vasita and Sylph found it impossible to remain idle. In the realm of energy vision, Morlan's aura radiated even more brightly than theirs combined. With their magical prowess already lagging behind Morlan's, could they afford to be complacent in their magical training? Familiar scenes played out once more, illustrating the disparity in energy levels. Those who surpassed them were striving tirelessly. What excuses did they have to avoid putting in their own effort? Running in the wake of the strong could perhaps facilitate their own growth. All of this was spurred by the emergence of an extraordinarily diligent little sorceress, who had rallied all the young witches to rise together. Amisha gazed at the determined and earnest purple-haired little sorceress in the center of the front row. Such is the role of a leader. She felt a sense of satisfaction for the positive learning environment fostered among the young witches. In the past, before class ended, Amisha would often remind the young witches to practice diligently what they had learned that day, emphasizing that the more they practiced now, the less they would suffer after graduation, and that they should take responsibility for their own lives. However, today, as class concluded, she advised, practicing magic requires a balance of intensity and relaxation. Initially, opening one's energy vision too frequently may lead to eye strain and headaches. Be cautious not to exhaust your magical energy completely. The moment your aura dulls to the point where you can no longer discern its original color, you must cease and allow your energy to replenish. Before practicing, ensure you have some breadfruit on hand, just in case. Lastly, take your time and do not rush. Maintain your well-being. For tomorrow, we will learn how to create a book of witches. In Amisha's perspective, this cohort of young witches no longer required her encouragement. Rather, they needed her to temper their diligence to avoid compromising their health. Chapter 31. The Unusual Scroll. How was the first day of class? It was fantastic. We successfully opened our energy vision today. I activated it several times. My vision was filled with vibrant colors, and it not only did not hinder my sight, but also made everything appear clearer. The second-year young witches. This was somewhat different from what they had imagined. Lilith couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you feel any headaches or eye pain?" The first-year young witches replied, "Not at all." One remarked, "My eyes are a bit strained, but that's because I initially thought the more vibrant the revealing paper, the better." The lightest shade of green the first managed to grasp is only slightly lighter than the medium green, Cheryl lamented. "Wait, the shallowest? How many levels of magical infusion have you mastered?" Lilith noticed something amiss. I have 3. I have 3 too. I have 5, haha." The first-year witches chattered excitedly. The second-year witches were taken aback. No, are the younger witches really that powerful now? How long did it take them to grasp multiple levels of magical infusion back in their day? Certainly not on the very first day of school. Back then, the intensity of the magical infusion had exceeded their capacity, and they had endured days of headaches and eye strain to adapt. How come the younger girls find it so easy? What about us? Morlan, Vasita, and Sylph are the truly formidable ones. They have mastered all the magical infusions that turn the developing paper green, especially Morlan, who can even create art on the paper with her magic. Ace said. The second-year witches gazed in astonishment at Morlan and her companions, particularly at Morlan. Up to now, none of them felt confident enough to draw on the developing paper. Of course, it was also because no one had practiced that skill. Although the 3 of them were witches, wasn't Lilith a witch as well? She had only adapted a little faster, suffering a few days less. By the way, where's your developing paper? Didn't the headmaster ask you to bring it and practice more outside of class? Another senior inquired. Not at all. Didn't we already clarify the relationship between the color changes of the developing paper and the amount of magical power used during class? Yes, indeed. The dean has advised us to practice magic with a balanced approach and to refrain from being overly eager. Is that not the case, senior sisters? The second year which expressed her doubts, pondering if the dean had been switched. One senior even inquired, is it Dean Amisa who is teaching you? The one in the black robe? Indeed. Did not the dean mention that each one is a reflection of her? It must be some formidable magic. Alas. The dean insists on waiting until our graduation to reveal the secrets of that magic. I suspect that every dean is uniquely different. Otherwise, how could the disparity be so vast? Please, elaborate on the happenings of today's class. What? You all practiced for 2 hours during lunch? Did you not explore the castle? No, wait. I distinctly saw you wandering the castle. The second year which was even more perplexed. What normal which would dedicate herself to rigorous practice during a break? Especially on the very first day of school, when there is little academic pressure and hardly anything to learn? I observed others practicing, so I began to do so as well. Cheryl remarked, had I known they were so diligent, I would have spent less time roaming the castle. The reduced practice time left me with insufficient mastery, and my eyes are slightly strained. Me too. Me too. So, who was it that initiated this fervor? The first-year witches were not surprised at all, for during the afternoon class, they had already witnessed the intensity of Morlan's dedication and had followed suit in their own small way, unexpectedly startling their senior sisters. The second-grade witches gazed at Morlan, a sudden realization dawning upon them. It was not the principal who was different, but rather the presence of Morlan. Morlan replied with a cheerful expression, Morlan, are you certain that your talent's manifestation is called the Book of Cards and not the Book of Scrolls? Lilith inquired, who claimed that Morlan lacked peculiarities. She found it quite extraordinary, an unusual scroll. Morlan responded, you all go ahead. I just remembered that I have yet to visit the library to check off the books from the second-grade reading list. No way could she allow the younger students to outshine her, could she? After all, it was said that the first-year students were the most diligent class led by the principal. She had to ensure that the principal recognized their efforts as well. Hey, seniors, slow down, wait for us. Upon realizing the urgency, the first-grade witches quickened their pace. Hearing this, the second-graders sprinted even faster. Vasida and Sylph had managed to run a few steps when they suddenly noticed that someone had not moved. They halted and called out to her, Morlan, what are you doing? Hurry up. Attempting to summon the other young witches, they discovered that they had already vanished from sight. Thus, the two of them activated their energy vision, gazing into the distance alongside Morlan. Wow, the natural energy emanating from the herb garden is so rich. There must be an abundance of magical plants there. And over there, so far away, that must be the inner region, possibly even the outer region. Chapter 32, Bread Juice. They descended the mountain at a leisurely pace. At the fork in the road at the foot of the mountain, Morlan parted ways with Vasida and Sylph. Upon returning to her dormitory, she took out a basket of breadfruit and began to experiment with various cooking methods. Recognizing that heating would diminish the restorative magical properties of the breadfruit, Morlan opted for a cold pickling technique. Drawing inspiration from pickled plums, she diced the breadfruit into small pieces, then flattened them gently with the back of her knife, marinating them in an array of seasonings. She prepared small dishes with sugar, salt, and a spicy salty blend, allowing them to marinate for a period ranging from half an hour to 2 hours. Additionally, she generously salted a small jar of plums, intending to let them sit overnight, after which she would add minced garlic and rock sugar, planning for a week-long fermentation. Regrettably, she lacked soy sauce, otherwise, she would have marinated a portion with it. Once these preparations were completed, Morlan proceeded to attempt extracting juice from the breadfruit. With no juicer available in the dorm kitchen, she diligently chopped the breadfruit into smaller pieces, placing them in a basin, and gradually crushed them with a wooden pestle designed for garlic, coaxing out the juice. When consumed raw, the breadfruit was quite substantial, reminiscent of an apple. However, when it came to juicing, 5 or 6 breadfruits filled a large basin yet yielded only a single cup of thick breadfruit juice, having been pressed and filtered multiple times. After tasting a sip, she found it overwhelmingly sour, far more so than the raw fruit, and had no desire to try another. Nevertheless, she devised a solution. She prepared a pot of warm honey water, adding a generous amount of white sugar, and after thoroughly stirring until dissolved, tasted it. The sweetness was strikingly intense, contrasting sharply with the breadfruit juice. While waiting for the honey sugar water to cool, Morlan activated her energy vision and began sampling the previously pickled breadfruit dishes. The candied breadfruit pieces are initially sweet, but with a mere bite, the sweetness is swiftly overwhelmed by a tangy flavor. The salted variety presents a similar experience, though it leans towards a saltier taste upon entry. It can be said that the texture is marginally superior to that of raw consumption, yet the overall experience remains largely unchanged. The sense of satiety is unaffected and within the realm of energy perception. Morlan observed a slight brightening of her energy aura after consuming these 2 platters of breadfruit, indicating that the restorative effect on her magical power remained intact. It appears that cold pickling is indeed a viable method. However, the brief marination fails to impart substantial flavor, leading to only minor improvements in texture. Those preserved in jars for an extended period may potentially yield a more pleasing taste. The remaining salty and spicy variety initiates with a salty heat, followed by a blend of sour and spicy notes, each flavor amplifying the other's intensity, creating an inexhaustible aftertaste. Without finishing even a single piece, she found herself in tears. Morlan barely had time to assess her magical recovery before she guzzled several large cups of water, taking several minutes to regain her composure. Once she had recovered, she promptly dismissed the salty and spicy option. A single bite left her unsatisfied, as the breadfruit itself failed to satiate her hunger, and the spiciness compelled her to drink excessively, proving more torturous than consuming the raw fruit. Her stomach felt overly distended, and even though the honey syrup had cooled, Morlan had no choice but to pace around the room, awaiting digestion before continuing, fearing she might vomit otherwise. After wandering for a while, and sensing a bit of relief, Morlan began adding the honey syrup to the breadfruit juice, sampling the flavor with each addition. It was only after incorporating the entire pot of syrup that the taste transformed into a pleasantly balanced sweet and sour juice, significantly more palatable. Morlan took a few small sips, observing the changes in the brightness of her aura, and was astonished to discover that these sips equated to the restorative effects of consuming a small stack of pickled breadfruit. Encouraged, she took a few more sips, and indeed, her eyes did not deceive her. Perhaps it was due to the fact that several breadfruits had been used to create the juice, as the concentration truly captured the essence. Just when her magical energy had yet to fully replenish, she indulged in a few more sips. As she drank, Morlan began to sense something amiss. She gently touched her stomach. Given the restorative effects, the satiating effect should also be quite potent. How could her energy aura brighten yet her stomach not feel particularly full? This seemed rather peculiar. Could it be that her sense of satiety was affected? Originally, she had intended not to disturb her friends that evening, but now she found herself unable to resist. Before long, Lilith, Vasida, and Sylph arrived, drawn by the news. Give it a try? Morlan poured each of them a cup of honeyed breadfruit juice. What Morlan has made, I know will taste delightful without even needing to sample it, Vasida exclaimed before even tasting. After all, she hailed from a world rich in culinary culture. You should have seen the disastrous results when I tried other dishes just now, Morlan thought, a shiver running down her spine at the memory. Curiosity piqued, Vasida inquired, what could possibly be more unpalatable than breadfruit? If you insist, I shall let you taste it. Morlan felt fortunate that she had not yet discarded the small plate of salty and spicy breadfruit. She swiftly returned with it, placing it thoughtfully before Vasida. Vasida nearly slapped herself in disbelief. You added chili and garlic? Raw. Lilith wrinkled her nose in contemplation, struggling to fathom the taste of a combination of breadfruit, chili, and garlic consumed raw. However, I have tasted this particular chili before, and it is not excessively spicy. Vasida, as long as you avoid the minced garlic, you should be fine. Vasida heeded Lilith's advice, carefully pushing aside the garlic, and took a small piece. Morlan silently presented her with a large teapot. In the next moment, Vasida was jumping with surprise at the spiciness. Morlan promptly placed the teapot in her hands, and she embraced it, pouring the contents down her throat in quick succession. Morlan, unfazed by the situation, turned and fetched a damp towel from the washroom. Once Vasida had regained her composure, she pressed the towel against her face, wiping away her tears and nasal distress. Dazed from the spiciness, Vasida cast an accusing glance at Lilith. Senior, you tricked me. Lilith was incredulous, even suspecting that Vasida was feigning her reaction. She too took a piece and brought it to her mouth. How could it possibly be this spicy? I grew this chili myself. Ah, water, water. She had eaten too hastily, and Morlan had not yet had a chance to pour her a drink. Unable to endure any longer, Lilith resorted to invoking a water spell to quench her thirst. Once she regained her breath, her first inquiry was, "Why is it so spicy?" "It must be the sourness of the breadfruit that amplifies the heat of the chili," Morlan explained. The only one fortunate enough to escape this culinary ordeal was Sylph, who felt grateful for her slow and deliberate nature, thus evading disaster. She quickly took a sip of honeyed breadfruit water to calm her nerves. The next moment, her eyes lit up. "This is delicious. You must all try it." Upon hearing this, Vasida and Lilith also took a sip. Indeed, it was delightful. The contrast between the recently tasted savory and spicy breadfruit and this one is simply striking. Chapter 33, The Cherished Morlan. "Morlan, how much breadfruit juice is contained within this?" "Surely not much. I have already had lunch, and after consuming half a cup, I do not feel the slightest fullness," Sylph inquired. This pot likely required a dozen or so breadfruits to prepare. However, only 1 cup of breadfruit juice was extracted. "The remainder consists of diluted honey water," Morlan replied. "Is it truly that only 1 cup was yielded from all this?" Sylph exclaimed in astonishment. "The juice of the breadfruit is rather abundant, is it not? The method I employed is rather primitive, and indeed, it does not yield more juice. I am uncertain if it is an issue with the juicing technique," Morlan elaborated. "Moreover, the flesh of the breadfruit seems to absorb water rather effectively. What I extracted could be described more as a pulp than a juice. I filtered it several times to achieve a cup of relatively clear liquid. I too perceive that this juice offers little in terms of satiety." Vasida remarked after finishing her cup, "Has the satiety provided by the breadfruit diminished or even vanished?" Morlan nodded in agreement. "That appears to be the case. The efficacy in restoring magical energy surpasses that of consuming breadfruit directly." Lilith took a sip, and she found that the magical energy expended through her water spring spell had been replenished. Only then did Morlan dare to confirm that this endeavor had indeed succeeded. Although the sensation of fullness was compromised, for her, who was eager to recover her magical strength, the absence of satiety was fortuitous, allowing her to consume more juice at once, thus facilitating a swifter restoration of her magical energy. Lilith and the others also recognized the value of honey-infused breadfruit juice. In the cramped magical realm, Lilith was brimming with excitement. "Morlan, how is this done? Could you teach me?" "Of course. I intend to make more of it. Why don't you join me? It's quite simple," Morlan replied. Before long, the sounds of mashing breadfruit echoed in dormitory 69. Thud, 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 thud. After some time, Lilith shook the bowl. "It seems the juice has been reabsorbed by the pulp. Later, you can wrap it in cloth and squeeze it out," Morlan instructed. "This is exceedingly difficult to mash," Sylph complained, rubbing her wrist. It had become sore after just a few attempts. She had only brought a small bowl and had not made much progress. "Indeed, it is challenging," Lilith concurred. "However, once I master cooking magic, I can use it as a substitute." "All right, Senior Lilith, don't you know cooking magic? Why not use magic to extract the juice?" Sylph queried, perplexed. Morlan and Vasida also looked at her with curiosity. Lilith regarded her naive junior sisters and shook her head. "Do you think cooking magic can conjure things from thin air? One must first thoroughly grasp the entire production process before using cooking magic as a substitute. That is why every culinary witch skilled in cooking magic is truly a master of the culinary arts." "Is that so? I thought it was merely a matter of instructing pots and pans through magic, and they would prepare the dish automatically," Sylph remarked. Vasida nodded in agreement, recalling how her father instructed the household's zombie chef to prepare meals, one command at a time. While it may not be magic, she believed it was quite similar. The prerequisite for mastering culinary magic is the ability to cook proficiently, Lilith remarked. Moreover, one must attain a level of skill before employing culinary magic. Otherwise, why would I be here, laboring so hard? If only we had a juicer, Morlan lamented while diligently mashing away. "A juicer? What is that?" inquired the other 3 little witches with curiosity. "It's a machine specifically designed to extract juice." At that moment, Morlan suddenly realized she had indeed never seen a juicer at home. After all, the witches resolved their kitchen tasks with culinary magic. The mortar and pestle operated autonomously. Even the ingredients themselves could squeeze out juice, making it more efficient than an automatic juicer. Who would even contemplate a juicer? Machine? The 3 of them looked bewildered. Valen might not have that term. In my previous life on another planet, devoid of magic, the common sources of energy were oil and electricity. Items powered by oil and electricity were referred to as machines, Morlan explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Vasida was not surprised, having already heard some tales from her past life. However, Lilith and Sylph were taken aback, their movements coming to an abrupt halt. Previous life? In a realm beyond our own. Morlan lowered her head, her voice somber. It appears that the truth of my existence as a soul from another world can no longer be concealed. Now that you are aware of my secret, tread carefully. Lilith and Sylph felt a pang of concern. Unexpectedly, Morlan lifted her head, brandishing a playful grin, and exclaimed, "Beware of me, for I might just gobble you up." After a moment of awkward silence, Lilith remarked, "Morlan, you must have been quite young in your previous life." "What?" Morlan retorted in indignation. "Who says I was young? I was the last to perish in our shelter." "How old were you?" Sylph asked gently, her gaze filled with tenderness. Morlan hesitated before responding. 20. But I was human in my previous life. The very last one in the shelter. Sylph's eyes brimmed with compassion. Poor child. To have experienced such loss at such a tender age. Do not fear, Morlan. This life will be different. Witches have long lifespans, and sorceresses even longer. The world of Valen is formidable. Although various races may clash, the annihilation of existence is unlikely. Vasida added her words of comfort. I merely intended to jest. It was not meant to be childish. Morlan defended herself. No need to explain, we understand. Lilith responded, with Vasida and Sylph nodding in agreement. Feeling defeated, Morlan surrendered to the moment, declaring, all right then, let us hurry and extract the juice. After several hours of dedicated effort, Lilith, Sylph, and Morlan each produced a substantial jar of honey bread juice, while Morlan and Vasida had crafted even more, filling a large vessel to the brim. Everything was securely sealed and placed in the bucket of water. Lilith had cast a freezing spell into their bucket, ensuring they would have icy juice to enjoy the next day. I can already envision the envious gazes of the other little witches tomorrow. Vasida chuckled. On the way to the castle tomorrow, Moran's little classroom will once again be in session, right? Sylph remarked. From now on, everyone will no longer have to endure the sourness and fill their stomachs with breadfruit to replenish their magical energy. Morlan was delighted to assist the other little witches and planned to share the recipe for honey breadfruit juice. No, you mustn't. A voice suddenly echoed in her ear. Morlan and the others were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. It was none of them who had spoken. Alarmed, they looked around. There were only the four of them in the dormitory, yet a fifth voice resounded. Their hair stood on end. Chapter 34, The Fifth Voice. She could only think of a handful of people she knew and quickly recognized the source. It was the headmaster. Indeed, it is I. Morlan and the others had been startled by Ms. Amisha 3 times within a single day. Was the elusive headmaster's voice omnipresent? Upon realizing it was Ms. Amisha, they felt a wave of relief. Headmaster, what did you just say was not allowed? Morlan inquired. You must not casually share the recipe for breadfruit juice with the first, second, or third year little witches. The headmaster's presence remained absent, only her voice lingering. Why? Morlan asked, perplexed. Witches and pinnacle sorceresses have traversed the realms for many years, discovering countless new species. Similar to breadfruit, there exist numerous fruits that can satiate hunger while replenishing magical energy, some even surpassing the efficacy of breadfruit. All of these require a unique environment and specific cultivation principles. However, the choice ultimately fell upon planting breadfruit beside the dormitory. Do you know why? The 4 little witches wore expressions of bewilderment. They had previously believed that breadfruit was exceptionally precious and irreplaceable. Was it possible that there were superior alternatives? The answer was simply that breadfruit is unpalatable. This revelation was something Morlan and her companions had never anticipated. Could its unpleasant taste truly be regarded as a virtue? They endeavored to find ways to make breadfruit more palatable, only to discover that its distastefulness was intentional. The unappetizing nature was designed to prevent them from developing a dependency on it. Breadfruit merely serves as a temporary transition until they master culinary magic and the creation of restorative potions. If breadfruit were both delectable and useful, would they still exert the same effort in learning culinary magic and potion making when faced with challenges? Both skills are essential for their future survival, while mastery is not required. A basic proficiency is imperative. This rationale left Morlan and her companions without counterarguments. Indeed, the notion of growing through adversity is not only a fundamental educational principle of the Witch Academy, but also a cornerstone of witchcraft itself. It is entirely reasonable to provide no meals, opting instead for the cultivation of an unappetizing breadfruit, ensuring that the young witches do not starve due to their lack of culinary skills. As for the breadfruit cake from yesterday, it was a challenge that required a certain degree of culinary expertise to prepare, and it had been made public regardless. However, the decision to allow the breadfruit juice to temporarily replace the restorative potion is not prudent. After all, once we leave the academy, the opportunity to harvest breadfruit at will cease to exist. You may utilize it among yourselves, but you must refrain from imparting this knowledge to other young witches. Nor should the availability of breadfruit juice lead to complacency in your studies of culinary magic and restorative potions. When you reach the 4th grade and begin to structure your own learning, the choice to publicly share your methods will be entirely yours. At that time, access to the library will be fully granted, and if you are intrigued, you may peruse the compendium titled Methods of Consuming Breadfruit, which includes various flavors of breadfruit juice. Once the headmaster's voice faded, it did not return. It seems that all the young witches of the academy are under the headmaster's vigilant supervision. Morlan even suspected that not only the blue-robed, purple-robed, and black-robed headmasters were teaching them, but also a multitude of other headmasters lurking in the shadows, discreetly observing the young witches. It is almost as if each young witch has a dedicated headmaster overseeing her. How else could the headmaster appear so promptly? Even the breadfruit cake was known. It turns out that it was not a matter of no one being able to cook with breadfruit, but rather that the methods of preparing it had been kept confidential by the headmaster for the younger grades. Lilith only learned of this revelation today. No wonder she often encountered 4th grade seniors in the breadfruit grove, yet never witnessed them consuming the fruit raw. Unlike them, who frequently, when famished and disinclined to gather ingredients, would simply pluck a fruit from the forest, wipe it, and begin to nibble. Those seniors were remarkably discreet. How perplexing. Juicing was never an intricate concept, so it was rather peculiar that it had gone unnoticed for so long. Morlan had sensed a strange incongruity before. After all, the powerful beings of Valen could traverse worlds. The cultures and specialties of other realms would inevitably leave an imprint on Valen. In such a diverse world, it was hard to believe it could be a culinary desert. The absence of something like soy sauce could be excusable, but what was so extraordinary about fruit juice? She initially thought the reason was that the young witches, upon entering school, were generally inept at cooking and had not delved deeply into it. Perhaps once they mastered culinary magic and discovered an array of delectable dishes, they simply lost interest in further exploration. To her surprise, the senior witches had even managed to concoct recipes for breadfruit, but those only circulated among the older grades, leaving the younger ones oblivious. Clearly, she had underestimated the ingenuity of the witches. It seemed this juice was something they ought to enjoy in secret. Fortunately, we didn't make too much. We can savor it slowly in the dormitory, Lilith remarked. In the future, we should prepare less at once. Vasida added, I can't finish this large pot. I might as well pour it into my stomach to avoid it spoiling from prolonged storage. I shall indulge in it more tonight. Morlan sighed in resignation. She had originally intended to bring a large container to school the following day. Now, she had to conceal the recipe for honey breadfruit juice from everyone, as carrying such a conspicuous vessel would draw too much attention. At most, she could carry a water pouch. Thankfully, the juice was not overly filling. A few trips to the washroom would suffice. After the seniors and Vasida departed, Morlan began to drink the juice heartily. After indulging for a while, she took a stroll in the courtyard, tending to the weeds and turning the soil before returning to her refreshing beverage. Fortunately, there was only a pot and a half left, and before long, most of it was consumed. Tomorrow morning, I shall partake of the remaining portion, and that should suffice. On the following dawn, Morlan set forth with a water pouch brimming with juice and a bundle of breadfruit cakes. Together with Vasida and Sylph, they arrived at the intersection leading to the dormitory. Yet Lilith, their senior, remained absent. The other second-year seniors were nowhere to be seen either. What could be amiss? Shouldn't the seniors be resting? As the herb garden is closer than the castle, aren't they about to acquire their very own flying brooms? Vasida felt an overwhelming envy. As they ascended the mountain path, it soon became apparent that only the 27 first-year little witches were huffing and puffing their way up. Cheryl let out a long sigh. I can hardly wait to enter my second year. Who wouldn't he feel the same? Chapter 35. The Golden Pen Spell. As the clock struck 10, the cloaked Ms. Amisa entered the first-year alchemy classroom punctually. Under the eager gazes of the little witches, Ms. Amisa retrieved a stack of parchment from a heap of clutter beside the lectern. She distributed 2 sheets to each little witch. The young witches held the delicate parchment with a sense of bewilderment. Why paper? Wasn't tea today meant for crafting the Book of Witches? Has no one seen a Witch Motheress Book of Witches? Each one is bound with unique flair and considerable weight. What could these two sheets possibly accomplish? With an inkling of the Academy's peculiar ways, Moran's heart sank. Surely, creating the Book of Witches must begin with paper. This perfectly aligns with the notion that every endeavor must commence from the very beginning. After distributing the papers to them, Ms. Amisha gracefully seated herself. To create a grimoire, one must first comprehend its origins. Outsiders believe that grimoires, wands, and flying broomsticks are innate treasures of witches. However, this is far from the truth. Wands and broomsticks are extraordinary magical artifacts developed by the ancestors of witches, based on the unique characteristics of their magical abilities. The grimoire, in fact, was conceived by the sorceress Tracy, who fused alchemy with the Book of Omniscience, thus creating a tome of witchcraft. Henceforth, every witch can utilize this grimoire to craft a personalized compendium of knowledge and heritage. The magic of witchcraft is mediated by witch contracts, which necessitate a binding document that can only be created using Lady Carmela's contract magic. Therefore, the initial step in crafting a grimoire is to enter into a contract with Lady Carmela to acquire the ability to create the binding document. Morlan pondered. Must one first sign a witch contract to wield witch magic, yet the contract itself must be forged through witch magic? Does this not lead to a paradox? Unless there exists a pre-prepared contract. Morlan gazed at the blank parchment in her hand, wondering. Sure enough, she heard Ms. Amisha declare, I shall prepare the first contract for everyone, so watch closely. As she spoke, golden magical light emanated from the wand beside her, soaring towards the center of the young witches. Before each of them, a golden quill materialized upon the parchment. It swiftly inscribed words upon the surface, and soon, a contract was formed. The essence of the content is as follows. A perpetual payment of 5 mana, or an equivalent amount of magical energy, is offered in exchange for the privilege to wield the contract magic penmanship of the Witch Carmela, apprentice level. The energy consumption while employing this penmanship shall be borne by the user. Suddenly, as Morlan delved into the contents of the contract, she felt a sharp pain in her finger. Upon glancing down, she saw droplets of blood welling from her fingertip. A slender, blood-stained ice needle gently descended to the ground, transforming into a solitary droplet of water. Observing her surroundings, she realized that everyone else had similarly been pierced by the inexplicable ice needles. They smeared their blood upon the contract. The voice of the headmaster resonated, making it evident who the true culprit was. The young witches, caught off guard by the sudden sting, quickly complied with the headmaster's guidance, applying their blood to the corner of the contract. In the next moment, the blood-stained contract was enveloped in a brilliant golden light. Once the golden glow faded, the contract merged with the bodies of the young witches. The appearance of the golden light signified that the contract had been established. If the contract simply vanished without the emergence of golden light, it indicated that the witch had yet to process the contract. Should the contract be reduced to ashes, it would signify the witch's refusal of the agreement. Amiso advised, remember, to expedite the contract process, adhere to the fixed contract template, and then sign with your blood. A witch utilizing her own blood along with the standard template can generally complete the process in an instant. Otherwise, it will necessitate individual review by the witch. From the moment the contract is successfully established, the mana or magical energy that you have just paid cannot be utilized again. Certainly, once the contract is torn asunder, the golden pen magic acquired through the agreement becomes utterly unusable. Moreover, the prospect of re-establishing a contract is far from straightforward, even if one offers a greater sacrifice. Success is not guaranteed. At present, you may employ the golden pen magic to inscribe the contract with Lady Tracy the sorceress. The template for the contract can be referenced accordingly. A sample of the contract's content appeared on the blackboard, akin to the one recently signed, with the only changes being the names of the contract's sorceress Carmela and the golden pen magic, apprentice level, replaced by the book Sorceress Tracy and the Book of Magic Witchcraft, apprentice level. The cost remains at 5 mana magical power or an equivalent amount of magical energy. Though the template is available, the young witches are at a loss regarding the use of the golden pen magic. At this juncture, Amisa interjects. Once a sorceress has signed a contract, she may wield the magic without the need for study. The sole price is her own magical power or mana. By simply intoning the golden pen magic in their hearts, they can summon the golden pen. They can then grasp the pen directly or manipulate it with their magical energy, to inscribe the contract's content upon the blank parchment, culminating in a blood oath to finalize the agreement. The golden pen magic is remarkably more straightforward than the magical infusion. It truly materializes with but a thought. Morlan endeavored to wield the pen through her magical energy, yet her control proved insufficient, resulting in failure. Consequently, she resorted to holding the golden pen in hand, transcribing the contents from the blackboard onto the remaining blank parchment. Throughout this writing endeavor, her magical energy was steadily expended. However, the consumption was minimal, akin to the magical infusion that turns the paper green. All the young witches encountered no obstacles in crafting their contracts. However, the majority of their documents bore uneven script, with letters of varying sizes. After all, witches possess an innate understanding of their arcane language, yet the art of calligraphy requires diligent practice. Only Morlan, having idled away her time before school, dedicated herself to mastering the writing of the witch's script, producing contracts that were both neat and aesthetically pleasing. Nevertheless, as all were witches, the blood signing method allowed for direct approval by the witches' council, rendering the appearance of the text inconsequential to the efficacy of the contracts. Director, if we wish to forge contracts with other witches in the future, can we simply write them in this manner? Cheryl inquired. Not necessarily. You may refer to the 4 tomes: Witch's Contract, Magic of the Book, Contract Magic, and Fireworks Magic. Choose according to your abilities and needs. Should you discover or invent a unique spell during your travels, you may share it with others via contract, irrespective of whether they can learn it, in exchange for energy compensation. This is also a means to augment your own magical prowess. Chapter 36. The Witch's Book. It turns out that not only can witches share their magic, but other witches can as well. However, ordinary witches possess a significantly lower probability of manifesting unique spells due to the lack of innate aptitude. Morlan quietly noted the titles of these tomes. Though the library remained inaccessible to them, she had already recorded several recommended works from the director. Upon the successful signing of the contract for the apprentice witch's grimoire, many young witches began to put their knowledge into practice. Much like employing the golden quill technique, they attempted to cast spells through the power of thought, reciting the words of the witch's book in their minds. However, before them manifested only a mere illusion of a book, not the grimoire they had envisioned. What is the medium? Inquired one eager young witch. Of course, it is a blank book, Amisa declared, as remnants of materials cascaded around the young witches like celestial blossoms, cluttering the tables and floor alike. In the next moment, the bell tolled. This afternoon, we shall commence by learning how to craft paper, laying the foundation for creating a book. These materials will be essential. Fear not. It is merely an introduction to the process, designed to prevent you from finding yourselves devoid of resources. There is no need for you to undertake the task yourselves in the future. Class dismissed. With that, Amisa departed, leaving the young witches engulfed in a sea of materials. Morlan gazed at the animal hides, bark, hay, wooden planks, nails, and an array of tools strewn across the table. The tension that had gripped her heart finally dissipated. After a brief moment, she even felt a sense of relief. At least they were not required to actually produce a book, were they? With diligence, Morlan began to organize the materials. They were all ordinary items, devoid of any trace of energy. Drawing upon her memories of the blue star, she managed to categorize these objects roughly. The young witches, initially inclined to relax, observed Moran's actions and followed suit in tidying up. Although they did not comprehend the reasoning behind her organization, they felt assured that mimicking Moran's approach could only lead to the right outcome. In order to keep pace with Moran's actions, they scarcely had time to inquire why she organized things in such a manner. I surmised that these must be for papermaking, these for bookbinding, and these are tools, while for these, I remained uncertain of their purpose. Ah, so it is. A realization dawned upon AIC, who exclaimed to Alba beside her. I told you, Moran's arrangement must surely have its rationale. Cheryl, peering curiously from the back seat, interjected, Morlan, I noticed your deftness in selecting materials. Do you possess the skill of papermaking? No. Morlan shook her head. I only have some knowledge on the subject. I have never attempted it myself. When afternoon classes commenced, the young witches, under the guidance of Dean Amisha, endeavored to create paper and books. Upon utilizing these materials, they discovered that Moran's judgments were fundamentally accurate. Observing her papermaking technique, so poised and practiced, in stark contrast to their own frantic efforts, they recognized that Morlan had indeed been modest. It was truly a splendid misunderstanding. Moran's understanding of papermaking and bookbinding stemmed entirely from the planetary memories bestowed by Blue Star. Previously, when preparing meals, she had either made dishes she already knew or those that were relatively simple, thus lacking profound insight. It was only during this attempt at papermaking and bookbinding that she realized the planetary memories from Blue Star were not merely a slideshow-like repository of knowledge available on demand. While making paper, she could even hear the thoughts of numerous artisans, with every nuance of each step crystal clear. Although it did not equate to direct mastery, it was akin to having countless skilled mentors imparting wisdom in real time. At this moment, Morlan realized that what she had inherited was not merely the memories themselves, but also the invaluable experiences encapsulated within those memories. The endeavor of learning to make paper and bind books was a response to the damage inflicted upon the witch's tome, compounded by the unavailability of blank paper and books for purchase. Consequently, Amisha imparted knowledge of two fundamental and easily sourced papermaking techniques. One method involved the use of straw, akin to the ancient papermaking practices of Blue Star. The other was parchment made from animal hides, which also had its counterparts in Blue Star. The other young witches had only the dean to provide explanations, and often it was only when mistakes were made that the dean would offer reminders. However, with a wealth of experience from Blue Star's papermakers, Morlan naturally circumvented various issues. To the other young witches, it appeared as though she had always possessed this skill, enhancing her stature in their eyes. Upon mastering both straw and parchment papermaking, the next step was to learn the art of binding paper and creating book covers. This process proved simpler than papermaking itself, as binding involved stitching with thread, which could be made from fabric strips, grass twine, or vines. They were only taught the method for twisting grass twine. Creating the book cover was even more straightforward, requiring merely 2 pieces of bark, 2 stones, or a single piece of animal hide. The materials used were as simple as possible. Throughout the process, Ms. Amisha utilized her magic to alleviate the lengthy portions of handling and waiting. As she had stated, her intention was solely to ensure that all the young witches grasped the basic methods of papermaking and bookbinding, not to mold them into masters of the craft. By the end of the lesson, each young witch had produced a rudimentary book. Although it consisted merely of a cover and a few pages, it possessed all the essential attributes of a true book. That will be all for today. These books require a certain degree of processing before they can be utilized. One must never place them prematurely into the ethereal realm of the witch's tome, for such an act would cause damage. After Miss Amisha departed from the classroom, all the little witches breathed a sigh of relief. The afternoon lessons were indeed quite taxing. Morlan felt a bit fatigued, so she picked up her water pouch and took a sip, lingering in her seat for a moment, massaging her wrist before descending the mountain alongside Vasida and the others. With honeyed bread and fruit juice to enjoy, she no longer needed to rely on bread for sustenance. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the 3 of them proceeded to the supply station to collect some ingredients. Having not had a proper meal for several days, she decided to treat herself to a delightful dinner, of course, without overindulging, leaving some room for a generous jug of honeyed fruit water. When she noticed that after several sips of the fruit water, her energy aura had not intensified, she realized that her previously depleted magical power had been completely replenished. Now that her condition had been restored, perhaps it was time to explore the Book of Cards? Chapter 37. The first card. Morlan summoned the Book of Cards and gazed at the slots on the cover. Within the recess, a soft white glow continued to undulate, and upon the almost solid square card, faint Chinese characters emerged. Momentarily taken aback by the familiar script, Morlan quickly comprehended that the card had materialized in accordance with her thoughts, transforming into the characters she was most accustomed to. She carefully scrutinized the characters inscribed upon it. Upon observing the phrase indicating a severe deficiency in card-making energy, Morlan experienced an epiphany. It became evident that the energy was insufficient, thus preventing the card from fully materializing. A glance at the completion status revealed that the anticipated functionality 1 was somewhat promising, boasting a progress of 60, while the second functionality was alarmingly less than 1. This essentially implied that the magical energy which had nearly drained her previously had yielded negligible results for the anticipated functionality 2. Should she continue to replenish her magical energy? Without hesitation, she decided to abandon that notion. Given her current reserves, it seemed improbable to fulfill the requirements of the second anticipated functionality. However, there remained a glimmer of hope for the first functionality. As it was her inaugural attempt at card condensation, a cautious approach seemed prudent. Rather than striving to replenish an unquantifiable amount of energy, it would be wiser to eliminate the anticipated functionalities that exceeded her capabilities. Morlan decisively eliminated the anticipated function of enhancing her own abilities from the guidelines. In the next instant, the information regarding her own attributes vanished from the card interface, leaving only the content related to the card book. Unnamed 2. Developed cards. 0. Cards in development. 1. Stored energy. Card creation history. Unnamed card 2. Unnamed card 1. Card design. Can be newly created. Card slot. Unnamed card 2. Expected consumption. Magic power. Expected appearance. None. Expected function. Guidelines for developing the card book. Completion. 90. Current difficulty 1. Slight insufficiency of card creation energy. It is advisable to replenish card creation energy, reduce the expected functions of the card, or set a limit on the card's capabilities. Current difficulty 2. Unclear quantification and classification of magic power. It is advisable to supplement relevant knowledge and refine the presentation of the magic power classification required for the card. It seems she made the right choice. She was just a hair's breadth away from achieving success. Morlan summoned a trickle of magic power, cautiously channeling it into the card slot. As the tendrils of magic made contact with the slot, Morlan experienced a sudden and intense pull. A mere wisp of magic transformed into a torrent, spiraling out of her control. Thankfully, after just 1 second, the suction subsided, likely due to the sufficiency of card creation energy. Otherwise, she might have fainted once again. Clearly, she must exercise caution and strive to avoid condensing cards beyond her capacity. The information regarding the card has undergone changes, and the functionality has risen to 95. Currently, the only remaining challenge is the ambiguous quantification and classification of magical power. Concerning this quantification and categorization, Morlan is aware that the unit of magical power is mana, regarded as the highest form of energy on the Valen continent, also referred to as primordial energy. The hierarchy of extraordinary beings throughout the Valen continent is delineated according to the levels of magical power. Other forms of energy, such as the magical power of witches, are converted into equivalent quantities of mana for calculation. A level below 100 mana is classified as novice. For those with 100 mana or more, but less than 500 mana, they are considered beginners. Those with 500 mana or more, but less than 1,000 mana, are deemed intermediate, while those with 1,000 mana or more, but less than 5,000 mana, are regarded as advanced. Levels ranging from 500 mana to under 10,000 mana are categorized as peak, and anything above 10,000 mana is deemed transcendent. However, this knowledge appears insufficient, as Morlan still lacks an understanding of what 1 mana truly represents. Given the late hour, it would be inappropriate to disturb her senior. Yet, her curiosity remains insatiable, and she yearns to grasp the concept immediately. In a moment of inspiration, she calls out into the air, "Dean?" Last night, the Dean was able to promptly discover their preparation of honey bread juice. Surely, she can hear my summons now. "Dean, are you there? I have an important question I wish to ask. Could you provide me with an answer? After all these years of teaching, you are the first to approach a guardian avatar as a teacher for inquiries." Guardian avatar? Morlan keenly identifies the crux of the matter. No. Morlan swiftly suppressed her curiosity, pondering the true extent of 1 mana's magical power, as it directly impacted her ability to successfully manifest the first card from the Book of Cards. "Dean, you must assist me." To transform the projection paper into a vivid crimson hue necessitated the expenditure of 1 mana or an equivalent magical force. In an instant, Morlan comprehended. "Thank you, Dean. I understand now." She cast her gaze towards the card slot, noting that the functionality had finally reached a complete 100. The anticipated magical consumption was no longer ambiguous. It merely awaited a name for the card to fully materialize. This card was designed to aid her in the development of the Book of Cards. With a mere thought, Unnamed card 2 transformed into Book of Cards. The card within the slot solidified entirely, presenting as a simple white card with black text. Book of Cards. Developed cards. 1. Cards in development. 0. Stored energy. 0. Card creation history. Book of Cards. Unnamed card 1. Card design. New creation possible. Slot. Empty. Morlan extracted the card from the slot. It was indeed an exceedingly simple card, featuring black song typeface on the front, with the remainder of the card devoid of any embellishments or decorations. It resembled little more than a sheet of white paper printed with a few words, albeit with a sturdier texture. Its simplicity was stark. It appeared rather unrefined. Fortunately, thanks to the planetary memories of Blue Star, Morlan had an abundance of design patterns and artistic styles to draw inspiration from. 10 minutes later, she crafted a design sketch. The card, adorned with a black surface and bordered in purple gold, took shape after she infused it with a touch more magical energy. Chapter 38, Character Card, Apprentice. The card's reverse featured a purple-haired sorceress with closed eyes, a grand tome floating before her, accompanied by several drifting cards, all illustrated in a lavish comic style. The upper half of the card's front displayed a rectangular frame, within which lay a realistic oil painting of the card book. Beneath the frame was the card's information. Aside from the imagery within the frame, every other detail, be it patterns, text, or the likeness of the purple-haired sorceress, was rendered in deep purple with golden flecks. Exquisite and opulent. It was clear that this was no ordinary creation. Morlan excitedly waved the card at the air, exclaiming, "Director, I have succeeded." She remained unfazed, as her magical energy was still abundant, allowing her to experiment with the creation of other cards. Now that she possessed the card book, she could take her time infusing magical energy, first designing the card effects to determine the required energy before deciding whether to create them, which felt significantly safer than before. The inspiration that had guided her in enhancing her abilities had not been entirely relinquished. The suggestions from her previous card-making endeavor, marked by a current difficulty level of 1, reminded her of her potential. Previously, she had indeed not set any functional limits. Verifying this was quite simple. She created a new card design. By expending merely 1 mana, she could assess the energy consumption. Card design, Untitled Card 2. Expected consumption, infinite mana. Expected appearance, appearance template 1. Expected function, guidance to enhance one's strength. As anticipated, without functional limitations, the energy consumed was also boundless. It was no wonder that Lady Tracy's witchcraft and Carmela's golden pen magic were divided into levels. This was likely to regulate consumption. Morlan then revised the functions of this card. Card design, Untitled Card 2. Expected consumption, 10 mana. Expected appearance, appearance template 1. Expected function, upon binding, it can display the user's name, race, strength tier, mana quantity, spell name, and spell level. It can monitor the status of apprentice-level users at most, and subsequent energy expenditure can elevate the card's monitoring capacity, potentially up to peak level. Upon seeing the consumption, Morlan felt reassured. Indeed, it was due to the absence of a set limit. Now, she could proceed with the creation without hesitation. Soon, a new card appeared in the slot. Character card, apprentice level, unbound. Binding is irreversible. Do you wish to bind? A text box appeared on the card's surface. Morlan chose affirmatively. The power exceeds the card's usage limit and cannot be bound. You may inject 100 mana into the card to upgrade its usage limit to beginner level. With 100 mana, Morlan could still afford it. She infused 100 mana into the card. Character card, beginner. Strength exceeds the card's usage limit. Unable to bind. You may infuse 500 mana to upgrade the card's usage limit to intermediate. With a determined bite of her lip, Morlan paid the 500 mana. Character card, intermediate. Morlan, on the card's surface, her character's likeness appeared, accompanied by her various details. Name, Morlan. Race, witch sorceress. Rank, intermediate. Mana, 195,989. Magic, golden pen technique, apprentice. Witch's grimoire, apprentice. It's done. Morlan visibly brightened with joy. The real-time display of her mana was already quite useful, far more accurate than observing the brightness of an energy aura. Morlan recalled that during the previous talent assessment, the result had shown 998 mana. Signing the contracts for the golden pen technique, apprentice, and the witch's grimoire, apprentice, had cost her 10 mana from her maximum, leaving her with a total of 988. Now, the card indicated a full mana of 989. Which could only mean one thing. Her mana limit had increased by 1 point in the past few days. The magic section could only be considered as a manifestation of mana manipulation skills rather than true spells. The golden pen technique and the witch's grimoire were prominently listed, and the magic level was displayed as well. However, if the magic level could be shown, could not the progress of magic learning be displayed too? If each spell had a progress bar, wouldn't that make the learning process incredibly motivating? In the realm of reincarnation novels, the proficiency panels and golden fingers are essential tools for the ambitious and the competitive. Could she possibly transform the character card into such a remarkable entity? Without hesitation, Morlan decided to take action, utilizing the Book of Cards to redesign the functionalities of the character card. In her anticipated features, she introduced a new display for ability progression, causing the creation cost of the character card, Apprentice, to surge from 10 mana to a staggering 50 mana. As Morlan endeavored to generate the new version of the character card in the slot, she discovered that, even with sufficient magical energy, the anticipated functionality remained at a mere 50 completion. This presented a significant challenge. It was akin to the issue of magical grading. She realized that the cards birthed from her could not quantify the progress of her magical practice. This dilemma was far more complex than the mere question of magical energy. To her knowledge, the distinctions of apprentice, intermediate, and advanced merely delineated levels of magic. Further refinement lacked a robust theoretical foundation. Consequently, to enable the character card to reflect her progress in magic learning, she would have to immerse herself in various spells and experience a more nuanced grading system. Morlan had yet to formally study a single spell, and the distance to achieve such proficiency felt insurmountable. It was not an endeavor that could be accomplished in a fleeting moment. Silently, she archived the design within her card creation history, anticipating that once she surpassed the initial tier of all magical disciplines, she might finally put her concept to the test. The incompletely formed card in the slot dissipated as a gentle white luminescence flowed into the purple gem above the slot. The energy storage section of the Book of Cards also reflected a change. It was no longer at 0. Energy storage, 50 mana. It was then that Morlan realized this gem could store the energy required for card creation. She pressed her finger against the gem, cautiously channeling her magical energy. This time, the pull was not strong enough to send her spiraling out of control. Releasing her finger, she noted the stored energy had increased from 50 mana to 51 mana. Her own mana had diminished slightly, leaving her with only 143 points. It appeared she could gradually deposit her magical energy into the amethyst, preserving it for future card crafting. With her remaining mana dwindling and classes awaiting her the next day, Morlan reluctantly paused her card-making endeavors. Chapter 39. A dim glow. Having finished the breadfruit juice, Morlan could only nibble on a few pieces of breadfruit before bed. Hoping to hasten her mana recovery, she pondered when she would learn cooking magic to assist in juicing. Perhaps she should consider crafting a manual juicer? She wondered if it could be transformed into a card. If so, could the honey breadfruit juice also be made into a card? No, that wasn't right. If a honey breadfruit juice card were possible, wouldn't it be better to create a card that restored mana directly? And what about magic? Could she forge magic cards? As Morlan lay in bed, her thoughts began to scatter. After a considerable time, she finally drifted into slumber. In her dreams, visions of card games, board games, and literary works from her memories of the Blue Star flashed through her mind, birthing countless inspirations. Consequently, upon awakening to the chimes of the Academy Castle, the first thing Morlan did was rush to her desk, grasping a pen to record the inspirations from her dreams, lest they fade away. After jotting them down, she summoned the Book of Cards, where the 2 cards she had crafted the previous day were safely stored. Extracting the character card, Intermediate, Morlan, she gazed at the mana section. Mana, 189. After a night had passed, approximately 6 hours, her mana had replenished from 143 to 180. Senior Lilith had mentioned that the rate of mana restoration correlates with the remaining mana. The amount of mana left before midnight dictates how much can be restored in the subsequent 24 hours, with a maximum recovery of half the total mana. Should her mana be entirely depleted, the journey from 0 to 1 would require a full 7 days and nights. It appears that the breadfruit she consumed before sleep only aided in restoring less than 2 mana. Clearly, it is essential not only to seek a steady supply of mana-restoring items, but also to avoid depleting her mana below 50%. This strategy would ensure that her daily consumption of mana could be fully restored the following day. In the morning, with no time to prepare breadfruit juice, Morlan took a breadfruit with her as she departed for class. "Morlan, why are you eating breadfruit again?" Sylph exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the fruit in her hand. "They've already developed honey breadfruit juice and breadfruit cakes. Is it not a torment to your palate?" Morlan sighed. "I have no time to make juice. I must resort to this for mana replenishment. I'd rather endure a bit of discomfort than wait 2 or 3 days for my mana to naturally restore. After all, I have managed to consume plenty of breadfruit in the past." Upon hearing this, Vashida activated her energy vision and was taken aback. "Morlan, Why does your energy halo appear so dim? Wasn't it quite bright yesterday? Are you not recovering well? Last night, I delved into the book of cards, and then I was drained again. Vasida's heart raced at the thought of Morlan fainting a few days prior. Surely, you did not faint again last night. She went to the breadfruit grove to gather breadfruits, stuffing them into her devouring pouch in clusters, her magical energy perpetually abundant, the aura of energy ever radiant. Completely unaware of the correlation between the brightness of the aura and the quantity of magical energy it represented, Morlan shook her head, instead joyfully sharing with them. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. I understand how to utilize my innate manifestations. As she spoke, she presented 2 cards. Look, I've invested all my magical energy into these 2. Wow, how beautiful. But what are these? Hilf and Vasida inquired curiously, gazing at the exquisite cards. They could only comprehend the patterns and designs, unable to decipher the text inscribed on the cards. These are the cards I crafted using the Book of Cards. However, in my initial attempt, I instinctively employed blue star characters. This card, the Book of Cards, aids me in developing my innate manifestations. When designing and crafting cards, any issues or areas needing enhancement are clearly indicated, and this card assists me in enhancing my own abilities. Furthermore, this character card, once bound, accurately presents my race, level, magical capacity, and the spells I possess. It indicates that my magical capacity is capped at 989 mana, with a remaining 180 mana, proving far more convenient and precise than merely observing the energy aura. Morlan pointed to the text on the cards, explaining each detail to them. Is it truly that convenient? Though Vasida and Sylph could not comprehend the words, they were profoundly moved. Indeed, Morlan grinned with excitement, exclaiming, I have finally discovered how to manifest my innate talent. How wonderful. This time, it was Vasida who felt envious. My devouring pouch only understands hunger and need, and cannot provide clearer inspiration. All I can do is consume as much as possible to satisfy it, hoping to unlock more functions. The mere ability to convert food into magical energy is enough to evoke envy in all witches, isn't it? Morlan had many ideas. Yet her aspirations were constrained by her magical power, leaving her unable to experiment. Like her senior Lilith, she now yearned for Vasida to swiftly develop the corresponding witchcraft, providing her with an additional means to replenish her magical energy. You two needn't engage in this envy game. I am the one making the slowest progress. I have merely planted the bellflower in the pot, and it has yet to sprout. I remain ignorant of the special functions of the box of 10,000 variations and how to further develop it, Sylph said with a bitter smile. Unlike Vasida, who was driven by the unbearable pangs of hunger and soon discovered the energy transformation of her innate manifestation, and unlike Morlan, who diligently exerted herself to not only uncover the function of her innate manifestation, but also developed 2 highly useful cards in one go, Sylph, with her easygoing and unhurried nature, now found herself troubled by the slow progress of her own innate manifestation. This feeling of melancholy inevitably leads one to harbor expectations for Morlan. Oh, Morlan, when will you devise a card-based magic that guides the development of innate manifestations? Compared to her own lack of clarity and progress regarding her developmental direction, Moran's card magic offers a glimmer of hope, while Vasida shares this anticipation. She understands the challenges that lie ahead. Witchcraft necessitates a profound study and comprehension of innate manifestations. The accomplished witches of your dedicated many years to their craft before achieving mastery. Even now, she finds herself at a loss on how to summarize her own witchcraft. Sigh. Sylph exhales, fully aware of this reality. Yet, perhaps it is not entirely hopeless. Morlan muses, gently touching her nose with a hint of uncertainty. My cards, once created, possess a tangible form and can exist independently of the card book. To be precise, each card resembles a magical item crafted by the card book. Chapter 40. Sharing cards. Morlan speculates that utilizing a single card does not require magic or contract as intermediaries. It is akin to employing a magical object. However, for her, this represents a losing venture, as she cannot reap the rewards of increased magical capacity. Large-scale production and distribution are certainly impractical. No amount of magical energy can sustain such an endeavor. Nevertheless, crafting a couple of cards for her dear friends remains a feasible option. Really? The eyes of Sylph and Vasida gleam brighter than the midday sun. Bathed in the shimmering gaze of her companions, Morlan gritted her teeth and remarked, The Book of Cards can guide the development of tangible talents. I am uncertain if it will work, but perhaps I should design one to see. Her magical energy had somewhat recovered since the previous night, and designing a card required merely 1 mana. Indeed, Vasida and Hilf nodded in agreement. As Morlan began to tinker with the card, the two held their breath, fearful of disturbing her. Card design. Unnamed card 2. Expected consumption. Infinite mana energy. Expected appearance. Appearance template 1. Expected function. Upon binding, it can guide a witch in developing her innate tangible talents. Curiously, despite merely substituting the guidance for her own card development with that for a witch's talent manifestation, the consumption became incalculable. Should there be a set limit? Yet, tangible talents lack tiers. But witches do possess tiers. She revised it once more, adjusting the expected function to guide Vasida, an intermediate witch, in developing a devouring stomach, and renamed the card to Devouring Stomach. This time, the mana consumption yielded a precise figure, mirroring her Book of Cards at 1200 mana, just as she thought progress had been made. Upon summoning the Book of Cards and channeling 1 mana from the amethyst into the slot, then adding the design template for Devouring Stomach, she discerned the challenges in crafting this card and realized success was unattainable. Current challenge: insufficient understanding of the Devouring Stomach bag. It is advised to comprehend the functions of the Devouring Stomach bag and acquire relevant knowledge, or submit a complete sample of the Devouring Stomach bag to compensate for the lack of information. The lack of understanding regarding the Devouring Stomach bag differs from the insufficient knowledge of magical progression. The knowledge of magical progression can be self-taught by the witch, and for a witch with limitless potential, it is certainly achievable. However, the Devouring Stomach bag is a manifestation of Vasida's unique talent, which she herself does not fully comprehend, let alone others. Once Vasida attains a sufficient understanding of her own talent manifestation, the value of creating this card will diminish. Even if the function were to be replaced with Sylph's Box of Multitudes, the outcome would remain the same. It is impossible for Morlan to grasp the knowledge of their talent manifestations before the other witches. As for an alternative solution, providing a complete Devouring Stomach bag and Box of Multitudes as sample materials is equally unattainable. The talent manifestations of witches are singular. There exists no second Devouring Stomach bag or Box of Multitudes. The ability to create the Book of Cards card likely stems from the fact that the Book of Cards is inherently hers. Although she may lack comprehensive knowledge of the Book of Cards, the book itself possesses self-awareness. It appears that the creation of cards from the Book of Cards requires not only her magical energy as a power source, but also the requisite knowledge. This requisite knowledge encompasses not only her own knowledge reservoir, but also the abilities and experiences she has mastered. For instance, in the case of the Book of Cards, the knowledge component is provided by the Book of Cards itself, which she inherently possesses. If the corresponding knowledge were to be likened to a tangible object, such as the Devouring Stomach or the Box of Multitudes, she could even submit a sample to the Book of Cards to supplement the information. Morlan, how are you doing? Vasida finally inquired after noticing Morlan had been lost in thought for a while. I failed, Morlan replied. I cannot create a card that neither I nor the Book of Cards fully comprehend. It's all right. We shall research it gradually ourselves, Sylph comforted her. Every witch has gone through this. Indeed, even witchcraft can only share a portion of the abilities of their inherent manifestations. What you have accomplished is already impressive, Vasida chimed in. Morlan was not as despondent as Sylph and Vasida had imagined. Although the designs for the Devouring Stomach and the Box of Multitudes had not succeeded and could not benefit her companions, she had not left empty-handed. At the very least, she had gleaned some understanding of the rules for creating cards from the Book of Cards. Moreover, it was merely a lack of knowledge to support the guidance cards for inherent manifestations that had hindered her progress. Reflecting on how Vasida and Sylph did not possess the same understanding of the card she had created, she added a description of the card functions. Then, drawing from a purple gemstone, she summoned 20 mana, and 2 character cards, Apprentice, Unbound, materialized in her hands. While I may not be able to create guidance cards for developing inherent manifestations, these character cards can. I gift these to you. Please bind them and see. Vasida and Sylph, holding their cards, suddenly realized they could comprehend the characters inscribed upon them. Character card, Unbound. Level, Apprentice, can expend 100 mana energy, or an equivalent amount of other energy, to upgrade to basic. Function, once bound, it can display personal information in real time, including name, race, rank, magical power, and magic level. Binding entry. Cannot bind if the card's level is exceeded. Please upgrade first. The method of utilizing the card was crystal clear. Morlan kindly reminded them. Your current magical energy level should be intermediate. You must elevate the card to intermediate at least before binding. Consequently, Valen and Sylph opted to upgrade the card's level. With the expenditure of 100 mana, the character card ascended from apprentice to basic. After spending another 500 mana, the character card transformed into intermediate. With several hundred units of magical energy infused into the card, Valen replenished her mana consumption by devouring the energy stored within her sustenance, leaving no trace of its depletion. However, Sylph's energy aura dimmed significantly. Fortunately, the binding entry finally opened. Chapter 41. Equitable exchange upon the card. Miniature illustrations of Sylph and Valen emerged, accompanied by their personal information. Their race, rank, and magic level were identical to Morlan's, with only the magical power differing slightly. Valen's was noted as Magic, 888 mana. Sylph's read, Magic, 900 mana. Although their remaining magical energy exceeded Morlan's, their total magical capacity was somewhat lesser. How remarkably precise. The two exclaimed in astonishment. It seems that I have gained an additional point of magical prowess. During the talent assessment, my mana was measured at 887. Valen had previously been completely unaware of her own surge in magical power. My own remained unchanged, as Hilf remarked. The true value of this card lies primarily in its capacity to display magical strength, Morlan concurred. After all, aspects such as race, rank, and magical level are matters of common knowledge among us, even without the card's indication. However, magical potency is not precisely monitored. We can only make rough estimations through the energy aura. Why have you three not yet attended your classes? There was a flying lesson this morning. Lilith, unable to sleep, rose earlier than usual. While she was in the backyard gathering vegetables to prepare breakfast, she spotted the three of them huddled conspiratorially at the entrance of Hilf's courtyard. Unable to resist, she climbed over the fence and approached them. The three little witches, startled, patted their chests in relief. They had not seen their senior for an entire day, and her sudden appearance was rather alarming. Morlan joyfully shared the news about the card with Senior Lilith. Such significant progress in just one day? Lilith exclaimed in astonishment. But, can one share it with other witches and sorceresses without signing a witch's contract? Indeed, it is not yet a fully developed witch's magic, Morlan replied. Senior Lilith, allow me to create a card for you as well. However, Lilith disapproved, shaking her head. Even undeveloped witch magic can involve contracts for compensation. I appreciate your kind intention in gifting us the cards, but this approach is not entirely wise. If you gift these cards to the three of us today, the other little witches will undoubtedly desire them as well. Will you then feel obliged to bestow them upon them too? This time you have bestowed a gift. Will you continue to create other cards to give away? In the academy, surrounded by witches, your generous disposition towards losses in the wilderness may only attract those who seek to exploit kindness for their gain. Rest assured, my senior. For in my previous life, a saying prevailed, a favor for a favor, a grudge for a grudge. I shall not squander my wealth on outsiders. Morlan elaborated. As for the little witches, they are all good-hearted individuals. The cost of producing a character card is minimal, and I am more than capable of gifting one to every little witch in the school. Her generosity towards the young witches stemmed from a profound belief that they are not devoid of discernment and are indeed trustworthy. The culture of witches is such that they never take kindness for granted. Thus, the contributions of the clan have never been in vain. The witch community may be loose and free, yet it remains steadfastly united, even without the constraints of a contract. There has never been a case of kin harming one another in the history of witches. After all, only those women with truly pure hearts can, in times of despair, be chosen by the will of Valen and evolve into witches. If some recoverable magical power can aid everyone in gaining a clearer understanding of their own states, why not embrace it? Of course, she previously did not realize that even non-witch magic could involve contractual exchanges. Lilith, noticing her lack of understanding regarding the implications, adopted a more serious tone. Even if your generosity is solely directed towards the witches, it is still not without consequence. If you gift us these cards for free, will we be charged for your future witch magic services? Our innate gifts do not manifest like your cards. They only consume your personal magic during their creation, while the energy thereafter is provided by the user. If we grant you the privilege of free usage, you will subsequently deplete our magic whenever you employ witchcraft. Conversely, if we do not bestow upon you this free access, We would unjustly acquire your card without recompense. How, then, could other young witches repay your kindness? It would be far more prudent to establish a contract from the outset, offering compensation in exchange for your card. Remember, among witches, equitable transactions are often more cherished than mere reciprocation. I, too, require this card, yet I desire to forge a contract in exchange for it. She cast her gaze towards Sylph and Vashida. Morlan, if contracts can be established without magic, let us at least expend some magic to formalize an agreement. Vashida suggested. Lilith, Senior, Morlan is unaware of the nature of witch contracts. She does not realize that agreements can be made without witchcraft, which is why she directly offered us her card. Sylph explained. Upon hearing this, Vashida added, Indeed, Morlan, as a soul from another realm, is understandably unfamiliar with the social customs among witches, influenced as she is by her past existence. Lilith's expression remained stern as she fixed her gaze on Morlan, determined that she comprehend this principle. Otherwise, she feared Morlan might suffer in the future. Understanding the reactions of Vashida and Sylph, Morlan readily conceded, You are correct, Senior. I had not considered that. Please, teach me how to establish a witch's contract. Lilith finally breathed a sigh of relief. The challenge of the witch's contract had never been the contract itself, but rather the witch's magic. Since this did not involve the borrowing of magic, it need not be overly complicated. A simple contract magic would suffice. You must have learned the golden pin technique yesterday, right? Just use the golden pin technique to draft the contract, specifying the obligations of both parties, and then sign it. Morlan understood. Please wait for me a moment. I am willing to pay 50 mana for a one-time magical power or an equivalent one-time magical power. To purchase a character card, Apprentice, Unbound, from which Morlan, with the energy consumption during the use of this card to be borne by the user themselves. Upon reading 50 mana, Lilith's voice became shrill. Morlan, were you perhaps a goblin in your previous life? Morlan recalled the cunning and greedy goblin portrayal in the Young Witch series, wrinkling her nose. Senior sister, do not slander me. I was a genuine human in my former life, law-abiding, and have never committed any wrongdoing. Chapter 42. The shrewd merchant Morlan, then how is it that you are so adept at business? Lilith exclaimed incredulously. The apprentice-level witch's book and the golden pen technique only require 5 mana. How dare you charge 50 mana? Senior sister, you must not be mistaken. The witch's book and the golden pen technique require a permanent payment of 5 mana, which equates to a loss of magical capacity. However, I only need to make a one-time payment of 50 mana without losing any magical capacity to permanently possess a character card. Is that not more advantageous than the witch's art? Morlan has given this considerable thought. If she were to charge for permanent magic like the witch's tome, who would possess enough magic to purchase the multitude of cards she intends to develop, it is far more advantageous to charge a one-time magic fee per card, thus achieving a thin profit margin yet ensuring greater sales. This approach not only addresses her magic consumption issue, but also leaves some room for future witchcraft. She has already devised 2 names for future witch spells. The draw card magic, tailored for gamblers, allows one to spend permanent magic to access a card pool with corresponding probabilities, while single-use magic is required to draw cards. The card album magic caters to those who cannot afford to gamble but wish to secure a guaranteed outcome. They can spend permanent magic to unlock an album of a specific level and then use one-time magic to purchase desired cards. In essence, she is certain to profit. Lilith glanced again, still feeling the price was exorbitant, primarily because her magic reserves were quite limited. A mere experiment with the blood needle had depleted her resources. Thus, the price must be negotiated. You just mentioned that a character card could be created for only 10 mana magic. Doubling the price yields a handsome profit, but multiplying it 5-fold is excessive. Considering your seniority, could you lower the price a bit? Senior, I have already offered you a discount. Morlan brandished a contract. Look here. This is my price for others. What? In the future, upgrading the cards will require a payment of 50 of the upgrade cost in one-time magic to you? Lilith felt a wave of darkness wash over her. This is an upgradable card that can be utilized all the way to the pinnacle level. Unlike Lady Tracy and others, who sell their witch spells once per level, I am merely collecting a small interest for upgrades. However, let us not mention the matter of the 10 mana any further, as it detracts from my card-selling endeavors. With a smile, Morlan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Senior Lilith, for your previous guidance. As a dear witch, you are precise in your dealings, ensuring equitable exchanges that alleviate burdens and resolve my pressing dilemmas. It is simply marvelous. Lilith pondered. Did she truly impart such lessons? This seems excessively well learned. Just moments ago, Morlan had been foolishly eager to gift cards, even boasting of distributing them to the entire school of little witches. How had she transformed into a merchant even craftier than a goblin? Initially perceived as a sweet rice dumpling, it now became evident that she was filled with a black sesame paste. A sense of nostalgia for the earlier version of Morlan washed over her. Gazing at the other two junior sisters, who were merely spectators, stifling their laughter, she couldn't help but inquire, "Aren't you two going to negotiate the price? Such an exorbitant cost, and you are willing to accept it? I find it reasonable, considering it's merely a one-time expenditure of magical energy. It will replenish in a few days," Sylph chimed in. Lilith observed the two of them. One radiated an aura so bright it could blind the unprepared, while the other, though dimmer, still shone considerably brighter than her own. No wonder they were so generous. With both junior sisters so accommodating, Lilith had little recourse. All right. We shall let it pass this time. But should you maintain such exorbitant prices in the future, I shall have to reconsider. At least she recognized that Morlan was no fool. She had turned shrewd, outwitting even goblins. Morlan was certain that her senior would acquiesce, despite her dim aura. She undoubtedly possessed the capacity to muster 50 mana. Lilith did not forget to admonish Vashida and Sylph. You two must refrain from purchasing items without haggling simply because of your wealth. No matter how vast your fortunes, they cannot withstand such extravagant spending. Even at the witches' market, if you are unfamiliar with the prices and do not negotiate, you will end up paying more than others. Once you are out in the wilderness, your reckless spending will only mark you as easy targets, and others will take advantage of you without hesitation. Understood, Senior. Vashida and Sylph nodded obediently. Morlan joyfully handed them the contract. Having expended 30 mana, she gained 150 mana, elevating her mana reserves from 180 to 330, thus significantly enriching her. The transaction was delightful. Next time new cards are available, I will be sure to inform you first, Morlan said, her face beaming with joy. By the way, Lilith, could you help me spread the word among the second-year seniors? Morlan inquired. Lilith raised her chin, saying, "That will come at a different price. I plan to make some bread juice this evening. How about I bring you a large jug?" Morlan suggested. Initially, she was in urgent need of the bread juice. But with her newfound income from card sales, the urgency had diminished. Lilith, who had yet to master the art of juicing with cooking magic and could only produce it manually, felt an embarrassing stir of desire. However, still finding the little merchant which displeasing, she retorted, I know. Hurry along. Other little witches are likely already halfway up the hill while you are still dawdling at the entrance." Out of mere curiosity, she had lost 50 mana, and resentment filled her heart at that moment. The remaining magic is scarcely sufficient to elevate this character card to an intermediate level. Breakfast is no longer necessary. One might as well consume breadfruit juice and gnaw on breadfruit. The mere thought of the taste of breadfruit caused Lilith to don a mask of anguish. Farewell, Senior. Indeed, it is high time to depart. Even the first-year witches have already left. Morlan took the lead, dashing towards the Academy Castle, closely followed by Vashida and Sylph. Morlan, slow down. We set out early today. A brief delay will not cause us to be late. Worry not, Sylph shouted while keeping pace. In that moment, Morlan seemed to possess boundless energy, leaving Sylph and Vashida feeling inadequate. They resigned themselves to slowing their pace. Oh, our senior Lilith is truly remarkable. How could someone like Morlan ever be deceived by outsiders? It would be a miracle if she ever deceived others. Indeed, Morlan possesses a natural flair for commerce. She is quite the little money enthusiast. We must all learn from her. In the future, we shall rely on selling witchcraft to earn magic power. Chapter 43. The frenzied promotion. Morlan sprinted along the path and soon caught up with two little witches who had fallen behind the main group. Ace, Alba, would you care for a card that accurately displays your magic power value? One card for 50 mana, and it remains usable even at peak level. Ace and Alba looked at her with puzzled expressions. What card? What magic power value? What do you mean by one-time magic? Morlan produced her character card, having temporarily transformed the text into the witch's script. Is this card a manifestation of your talent, Morlan? Ace and Alba inquired curiously as they examined the card. Indeed, it requires merely 50 mana for a one-time magical power, or an equivalent of 50 mana's worth of magical energy, Morlan replied. However, Ace and Alba shook their heads. While the ability to accurately gauge one's magical power is certainly impressive, it is beyond our means. During their initial talent assessment, one had been measured at a magical capacity equivalent to 52 mana, and the other at 55 mana. Their current magical reserves likely remained little changed. Having recently entered into contracts for apprentice-level golden pin techniques and witchcraft, their remaining magical energy surely fell below 50 mana. Even for a one-time magical power, they could not afford it. No worries. Morlan produced the contract. We can arrange for installment payments. A mere 1 mana interest for each day of delay. The longer the installment period, the lesser the daily magical energy required, ensuring it won't interfere with your daily studies. Ace and Alba focused intently on the terms. Willing to pay 50 mana for a one-time magical power or an equivalent of 50 mana's worth of magical energy. To purchase the Witch Moran's character card, Apprentice, Unbound. Each upgrade of the card necessitates a payment of 50 of the magical power or magical energy to Witch Morlan. The energy consumption during the card's usage shall be borne by the user. Should energy be insufficient, installment payments can be arranged, with a 1 mana magical power or its equivalent charged as interest for each day of deferral. There shall be no reduction in interest for early repayment. Proposed installment plan: 1 2-day installment, with a daily payment of 26 mana power or its magical equivalent. 2 3-day installment. They can indeed afford the installments. What do you think? Should we proceed with the purchase? Morlan remarked, my magical resources are limited. I can only craft a certain number of cards each day. If we do not buy today, we will have to wait a while. Originally hesitant, Ace and Alba exchanged glances, both feeling tempted. But the question remained, which installment plan to choose? Naturally, the longer the installment period, the better. For instance, a plan spanning 50 installments would require only a daily payment of 2 mana power. Morlan enthusiastically advocated. The key point is that such a minimal daily payment will not interfere with your magical studies. There are only 2 slots available for the 50 installment plan, which means you two are fortunate to encounter it first. Thereafter, you would have to at least wait for a 6 installment plan to obtain the cards today. The reality was that the energy contained in the card book's amethyst was sufficient to create 2 cards. Morlan was reluctant to expend her own magical energy. Using an additional mana today would mean 1 less mana restored tomorrow, which she found rather unprofitable. Upon hearing this, Ace and Alba promptly made their decision. Then we shall opt for the 50 installments. Excellent. Morlan swiftly inscribed 2 contracts with her golden pen and presented them before them. Her demeanor exceedingly cordial. The energy stored in the card book's amethyst diminished by 20 mana, coalescing into 2 character cards, Apprentice. Moran's mana increased by 4, and for the subsequent 49 days, she would receive 2 mana power each day from both Ace and Alba. Ace and Alba were both at the apprentice level, enabling them to bind immediately. Once bound, they beheld their astonishingly clear magical power values and felt it was worth it. At the very least, they no longer had to ponder daily over the fluctuations of their energy auras. Should any inquiries arise regarding the cards, do not hesitate to consult me. Take your time. I shall take my leave for now. With that, Morlan dashed ahead to pursue other young witches, eager to promote her offerings to each one she encountered. Currently, the purple gem held no excess magical power, prompting her to adjust her sales pitch. Isn't the high interest on installment plans unwise? Absolutely not. Let me explain. I do not recommend installment plans exceeding 5 periods. Why? Simply because crafting cards also depletes my magical energy. Each additional card I create diminishes my reserve, and after midnight, the magical power I recover the following day is likewise reduced. Such a loss. Just observe my magic. It takes several days for it to fully replenish. 5 installments is the maximum. Beyond that, I must wait a few days for my energy to recuperate before selling again, or it would be too disadvantageous. The young witches I encountered earlier all made purchases. If you choose not to, I shall proceed ahead. Many of the young witches had never even visited the marketplace, never having witnessed such a spectacle. Was it truly the case that if they did not buy, they would have to wait? Everyone else had purchased? After all, it was merely a transient magical power that could be restored with a few bites of breadfruit. These cards could elevate one to the pinnacle level. They must buy. Morlan, from the rear of the group, marketed her wares all the way to the front. Every young which she passed acquired a character card, all opting for the 5 installment payment plan, with each installment equating to 11 mana energy. She utilized 10 mana to create a card, and on that very day, she earned an additional 1 mana. Moreover, for the subsequent 4 days, she continued to accrue 11 mana each day. After the first-year Little Witches purchased her card, Morlan's magical energy not only remained stable but increased, rising from 184 to 206. Meanwhile, the Little Witches left behind were gnashing their teeth as they munched on breadfruit. A trend emerged where they would nibble on breadfruit while perusing their cards, keenly observing the growth of their magical power. Indeed, witnessing the rise in magical energy made the consumption of breadfruit all the more delightful. With half an hour remaining before class, the third-year Little Witches descended on the castle's outer square on their broomsticks. At that moment, a sycophantic Little Witch approached them. The name of the senior recorded on the first day of school proved useful. Grace, senior. Good morning. Would you care to purchase a card that reveals your magical energy value? Nellie, senior. Huh. Of course, I remember your name. I recall that you excel at fire magic. Would you like to take a look at the card I created using my talent for materialization? It has received widespread acclaim among the first-year Little Witches, with each one owning a copy. Galira, senior. I remember you mentioned last time that you were uncertain how long it would take to advance beyond the apprentice stage. This card can accurately display your magical energy value. It will be clear how much you still need. Would you like to acquire one? Chapter 44. The Corruption of Books. The third-year seniors, having accumulated 3 years of experience, possessed significantly stronger magical energy than the first-year students, with most exceeding 50 mana. The ability to perceive one's magical prowess, quantified in terms of mana, and to gauge the distance from becoming a novice, which is an irresistible temptation for all young witches. After all, they lack access to the witch's compendium and cannot consistently assess their magical capabilities. While each of them is capable of a one-time payment equivalent to 50 mana, the necessity of attending magical classes today compels them to opt for a 5-installment payment plan. The collective magical reserves of 31 third-year witches have elevated Morlan's mana to 237. Alas, the second-year and 4th to 5th-year witches are absent from the castle today, much to Morlan's slight dismay. However, she is confident that news of the character cards will soon spread, leading to an influx of young witches seeking her out. As Morlan set off from the dormitory, she became the first to arrive at the alchemy classroom in the West Tower. Her hurried journey, filled with promotional endeavors, left her drenched in sweat, her hair clinging together in damp strands, yet the rewards were undoubtedly worth the effort. She calculated roughly that at midnight yesterday, her mana stood at 143, indicating she could naturally regain that amount throughout the day. Following midnight today, the mana payments from the young witches would also be credited, Ace and Alba contributing 2 mana each, alongside the remaining 53 witches from other grades each providing 11 mana, culminating in a total of 587 mana. When combined with her natural recovery of 143 mana, not only would she replenish her magical reserves to full capacity, but she would also possess an excess that could be stored in the purple gemstone of her card book. This method of mana recovery is truly suited for her as a card witch, far more efficient than her previous struggles with bread. Draped in a flowing black witch's robe, Amisha entered the classroom and observed the young witches, each exhibiting a faint glow of energy as they consumed breadfruit to replenish their magical powers. Unbeknownst to her what had transpired on their journey, she felt a deep sense of comfort. It was evident that their morning practice of magic had taken its toll. How many times must one practice to exhaust such a substantial amount of magical energy? She wondered how many Amos there might be. All right, today, we shall embark on the penultimate step in the creation of the Book of Witches' magical infusion. Amisha clapped her hands, prompting the young witches to retrieve the books they had crafted the previous day. Utilizing the magical infusion techniques we have learned, infuse your books until, within your energy vision, they radiate a hue that mirrors the color of your energy auras. These books are composed of the most ordinary materials, making the infusion process quite simple. Employ the magic that transforms color paper to green. After an hour of infusion, you should be nearly finished. Be cautious not to apply excessive force, as this may damage the materials. Every inch of the cover and every page must be infused. Only when imbued with your own magical essence will the book truly belong to you, and only then will the Book of Witches accept you. With no objections raised, they commenced. The young witches quickly grasped the art of magical infusion on the first day, and after several days of practice, they sprang into action upon hearing her words. Utilizing the magic that turns color paper green, they infused for more than 10 minutes, scarcely exhausting even a fraction of their mana. Despite their earlier expenditure on Morlan's cards, they were still well equipped. After a brief intermission, with just 10 minutes remaining before class concluded, the last young witch successfully completed the infusion of her book. Morlan held in her hands a beast-skin tome, comprising merely 3 inner pages. The texture felt no different from before its enchantment. However, an inexplicable intimacy now enveloped it. Under the scrutiny of her energy vision, the tome emanated a unique, colorful luminescence, not overwhelming, yet perfectly mirroring her energy aura. Under the guidance of Lady Amisha, they employed the witch's book magic, placing the tome into the ethereal semblance of the witch's book. Upon contact, the apparition solidified entirely, manifesting in their grasp. The young witches discovered that the witch's book magic had transformed into a conduit for the storage and retrieval of the witch's book. Whenever the witch's book magic was invoked, the book materialized. The energy consumption was akin to that of the magical corruption, which turned the manifestation paper green. Despite this, the precise usage and the particularities of the witch's book remained elusive to them. When a young witch inquired about this, Lady Amisha elucidated. Each page within the witch's book can accommodate a single tome. The higher the level of the witch's book magic, the greater the capacity of the witch's book. At the apprentice level, one may add up to 100 inner pages, allowing for the contents of 100 tomes. The novice level permits the accommodation of up to 1000 tomes, while the intermediate level can encompass as many as 10,000, and so forth. The cover and inner pages of the books can be freely replaced or augmented, adhering to the same standards I previously taught. Once infused, they are sufficient. However, once the original cover and inner pages are removed, they will be irrevocably damaged, though the recorded contents will remain preserved within the ethereal semblance of the witch's book. Upon the addition of new blank inner pages, the content will reappear. The witch's book can only be opened by a witch, and its contents are visible solely to her. If forcibly opened, the vessel of the Book of Witches will self-destruct. Thus, there exists a risk of the book being lost. Should the vessel be damaged, it can be remade, for the contents of the book are stored within the ethereal shadow of the Book of Witches. Even in places where paper is unattainable, one can create a new Book of Witches using the techniques I imparted to you yesterday. The specific skills for utilizing the Book of Witches, as well as methods for upgrading its magic, are all documented in the tome titled Lifelong Learning Companion, the Book of Witches. A thorough reading will unveil all that you need to know. The morning class concludes here. Class dismissed. Ms. Amisha spoke at a rapid pace, bombarding her students with a wealth of information before departing the classroom promptly as the clock struck noon. The young witches remained in a daze. Frankly, they could not reconcile the rough, rudimentary bark books, slate books, and hide books they held with the grandeur of the Book of Witches, which the headmaster claimed could contain hundreds of volumes. Chapter 45. The Castle Warehouse. How exactly does one utilize this book? Vasida pondered repeatedly, her own being a slate book containing merely 2 sheets of straw paper, which concluded with a casual flip. Perhaps the afternoon would bring clarity. Sylph, however, was not so impatient. Morlan stood up. Shall we go to the Castle Warehouse? Why go to the Castle Warehouse? Vasida inquired, perplexed. Did not the headmaster say that an apprentice-level Book of Witches can accommodate up to 100 volumes? While we are still uncertain how to store the books, we can at least prepare the blank pages. The paper must be properly infused before it can be utilized. Moreover, do you truly intend to persist with such a rudimentary vessel? The spell books of the senior sisters at the entrance banquet were far from this simplistic design. Morlan proposed. What do you think? Shall we venture to the castle's storeroom to procure some useful materials? Naturally, the answer was affirmative, with Moran's suggestion laid out so plainly. Vasida and Sylph could not remain indifferent. The young witches, uncertain of their next steps, had found their guiding spirit. Let us go together. Wait, I need to visit the restroom first. Thus, the 27 first-year witches hurriedly made their way to the storeroom. The castle's storeroom was located on the lower ground floor, consisting of 3 chambers. The first storeroom primarily provided stationery such as paper, ink, pens, and notebooks. The second storeroom offered clothing, shoes, socks, and various fabrics and threads. Naturally, all clothing and footwear were standardized by the academy, identical to what was issued upon enrollment. However, the variety of fabrics and threads was quite abundant. The third storeroom served as a repository for daily necessities, containing pots, bowls, toiletries, bedding, and furniture, albeit all mirroring the dormitory's standard. Among the 3 storerooms, only the first was marked as accessible to witches of all academic years. The second storeroom was restricted to first and second-year students, with second-year students prohibited from acquiring ready-made garments. Similarly, The third storeroom was also limited to first and second-year access. It was evident that this was part of the Academy's initiative to cultivate self-sufficiency among the young witches. Upon entering the first storeroom, many young witches dashed towards the notebook shelves. Moments later, a chorus of disappointed sighs arose. Why are all the notebooks made of plain, soft covers? They are so drab and utterly unappealing. I find the witch's book that the senior students possess quite captivating. Ace, puzzled, inquired, could it be that they crafted them themselves? I am uncertain, replied Alba. Isn't that senior over by the ink shells a fourth year? However, I have forgotten her name. Ace echoed, why not ask Morlan? She remembers all the names of the little witches. They approached Morlan, who was situated by the paper shelves, engaged in a discussion with Vasida and Sylph regarding which type of paper to choose. We only need to select the material. As the paper here is sold by the roll, she explained. Upon hearing Ace and Alba's words, Morlan leaned forward and exclaimed, it's the fourth-year senior, Tracy. Leave it to me. I can even sell an extra card. Morlan. Tracy greeted her with a smile. How are you adjusting to life at the academy? Quite well. Although, the breadfruit is rather unpalatable. Morlan replied, grimacing. Ha ha ha. Tracy couldn't help but laugh. Seeing you all now reminds me of 3 years ago. It truly brings back fond memories. Cherish these good times. Morlan noticed the heavy dark circles under Tracy's eyes, indicating her evident fatigue, and asked with concern, Senior, is the environment in the inner area quite harsh? Tracy sighed. You'll understand once you reach the third year. All I can say is, you must diligently study magic, especially spells that can enhance your quality of life. We in the inner area have it relatively better. The fifth-year seniors in the outer area have it far worse. She lamented, oh, my beloved tea tree. They have all been tormented by those detestable beasts. Otherwise, she could have treated her junior to an afternoon tea. I shall remember this. Morlan remarked. It seems that the days of 4th and 5th grade are indeed quite arduous. By the way, senior, do you need any cards? Cards? Oh my, they are crafted from my innate talent. One can directly observe the magical power values at any time, just as during the talent assessment. 3 minutes later, Moran's magical power reserve stood at 16 mana. Senior Tracy opted to pay in 2 installments, contributing 26 mana each day. Would infusing 150 mana elevate it to the novice level? Can the upgrading mana be paid in installments as well? Indeed. The interest remains at 1 mana per day. Excellent. I estimate it will take about 6 days to achieve the upgrade. Regarding the cards, if you have any questions, feel free to visit me in the dormitory. I reside in room 69. Room 69, you say? That's right behind Lilith's, isn't it? I used to live there. What a coincidence. By the way, senior, may I inquire if your witchess books are all self-made? They are so exquisite. In the first-year extracurricular reading list, isn't there a book titled The Birth of a Beautiful Cover? Everyone learns from that. Oh, I see. Thank you, senior. The Birth of a Beautiful Cover? So it really is self-made. Why must it always be about books? Suddenly, I feel that my bark-covered book possesses a certain rustic charm. Perhaps I shall keep it after all. My slate book is also quite satisfactory. Even thieves are uninterested in it. I find the softcover notebooks quite commendable. The aesthetic appeal of the cover is of little consequence, for what truly matters is their durability. Moreover, they save the effort of cutting and binding. Indeed, the essence of a witch's book lies in its content rather than its exterior. In the confines of the academy, where resources are limited, simplicity is key. One can always procure a more aesthetically pleasing book post-graduation to replace it. Regardless, the little witches have, in a sense, relinquished their desire for a beautifully adorned blank notebook. The academy is rather peculiar. It refrains from providing any finished products that could be avoided, yet offers an abundance of methods for creation. Some of the little witches opted for the softcover notebooks, intending to modify them later as vessels for their witch books, settling for this interim solution. Others, however, aspired to craft an entirely new witch book, merely taking paper and a cutting tool. Morlan and Sylph belonged to the latter group, while Vasida aligned with the former. Everyone seemed to have found what they needed, albeit falling short of their expectations. This is largely due to the wise counsel of Senior Tracy, which they all heeded. If they do not exert themselves now, will they not suffer the consequences of being expelled from the dormitory in the future? Chapter 46. The Library Wait. Morlan called out to Vasida and Sylph, I have something. She cut a large piece of parchment and then, using colorful ink, crafted a grand poster. Vasida, intrigued, read aloud. Do you wish to know how much magic you possess? Do you wish to ascertain how far you are from ascension? Little Witch Moran's character card fulfills all your desires. All it requires is a one-time payment of 50 mana, and you need not worry even at the pinnacle level. Insufficient magic. Shall we make up for it in installments? 1 mana at a bargain price? Hilf was equally astonished. Morlan, is this how you sell cards to other little witches? Morlan nodded affirmatively. Of course. I ensure that every little witch can afford it. Everyone can clearly see their magical progress. Wait, let me sketch a simple illustration of the card. And oh, my dormitory number 2. A vividly colorful card advertisement, adorned with striking fonts and illustrations, took shape under her hands. She promptly retrieved some ready-made glue from warehouse No. 3 and affixed the advertisement to the wall outside warehouse number 1. After placing it, Morlan quietly waited for a moment. When no chaotic sounds arose to deter her, she felt at ease. All right, now every little witch who comes to warehouse number 1 to collect supplies will see it. It was also here that she coincidentally encountered Senior Tracy, who she reminded. This place is open to all little witches, so all of them will come here to gather their school supplies. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't know where to find the senior students in the 4th or 5th grades. Vasida and Hilf were utterly astonished. Senior Lilith will surely be deeply moved upon seeing this. The prices you offered are indeed very reasonable, right? The senior said it was unfair to label me a goblin. Morlan felt an overwhelming sense of conscience. If she were to sell these cards to anyone outside of witches and sorceresses, she could easily triple the price. The other little witches had already cut the paper, preparing to dye each sheet. Wouldn't this method of dyeing each piece be too slow? Morlan contemplated her previous experience of infusing the animal hide book, where the process was initiated from the outer layers and gradually penetrated inward. Therefore, she decided to directly infuse an entire roll of paper. To her delight, it appeared to work quite effectively. However, she noted that the area and volume of a whole roll were significantly greater than that of a single sheet, necessitating a longer duration for the infusion and a slight increase in intensity. This, however, posed no issue. She could easily infuse from the outside in, treating the outer layer first and deferring the inner layers for later. Consequently, when the time came to utilize it, she could cut as much as needed. After all, the dimensions of the inner blank sheets must align perfectly with the cover. She would not be confined to the diminutive animal hide book in her possession indefinitely. By infusing a roll of paper in advance, she could effortlessly cut it down for use upon acquiring a new book. Moreover, the infusion of magical energy proved to be far more potent and effective than that of mere magical power. When applied to materials of considerable thickness, the advantages of magical energy became evident. Vasida and Hilf, observing her technique, decided to emulate it. With merely 10 minutes remaining before their afternoon class, the 3 of them had already infused half a roll of parchment. The other young witches, unable to replicate their method of infusing an entire roll at once, drew inspiration from them and laid several sheets of paper flat on the table, enabling them to infuse multiple sheets simultaneously. Morlan, measuring against the size of her animal hide book, cut 30 sheets and added them to the witch's tome. At last, the slender animal hide booklet bore a semblance of a proper book. You never cease to amaze me, Ami Shah exclaimed as she beheld the stacks of rolled paper on the young witch's table, realizing they had not idled away their midday. Dean, please tell us how to incorporate the book into the witch's tome. Ace anxiously implored. The young witches were already brimming with anticipation. All right, soon, you shall discover. Bring the Book of Witches and follow me. Amisa beckoned them to follow. They exited the West Tower and arrived at the library of the main castle. The little witches were filled with astonishment. Headmistress, the library is finally going to be open to us, isn't it? Amisa shook her head in silence, guiding them past the grand library doors and into another corridor. Is there yet another corridor? Many of the little witches had not noticed. As they passed 2 small doors, labeled 3rd grade reading room and 2nd grade reading room, their gaze was drawn to the door at the very end of the corridor, and they thought, could it be? Indeed, Ms. Amisa paused before this door, which was marked as the 1st grade reading room. Upon seeing this door, it was clear that it could not compare to the opulence of the grand library. You still lack understanding of the magical world. A single misstep could plunge you into peril. Many of the books are not yet suitable for your engagement. The books here have been specifically selected for 1st grade witches, being more fundamental and considerably safer. The 2nd and 3rd grade reading rooms will be accessible in due course. These 3 years are dedicated to laying a solid foundation. Only after mastering the basics will you be allowed to delve into your areas of expertise in the 4th grade, at which point the library's privileges will be fully granted to you. Amisa offered a brief explanation regarding the library's restrictions before pushing open the door to the first-grade reading room and stepping inside. The little witches followed her in a steady stream. The interior was far larger than they had envisioned, approximately the size of the hall used for the entrance banquet. The magical lamp in the library radiates a brilliant light, accompanied by some comfortable tables and chairs, making it an excellent choice for reading. The bookshelves within are modestly sized, standing at approximately 1 meter and 60 centimeters. Even Visita, the shortest first-grade witch, can easily reach the top shelf by merely standing on her toes. The Academy's books have undergone special treatment. Ms. Amisa took a book from the first shelf upon entering and pointed to the runes embossed on the spine, saying, "Do you see this?" The young witches nodded, prompting Amisa to elaborate. "This is the transcribing spell of the witch Tracy, solidified into magical runes. It can be used in conjunction with the Book of Witches. Simply align the spine of the desired book against a blank page of the Book of Witches, and the transcription will be completed swiftly. If the runes appear dim, it indicates that the book has recently been transcribed by someone else and cannot be transcribed again for the time being." The shelves are equipped with a charging magic circle, allowing a book to be recharged in under a minute. Once the runes glow, transcription can occur anew. I recommend that you learn this transcription spell once you have a surplus of magical energy, as it will be beneficial after graduation, especially since only the books in the Academy's library come with transcription runes. The method of study is outlined in the book titled The Magic of Books, Chapter 47, Transcribing Books. Now that the young witches are aware of the method for transcribing books, they begin to feel a sense of eagerness, observing their excitement. Amisa distributed a lengthy book list to each young witch. This is the reading list for the first academic year. Please prioritize transcribing the required readings, as they will be essential for your classes. It is also advisable not to overlook the additional reading materials, as they are crucial for supplementing extracurricular knowledge. One should take the time to study them thoroughly. If you are in search of books, you may refer to the index on the first shelf. Now, go ahead and select your books. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out in the reading area. The young witches, upon catching sight of the books, pounced upon the shelves as if they were ravenous beasts. Morlan, however, was in no rush to catalog the books. As Ms. Amisha had stated, simply leaning the spines against the witch's book would suffice for transcription. Instead, she began perusing the reading list. The essential readings for the first academic year include 3. A Guide to Broomstick Cultivation 4. Household Magic, Cleaning, Organizing, and Repairing 5. Ignition, Illumination, and Water Creation 6. The Basics of Plant Magic and Vegetable Cultivation 7. Common Magical Plants and the Fundamentals of Potion Brewing 8. A History of Witches 9. Chronicles of the Valen Continent 10. What is magic, after all? In total, there are 10 volumes, from which one can glean a general understanding of the subjects to be studied throughout the year. The supplementary reading list is extensive, including recommendations from senior students such as The Path of the Witch, Traces of Energy, and The Birth of a Beautiful Cover, as well as the Dean's suggestions of The Witch's Pact and the Lifelong Companion Witch's Book. Additionally, there are tomes such as Gastronomic Compendium of the Valen Continent, Selection of Ingredients, The Art of Culinary Mastery, Cultural Attire of the Valen Continent, Comprehensive Guide to Fashion Trends, Origins of the Broomgrass, Encyclopedia of Magical Flora and Fauna of the Valen Continent, Ingenious Applications of Household Magic, The Art of Flames, Melodies of Clear Springs, Edible Plants, and their Culinary Preparations, Wands and Their Wonders, Origins of Witches, and various works pertaining to the Valen Continent. It appears that these titles serve as supplementary reading materials deemed essential. Morlan contemplated the ample blank pages prepared for her. However, upon embarking on her quest for these volumes, she soon realized the naivety of her earlier assumptions. The mere section dedicated to Valen Continent occupied several shelves, totaling hundreds of volumes. This extensive encyclopedia encapsulated information on the continent's diverse terrains, climates, cultures, languages, factions, and history. Richly illustrated, it offered a glimpse into the world beyond, and it was no exaggeration to say so. Just this singular work alone could scarcely accommodate the treatises on novice witches. The remaining recommended readings largely consisted of multi-volume sets. Only the 10 essential titles were relatively concise, each contained within a single volume. Currently, Moran's Witch's Tome allowed her to transcribe 33 books. Aside from the 10 required reads, her options were limited, compelling her to select a few titles previously suggested by her senior and the headmaster. Among these, The birth of a beautiful cover comprised the most volumes, boasting a total of 15, while traces of energy encompassed 2. Most aspiring young witches found that their blank pages were just sufficient to transcribe the essential readings. Morlan first began to transcribe the selected portion of the book, just as Ms. Amisha had described, by affixing the spine of the book inscribed with transcription runes onto a blank page. A flash of light illuminated the page, revealing the contents of the book. She could even turn the pages and search for keywords, akin to a digital reading device. It was indeed remarkably convenient. A grimoire, resembling a portable library, unfolded before her. Morlan meticulously transcribed one book after another, lamenting the insufficiency of blank pages, for they constituted her intellectual sustenance. Previously, she had fretted over a lack of reading material, but now she possessed a veritable library of thousands of volumes, her only concern being equitable access to this bounty. Although the transcription process was swift and straightforward, the recharging of the transcription runes required some time. When Ms. Amisha called them, Morlan had just completed the transcription of her selected 33 books. That would suffice for the day. There was no need for haste regarding the transcription of books. During next week's class, they would utilize some essential reading materials, granting them a weekend to prepare. Additionally, there was extracurricular homework. Listen closely, all young witches. After class, gather a twig and bring it to tomorrow's lesson. A twig? What kind of twig? Morlan inquired, seeking clarification on its purpose. This assignment seemed rather perplexing. What could possibly be the significance of collecting a twig? Any twig would suffice. Length and thickness are irrelevant, but it must be freshly cut, no more than 3 days old. The fresher, the better. As for its purpose, you will discover that in tomorrow's class. With that, Ms. Amisha hastily departed, leaving Morlan with a strong suspicion that she was evading further inquiries about the twig. I dare say, this branch will surely play a significant role tomorrow, Vasida declared emphatically. Indeed, Sylph replied, Ms. Amisa, no matter how whimsical, would not assign tasks without purpose. The fresher, the better. Let us hasten tomorrow morning and fetch a branch from the grove outside the dormitory, Vasida suggested. No, we shall take a knife and venture to the castle garden to procure some, Morlan asserted. Procure? Some? Sylph and Vasida exchanged puzzled glances. Yes, we should collect branches of varying thicknesses, thick, thin, and medium, each cut to a considerable length, so that we have all types available in class, Morlan explained. Oh, must it be so complicated? Did not Ms. Amisa state that only one would suffice, regardless of its dimensions? Sylph queried. What? The young witches looked at one another, bewildered by their oversight. Ms. Amisa mentioned that this week's introductory alchemy class would teach us to create our own grimoire and wand. Morlan noted. The grimoire has already been crafted today, but what of the wand? Are we to learn how to make it tomorrow? Sylph shook her head. No. A wand is a magical artifact. Can it truly be fashioned from any random twig? Morlan weighed the grimoire in her hands. Consider the exquisite materials that comprise our grimoire. I believe it prudent to gather additional supplies. Even if they are not for wand making, having more options available is always advantageous. I would not wish to settle for an ill-suited wand merely for the sake of convenience. Tomorrow morning, let us arrive at the castle a bit earlier. I noticed quite a few trees in the castle garden during my last visit. We can simply trim some branches without causing any harm. Excellent. We shall go together tomorrow. Chapter 48. The automatic juicer. The young witches exited the castle from the east. Today, the skies above the central mountains, where the castle is situated, appeared particularly lively. Young witches riding their broomsticks either soared through the air, whizzed past, performed acrobatic stunts, or dove from great heights, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Look, it's Senior Quinn. Ace pointed to a young witch perched sideways on her broom. Due to their close proximity and shared interest in gourmet cuisine and cooking, they were somewhat acquainted. And Ace recognized her instantly. Morlan and the others also spotted Senior Lilith, who was executing a series of daring dives and sharp turns, thoroughly enjoying herself. Have the seniors mastered flying so quickly? Sylph remarked. Alas, it seems we will only be able to walk to the castle from now on. Vasida was filled with envy. Hey, class is over. Lilith spotted them and descended slightly. Look at my broom. Isn't it stylish? The young witches nodded eagerly, akin to chicks pecking at corn. Although the broom resembled a mere stick bundled with some twigs and could hardly be deemed attractive, its ability to fly was simply marvelous. Ha! Lilith laughed heartily. I'm going to take a few more laps. After a while, the third-year seniors joined in the fun. The seniors soared through the sky while the first-year witches walked below, partaking in the excitement with their eyes. Morlan observed the excited upperclassmen today and realized that her card sales among the second-year students would not be particularly impressive. After descending the mountain, she still took a detour to the ingredient collection point, stocking up on materials for making breadfruit cakes and breadfruit juice. Upon seeing the array of books in the library, she decided that tonight's culinary focus would shift from breadfruit juice to breadfruit cakes. She planned to prepare additional long-lasting breadfruit cakes, which are remarkably filling and can be cut into small pieces, allowing one to consume a meal in less than a minute. It is truly an essential staple for the learning process. With a heavy basket in hand, she panted and paused every 10 steps. During these moments, she yearned for levitation spells and spatial items. Previously, she could only dream of such things, but now she contemplated the possibility of creating cards that could achieve that. Inspired by the nuances of life, Morlan quickened her pace, driven by the impulse to design spatial cards. Once her ingredients were ready, she summoned the Book of Cards. As she opened the tome, the first page displayed the card titled Book of Cards, with a small numeral 1 in the lower right corner, indicating the quantity of the card she had created. The second page revealed the character card, Apprentice, with the number 60 inscribed beneath it. Here, both the Chinese version of the cards and the witch's script version could be referenced. If the cover of the Book of Cards serves to store energy and craft cards, then the inner pages are dedicated to cataloging cards, recording, and querying card information. Having designed 2 types of cards, she could only browse the first 2 pages, while the subsequent ones remained as impenetrable as bricks. Morlan retrieved the Book of Cards and utilized its card design functionality to create a card. Card design, manual juicer. Estimated consumption, 0.01 mana power. Expected appearance, appearance template 1. Expected function, hand crank machine that can extract juice, separating juice from pulp. This idea had struck her the previous night, and the functionality mirrored the manual juicer she recalled from her memories of the Blue Star planet. To her astonishment, the energy required for production was merely 0.01 mana power. For the first time, Morlan realized the remarkable efficiency of mana. With just 1 mana power, she could craft 100 manual juicers. This revelation ignited boldness within her. Why settle for a manual juicer when an automatic one would be far more appealing? She set about redesigning it. Card design, automatic juicer, 1 mana card charging version, estimated consumption, 0, for mana power, expected appearance, appearance template 1. This charging method was inspired by a book she had perused in the library. Although the consumption increased 40-fold, it was merely a trifling matter for Morlan. Yet, she was not finished. She endeavored to create a direct charging version of the juicer. She seamlessly imported the design template of the automatic juicer into the card slot. Without encountering any difficulties, she crafted 2 cards labeled Automatic Juicer, Card Storage Charging 2 Mana version. Each one consumes 0.5 mana power, perfectly exhausting the last 1 mana energy contained within the amethyst. With both juicers ready for operation, Morlan took one for a test run, and it efficiently replaced the juicing task with remarkable speed. Previously, preparing a pot of breadfruit juice required hours of laborious mashing. Now, it was accomplished in mere minutes. Such a splendid creation, how can one refrain from sharing it with companions? While other young witches may find little use for bread juice, surely Senior Lilith and her companions will benefit from it. After all, even mosquito legs are a form of sustenance. Morlan opened the dormitory door and called out to the front and both sides. Senior Lilith, Sylph, Visita. The doors to the adjacent dormitories swung open, and Sylph and Visita emerged. A window from the front dormitory opened, revealing a bright red head peering out. Once everyone had gathered, Morlan announced, "I made an abundance of juice. Would you care to partake?" They all understood precisely what she meant by juice. Without a moment's hesitation, Lilith, whose magical power had dwindled to a mere double digit, climbed through the window. Visita and Sylph followed suit. "Morlan, you've only just arrived at the dormitory. And you've already prepared juice?" Visita remarked, having just finished slicing the breadfruit and beginning to mash it. "Of course. It's all thanks to the effects of my newly crafted cards," Morlan replied. "Wow, you've created new cards? Are they capable of swiftly producing juice? Are they for sale?" Sylph's eyes sparkled with excitement. She too required bread juice, yet found the process of mashing the fruit intolerable, given the choice. She would much prefer to spend that time conversing with Beatrice in the fields or tending to the flower pots where the bellflowers had yet to sprout. "Absolutely for sale," Morlan declared. Noticing the senior's eagerness to escape, she raised her voice. At an unbelievably low price of just 0.05 mana. Chapter 49. Gurgle, gurgle. The target. The little witches, all settled at the dining table at home, and Morlan first poured each of them a cup of the freshly made bread juice. Give it a taste, and see how it differs from the previous batch. Lily, in dire need of restoring her magical energy, murmured, gurgle, gurgle. The taste is quite similar. Gurgle, gurgle. The effect on magical restoration is approximately the same. Indeed, it is entirely identical. With the automatic juicer card, this entire jug can be produced from merely 5 medium-sized breadfruits. Morlan explained. Previously, when juiced manually, one would require 5 large breadfruits or 6 medium-sized ones to yield a jug of juice with just the right acidity. Is the efficiency of the card superior? Asked Sylph. That is splendid. We 1T need to harvest breadfruits as frequently, she remarked. Indeed. Morlan nodded. The juicer extracts nearly all the juice from the breadfruits, and I have discovered that the pulp left over can be directly used to make fruitcakes or even as an ingredient in dishes. When heated, it merely makes a gentle pop, and there is no need to press down hard on the pot lid. The end products share the same satisfying fullness as bread fruitcakes. Morlan then showcased the manifested automatic juicer alongside the card version for their viewing. Automatic juicer version. Card storage charge 2 mana energy version. Alright. Speak up. What is the price? Lily inquired, feeling intrigued. Morlan cleared her throat. The version I possess is rather luxurious, priced at 2.5 mana for a single use. Wait a moment. Lily exclaimed, detecting the inconsistency. Wasn't it advertised at the incredibly low price of 0.05 mana? This is infuriating. This is undoubtedly a ploy by the junior. Lily fumed. Morlan, what versions are available? What are the specific differences in prices? Vasita inquired curiously. Morlan produced a piece of parchment, upon which were inscribed the following details. 1. Hand-crank juicer. 1. Basic version. 0.05 mana for a single use. 2. Card storage version. 0.55 mana for a single use. 3. Direct charging, no accumulation version. 0.75 mana for a single use. 4. Direct charging. 1 mana accumulation version. 1.25 mana for a single use. 5. Card storage, no accumulation version. 1.5 mana for a single use. 6. Card storage. 1 mana accumulation version. 2 mana for a single use. For each additional mana of accumulation, the price increases by 0.5 mana for a single use. With a maximum capacity of 5 mana. The pricing is straightforward, akin to the character card, where the production costs are quintupled. Please provide me with the card storage version with 5 mana accumulation, Vasita declared, selecting the most expensive option with a wave of her hand. Her magical reserves were ample. Replenishing her mana was as simple as picking a few breadfruits, and she felt no remorse in spending. Moreover, the priciest option only required 4 mana. A trifling amount for her. Very well. Morlan swiftly inscribed the contract with a golden quill, completing the production and delivery of the card in one seamless motion. Sylph was quick to make her decision as well. I desire the card storage version with 2 mana accumulation. Certainly. Morlan had one readily available and handed it over, receiving 2.5 mana in return. Now, only Lilith, the senior, remained undecided. Make it cheaper, or I shan't purchase it. Once I master the method of juicing the breadfruit, I shall employ culinary magic instead, rendering this unnecessary. For Lilith, purchasing without haggling is akin to a death sentence, especially when it comes to acquiring goods from the unscrupulous junior. Given her understanding of Morlan, this item possesses at least 5-fold magical profit. After being thoroughly plundered this morning and attending an entire day of classes, the Lord's household is surely running low on supplies. But do not say such things, senior. The juicer has low energy consumption. 1 mana can yield dozens of uses. Moreover, it features a charging function, allowing excess magic to be stored for extended periods. The sooner one extracts juice efficiently, the sooner one can provide bread juice at any time, restoring magical energy. Upon articulating her reasoning, Morlan noticed that Lilith remained obstinate. She continued, this is not mere fanciful talk. Each adjustment to the card design consumes 1 mana. Her words struck a chord with Lilith. Indeed, developing innate manifestations requires substantial magical investment. Is it any wonder she is so frugal? It is precisely because her magical reserves are severely lacking. If only her blood needle could be shared like Moran's card book without needing to be distilled into magic, She could sell it for a far greater price than the junior. With this thought, she softened. All right. I will take the 1 mana charging version, totaling 2 mana for a single use. Excellent. Morlan and the senior formalized their agreement, aware that this card still operated at a loss. Lilith reassured her. The Academy will not permit you to sell this card to first or second year witches. Ultimately, this card can only be sold to juniors and seniors. Why does the Dean not allow Morlan to sell the automatic juicer card? Juicing breadfruit is not an essential skill to master, nor is juice something one must consume. Vasida is perplexed. Her insatiable appetite has led her to be most intrigued by culinary magic. Today, while transcribing in the library, she casually perused the must-read book learning culinary magic from scratch. To her dismay, the content proved to be profoundly disappointing. In essence, this book merely instructs young witches on how to satiate their hunger rather than transforming them into master chefs. Clearly, the Academy's intention is not to mold them into versatile culinary experts, but rather to impart the basic knowledge of utilizing cooking magic for meal preparation. Chapter 50, Energy Storage Card. The process of extracting juice from breadfruit is so arduous that younger witches might find it difficult to conceive the idea of juicing it. However, if they were to possess a juicer, it would be inevitable that they would attempt to use the most readily available breadfruit. Sylph remarked. At the very least, if she acquired a juicer, she would undoubtedly experiment with the breadfruit first. Morlan understood this logic as well, yet it did not hinder her from confirming. Headmaster, may I sell the juicer card to the younger witches? Lilith, Vasida, and Sylph. Observing Morlan's peculiar address to the headmaster, a certain Miss Amisa interjected, absolutely not. Wait, Morlan, is this how you typically summon the headmaster? This was the first time Lilith had witnessed a young witch addressing the headmaster in such a manner. Surprisingly, the trio found merit in her words and collectively expressed, we've learned something new. I must tell you, I harbor suspicions of a concealed realm within the Academy, where 148 Ms. Amisha dwell, each one vigilantly watching over a little witch to prevent any mishaps. After all, how else could the principal appear just in time? Morlan remarked earnestly. Is that true? Sylph's ears perked up in astonishment. 148 Ms. Amishas? That seems rather exaggerated. Lilith expressed her skepticism, questioning what sort of magic could possibly create 148 duplicates and sustain them indefinitely. If it's true, why not simply inquire with the principal? Vasida, adept at applying her knowledge, turned to the principal and asked, is it true? Do you truly possess 148 duplicates? A profound silence ensued. Perhaps it was this very silence that fueled her doubts. All right, let us set aside the inquiry regarding the principal for the moment, Lilith suggested, fearing the principal might emerge to reprimand them. There is no rule in the Academy prohibiting the principal from disciplining little witches. She swiftly shifted the topic. Morlan, why do you choose to research such a replaceable card? I believe you would fare better studying a card designed specifically for energy accumulation, given your impressive energy storage capacity with that automatic juicer. When you have excess energy, you can channel it into the card and retrieve it when needed. Morlan pondered this thoughtfully, realizing the wisdom in Lilith's words. She had indeed overlooked the potential for such a card, having only considered the energy storage capabilities of her gemstone card. The juicer card, it seemed, was destined for lackluster sales among the little witches. However, the cards for storing magical power are distinct. Not every little witch is like them. Consumed by the pursuit of researching their innate manifestations, fretting over insufficient magical energy. If only one could save the excess magical power each day. Wouldn't that enhance one's purchasing capabilities? In due course, acquiring cards would become a more generous affair. By rounding up, wouldn't she ultimately profit more? I must delve into the intricacies of this card. Noticing Morlan lost in contemplation, Lilith exchanged glances with Vasida and Sylph, and the three little witches rose in unison. You continue your research. We shall take our leave, awaiting your good news. All right. Once her companions departed, Morlan recalled that she had yet to design the space card. However, this time, she had learned her lesson and decided to inquire with the Dean first. Dean, is it permissible to sell storage space cards? Not until the 4th grade. It seems this coincides with certain magical abilities that every little witch must learn. Once her magical energy is abundant, creating a storage space card for her convenience should pose no issue. The card for storing magical power. Its function is to access magical energy? No, not all little witches possess the traits of witches. It should also encompass a magical conversion feature. What form should it take? A simple card seems to conserve magical energy most effectively. Morlan began to edit the card's features and appearance. Card design, energy storage card, expected consumption, infinite mana energy, expected appearance, template 1, expected function. The user can convert their energy into magical energy for storage via the energy storage card, and can also convert the magical energy within the card into any energy to be absorbed by the body for utilization. Maximum storage capacity is 10 mana energy. Upon observing the anticipated consumption, Morlan was taken aback. Why is it infinite magic power again? Where has the discrepancy arisen? After all, there was only a storage capacity of 10 mana. She inserted the card design into the slot to examine the difficulties. Current difficulty 1. Severe deficiency in card-making energy. It is advised to augment the card-making energy or reduce the expected functionalities of the card, or set a cap on its functionalities. Current difficulty 2. Lack of knowledge regarding the absorption of unclaimed energy into the body for utilization. It is recommended to acquire relevant knowledge. Upon encountering difficulty 2, Morlan experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, even the magic infused into the amethyst within her card book could not be reabsorbed for her own use. It could only be utilized for card creation. The golden pin contract could transform another's magic directly into her own. But she did not comprehend the principles underlying this contract. Her mastery of the golden pin was merely a privilege granted by the contract which, Camilla, and did not constitute a true ability of her own. Thus, her efforts in card creation could not spontaneously generate such an effect. At present, she could only produce energy storage cards that could store magic for card consumption. However, how many other young witches actually had such extensive card consumption needs? Perhaps in the future, when the variety of cards she created increased, such specialized energy storage cards might hold some significance for other young witches. Yet, minimal significance implied little market value. It would result in losses, unless the magic within the cards could be transformed back into energy that all witches could summon and utilize. Morlan clung to the last vestige of hope, modifying the enchantment to transform the magical energy within the cards into any form of energy directly applicable for spellcasting. However, despite her efforts, the result remained the same: insufficient energy, compounded by a lack of knowledge regarding the utilization of stored energy for casting spells. It seemed her only recourse was to create specialized energy storage cards, with the energy contained within them rendered useless for the witch's purposes. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. If she possessed no magical abilities and was wholly ignorant of magical knowledge, would she be incapable of producing any wondrous cards imbued with magical effects? Including spatial cards, perhaps she could leverage the book of cards to create a card capable of storing other cards, yet without any understanding of spatial magic. She would be unable to forge cards related to storage spaces. She even attempted to design a simple storage card, only to find that it conformed precisely to her expectations. Chapter 51. The Witch's Staff. But how had she managed to create a character card? She understood the distinctions among races, grasped the nuances of magical potency, and was aware of the levels of magic. Yet, she only knew the classifications of magic without being familiar with the names of all spells. The levels of magic are calculated based on the highest proportion of magical energy one can manipulate for spellcasting. However, without knowledge of the spell names, how could one denote the level of magic? Logically, given the gaps in her knowledge regarding character cards, she should not have been able to create one, yet she had. Were it not for Moran's firm conviction that the functions she inscribed would manifest without fail, she might have doubted the quality of this batch of character cards. The character card indeed displays the capabilities of magic and corresponding levels, yet she remains unaware of the names of all the spells. Where could the issue lie? How is it possible to create such a thing? Morlan began to meticulously unravel the mystery. Beyond her own knowledge, her abilities could also serve as resources for card creation, such as magic and innate talents. Since it was not something she comprehended, it must be derived from her own capabilities. Currently, she had not formally studied any magic. The golden pen technique and the witch's book both belonged to the realm of witchcraft, granting her only usage rights, not true mastery. This realization illuminated the situation. It was her innate talent, the card manifestation book, that was at play. Indeed, the card manifestation book possessed the ability to interpret her thoughts for card creation. Could it be that the character card derives the corresponding spell names by reading the user's thoughts? Many spells possess various names, and the names that resonate with the user are undoubtedly more fitting. Morlan contemplated, what if the golden pin technique were replaced by the contract technique? In the next moment, The golden pin technique on the character card truly transformed into the contract technique. It was indeed mutable, reflecting the thoughts and perceptions of the user. This card creator, who only now fully comprehended the essence of the character card, felt her previous triumphs in card creation dissipate. I cannot create something whose principles I do not understand and do not possess. Morlan reiterated this thought fervently in her mind before closing the card manifestation book. What she lacked was never the inspiration for card creation, but rather the knowledge and magical prowess to support it. She could not become so enraptured by her successes in card creation that she forgot the fundamental truths. With determination, Morlan summoned her witch's book through the magic of the witch's book. She speculated that the lesson tomorrow would involve crafting wands, so she turned to the book titled Wand, and settled down to read. Originally named The Witch's Staff, this book was penned by an anonymous witch. It serves as an enlightening historical narrative, with a low reading difficulty, making it suitable for young witches lacking in knowledge about wands. She devoured nearly half of the book in one sitting. The text revealed that long ago, witches were unaware of their own powers. They believed that their extraordinary abilities were linked to the phenomena that manifested at the moment of their awakening. Those who awakened with flames were known as red witches. Those who summoned flowing waters were blue witches. Those who experienced rapid plant growth were green witches, and so forth, including the cyan, purple, orange, white, and black witches. Newly awakened witches struggled to control their abilities, often revealing their anomalies at inopportune moments. During an era when angels and demons shared dominion over the human territories of the Valen continent, only the priests and knights of the angelic church, along with the priests and warriors of the demonic church, wielded magical powers. Any non-clerical individual exhibiting special abilities would be deemed heretical and subjected to judgment. Witches unable to manage their powers frequently found themselves as victims of the pyre. Countless witches inadvertently exposed their abilities and were executed as a result. One witch named Selma, while facing execution by fire, unleashed a surge of magical energy that incinerated the priest and villagers who judged her. To escape the temple's pursuit, she sought refuge in a remote primeval forest teeming with snakes, insects, and rodents, where she used a wooden stick to fend them off. One day, she suddenly realized that the once untamed flames within her became gentle and manageable when she held a wooden stick, albeit with diminished lethality. Strikingly, this effect was exclusive to the stick she had cherished for an eternity. Not only could she conjure flames to ignite a fire with this stick, but, when parched, she could also summon fresh water. It appeared that while wielding the stick, she possessed not only the power of fire, but also the abilities of water, flora, wind, and more. This stick was none other than the first wand in existence. Later, she encountered a reclusive green witch in the forest and shared her discovery. The green witch, inspired by her, crafted a stick of her own, and with time, her stick developed the same powers as Selma's. Gradually, news spread among witches far and wide, prompting them to nurture their own sticks to harness their abilities. It was during this time that the witches realized the initial manifestations of their powers merely represented their strongest abilities, not the entirety of their potential. Consequently, the witches' survival capabilities were significantly enhanced. In due course, the witches uncovered the phenomenon of magical contamination. A witch, originally an apprentice chef from a temple, ingeniously combined magical contamination with the staff of a priest, bestowing a new name upon the witches' sticks, wands. Thus, the wooden implements of witches were forever known as wands. Through relentless experimentation, the witches mastered a more efficient method of crafting wands. They would select a fresh branch or stick that resonated with them visually and emotionally, infuse it with magical contamination, and it would transform into their magical companion, the wand. As Morlan reached this point, she realized that the fresh branches Ms. Amisha requested were undoubtedly intended for crafting wands. Since the inception of the first wand, the study of these magical implements by witches has never ceased. Following humanity's revelation that the belief in angelic beings wielding divine powers and deals with demons for strength was merely a ruse, it became clear that humans possessed the innate ability to master extraordinary powers through diligent study. Thus emerged the practitioners of arcane knowledge, who designated themselves as mages. These mages held the conviction that acquiring the appropriate knowledge would enable them to harness corresponding abilities. Some witches, under the impression that they were akin to mages, ventured to engage with them, only to encounter new perils. The exceptional magical prowess of witches, which did not rely on the specialized casting methods of knowledge, became apparent. They transitioned from being habitual victims of the pyres and temples to becoming prey for mages. Many dungeons within mage towers held witches captive, subjected to inhumane experiments aimed at uncovering the secrets of their inherent gifts. Chapter 52. The relentless pursuit of witches by mages did not vanquish them. Rather, it inspired witches to draw inspiration from the mages' arcane knowledge. Alchemical magic was born from the witches' observations of magical items crafted through mage alchemy, leading to its development. Thus, witches began to arm themselves with magical items created through alchemical practices. The advent of alchemical magic also heralded a transformation in wands. No longer mere novice tools to aid witches in stabilizing their spells, wands evolved into increasingly fortified forms. Examples include melee wands adorned with sharp blades and enhancement wands embedded with magical gemstones. Consequently, wands transcended their initial purpose, becoming enduring magical artifacts that would accompany witches throughout their lives. Nevertheless, regardless of any transformations, all wands originate from a mere stick. After finishing the tome wand, Morlan found herself deeply captivated. Immersed in the historical narratives woven within its pages, her mind remained in a state of unrest. The inception of the wand was serendipitous, its evolution fraught with complexities, yet it emerged as a resplendent flower from a dismal environment, marking the pivotal moment when witches began to harness their powers, one which after another contributed to the advancement of wandcraft. Unlike the church and later sorcerers, who monopolized knowledge and exploited the vulnerable to secure their own status, each witch generously shared her findings upon encountering a kindred spirit. This camaraderie is the true reason behind the ever-increasing resilience of witches. Morlan felt a profound sense of gratitude and pride in belonging to this extraordinary sisterhood. Ding, ding, ding. The castle bell tolled 6 times. Morlan gazed in astonishment out the window. Was it truly 6 o'clock? At that moment, she realized her eyes were somewhat strained. Oh no. She quickly checked the magical energy bar on her character card. Magic. 989 mana. Her mana had indeed overflowed. Last night, when she had ceased crafting cards, she had 356 mana remaining. This morning, the new day's card income had been credited, totaling 613 mana. Based on the mana count from last night before midnight, she should have naturally recovered 89 mana over the span of 6 hours from midnight until now. Adding it all together, she should have had 1058 mana. A staggering 69 mana had been lost in natural recovery. Morlan felt a pang of regret. She hurriedly infused 207 mana into the purple gem of the card book, leaving a vacant position. The remaining 18 hours of natural mana recovery today must not be squandered. She planned to check it again in the evening, as any surplus mana could be added to the card book tomorrow. Even if it could not be used for casting spells, it could at least be utilized for card creation. The loss was so significant that Morlan left home in the morning looking utterly dispirited. Of course, there was also a hint of fatigue from staying up all night reading. Morlan, what is wrong? Vasida inquired with concern. Moran's dark circles under her eyes rivaled those of her family's zombie, and her expression was even more despondent, completely devoid of her usual vitality. Sigh. Morlan lamented. Don't even mention it. I got so engrossed in reading last night that I forgot to infuse mana into the card book ahead of time, wasting a full 69 mana. It's truly more painful than death. Vasida offered consolation. Think of something cheerful. Perhaps today we will learn wand crafting. Soon, we shall be able to learn magic. Indeed, we are definitely learning wand crafting today, Morlan replied as she walked. The most ordinary wand is merely a branch or stick imbued with magical essence. Just as they exited the courtyard, Sylph, who had joined them, curiously asked Morlan, "How do you know this?" From the book Wand Crafting, Morlan responded, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Let me tell you, this book is exceptionally well written. You must take a look at it." "So, you stayed up all night just to read this book?" Vasida remarked. "Yes, I initially had no intention of staying up late. However, I lost track of time while engrossed in my reading. Had I not suddenly heard the castle bells, I would have assumed only a brief moment had passed. Otherwise, I would not have forgotten to transfer my magic in advance." The thought of that 69 mana still pains Morlan deeply. "What is this book about? What captivates you so?" asked Sylph. "Oh, this. It is a scientific historical narrative concerning the art of wand making." Morlan could not help but elaborate. Today, the first-year witches had planned to venture to the castle garden to gather branches, setting off together from the dormitory. Along the way, the young witches clustered around Morlan, captivated by her tales from wands and their wonders. With fervor, she narrated from the foot of the mountain to its summit, passionately recommending, "But it is best not to read this at night. One might unwittingly find themselves awake until dawn, just as I have." The young witches were already intrigued by the history of witches' wands she recounted. They eagerly proposed to add a few blank pages to their witches' book and transcribe this compelling work. With the recommendation a resounding success, Morlan felt elated. "Let us go find some wand materials. Since wands are crafted from freshly gathered branches, do we not need to prepare an array of branches of varying thicknesses and lengths? Can we not simply choose one that feels right?" Vasita inquired. "Precisely," Morlan replied. "Yesterday, I consulted several upperclassmen about the significance of fresh branches. They, like the headmaster, were reluctant to disclose any information. Now, however, we need not rely on them. We have discovered the truth ourselves," said Ace. She suspected that the crafting of wands was scheduled for Friday, allowing the young witches an entire weekend to create a wand that suited them perfectly. "How delightful. We shall all select the most fitting branches. And I can only imagine the expressions on the heads of the school and senior sisters." "Hush! A senior is approaching." The young witches kept their shared secret close as they stealthily made their way to the castle garden. The garden was tranquil in the morning, devoid of other young witches, which facilitated their covert actions. Although not expansive, the garden boasted a variety of plants. The first-year witches navigated through, choosing trees that appealed to them, breaking off branches, and performing a rough trimming. They waved their selections in the air, satisfied only when they felt comfortable with their choices. Morlan selected a branch of green sandalwood, its fragrance subtly reminiscent of sandalwood. It was approximately the length of her forearm and perfectly weighted, which she found delightful. Chapter 53. Wand class. As she contemplated the day's lesson, Amisa, clad in her black robe, flew with increased speed. She entered the alchemy classroom in high spirits, casting her gaze upon the neatly seated young witches. However, she noticed the absence of the diverse branches she had anticipated beside them. Pausing, she inquired, "Where are the fresh branches I asked you to prepare yesterday? Have you gathered them?" Observing a few young witches struggling to suppress their laughter, Amisa sensed that today's performance might not unfold as expected. Yet, she maintained her composure and simply asked, "Where are they?" The young witches then produced short, slender sticks from their sleeves. The longest was only slightly longer than half an arm, while the shortest measured about 2 palms in length. All were of a convenient size for easy carrying and effortless waving. The thickness of the branches lies within an appropriate range. They are neither too thick to hinder a proper grip nor too slender to risk breakage. Even the forks have been meticulously pruned, as if one were already aware of the purpose of preparing fresh twigs. "Director, how does it look? Are we prepared adequately?" Vasita inquired with keen interest. "I suspect the trees in the castle garden have suffered at your hands," Amisa countered without hesitation. In the entire core area of the academy, only the castle garden could yield such a variety of wood. It was evident where they had procured the branches. The young witches faltered for a moment. Though they had been cautious and refrained from recklessly snapping branches, at least 27 twigs had fallen victim to their endeavors, one for each little witch. Amisa merely sought to frighten them. "This time, I shall overlook it, but in the future, you must refrain from damaging the plants in the garden." Although there are no magical flora, they were all carefully selected for everyone to admire during breaks. "Yes," the young witches responded in unison. Morlan, who had instigated the garden's destruction, breathed a sigh of relief. She had only considered the proximity of the castle garden to the west tower, thinking it easy to bring the branches over, never realizing they were Ms. Amisa's cherished selections. "Now, let us discuss how you learned about today's lesson," Amisa declared, disappointment washing over her as she settled into the chair at the lectern. The young witches turned their gazes toward Morlan. Amisa understood. The issue lay with this little sorceress. The child appeared quite spirited, yet she bore the unmistakable look of someone who had not slept well. Last night, she immersed herself in the book with unwavering focus, to the extent that its contents were indelibly etched in her mind, becoming a reservoir of knowledge akin to the memories of the Blue Star. What an unexpected outcome. Yet, considering the circumstances surrounding Morlan, it seemed quite reasonable. Amisha remarked, after all, it was the first day of class, and she, the little sorceress, had diligently practiced during the break. Indeed, as Morlan stated, the most primitive form of a wand is merely a fresh branch imbued with magical essence. Now that you have prepared fresh branches and mastered the art of magical infusion, do take the initiative to experiment. The little witches suddenly felt somewhat at a loss. "Director, Could you not share some essential points to consider? Although they understood the method of creation, the absence of guidance left them apprehensive, and many little witches felt a surge of uncertainty. You must gradually acclimate to the process of self-exploration and learning. After all, during your 5 years at the academy, it is impossible to learn everything. The academy can only impart the fundamental knowledge and methodologies. Most little witches graduate as novice sorceresses, with only a select few reaching the intermediate level. The path of magic that lies ahead will depend on your initiative, studying the texts, and enhancing your skills through self-directed learning. Today presents a splendid opportunity. The failure rate in wand crafting is exceedingly low, and even if you encounter setbacks, you can procure another branch at noon and recreate your wand in due time. As Amisha concluded, she gracefully retrieved her tea set and began to brew tea with elegance. Fortunately, I listened to Morlan discussing the intricacies of wand crafting during the morning, which provided me with a general understanding of the process. Nonetheless, in the absence of the principal's guidance, they must exercise utmost caution. They refrained from consulting Morlan further, as they were already familiar with the methods of creation. The principal was correct. They ought to cultivate the ability to conduct independent research and learning. Each began to experiment according to their comprehension. Most merely refined their materials slightly before initiating the magical infusion. Morlan, however, progressed at a more leisurely pace. She intended to spend considerable time on her first wand, aiming for an exquisite finish. Following the magical infusion, the wand would become rugged and resistant to breakage. Therefore, she meticulously carved its form beforehand. Utilizing the tools from her previous work on the witch's tome, she stripped the bark from the green sandalwood staff and diligently polished its surface. She devoted significant effort to the handle, intricately carving dense cloud patterns to prevent slipping, and inscribed her name in witch script. Even the end of the handle featured a hollow design, leaving space for a gemstone inlay. Once she mastered alchemical magic, she planned to make slight modifications to the wand. After ensuring everything was in order, Morlan applied a thin layer of olive oil, which imparted a lustrous sheen to the wand. It was only then that she commenced the infusion process. Initially, she applied a gentle infusion. Once the wand's body radiated a delicate glow under her energy perception, she gradually increased the intensity. The presence of the faint glow indicated a successful infusion, transforming it into a wand capable of stabilizing and restraining magical output. However, the longer the wand was used, the greater the affinity it developed with its master. This process could also be expedited through magical infusion. As the noon class concluded, Ms. Amisha gracefully descended from the podium and made her way around the room filled with little witches, proclaiming that all had succeeded. A spontaneous cheer erupted in the classroom. How wonderful! I can hardly believe it. We truly succeeded. Without any guidance and having not observed others' methods, we managed to create it solely based on the snippets of wisdom imparted by Morlan in the morning. How remarkable! This was their inaugural attempt at crafting a magical item independently, and achieving success on the first try instilled an unparalleled sense of accomplishment, boosting their confidence immensely. Should they encounter a similar situation requiring independent effort in the future, they would no longer be hesitant. Ms. Amisha nodded in satisfaction. Class dismissed. Chapter 54. A touch of encouragement after Ms. Amisha departed. The little witches remained enveloped in the joy of their successful wand-making. Each proudly wielded their wand, experimenting with whimsical gestures, thoroughly enchanted. It wasn't until Vasita's exclamation that their attention was captured. Morlan, is that your wand made of green sandalwood? Indeed, Morlan replied. I made a few adjustments, employing some carpentry skills from my past life. Upon beholding Morlan's wand, smooth and exquisitely adorned, the little witches suddenly felt their own wands were lacking. In comparison to Moran's creation, their wands resembled mere sticks, indistinguishable among the twigs. Is it too late to strip and polish? Vasita inquired. It is likely too late. Once tainted, it becomes rather challenging to carve, came the response. Morlan comforted them, saying, in truth, this state of being is quite delightful, exuding a raw and natural beauty. The little witches responded with silence. Aside from the castle garden, where can we find the nearest trees? Asked Ace. There seem to be a few along the path down the mountain. Cheryl replied. Then I shall take the lead. Ace exclaimed, pulling Alba along and not forgetting to grab her machete. Hey, wait for me. The little witches poured out of the alchemy classroom. Morlan shook her head with a smile. It appeared that Ms. Amisha's intention for the little witches to craft more wands had indeed been fulfilled. The classroom was left with only her, a solitary little witch. She rubbed her dry eyes, stifled a yawn, and leaned on the desk to catch up on some sleep. The repercussions of her late-night endeavors were quite substantial. That morning, she had been forcing herself to remain alert, and without a brief respite. She feared she would doze off in the afternoon class. However, her slumber was brief. An hour later, she awoke to the sound of the clock striking 1. Feeling significantly more refreshed. With an hour still remaining before class, Morlan retrieved the Book of Witches and turned to the first volume, The Birth of a Beautiful Cover. The current leather-bound book in her hands was rather diminutive, making it somewhat cumbersome to read, thus she resolved to procure a new one soon. If one wished to avoid embarrassment before the younger students, this tome was essential reading. The inscription from Julieta on the front page struck a chord, resonating with every little witch. None of the senior witches had used the original leather, bark, or slate books, perhaps inspired by those very words. Morlan perused the table of contents and discovered that this was, in fact, a series of books dedicated to the crafting of various styles of witches' tomes. The binding method described in the book is singular, resembling the loose-leaf notebooks of the former Blue Star. According to the esteemed senior Julieta, this particular binding technique is most suitable for a witch's tome, allowing for the flexible rearrangement of pages. The majority of the content is dedicated to the art of cover creation, encompassing over 1,000 distinct styles and their meticulous crafting methodologies, alongside various techniques applicable to cover design. It features not only the popular styles of the wilderness, but also those favored across the diverse nations of the Valor continent. If one merely wishes to create a beloved witch's book, it is unnecessary to peruse the entire 15-volume set. One can simply consult the cover illustration compendium within the first volume, select the most cherished design, and reference the corresponding volume and page number to obtain the crafting blueprints and guidelines to follow. However, Morlan aspires to craft a witch's tome that mirrors the style of her own card book. In the cover illustration compendium, she found no exact match. So she sought out several covers with similar elements, studying them diligently, preparing to combine those insights and learn the relevant techniques to ultimately manifest her envisioned creation. As Cheryl passed by Moran's seat, she inquired with curiosity about the book she was reading. Upon learning the title, The Birth of an Exquisite Cover, she remarked, "This book consists of 15 volumes, doesn't it? It appears rather daunting to read. I feel I won't have the time to delve into it anytime soon. Indeed, for now, the cover may be somewhat unattractive. What matters is that the witch's book can encompass the necessary texts. This collection requires 15 blank pages to be properly bound, far too many." Ace also noted that the little witch was beginning to feel the mounting pressure of her studies. Morlan shook her head and turned to the first page of the first volume. "Let me read to you the author's message." After the little witches listened to the author's words, they pondered. If, a year later, they were still holding the same bark, leather, and slate books as their junior classmates, it would indeed be rather embarrassing. They would possess none of the dignity befitting a senior. We must see. Before next year's enrollment ceremony. We must finish it." A slight motivation was all it took to change one's mind. The afternoon classes offered no new content. Ms. Amisha merely encouraged them to enhance their wands in preparation for the magical studies beginning the following week. The more they infused their wands, the more effective they would be, and the easier their spellcasting would become. Observing the little witches taking out different wand materials to rework their wands, Amisha understood the situation. After all, with one little witch crafting her wand like a piece of art, it was only natural for the others to follow suit. However, refining and carving wood was no simple task. It was far more challenging than merely infusing a wand. Even with several materials prepared, the results might not be as aesthetically pleasing as hoped. Though she anticipated this outcome, Ms. Amisha chose to turn a blind eye, saying nothing. After all, experimentation encompasses not only success but also a greater share of failure. Once everyone had experienced at least one failure. Morlan stepped in to teach them some basic polishing and carving techniques, and Amisha did not intervene. She granted them complete freedom. Ultimately, being novices, even with Morlan's guidance, the creations they produced were not as exquisite as they had envisioned. It can only be said that it is an improvement over the original unrefined form. The little witches have also come to realize the limitations of their skills and ultimately selected the wand material they were most satisfied with, transforming it into a wand. After class, while the little witches prepared to depart, Morlan did not accompany them. She intended to procure some fabric, animal hides, and needle and thread to create a protective cover for her wand. "What kind of protective cover?" the little witches inquired. The wand crafting book contains simple instructions for making a basic wand cover. It is essentially a small pouch to safeguard the wand, Morlan explained. I plan to create a small crossbody bag that can hold both books and a wand. Although the witch's tome could magically be stored, other items such as paper, ink, water pouches, and snacks could not. Having a small bag would greatly facilitate carrying things to the castle. Chapter 55. A busy Saturday. The little witches were also eager for the small crossbody bag Morlan mentioned, but none of them possessed the skill to sew. It's all right. Making a small bag is quite simple. I can teach you. It will only take a few hours, Morlan assured them. Isn't there a book titled Learning Sewing Magic from Scratch in the essential reading list? I suspect that sewing, much like cooking, is a necessary skill, and it would be beneficial to get some early exposure. This would take up too much of your time. We can wait until we learn sewing magic before making it. They replied. Except in dire circumstances, the little witches were quite reluctant to trouble her again. Sewing is not like cooking. If they did not learn to cook, they would have to subsist on dry bread daily, which would be quite a hardship. However, not learning to sew would not be critical if they lacked a small crossbody bag. Holding a wand in hand, or securing it at her waist, or even tucking it away in her pocket was permissible. The innate talents of witches surpassed those of sorceresses, correspondingly. The breadth of knowledge they were required to acquire was exponentially greater, rendering time a more precious commodity. Thus, Morlan found herself compelled to venture into the castle's storeroom to select her materials. By nightfall, she had crafted a large, supple leather satchel adorned with several pockets. It was not only capable of accommodating her wand, but also ample enough to hold a multitude of miscellaneous items. When slung over her shoulder, the satchel appeared somewhat oversized, yet its capacity sufficed. Upon completion of the satchel, Morlan perused the freshman guide. This pamphlet differed significantly from the tomes in the library. Its maps and schedules could not be transcribed or replicated, existing solely as an integral part of the witch's compendium. Consequently, the freshman guide became a page within her book of witches. It was Friday, and the upcoming week's courses were set to be updated that evening. She was eager to ascertain what classes awaited her. Indeed, the course schedule had transformed. The mornings were dedicated to theoretical lessons. On Mondays and Wednesdays, the focus was on the fundamentals of magic, utilizing the textbook What is Magic? Tuesdays and Thursdays were reserved for the history of witches, with the history of witches as the required reading. Fridays featured world history, based on the evolution of the Valen continent. The afternoons were exclusively devoted to practical magic classes, with a singular culinary magic course, guided by the book Learning Culinary Magic from Scratch. The theoretical lessons in the mornings took place within the castle, while the afternoon sessions were held in the cooking classroom adjacent to the ingredient distribution center. Moreover, the afternoon classes commenced at 4 o'clock, granting an extended lunch break. Consequently, the commute for attending classes had grown increasingly protracted. The cooking magic class runs from 4 to 6 o'clock, and by then, what is produced may very well serve as dinner. Morlan shook her head. It seemed that the academy's magical courses were taught sequentially, rather than a bit of this today and a bit of that tomorrow, progressing concurrently. Relying on the chimes of the castle's clock tower to gauge the time was rather inconvenient, especially since those chimes only marked the hours during the day. Thus, Morlan crafted herself a lady's mechanical watch using her card book. The card, a blend of Blue Star craftsmanship and Valen's timekeeping methods, was created at a minimal cost. She had little inclination to sell this watch card. Even with a 5-fold profit, it would not yield much mana. Senior Lilith already possessed a magical pocket watch, reportedly constructed after she had advanced her studies in alchemy 2 years ahead. This indicated that starting from the second year, everyone could create personal timekeeping devices. Rather than spending time promoting card sales, it would be far more beneficial to delve deeper into books. Amassing sufficient knowledge would enable the creation of more powerful cards, leading to greater rewards. The watch card could be sold at random as the opportunity arose. After taking the watch out from the card, Morlan donned it and glanced at the dial. It was 11:40. Fortuitously, she had made a watch. Otherwise, she would have intended to read a bit more of The Birth of an Exquisite cover before sleeping, potentially missing midnight once again. Currently, her mana reserve stood at 969 mana, having increased by 1 point today, totaling 990 mana. The income from card sales post-midnight would amount to 591 mana, which would be directly deposited into the card book at that time. The inherent magic retains half of its total, filling 474 mana into the card book, leaving 495 mana that can be maximized for recovery by tomorrow. As midnight struck, Morlan glanced at her 2 cards. Character card, intermediate, mana, 495 990, Card book, stored energy, 1272 mana. This would ensure that the naturally restored mana would not go to waste. With a sense of tranquility, Morlan drifted into slumber. When the clock chimed 6 in the morning, she still felt somewhat drowsy, yet she reached for her morning relic, the breadfruit, and took a delicate bite. Instantly invigorated, she sprang from her bed. There was no chance of sleeping in, not with the clock tower chiming even on weekends. And with so many tasks awaiting the young witch, Morlan dragged out the laundry basket filled with a week's worth of soiled garments. She had neither the time nor the energy for more. Fortunately, she had recently acquired several standard school robes, ensuring she had attire for each day. Alas, the robes could not be obtained without limit. Each young witch could only claim up to 7 sets at a time, just sufficient for a week's wear. The reason for this, Morlan did not need to inquire with Lady Amisa, was to foster a greater demand for cleaning magic, encouraging a more diligent approach to learning it. Morlan acknowledged this reality, but was reluctant to wash by hand. With thousands of mana stored in her card book, acquiring a washing machine card was entirely feasible. Even with a washing machine at her disposal, Morlan remained wholly motivated to master cleaning magic. While the washing machine was diligently cleansing the garments, Morlan extracted the juice from a bottle of breadfruit, crafting a delightful honey breadfruit water. The remaining pulp was not squandered. Instead, it was fashioned into fruit cakes. The juice was carefully stored in a water pouch, while the fruit cakes were meticulously wrapped in oil paper and placed into her satchel, alongside her witch's book and wand. Once she had hung the freshly laundered clothes out to dry in the courtyard, Morlan set forth with her satchel. On this day, the mountain paths of the Academy Castle were devoid of company, save for her solitary presence. She made her way to the alchemical classroom in the West Tower, where she began sketching the cover design for her witch's book. Her aspiration was to create a tome that mirrored the aesthetic of the card book, albeit without the card slots. Morlan intended to embellish it with several amethyst gemstones, complemented by gilded craftsmanship to fill this void. Upon completing her design, she referenced the methods for crafting decorative elements outlined in The Birth of a Beautiful Cover, familiarizing herself with the production process and the requisite materials. Armed with her list, Morlan ventured to the adjacent materials warehouse. Although the warehouse in the West Tower was designated for low-level magical materials, it housed an array of ordinary metals and ores, for witches could infuse mundane materials with magical properties. Chapter 56. Crafting the cover: 1 portable furnace, 1 crucible, 10 pounds of mold clay, 3 pieces of light-colored, smooth beast hide, 1 barrel of deep purple dye, 5 pounds of gold, 10 pounds of brass, and 7 pieces of purple magical gemstones. Morlan diligently collected the materials in accordance with her list. Subsequently, she immersed herself in the creation process. She carefully shaped the mold, melted the brass to form the inner cover, boiled and bleached the beast hide, and after it dried, dyed it a deep purple, securing it onto the inner cover. Subsequently, she melted the gold, fashioned it into a rough shape using molds, and then hammered, shaped, carved, and inlaid it. Thanks to her exceptional memory, the entire process unfolded rather smoothly, albeit with its intricacies demanding considerable patience. She toiled in the alchemy classroom from dawn until dusk, transforming her blueprint into a tangible reality. A magnificent, large format, 260mm x 375mm, gilded book inlaid with amethyst was finally completed. However, this still merely constituted an ordinary book. To serve as a vessel for the witch's magic, it required a magical infusion. Infusing such a substantial tome proved more challenging than the previous leather-bound volume. Although the materials used for the book were of superior quality, providing greater resilience and allowing for a more potent infusion, the enhanced quality also escalated the complexity of the process. Morlan dedicated over 3 hours to accomplish the infusion. By the time she finished, it was already 9 in the evening. She then retrieved the parchment she had infused, meticulously cutting it into sheets that matched the dimensions of her new book, yielding over 100 pages. Yet, the novice-level witch's book could only accommodate 100 pages, so she diligently punched holes and affixed them to the loose-leaf structure. Ultimately, she placed the new vessel into the witch's book, replacing the original leather volume. When Morlan summoned the witch's book, a splendid large tome materialized before her. Attached is the cover image of Morlan's witch's book. Morlan was utterly enamored. The first page featured the index she had prepared, allowing readers to locate the corresponding page numbers of the included texts. Although the large format book still contained 1 book per page, The larger font and increased content per page significantly enhanced the reading experience compared to the previous palm-sized leather book. The only issue with this book is its weight. While it is manageable to read on the table, it becomes somewhat cumbersome to hold. However, this is hardly a concern, for one can employ the magic of the witch's tome to effortlessly grasp it, regardless of angle or position. For instance, the witch's book now hovers gracefully above Moran's left hand, naturally open. With her other hand, she diligently retrieves books from the first-grade library shelves, transcribing notes onto the pages of the witch's book. She swiftly copies down selections that pique her interest, leaving 10 blank pages for future use. After departing the library, she does not forget to collect 2 rolls of parchment from the basement. By the time Morlan exits the Academy Castle, it is already past 11 o'clock. As she descends the path, the only companions she has are the stars above and the magical lamps lining the way. However, after traversing this route for a week, Morlan has grown quite familiar with it. She can even read from the witch's book while walking. The skill she acquired in her previous life of navigating while engrossed in her phone continues to serve her well in Valen. The brightness of the magical lamps provides ample illumination. At 1:30 in the morning, Morlan finally arrives at the dormitory area. All the little witches have already retired for the night, with not a single dorm light still aglow. She approaches the gate of her courtyard, observing it nearly buried beneath a pile of papers, and curiously glances at her dormitory number. Indeed, it is number 69. What could these be? Only under the street lamp does she discern the writing. Carefully peeling off each note to examine, she discovers that today, some 2nd and 4th year seniors had come to seek her out to purchase character cards. Since she was not home, they left a message, indicating they would return tomorrow. Morlan face bombs in realization. She had thought the seniors were disinterested. It turns out they were simply planning to come back over the weekend. However, why is there no senior from the 5th grade? Perhaps there is no need for one? When Morlan went to the backyard to collect the laundry, she discovered that the clothesline was empty. Upon returning, she found that her garments had been neatly folded and placed in the laundry basket at her dormitory door. Inside, there was also a note. Morlan felt a warmth in her heart. It was indeed quite late. And thinking about the little witch who would come to buy cards the next day, she quickly washed up and went to bed. The following morning, she did not even hear the 6 o'clock bell. She was awakened by the little witch calling to purchase cards. She hardly had time to freshen up before rushing downstairs to open the door. Apologies, Senior Sophie. I stayed up a bit late last night. Be careful with late nights, or you might not grow taller. Sophie reminded her. I understand. I'll be mindful of that, Morlan replied obediently. For a 13-year-old little witch who stood only 1.50 meters, the threat of not growing taller loomed large. All right, I saw the promotional poster at the castle warehouse entrance. Please bring me one of those cards that reveal magical power values. I can pay the magical power in full. Sophie explained her intent. Certainly. Morlan swiftly inscribed the contract using a golden quill and handed it to Senior Sophie. Once the contract was signed and the magical power transferred, Morlan provided her with the card. I shall take my leave now. After watching her senior ride away on her broom, Morlan felt her drowsiness dissipate and hurried to freshen up, as other seniors would soon arrive to buy cards. Throughout the morning, Morlan attended to 29 second-year seniors and 31 fourth-year seniors, with all the magical power acquired being deposited into her card book. In the entire Witch Academy, apart from the 5th grade young witches and the headmistress, all the witches possessed character cards. After selling out the cards, Morlan prepared for the upcoming week's lessons in the dormitory. The textbooks for several theoretical courses were quite satisfactory, dense with knowledge, and filled with valuable insights. However, the book Learning to Cook from Scratch left Morlan at a loss for words. True to its title, it indeed began from the very basics. The entire volume focused solely on teaching 3 dishes: baking bread, simmering vegetable soup, and pan-frying meat patties. Each recipe commenced with the preparation of ingredients. The majority of the book was dedicated to these 3 recipes, detailing every meticulous step. Only the final 10th of the book addressed the subject of culinary magic. Judging by the thickness of the book, one would hardly suspect it was merely a guide to preparing 3 dishes, rather than a textbook on culinary magic. It resembled a comprehensive cooking tutorial. The choice of such a book as a textbook for culinary magic was not without reason. As stated in the text, one must master the cooking process thoroughly to command the pots, pans, knives, and forks effectively. Upon skimming through the book, Morlan even felt that, with her culinary skills and memories of Blue Star cuisine, she would have a distinct advantage in learning this culinary magic, as it spared her the effort of familiarizing herself with the cooking process. It was merely a transition from hands-on cooking to directing the pots and pans with her will. This was a concept Morlan was well acquainted with. After all, magic was driven by willpower, was it not? Chapter 57. Oh no, I've messed up. In due time, she would invite Vashida, Shilf, and Senior Lilith over for a gathering. Culinary delights were best enjoyed when shared, amplifying their deliciousness manifold. Morlan had witnessed her mother conjuring culinary delights through the art of cooking magic, a truly effortless endeavor. After a delightful evening of relaxation with her friends, she felt prepared to embrace the challenges of the upcoming week. However, a commotion erupted in the dormitory. As Lilith, Vashida, and Sylph approached for dinner, they were met with a cacophony before the doors swung open before them. Inside lay a chaotic scene: pots, dishes, cutlery, and an array of meats, eggs, and vegetables strewn about. Morlan stood with her back to them, seemingly forlorn and overwhelmed. Where was the mischief maker? If not captured promptly, tranquility would be a distant dream. The absence of a magic circle in the dormitory had foretold the inevitable arrival of a trickster. With her wand gripped tightly, Lilith strode forward assertively, inquiring, "Is there any candy? Mischief makers have a penchant for sweets, and once they emerge, I shall transform them into actual potatoes." These tricksters resembled small potatoes and harbored a penchant for sneaking into homes to pilfer sugary treats. Should the candy jar be secured, the trickster would become irate, bouncing about and wreaking havoc. When a household finds itself plagued by such nuisances, there are but two remedies. One may either stash the candy in a corner or leave the jar open as a bribe, enticing the trickster to feast upon the sweets and depart quietly. Before leaving, they would mark the premises with a sign known only to their kind. For a time, those who had hosted a trickster would be spared further visits from others of their ilk. However, the one who had been entertained might one day return, not only to indulge in the sweets, but also to hurl small stones, twigs, and dried leaves about the home. Compared to this method, enticing the mischievous spirit with sugar, and then eliminating it when it appears to indulge in the treats, proves to be a more definitive solution. The vanquished spirit transforms into a genuine potato, and the essence of this potato, when smeared in the nooks and crannies of the dwelling, serves to frighten away any lingering spirits, effectively deterring their visits. The more potato essence applied, the greater the deterrent effect. Yet, there are impoverished families who wish to capture and slay a spirit for sustenance. Regrettably, these spirits never frequent households devoid of sugar. The mischievous spirits of Valen are as relentless as the cockroaches of Blue Star. Observing that Senior Lilith and her companions have commenced their search for the spirits, Morlan slowly turned her head. "It was my doing. Though it's somewhat embarrassing. I cannot allow the spirit to take the blame for my actions." "What?" Lilith was taken aback. "I just attempted a culinary spell. The outcome, well, you can see for yourselves." Morlan lamented, on the verge of tears. Just moments prior, she had confidently stood outside the kitchen, channeling her magical energy, directing the ingredients and utensils. They did indeed move, but not in the orderly manner she had envisioned. Instead, chaos and collisions ensued. And then, it resulted in this mess. Lilith rubbed her temples. "How many ingredients and utensils did you attempt to control at once?" Practicing culinary magic cannot be rushed. Haste leads to complications. Though it is the first spell learned by a young witch, its difficulty should not be underestimated. It requires not only proficient cooking skills, but also exceptional control. To juggle multiple ingredients and utensils while simultaneously preparing several dishes is a feat only accomplished by advanced culinary witches. Morlan was at a loss for words, feeling utterly defeated. She finally realized that the book learning culinary magic from scratch only taught how to prepare bread, vegetable soup, and pan-seared steaks by the end. Moreover, these three dishes lacked any additional complexity. The tools, ingredients, and steps were astonishingly simplified. She had initially assumed that the book was aimed at novice witches with no culinary experience, hence the emphasis on the basics. However, she possessed a foundational knowledge of cooking and believed she could bypass the rudimentary lessons. Little did she know, the selection of these dishes was deliberate, chosen for their simplicity in both preparation and ingredient use, making them easier to control with magic. "It's perfectly normal for a first-timer like you," Vashida and Sylph reassured her. "These dishes aren't tea-spoiled. With a little cleaning, they can still be consumed." "I shall take charge today," Lilith declared. "Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of an apprentice-level culinary magic." Morlan nodded in agreement. "I appreciate your help, Senior." She had come to the realization that she had significantly underestimated Shauna's culinary magic skills, leading to her misguided perception of culinary magic itself. Shauna often claimed that her primary expertise lay in mental magic, with culinary magic as her secondary skill, never presenting herself as a culinary sorceress. In truth, her culinary magic was undoubtedly of an advanced caliber, deserving of the title of gourmet witch. Morlan felt the need to witness firsthand what low-level culinary magic truly entailed. In a household where Vasida and Sylph reside, one is guided by a zombie father who instructs a zombie chef in the culinary arts, while the other primarily enjoys the bread and hearty soups prepared by a witch mother, along with fruits gathered by the father. Both are filled with curiosity about their different culinary environments. Under the expectant gazes of 3 younger students, Lilith fastened her wand at her waist and lifted a basket filled with ingredients, declaring, "Let us proceed to my kitchen." In a different setting, my cooking magic behaves less obediently. The trio, Morlan and her companions, exchanged puzzled glances. Isn't every dormitory kitchen identical? Does culinary magic really have preferences for locations? Indeed, Lilith affirmed. Familiar tools, particularly those infused with one's own magic, are far easier to manipulate. If one could command everything with precision, then culinary magic and household magic would undoubtedly be the most formidable combat spells. Upon deeper reflection, Morlan found truth in Lilith's words. From wielding kitchen tools to handling weapons, an array of instruments could be utilized to engage adversaries, each maintaining its own order without descending into chaos. Surely, this is the essence of combat magic. Given her earlier failure today, she felt no surprise. There were countless details she had overlooked. With an opportunity to learn from her senior, she summoned all her focus to observe intently. Once Lilith placed the basket on the countertop, she settled onto a high stool beside the stove. As a novice, it is essential to have a clear view of the kitchen dynamics. Chapter 58. The culinary magic of my seniors seated beside the stove. Lilith held her wand with unwavering concentration, employing her culinary magic to prepare a meal. She began by cleaning the ingredients, followed by chopping the vegetables. When washing vegetables, I tend to clean one at a time, pausing to turn off the faucet for each. As I slice the vegetables, I handle them one by one. And while moving ingredients around, the knife remains stationary. When it comes time to cook, I find myself unable to add seasonings without relinquishing the spatula. After preparing 4 portions of steak, 4 servings of mashed potatoes, a pot of rich tomato soup, and a small basket of bread, I have spent over 2 hours in the kitchen. It feels as though an invisible, one-armed chef is at work, while I can at least use both hands to cook. Allowing for a degree of multitasking, I now understand how my mother effortlessly makes bread and simmers soup without the aid of culinary magic. Sylph remarked in this light. The novice cooking magic seems less efficient than simply cooking by hand. This is certainly a valid interpretation. However, one must practice diligently to improve. Occasionally, employing culinary magic in place of manual labor can indeed save some effort, not to mention it spares me from the cloying scent of frying oil, which can ruin my appetite. Lilith inquired, "Morlan, do you now grasp how to practice culinary magic?" Morlan nodded. "I suppose I should start by mastering the washing of a single vegetable. Every culinary witch is a master chef, a statement that can only be affirmed rather than reversed. While culinary witches are indeed masters of the craft, there remains a considerable distance between a master chef and a culinary witch." Precisely. Lilith, satisfied with her understanding, continued. "Everyone must be quite hungry now. Dinner is served. It truly is a challenge to learn culinary magic. I once thought I could quickly attain the freedom of dining through its means." As Vasida devoured her meat, she expressed her thoughts. It was not only Morlan who held misconceptions about culinary magic. There was no need to feel so disheartened. After all, we are witches. Many witches, regardless of their efforts, may struggle to master the magic in which they lack natural talent due to inherent limitations. However, as witches, if we desire to learn, there is nothing beyond our grasp. And this extends beyond mere magic. This alone is a significant advantage. Moreover, witches are destined to break through the pinnacle stages and enjoy prolonged lifespans. As long as we master the art of learning, we will have ample time to gradually acquire the knowledge we seek. Lilith reassured them. Sister is right. We should diligently study. One day we will surely succeed. Morlan, having learned from her previous experiences, resolved to start anew and practice her culinary magic. As she observed her sister cooking, she even summoned the witch's grimoire, marking insights on the page of learning culinary magic from scratch. By the way, Morlan, I was just about to ask you. Your book resembles the card book, both adorned with purple gems. Vasida inquired. It's my newly crafted witch's grimoire, Morlan replied. So, You spent all of yesterday working on this? Sylph asked in astonishment. Wow, you finished the birth of a beautiful cover so quickly, Vasida exclaimed incredulously. You didn't stay up late reading on Friday night, did you? You must remember to rest. Not at all, Morlan replied. I didn't need to finish the birth of a beautiful cover. Select a cover design that appeals to you, and simply follow the steps. I chose several designs inspired by the Book of Cards, and after reviewing the production methods, I synthesized my ideas and completed it in just a day. Of course, my speed can be attributed to my previous experiences. Let us do this together, said Sylph. If she didn't have to study all 15 volumes to create a beautiful cover, she too would eagerly wish to replace her witch's book with a splendid one. 3 months before the end of the first year, upon casually glimpsing the author's message on the front page of the first volume of the birth of an exquisite cover, Lilith, who was hastily updating her witch's book, silently continued her meal, too timid to speak. After a while, as the discussion about the witch's book grew increasingly fervent, drawing closer to her, she quickly shifted the topic. Saying yes, I had to change the wand material 3 times to be somewhat satisfied. Vasida chimed in. I changed mine twice, Sylph added. Haha, indeed. Lady Amisa is becoming increasingly inventive in encouraging us to practice wand making, Lilith remarked. Vasida shook her head and replied, it wasn't Lady Amisa's directive. Rather, after seeing Moran's wand, we all desired to enhance the beauty of our own wands. Wait, beautiful? Aesthetic? The more Lilith listened, the more perplexed she became. Wasn't your first wand poorly sized and unwieldy? Has Lady Amisa undergone a change of heart? Which generation of young witches hasn't fallen victim to her schemes? Surely not. Sylph pondered and remarked. Are you implying that the headmaster deliberately withheld the purpose of the branches we prepared? This has long been deciphered by Morlan. We all arrived at the alchemy classroom with conveniently chosen wand materials. Lilith, brimming with envy, exclaimed, Morlan, how did you discover that? I happened to read the book Wands and Wandcraft on Thursday evening, Morlan replied. How fortunate you are, Lilith said dryly. By the way, Morlan, I hadn't noticed before. What does your wand look like? How did it inspire the other young witches to remake their wands? Morlan produced her wand from the pocket of her robe, stating, I merely refined the wand material a bit. Vasida joined the conversation, revealing her own wand. Lilith, what do you think of mine? How does the polishing look? I've only polished it halfway. The handle remains in its original state, making it easy to grip. Sylph then took out her own wand, while Lilith quietly stowed her wand into the pocket of her robe. Is she truly a senior? Does she deserve that title? She wondered, recalling how she had brazenly showcased her primitive branch wand while demonstrating cooking magic before the younger students, feeling utterly ashamed. She remembered that the library in her second year had a book titled The Birth of a Fine Wand. She resolved to copy it down tomorrow. Chapter 59. Finally sprouting as Morlan and her companions finished their dinner, Lilith ushered them out of her dormitory. Feeling that even a moment longer spent with the younger students would jeopardize her dignity as a senior, Morlan and her companions failed to notice the peculiar behavior of senior Lilith. However, the book What is Magic proved to be considerably more tedious than the novel itself. Magic is the utilization of energy, which exists in various forms, yet only magical energy is the most fundamental. The capacity and potency of magical energy surpass all other forms. All other forms of energy are merely variations of magical energy. As Morlan continued reading, fatigue overtook her. With a resounding thud, the hefty tome of witchcraft slipped from her grasp and fell squarely upon her face, eliciting a cry of pain. Instantly, her drowsiness vanished. Rubbing her nose, she glanced in the mirror, relieved to find her appearance unscathed. I was mistaken. The Witch's Book of Magic is nothing like a phone stand. Morlan resolved to set the Witch's Book aside and succumb to slumber. Ding ding. A new week commenced. Morlan, with her satchel slung over her shoulder and the Witch's Book in tow, munched on a breadfruit cake while clutching a scroll of parchment as she exited her dormitory. Hearing the door of the adjacent room open, she turned to see. Good morning, Vasida? Good morning, Morlan. Why are you carrying so much? Vasida queried, her pocket containing only a wand. Residing beside the breadfruit grove, her insatiable appetite had transformed her from a fainting little witch to one with the most abundant reserves. This afternoon, during class in the planting area, she hadn't even brought any snacks for lunch. Well, the journey to the castle is quite far. I might as well find something to do along the way, Morlan replied. Vasida wiped her eyes, activating her energy vision to peer at the parchment in Moran's hand. And indeed, it was already absorbing energy. Is that really possible? Morlan, wait for me. I shall bring the parchment as well. Let us go. Call Sylph. Outside the courtyard of Dormitory 68, Morlan and Visita inhaled deeply before calling out in unison, Sylph, it's time for school. The door to the dormitory creaked open, and Sylph emerged cradling a flower pot. Morlan, Visita, my bellflower has finally sprouted. Really? Morlan and Visita rushed over to inspect. On the very morning of her second day at school, Sylph had planted the bellflower seed that had emerged from the myriad of wonders. Morlan and Visita had heard her lament on numerous occasions about the seed's delay in sprouting. Now, at the center of the ceramic pot, a yellow-green shoot had emerged, while another remained curled and unexpanded. Has it truly sprouted? Morlan's face radiated curiosity. She was tempted to blow gently upon it to see if it would produce its chime. However, being a seed from Sylph's treasure trove, reason held her tongue. Forgive her naivety. Although the wild flowers of Tsueishi were abundant, bellflowers were not among them. Morlan had only encountered descriptions of bellflowers in the Tales of the Young Witch series. It was said that a gentle breath could coax a delightful sound from the blooms. Some witches, drawn to merriment, would plant them in their homes, while others, preferring solitude, would eradicate them from their vicinity. Visita, equally inexperienced, was the daughter of a witch who belonged to the latter category. Wherever her mother went, bellflowers would vanish without a trace. Unable to contain her intrigue, she pouted and gently blew a breath toward the flower. Yet, nothing occurred. Ha. Sylph chuckled. It's merely a tender sprout. It hasn't even blossomed yet. It cannot produce a sound. Once it flowers, I shall gift each of you a garland to hang by your window, and when the breeze passes, it will chime melodiously, capturing the whispers of the wind. Visita remained silent. Morlan, with a newfound understanding, inquired, by the way, what do you intend to do with the parchment? Is it necessary for class? Sylph questioned, Morlan, why do you need it? Morlan replied, the path to the castle is long. We might as well find some tasks to engage in along the way. Visita added, you should bring a roll as well. It would be effortless to infuse it while we walk, allowing us to transcribe the entirety of the birth of a beautiful cover sooner. Sylph felt deeply inspired. And now there was another little witch carrying parchment to school. The other young witches wished to learn. Yet their magical abilities did not possess sufficient strength to directly infuse an entire roll of parchment. What's the harm? If you infuse a bit, won't that suffice? Once the infused rolls are combined, it will ultimately become one fully infused piece of parchment, Morlan suggested. The little witches dispersed quickly. Crafting a new cover would take time, but there was ample blank inner pages to prepare. If upon graduation, they were unable to take the entire collection of the Academy's books with them, it could lead to a lifetime of regret. On the mountain path, the little witches formed a long line, infusing their parchment as they walked. Lilith, who had risen early to prepare for transcribing the birth of a beautiful wand, soared past on her broom and was taken aback by the sight. She longed to rouse her still slumbering classmates to witness this. The first-year students were simply engrossed in their work, reflecting on the previous year. What were they engaged in on their way to school? Were they chasing each other and indulging in gossip? And what of the younger students? To her astonishment, they were busy dyeing parchment. The diligent junior, renowned for her prowess, was even reading while dyeing the parchment. This simply cannot stand. Off she goes. Oh, it's Senior Lilith. How admirable that she has already ventured to the castle so early. Truly, she exemplifies the industriousness of a witch. All witches exhibit such dedication. Though Morlan seems to exert a tad more effort, we must strive as well. Yes, the little witches observed the retreating figures in the sky, bolstering one another's spirits. Morlan glanced up momentarily before returning to her tome. What is magic? This book had lulled her to sleep last night, yet this morning it brimmed with profound insights. The morning's foundational theory class would delve into this very text, so she considered her advanced reading a form of preparation. Engaged in her thoughts, she found the journey to the castle passing all too swiftly. Today, she would attend a theoretical class in an unfamiliar classroom, prompting Morlan to shift her attention from the book to her map. Chapter 60, Fundamentals of Magic Theory, located beside the corridor on the first floor of the main building. The same classroom, yet the ever-constant Ms. Amisha in her black robe. Contrary to her expectations, the headmaster did not follow the textbook's outline to expound upon the intricacies of magical theory. After delivering her remarks, Ms. Amisha settled comfortably into her chair, even adjusting her position for ease. There was no lecture, nor recitation of the text. She simply instructed them to study independently, having already perused the material. Morlan felt no need for revision. Thus, she decided to continue with the reading from the morning, while the other young witches pondered which question to ask. Morlan swiftly raised her hand. Morlan, speak. Amisha called out her name. The angel's celestial power, the demon's infernal strength, the witch's magical prowess, the human mage's spiritual energy, and the elemental forces that roam nature. They are merely different manifestations of energy. However, only magical power is the essence of energy itself, the source of all energy. It possesses the characteristics of any energy, capable of embracing all forms and substituting for any other. To possess magical power is to possess all energy. This is the inclusiveness of magical power. Among all energies, only magical power and magical ability are non-exclusive. Angels cannot wield dark magic. Demons cannot harness holy light. Human mages can only master one or a few schools of magic. Elves are limited to nature and plant magic. And mermaids can only command water and ice magic. This is due to the inherent limitations of the energies they possess, Amisha explained. This time, Morlan understood. The reason witches possess the talent for all forms of magic is precisely because magical power exhibits remarkable inclusiveness. Indeed, Amisha nodded. Then, if both magical power and magical ability possess inclusiveness and are non-exclusive, why do witches' talents have limits? Morlan inquired further. That is because the potency of magical ability is far inferior to that of magical power. Inclusiveness merely allows magical ability to manifest across all schools of magic, enabling witches to at least grasp the fundamentals of any spell. However, the potency of energy is the determining factor in the ultimate effectiveness of magic. A witch excels only in the magical ability of a particular school. The only beings endowed with exceptionally high magical prowess are the sorceresses. The magical potency of witches ranks below that of angels and demons, not due to a lack of inclusivity, but rather a deficiency in power, which is of greater significance. Potency or inclusivity. Potency holds slightly more importance. This is akin to how an intermediate sorceress can be decisively overpowered by a peak-level witch. Amisa cast a playful glance at Morlan. Morlan suspected that Lady Amisa was attempting to intimidate her, yet this did not dampen her enthusiasm for inquiry. Is it possible for the energy of Dominion to undergo transformation? Indeed, such a possibility exists, but only beyond the pinnacle. What opportunity exists? The sky well? What is contained within the sky well? It cannot be divulged. Seizing the moment, Morlan posed a multitude of questions. Some were born from her readings. Others had long lingered in her mind, and yet others emerged spontaneously. Except for the inquiries regarding the sky well, Lady Amisa addressed all of them. After exhausting her questions, Morlan sat down, thoroughly satisfied. Who has further queries? Amisa inquired. Having been bombarded with a wealth of arcane knowledge from the exchange between Morlan and Lady Amisa, the young witches were momentarily at a loss. After Amisa repeated her question thrice, someone finally raised their hand. Director, how many distinct forms of energy exist? Is the energy harnessed by each race truly unique? The quantity of energy forms cannot be precisely quantified, with each new species capable of utilizing energy that is discovered. A new form of energy may also be unveiled. However, it is not the case that every race possesses distinct forms of energy. It can merely be said that this is true within Valen. Beyond Valen, there exist boundless starry skies and countless other worlds, where races may very well wield the same forms of energy. The young witches shook their heads in unison. Now allow me to pose a question, Amisa declared. If you cannot answer my inquiry, consider it as homework. The young witches gasped in surprise. Such a matter had not been forewarned. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Today, for the first time, Ms. Amisa stepped down from the podium. You all have a fairly good grasp of the essence of energy. Now, who can enlighten me on the relationship between magic and energy? How is it utilized? Do witches, sorceresses, angels, demons, dragons, and humans employ magic in the same manner? If not, what distinctions exist? The young witches, none of whom had yet learned a proper spell, were left speechless. Even Morlan could not provide an answer. Thus, today's assignment was established. I request that all young witches, upon departure, compose an essay entitled The Application of Magic Across Different Energies, with no limit on length. It should encompass the principles of magical application among the common races of the continent, to be submitted to me next Monday morning. I recommend consulting Volume 7 of The Continent of Valen. Class dismissed. Ms. Amisa hurried away, leaving the young witches bewildered by the weight of their homework. Morlan remained unfazed. What school does not assign extracurricular tasks? She considered it somewhat late for the Witch Academy to begin assigning homework in the second week. She carefully removed a blank page from the witch's book and placed it on the third page after the index in the beginner's guide. With a poised quill, she inscribed, Monday of the second week of the first grade, July 22nd. Assignment for the fundamentals of magic. Write an essay on the application of different energies in magic, with no word limit. Chapter 61. Advancing Magic in Valen Continent. Is it that Valen Continent which fills several bookshelves? Fortunately, the dean only recommended the 7th volume. How navi? Today's assignment includes the 7th volume. How far can the 8th and 9th be? What should we do? Attending theoretical classes has become even more stressful than practical ones. Who said that attending theoretical classes would be akin to studying the Young Witch series? The little witches exchanged glances. Morlan noted the assignment requirements and gathered her belongings. Observing her companions suffering from a fear of theoretical classes, she kindly reassured them. Consider it from another perspective. If we explore the questions ourselves, the dean can help us fill in the gaps, which will greatly aid our understanding of the theoretical knowledge. Moreover, it is far more engaging than merely reading the theoretical textbooks. The little witches found themselves unable to refute her. I am heading to the library to transcribe Valen Continent. Would you like to join me? Morlan inquired. Absolutely. Despite the assignment-induced despair, they knew they had to fulfill their duties. On their way to school that morning, each little witch had acquired some blank parchment. In the pursuit of completing the 7th volume of Valen Continent, it was imperative to also transcribe the birth of a beautiful cover, with the intention of crafting a satisfactory book of witches. Within the first grade library, while other young witches queued to copy the 7th volume, Morlan occupied a reading nook, engrossed in her book. Unfortunately, on the night she meticulously prepared her book of witches, she had filled every blank page available for an apprentice-level witch's magic. Out of the total pages, 91 had been utilized, leaving merely 9 blank. The capacity of the book of witches had reached the apprentice level's limit. Although there remained space for the transcription of Valen Continent, there was no guarantee that the headmaster would not recommend additional reference text for essay writing, which would render the remaining 9 blank pages insufficient. Therefore, it was essential to upgrade the witchcraft contained within her book of witches. Madame Amisha had informed her that the method for upgrading the book of witches could be found in the lifelong learning companion book of witches. At this moment, Morlan diligently sought the necessary information. With a clear objective in mind, she bypassed the application guidance for the book of witches and swiftly located the upgrade procedure. Transitioning the witchcraft from apprentice to beginner level required merely signing an additional contract. However, the contract for beginner-level witchcraft also necessitated a proficiency in the beginner-level golden pen technique for it to be inscribed. Thus, she first needed to elevate her skills in the golden pen technique. Perhaps the contract inscribed using the golden pen technique was also a component of upgrading the Book of Witches. This particular tome contained templates for contracts across various levels of both the golden pen technique and the Book of Witches. The contracts, while similar to those at the apprentice level, had doubled in cost. Each required a payment of 10 mana and permanent magical energy, culminating in a total of 20 mana. 20 mana may not seem like much, yet Morlan is merely 10 mana short of becoming a high-level sorceress. However, abstaining from expenditure is not an option. In order to transcribe the entire collection of the Academy's tomes, she will inevitably need to expend this magical energy. With a resolute determination, Morlan drafted a contract, pricked her finger, and sealed the agreement. The golden pen technique advanced to the novice level, rendering the pen slightly more exquisite. Utilizing her newfound skill, she inscribed the contract. And upon completion, her witch's tome ascended to the novice tier, expanding its capacity from 100 to 1,000 volumes. She promptly filled it with the parchment she had infected over the past 2 days, as well as the parchment she had prepared that morning. Morlan meticulously transcribed all remaining selected readings, including the complete set of Valen Continent, and still had several sheets left over, occupying less than half of the witch's tome's capacity. Of course, the library housed far more than the mere hundreds listed on the catalog, yet this portion undoubtedly represented the most critical texts. The witch's tome could accommodate hundreds of volumes, yet its exterior displayed no discernible change. Morlan gazed at her character card with a sigh. Her total mana now rested at a mere 970. During the aptitude test, she was only 2 mana shy of becoming a high-level sorceress, but after more than a week, that gap had widened to 30 mana. Despite her magical power seemingly increasing during these days, she felt herself drifting further from the coveted status of a high-level sorceress. Looking at it from another perspective, she alone, as a sorceress, had already contributed 30 mana of permanent magical energy to her 2 elder sorceress mentors. To transcribe the entire collection of the Academy's tomes, both the Witch's Tome and the Golden Pin Technique must be upgraded to a higher level, requiring an additional 70 mana of permanent magical energy. The allure of sorcery is indeed lucrative. Morlan pondered to herself, lamenting that she had yet to possess her own witchcraft. The young witches, observing Moran's remarkable feats, felt an acute pang of sympathy, for their meager mana, averaging only 40 to 50, rendered such endeavors exorbitantly expensive. It was no wonder that Lady Amisa had cautioned them against being overly ambitious. While witchcraft was indeed splendid, their limited magical prowess could hardly sustain the demands it imposed. However, there were indeed methods suited to those with lesser magical energy. Without Morlan to lead the way, the young witches spontaneously resolved to immerse themselves in their studies. As they descended the mountain, several of the little witches could be seen clutching their witch books. Yet, their tomes paled in size compared to Moran's, making it somewhat cumbersome for them to read while walking. Moreover, they had yet to master the art of reading and navigating simultaneously as Morlan had. Nevertheless, they paired off, one reading from the witch book while the other guided their path, successfully achieving the dual purpose of walking and studying. As the senior witches concluded their classes and soared through the sky, the younger witches did not cast a single glance their way. Lilith, I believe your earlier remarks were overly modest, one second-year witch exclaimed. This is not merely effort. They are truly striving with all their might. Lilith's astonishment was no less profound than theirs. Just that morning, Morlan had been the sole witch engrossed in her reading along the path. By the end of the morning, the first-year witches had undergone a transformation. All of them were now engrossed in their books as they walked. Shadows of broomsticks streaked across the sky. Yet, Morlan had no intentions of preparing a meal. After filling her stomach with some fruit bread, she continued her reading undisturbed. The Book of Witches has transcribed hundreds of volumes. Yet she has only just completed the reading of Wand, which is far too few. The texts copied into the Book of Witches merely serve as a repository. Only the knowledge that is retained in her mind truly belongs to her. Chapter 62. Cooking magic class. The path from the dormitory area to the planting zone is considerably shorter and much easier to traverse, prompting the young witches to set out half an hour early. Continuing the tradition from their descent earlier that day, each young witch clutches the Book of Witches in her left hand and a piece of parchment in her right. At last, they are about to learn magic. My wand can hardly contain its excitement. Let the ingredients come alive. Once they master cooking magic, sumptuous feasts will be a daily delight. Although the upcoming class is indeed a magic lesson, they still wish to review their textbooks. Just in case Ms. Amisha poses questions again, we must be prepared, Cheryl remarked. The memory of the theoretical class still lingers uneasily in the minds of the young witches. Prompted by Cheryl, they hurriedly turned to their textbook, learning cooking magic from scratch. During their journey, Morlan shook her head in amusement. The textbook for the cooking magic class is designed for those young witches who are entirely unfamiliar with both cooking and cooking magic, aiming for an accessible understanding far superior to that of the theoretical class. Ms. Amisha is unlikely to pose questions as she did in the theory class. Nevertheless, a bit of pre-class review is always beneficial, and thus Morlan did not intervene. As expected, upon commencing the class, Ms. Amisha did not require them to read the textbook first. Those with foundational culinary skills, capable of baking bread, crafting hearty soups, and frying meat patties, took their seats at the front, while the other young witches settled in wherever they pleased. The cooking classroom is located adjacent to the ingredient collection area, featuring 50 kitchen workstations reminiscent of dormitory setups. However, upon Ms. Amisa's arrival, only 27 workstations remained scattered throughout the room. This time, Morlan and Ace occupied the frontmost workstation, with Sylph and Visita situated just behind them. Once everyone settled into their respective positions, Ms. Amisa commenced her instructions. All young witches, please place your wands down. Do not entertain the notion that a mere flick of your wand will conjure a meal. The essence of culinary magic lies in the art of cooking itself, and there are no shortcuts. Begin by following the guidance in the textbook to attempt making black bread without the aid of magic. The method is clearly outlined in the textbook, complete with illustrations. Should you encounter any difficulties, refer to the textbook first. If you cannot find an answer there, feel free to raise your hand and ask me. I will circulate the classroom to provide guidance, so immerse yourselves in the task at hand. After organizing the others, Ms. Amisa turned to Morlan and Ace and said, "You two possess a foundational knowledge of cooking. Please prepare one of each dish listed in the textbook for me to evaluate. Having been educated by Senior Lilith, Morlan understood that culinary magic did not equate to mere cooking, and she nodded, contemplating the most efficient approach. However, Ace was unaware of this, exclaiming, "Director, the content in this book is far too simplistic for both Morlan and me. Perhaps we should learn culinary magic using the gastronomic compendium of the Valen continent instead. That is not permissible. You are still far from fully mastering the material in the textbook, Ms. Amisa replied. How could that be possible? I have just perused the textbook for the culinary magic course, and I find it to be utterly devoid of any complexity. However, Ace remains perplexed. Morlan, what are your thoughts? Amisa inquires, glancing at a petite sorceress who is meticulously selecting ingredients. I have no objections, Morlan replies. Morlan, Ace interjects. The distinction between traditional cooking and culinary magic is vast. I have attempted it, and mastering it proves to be quite challenging. It is best to commence with the simplest dishes. Very well, Ace concedes, though she still harbors some confusion. She cannot help but feel that Morlan possesses a superior culinary prowess. Given Morlan's sentiments, it may indeed hold some truth. Amisa nods and turns her attention to the progress of other young witches. Seizing the opportunity, Morlan recounts to Ace the disastrous results of her weekend experiments. Isn't your mother a culinary enchantress? When she learned new recipes, did she not begin without employing culinary magic? Ace shakes her head. I always believed it was her fondness for the tactile experience of cooking. After all, she was renowned as a culinary sorceress from the moment of her birth. It never occurred to me that the initial stages of learning culinary magic could be so arduous. How could my mother have concealed this so thoroughly? Of course, it is partly my fault for never inquiring. While the headmaster's attention wavered, Ace discreetly attempted to levitate 2 tomatoes with her wand in a singular motion. Unsurprisingly, she failed. This prompted her to comply obediently with the headmaster's instructions. An hour and a half elapsed. The other young witches, in a flurry of activity under Ms. Amisa's guidance, produced loaves of black bread, albeit with varying shades and peculiar shapes. Morlan and Ace meticulously prepared every dish outlined in the textbook. Finally, the last half hour was designated for tasting their creations. Now, indulge in the fruits of your labor, Amisa proclaimed, as she too picked up her knife and fork to sample the fare. Each little witch proudly served a small portion of her culinary endeavors to her. Initially, they were quite pleased with their efforts, until they took their first bites. Oh, how hard it is, I can hardly chew it. Is this stone or bread? And wait, it seems to be undercooked inside. Observing Amisa, who maintained her composure while tasting the students' dishes, the little witches felt a pang of anxiety. The dean of the culinary magic course appeared to be enduring quite a challenge. After sampling all the creations, Amisa commented, Morlan and Ace, your foundational culinary skills are satisfactory. You may begin exploring culinary magic tomorrow. Morlan and Ace felt a rush of joy, realizing that the dean was assessing their cooking proficiency. The other little witches grew anxious as well, their confidence waning after tasting their own dense bread. Dean, when will we be able to learn culinary magic? They inquired. You may proceed once you can skillfully prepare all the dishes from the textbook. Just like Morlan and Ace, Amisa delivered her rather harsh response before departing. The little witches began to flip through their books and count black bread, white bread, vegetable soup, mushroom soup, potato soup, pan-fried steak, pan-fried lamb chops. Oh dear. There is still so much to accomplish. The black bread we prepared today was indeed unsatisfactory. According to the book, black bread is a sustenance for the impoverished in the wilderness, and it hardens considerably when cooled. However, ours was evidently excessively hard. In our culinary magic class, there was solely cooking, devoid of any magical elements. No, that is not entirely accurate. We were the only ones focused on cooking, while Morlan and Ace still possessed their magical abilities. Chapter 63. Extraordinary powers. By the time class concluded, it was already 6 o'clock, the hour designated for dinner. The young witches, in unison, made their way to the ingredient distribution point. The black bread was utterly inedible. I crave meat steak. Where's the steak? Oh, how delightful. I am absolutely famished. The other young witches remained in the cooking classroom to resolve their dinner issues, while only Morlan and Ace strolled towards the dormitory, carrying a basket together. The dish they had prepared in their culinary magic class was far more palatable than that of the other young witches, and they had already satiated their hunger. Ace glanced into her basket. Sugar, honey, pumpkin. What are you planning to make? Pumpkin bread pudding, Morlan replied. This will last quite a while, won't it? I recently saw you picking pumpkins. Have you consumed them all so soon? Suddenly, Ace recalled something. Morlan, you aren't having pumpkin bread pudding for every meal, are you? Morlan smiled. I eat it when I get busy. And when are you not busy? Ace was not easily deceived. Well, I am quite occupied every day, Morlan admitted. But I do manage to carve out some time on the weekends to prepare something delightful. Ace cast a sorrowful glance at her companion. It was disheartening to see someone who shared her fondness for delicacies living a life sustained solely by fruitcakes. Was there any distinction between that and gnawing on tree bark daily? After walking in silence for a while, she could no longer suppress her curiosity. Why? Although fruitcakes were not unpleasant, consuming them every day must be quite tiresome. Ace remarked, indeed, Morlan is a witch of unparalleled potential. She merely aspires to be a culinary sorceress like her mother. The pressures of her studies are entirely different. Ace's gaze towards Morlan was suddenly filled with compassion. Upon arriving at Morlan's dormitory door, she set her basket down and began rummaging through her pockets. This is for you, and this as well. I was planning to try out some new flavors tonight, so you can have these to sample. They're easy to eat and won't take up much of your time. How can one survive solely on fruitcakes? Before long, her assortment of jerky and meat candies had all found their way into Morlan's possession. Morlan's pockets, satchel, and even her vegetable basket were brimming with Ace's little snacks. That's enough. This is too much. With her pockets emptied, Ace appeared noticeably slimmer. And as she hoisted her vegetable basket, she dashed off, anxious that Morlan might consider returning the gifts. You must remember to eat them. Understood. Morlan waved her hand in resignation. She genuinely felt that eating breadfruit cakes was quite acceptable, as they served to satiate hunger and were nutritionally rich. Somehow, in Ace's eyes, she had become a pitiful creature in need of nourishment. Returning to her dormitory, she placed all the snacks gifted by Ace into a separate basket, positioned beside her basket of breadfruit cakes. Taking a small plate, I selected a morsel and poured a glass of freshly pressed breadfruit juice, carrying them to the side of my writing desk. Sitting down, I opened the Tome of Witches, Volume 7 of the Valen continent. Now, where had I last left off? This jerky is remarkably tender. What kind of meat is it? While perusing the book, I savored the jerky and fruit cake, sipping the juice. It must be said that Ace possesses a remarkable talent for meat preparation, transforming my simple dinner into a feast. This volume delves into the extraordinary abilities of various beings on the Valen continent. It begins by categorizing these extraordinary powers into two main types. The first comprises abilities that enhance physical attributes such as strength, speed, agility, and defense, exemplified by dragons, magical beasts, and orcs. The second type pertains to powers that operate externally, with magic belonging to this category. All races possessing the ability to cast spells wield what is known as magical power, although the sources and methods of casting differ among them. Upon reaching this point, I realized my thesis had found its foundation, jotting down key phrases for my summary. The energy of witches is termed magical power, while that of sorceresses is known as sorcery, both emanating from their bloodlines and driven by will and emotion to wield the magic within. The energy of angels is referred to as angelic power, derived from faith, expending belief to perform magic. Demons draw upon demonic power, sourced from souls, sacrificing soul energy to cast spells. The energy of dragons is called draconic power, originating from their lineage and invoked through their voice to channel their magic. The energy of humanity is derived from the power of the mind, rooted in knowledge and wisdom. With mental prowess as the fulcrum and knowledge as the lever, one can manipulate the energies of nature and perform magic. After perusing the section on extraordinary magical abilities, Morlan diligently transcribed a wealth of valuable insights onto a sheet of parchment. She gained a substantial understanding of the principles of spellcasting across different races. As Lady Amisa had suggested consulting this particular tome, Morlan felt no hesitation in doing so. She seamlessly synthesized the key points gleaned from her notes into an essay. After gently blowing on the ink upon the parchment, she read through it thoroughly, ensuring her assignment for the foundational theory of magic was complete. Since she would be putting the Book of Witches away anytime soon, slipping in a few additional notes was of no consequence. Having accomplished her evening tasks and feeling quite fulfilled, Morlan yawned and retired for the night. At the break of dawn, as the clock struck 6, she groggily reached for the breadfruit hanging in the pouch at her bedside, taking a bite that jolted her awake with its tartness. While brushing her teeth, she pondered which book to delve into today. Should she continue with What is Magic? Or perhaps preview the history of witches? The history of witches it shall be. As she stepped outside, the Book of Witches miraculously opened to the page on the history of witches. The origins of witches lie within human women. As she read, she walked out the door. Morlan, Visita, my bellflower has sprouted another little leaf. Congratulations. At this rate, it won't be long before it flourishes. Indeed. Morlan, what book are you reading? The History of Witches. Last night, I indulged in a bit of reading, and I must say, this book is far more captivating than the textbook for our magical theory class. Really? I have only just begun. Today, on the way to school, the young witches were engrossed in a history of witches, preparing for the upcoming lesson. As they read, they pondered various questions. Chapter 64, A History of Witches, inspired us to contemplate numerous inquiries, ensuring that we addressed every point of confusion, thereby potentially eliminating any homework. Today, I am determined to astonish Ms. Amisha. We shall bombard her with questions until the bell rings, leaving her no time for counter-questions. Yes, indeed. We will meticulously compile our well-thought-out questions onto parchment to avoid any omissions. Eagerly, the young witches, armed with a plethora of queries, wasted no time in diligently transcribing their thoughts onto paper. Ms. Amisha observed the fervent scribbling of the young witches, gently swirling the wine in her glass, offering no comment. The enthusiasm for questioning today is quite high. Let us take turns, each posing a question. Ms. Amisha declared, let us begin with Vasida. Vasida stood up and inquired, how long have witches existed? Who was the first witch? The book seems to lack specific temporal references. It appears that a history of witches was compiled only after the witches congregated in the wilderness. There are no precise written records regarding the identity of the first witch or the time of her emergence. However, what can be affirmed is that as long as humanity has existed, so too have witches. When Morlan posed her question, she articulated a concern that had long plagued her. The text states that witches are women who awaken from adversity and suffering. Is adversity and suffering the key to awakening a witch? What distinguishes an awakened witch from one who is merely born a witch? Indeed, many witches of the past awakened in the throes of life and death crises. However, since the emergence of the sorceress and the rise of the wilderness, the various races of the continent no longer dared to hunt witches openly, leading to a decline in those who truly awaken from suffering. Nonetheless, all women who transform into witches share a common trait. They are unwilling to endure oppression by institutions and authority, possessing the courage to resist. Compared to adversity and suffering, it is the qualities of bravery, resilience, and kindness that are paramount in becoming a witch. Such souls can steadfastly uphold their true selves amidst hardship, unyielding and resolute. During the reign of the church, angels and demons alike targeted witches not only to solidify their control, but also because witches could not be indoctrinated by the church, nor could they offer their faith and souls. If a witch were to possess faith, it would solely be for the very world that nurtures us. There is little difference between an awakened witch and one born of witchcraft. Both are exceptional souls chosen by the world, endowed with the same bloodline abilities. Morant sat down, yet she continued to ponder Lady Amisa's words. No wonder that even in the absence of constraints from the clan, no witch has ever betrayed her kind. Bravery, resilience, and kindness are indeed inherent qualities of witches' souls. The world is discerning and does not err. Has her wandering soul from the Blue Star also been acknowledged by the consciousness of Valen's world? Morant, it is your turn. After a round of inquiries, it was once again her moment to shine. Morlan could not restrain herself from posing this question. Is the soul that transforms into a witch recognized by the consciousness of this alternate world? Amisa understood immediately. Of course, every witch is thus acknowledged. Regardless of who they were in the past, once they become a witch, they are favored by the world. Thank you, Dean, I comprehend now. The wandering soul has found a second homeland. Surely, there will be no homework assigned this time, right? The young witches sparkled with enthusiasm, their eyes fixed eagerly upon Ms. Amisa. Today, each of them approached their studies with personal reflection. The questions were plentiful, and the considerations thorough. I have no further inquiries for you all. Hooray! The young witches could not help but exclaim with delight. Amisa gestured for silence. However, while the questions are numerous and the knowledge vast, it remains uncertain how much you have truly grasped and internalized. Therefore, after class, please compose a summarizing essay on all the questions you posed today, with no restriction on length. You may submit it to me next Tuesday during class. Class dismissed. Ms. Amisa never extends her lessons, leaving a classroom full of disheartened young witches. How can there still be homework? If the questions are insufficiently comprehensive, we must research and write essays. If the questions are comprehensive, we must write a summary essay. In any case, there must be an essay, right? I truly regret preparing so many questions. How long must this essay be to complete? Ace held her question sheet, her hands trembling. I can only recall the general idea of each question. Writing an essay seems quite daunting. Sylph wore a troubled expression. Little witches like them are everywhere. If there is anything you don't recall, feel free to ask me. I remember everything, Morlan stated. This. Vasida exclaimed, pointing at her list of questions. I can't remember a single one. The first question, Ms. Amisa said, this book, The History of Witches, is about witches gathering in the wilderness. Slow down. Let me write this down. Vasida immediately pulled out a piece of parchment and began to jot down notes quickly. After Morlan reviewed everything with her once more, she finally grasped the essence of her paper. Is there anyone else who wishes to inquire? Morlan asked. The little witches flocked towards her. Me. Morlan truly remembered it all, word for word. That noon, the little witches were so engrossed in their discussions that they barely had time for lunch. Snatching a few bites of breadfruit as they passed through the grove, they even utilized the time on their descent to clarify the answers to their peculiar questions. What will they do if this continues? The little witches resolved their immediate concerns yet could not suppress their worries about future classes. Who, besides Morlan, could recall everything Ms. Amisa taught them verbatim? They couldn't possibly keep troubling Morlan for extra lessons, could they? This way, they could pose fewer questions and reduce the volume of their assignments. Indeed, that's the plan. Chapter 65, The Mobile Kitchen. Observing the little witches engrossed in such fervent discussion, Morlan couldn't help but say, if I could create a card that records Ms. Amisa's voice during class, would you find it useful? The knowledge recorded in the card of the blue star is sufficient for production, making it an effortless task for her. The young witch shook her head in terror, exclaiming, No. It's unnecessary. Let us refrain from asking too many questions and allow the dean to speak at a slower pace. It would be more beneficial for us to focus on taking notes during class. Very well. Morlan did not press the matter further. Since the young witch did not desire it, there was no need for her to undertake the production. As they approached the cooking magic classroom, the young witches instinctively paused their discussion. Ms. Amisha had arrived ahead of them. Once they entered the classroom, the bell signaling the start of the lesson rang. The other young witches continued their task of preparing dark bread. Morlan, please infuse all the kitchen utensils on the workbench that you can lift. This will make it easier for you to control them, Amisha instructed. Morlan did not hasten to act, but instead inquired, Dean, in the future, will we need to infuse the utensils every time we change tools? Indeed, Amisha affirmed. Culinary magic can only be wielded with ease in a familiar kitchen. I understand. Morlan responded. Just like with a wand, the more frequently used items become more intuitive with prolonged infusion. She certainly did not wish to have to reinfuse a set of kitchen utensils in a new location before she could cook with magic. Nor did she want to carry a multitude of pots and pans everywhere. Thus, she summoned the card book. After a series of operations, a new card appeared in the slot. Mobile kitchen card. The card depicted a bright and tidy open kitchen. The cost of creating this card was far greater than Morlan had anticipated, consuming a total of 100 mana energy. In addition to the functions of the energy stove, energy oven, and the ability to retain the original state of all items after storage, the most magical energy-consuming feature is, in fact, the card storage function. The plethora of items within the mobile kitchen card is both numerous and diverse, and extracting them all occupies considerable space. However, she has been diligently depositing her excess magical energy into the card book every day, including the magical energy obtained from previous card sales. By now, she has accumulated several thousand mana. A mere 100 mana is inconsequential to her. The prospect of having a set of familiar kitchen tools that she can use indefinitely is invaluable. Morlan retrieved the mobile kitchen card and approached Lady Amisha. Director, may I have my workstation removed? I wish to utilize my own kitchen utensils. Upon seeing the functional information on her card, Amisha effortlessly relocated the workstation from her designated spot. This generation of young witches is truly fortunate. Morlan tapped the card, and the entire kitchen materialized in place of her former workstation. The cabinets and tableware were adorned with delicate lavender and golden scroll patterns for easy identification. The sudden appearance of this grand entity startled the other young witches. Once they realized it was conjured from a card, a singular thought resonated among them. They desired it. This kitchen was exponentially more luxurious than what they currently used or what was available in the dormitory. Elsie quickly grasped the convenience of the card kitchen and approached, inquiring, Morlan, are you selling it? Indeed. However, the production consumes a considerable amount of resources, so the price will be somewhat high, requiring 500 mana for a single purchase. Morlan responded, the energy required for card creation is certainly abundant. In a few days, once the little witches receive the magic they previously allocated, the energy within the book of cards will allow for the crafting of nearly 70 portable kitchen cards. Currently, her daily consumption of magic is minimal, enabling her to accumulate 300 to 400 magic units each day. However, 500 mana is indeed quite expensive for the little witches, even with a one-time magical expenditure. Repaying it through installments without affecting their daily studies would take several months. Ace calculated that to repay 500 mana at a rate of 6 mana per day, it would take 100 days to clear the debt, and at a rate of 2 mana per day, it would extend to 1,000 days. Such a lengthy duration is quite daunting. The magic owed from her purchase of character cards remains unpaid, with a deduction of 2 mana occurring every dawn. If the cost seems prohibitive, there is the option of the portable cooking utensil card, which encompasses all the kitchenware found in the portable kitchen card and can be acquired for a one-time fee of only 100 mana. Morlan presented another alternative. This was a variant she had designed while experimenting with the kitchen card concept, essentially a pared-down version. In truth, this would suffice for the little witches to practice their culinary magic. No, Ace shook her head resolutely. I shall purchase the portable kitchen card. With a repayment of 6 mana daily over 100 days, she is determined to become a culinary witch. Having a durable, portable kitchen from the outset of her culinary magic studies would greatly enhance her progress in mastering the art of cooking. If Morlan were to lack the card, she would inevitably confront the challenge of frequently changing kitchens until she could, like her mother, save enough to purchase a space item and carry her own kitchenware. Ordinary shrinking magic cannot diminish magical items. Enchanted stoves and ovens cannot be transported with such spells. It would be wiser to address the problem from the outset, sparing no expense where it truly matters. Have you made your decision? Morlan inquired once more. Yes, Ace resolutely replied. Morlan drafted the contract and handed it to her. The agreement was established, and the card was created. Ace also requested Mrs. Amisa to remove the original kitchen countertop and materialize her mobile kitchen. Each item bore a candy motif, resembling her beloved meatball candy. 2 luxurious kitchens stood proudly at the front of the classroom, eliciting envy from the young witches. However, they were still grappling with black bread and had yet to qualify for cooking magic, rendering the preparation of kitchenware cards unnecessary for the time being. Morlan and Ace diligently imbued the items within the mobile kitchen, not limited to just the utensils. They both recognized that this kitchen card would accompany them for a considerable time, serving not merely as temporary educational tools. The more thoroughly they infused it, the easier it would be to utilize cooking magic in the future. The exquisite and high-quality utensils posed a greater challenge for infusion compared to the original wooden ones. By the end of the class, their progress remained modest. Yet, even Mrs. Amisa did not urge them. Chapter 66. Double Joy. Mrs. Amisa merely guided the young witches in their learning direction and quality, advising them on the next steps at appropriate moments. Each individual's progress is entirely under the control of the little witch herself. As soon as class concludes, Vashida rushes to Moran's side, exclaiming, "One mobile kitchen card, please. Would you prefer to pay in installments or in full?" If it were anyone else, Morlan would never have uttered the term full payment. Of course, it's full payment. Vashida responds without hesitation, but I must go to the breadfruit forest to make the payment. I also wish to purchase one. I will pay 400 mana today and settle the remainder tomorrow, Sylph interjects. The magical aptitude of witches is commendable, and she need not worry about mastering culinary magic. A mobile kitchen must also be prepared here. Very well. Morlan immediately signs a contract with Sylph and hands her the card. The culinary magic talents of the other little witches are merely average, making it unlikely for them to delve deeply into this field and become culinary witches. Nevertheless, even if they are not culinary witches, they still require sustenance and are eager to prepare a set of kitchen tools in advance. They are still grappling with the black bread, but that does not hinder them from preemptively acquiring their kitchenware. Morlan swiftly sold 23 kitchen tool cards at 100 mana each. The majority chose to pay in installments, paying 11 mana daily until the total is settled in 10 days. The energy within Moran's card book surged significantly as a result. This method of producing and selling cards based on demand is far more time efficient and labor-saving than before. Let us go to the breadfruit forest. Vashida pulls Morlan along. eager to join the other little witches who have already obtained their cards, leaving her as the only one behind. You all go ahead. I have transcribed a storybook and will go speak with Beal. Sylph remained steadfast in her daily visits to Beal. Morlan followed Vashida into the orchard, seamlessly navigating through the grove of breadfruit trees. Vashida, now intimately familiar with the landscape, swiftly led Morlan to a tree untouched by the little witch's hands. After harvesting a generous bounty of breadfruits and gathering them together, Vashida dusted off her hands and declared, "That will suffice. Let us proceed with the contract." Morlan presented her the prepared contract, and Vashida inscribed her name upon it, causing 500 mana to be instantly siphoned from her, leaving her engulfed by an overwhelming hunger. Hastily, she retrieved her devouring pouch and stuffed it with the harvested breadfruits. Upon finishing the task, she let out a contented belch, realizing she need not worry about dinner. Her magical energy had been replenished, and she even managed to save some for later. Morlan gazed at her with envy, noticing the intensity of Moran's stare. Vashida rubbed her arms nervously. "Morlan, please, do not look at me like that. It frightens me. I shall certainly acquire one once your witchcraft research comes to fruition." Morlan replied, "Did not Senior Lilith mention that the energy storage cards could resolve your mana shortages?" Vashida inquired, puzzled. "My knowledge base is still insufficient to support the creation of energy storage cards." Morlan sighed. Until she could comprehend how to repurpose the mana stored within the cards for uses beyond their original design, she could not craft truly beneficial energy storage cards. "I will strive to improve," Vashida proclaimed with determination. "Keep it up," Morlan encouraged as she patted her shoulder. Upon returning to the dormitory, Morlan once again organized the kitchenware and utensils into the storage room. "I have decided to rely on the provisions within the mobile kitchen card for my culinary endeavors henceforth. However, the confines of the dormitory are rather cramped, and the kitchen cabinetry cannot be rearranged, preventing the complete utilization of the items within the card." The assignment on the history of witches was simpler than yesterday's, though it was slightly lengthier in scope. After completing her homework, Morlan even found time to peruse What is Magic? Once class was approaching its end, she inquired, "Has everyone finished asking their questions?" The young witches shook their heads in response, their expressions betraying a mix of resignation and trepidation. Morlan was aware of the various branches of witchcraft due to the initial aptitude assessment, which had outlined them. Yet she was unfamiliar with the specific representative spells of each faction, leaving her in silence. Thus, the customary task was assigned, an essay titled On the Branches of Witchcraft and Their Representative Spells, with the reference text being the Compendium of Witchcraft. Just when she thought this would conclude the matter, Ms. Amisha continued. Today, the enthusiasm for note-taking was palpable, and the questions were numerous. Therefore, let us add another essay. Summarize the insights gained from today's inquiries. The young witches, overwhelmed by the prospect of 2 essays, wore expressions that could almost be deemed tangible manifestations of their despair. What a remarkable turn of events. As soon as Ms. Amisha departed, Vashida rushed to Moran's side, asking, "Is that card you mentioned, which can record sound, still functional? Or could you perhaps create a card that writes essays automatically?" It was only Wednesday, and they had already amassed 4 essays. The thought was enough to bring sorrow to the ears of listeners and tears to the eyes of witnesses. Surely, they would not be consigned to a weekend of relentless essay writing. "I am unable to create the automated essay writing cards, but I can certainly produce the recording cards." Morlan designed these in the book of cards and calculated the production cost. A card capable of recording and storing sound, with a cumulative storage duration of 24 hours, is priced at 5 mana. "Do you need one?" Yes. "I want to purchase one," Vashida exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the other young witches seemed to awaken from a dream, flocking towards her. "I want one too. Please, bring me one." The sales of the recording cards surged dramatically. Aside from Morlan herself, every first-year witch acquired one. At Miss Amisha's lectures, it seems there was never a time when assignments were not given. Perhaps it is wiser to choose a simpler option. Chapter 67. Directory of Witch Magic. Although Moran's enthusiasm for card research has waned somewhat recently, as she has shifted her focus to reading and studying, she still sells the market-tested cards with remarkable efficiency. Yesterday's mobile kitchen card, portable kitchenware card, and today's recording card have all been updated on the large notice board outside the castle warehouse, effectively transforming it into her personal card sales column. On her way down the mountain, a senior came to seek her out for card purchases. After the afternoon cooking magic class, Morlan returned to her dormitory and found the senior Lilith lingering uncertainly at her courtyard entrance. "Senior?" Morlan shook her head. I won't be able to produce it anytime soon. Disappointment flickered across Lilith's face. Then please give me a portable kitchenware card. Could you make it a bit cheaper? Morlan replied with a smile. I'm afraid not. It has already reached the friendship price for the little witch. Even if it were 10 times more expensive, there would still be witches willing to pay for the daily restoration of disposable magical power. Lilith gritted her teeth. I knew it. Forget it. I'll just buy the mobile kitchen card outright. Who knows if the goblin witch will raise her prices in a few years. All right, Morlan said as she pulled out a piece of parchment from her satchel. Would you prefer to pay in installments or in full? Installments. Of course, installments. 500 mana is quite a burden for a witch to produce all at once. Lilith replied. Morlan hurriedly drafted a contract, as if fearful that Lilith might change her mind, and urged her to sign. Once the contract was established and the magical power transferred, Morlan reassured her, Senior, with your total magical capacity, recovering 500 mana in less than a day is easily achievable. As a senior witch, your magical power exceeds 1,000 mana. 500 is less than half of that. You'll understand once you learn a few more spells. Casting magic requires mana, and researching materialization of innate talents also demands mana. Do you know how long it has been since I could retain even half of my mana before midnight? This card is becoming increasingly expensive. Purchasing one means I must scrape by for several days. Lilith lamented. I truly miss that younger sister who would have given away cards without a second thought. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I will definitely take advantage of the current low consumption of magic during my practice to accumulate more mana for future use. Morlan replied. While she might not be able to gather mana that could be directly used for casting spells, she could certainly save up mana for card creation. By the way, Senior, do you have any news about the 5th-year seniors? Morlan inquired. The young witches from the 1st to 4th grades have all come to purchase her cards, yet the 5th grade witches have never made an appearance. I remain uncertain as to why, for after the annual enrollment banquet, the 5th grade witches seem to vanish, only to have it whispered that they journey to the outskirts of the academy. However, they do re-emerge before graduation, as Lilith has stated. Upon hearing this, Morlan felt a sense of relief. Prior to enrollment, the young witches enter into a covenant, pledging not to disclose any information regarding underage witches, hence, until they reach maturity. The audience for the cards consists solely of the enrolled young witches. Each year, young witches graduate, and missing even one is a significant loss. As long as she can still connect with the 5th grade witches, that suffices. Why is there such a stark contrast between witches? Witches' magic. Witches' magic. No. I must hasten my research into witches' magic. It cannot simply be a one-way street. Before long, a paper was completed. Summarizing was straightforward. Yet another paper titled On the Factions of Witchcraft and Their Representative Magics would pose a bit more of a challenge, necessitating some research. Morlan opened the Directory of Witch Magic. This tome serves as an encyclopedia of witchcraft, chronicling the various factions of existing witch magic, the corresponding effects of different levels, approximate magical consumption, common applications, recommended learning tiers, and suggested study materials. Holding this book, one may not master any specific spell, yet it provides a foundational understanding of each magic, illuminating which level is most suitable for learning it, and which texts to consult for further study. Recommended books for learning the art of culinary magic include the textbook Learning Culinary Magic from Scratch and selected readings such as Culinary Atlas of the Valen Continent, Choosing Ingredients, and The Path of the Chef. Only through the experience of writing can one truly comprehend that today's 2 essays, though seemingly daunting, are not particularly difficult to compose, and their length is not excessively demanding. Once the essays were completed, Morlan found herself reluctant to part with the book in her hands. Having attended culinary magic classes for quite some time, perhaps she could venture into self-studying another form of magic in advance. Perhaps the water source spell? After all, even with careful rationing, the water in the backyard reservoir was rapidly depleting. Conveniently, she possessed the introductory guidebook for the water source spell. She opened Ignition, Illumination, and Water Creation, a tome designed to guide beginners through the intricacies of the flame spell, illumination spell, and water source spell. Morlan immediately skipped to the section on the water source spell. Preparations for learning. A basin of untainted, entirely pure spring water, a suitably crafted wand, and an empty basin for collecting water. Following the instructions, Morlan gathered the necessary items and continued reading. Step 1. Attune to the spring water, observe its essence, and form an accurate impression of it. Step 2. Wielding the wand, concentrate fully, and issue a clear and precise command to her magical power. transforming it into pure spring water. Is that it? Just 2 steps? Morlan could scarcely believe her eyes as she flipped back through the pages. The practice of this magic indeed comprised only 2 steps. The subsequent content merely addressed how to control the flow and speed of the spring water. More concise than the culinary magic learning methods described in Learning Culinary Magic from Scratch, Morlan found herself hesitant to take liberties. During her initial attempt at culinary magic, she observed its simplicity, only to later realize that every statement in the book was precise. For instance, the text instructed her to begin by using magic to knead dough with an enchanted spoon, which had been mentioned. Upon reading that mastering the techniques of baking bread, simmering thick soups, and pan-frying meat was a prerequisite for attempting to create these dishes through culinary magic, she mistakenly extended this understanding to include other recipes she could prepare. In Chapter 68, The Murmuring Spring, Morlan learned from her past mistakes and resolved to adhere strictly to every word in the book, refusing to make assumptions. Each step of learning magic required a grounded approach to ensure she did not overlook any information. She not only completed the section on the spring water technique, but also reviewed the murmuring spring. The preface of this book stated that it covered the principles of the spring water technique, common forms, control techniques, practice directions, and casting efficiency, making it suitable for witches who could already perform the technique and wish to enhance their skills. Once she confirmed that not reading this book would not hinder her preliminary study of the spring water technique, Morlan set it aside and proceeded to follow the instructions in ignition, illumination, and water creation. The first step involved sensing the spring water and forming an accurate impression of it. She placed her left hand in the basin of water. This step posed no difficulty, as she was familiar with water from both her past life and this one. In the memory of Blue Star, various forms of water continuously emerge. As Morlan reminisces about her experiences with water, her thoughts begin to wander. In the 7th volume of the Continent of Valen, it is stated that witches channel the magical power within their blood through will and emotion. One wonders, if a witch were to conjure magic while envisioning sewage, spring water, or wine, would the resulting manifestation be sewage, wine, or spring water? If this were the case, would it not imply that the witch possesses the ability to manifest her desires? However, in the absence of a sorceress, the witch's status does not seem to reflect such capabilities. Though Morlan is curious, she refrains from reckless experimentation. These inquiries are best posed to Lady Amisha first. At present, what she requires is absolutely pure, potable spring water. Clearing her mind, she summons all her memories associated with pristine water to deepen her impression. With her right hand gripping the wand, she directs its tip towards the empty basin at her feet, channeling a small amount of magic, less than half a mana. Suddenly, a torrent bursts forth from the wand. A stream of water, as thick as a thigh, cascades from the tip, flooding the bottom of the basin within seconds. Water splashes onto her feet. Has she succeeded? In her excitement, the flow intensifies and begins to overflow. Stop, stop, stop. Morlan quickly constricts her magical energy, and the water ceases. She narrowly avoided flooding her dormitory. Fortunately, her extensive practice with magic contamination has greatly improved her control over her powers, allowing her to halt in time. With a lingering sense of trepidation, she pats her chest. She must remain composed. Excitement can significantly influence the efficacy of her spells. Curiously, she touches the tip of her wand, which remains surprisingly dry. How marvelous! After calming her emotions, Morlan hurried to the water tower in the backyard, directing her wand towards it. She summoned a magical energy that was half of what she had previously used and attempted the aqua purification spell once more. A stream of water, thick as her calf, cascaded down. This time, she managed to maintain her composure, continuing to output half the magical energy, resulting in a thinner flow, now only the size of her forearm. By increasing the magical energy, the stream would thicken accordingly. Before long, the water tower was filled to the brim, consuming less than 20 mana in total. Eager to practice further, she found herself with no more space to contain the water and had no choice but to cease her attempts. As time slipped away, Morlan lay in bed, wide awake. She summoned the card book and retrieved her character card. Gently tracing her fingers over the newly acquired aqua purification spell, apprentice level, she marveled at its novelty. This was, after all, the first spell she had truly mastered on her own. How was the witch's magical hierarchy defined? Oh, it was based on the maximum proportion of magical energy one could effectively wield when casting a spell. Less than 2 of one's total magical energy was considered apprentice level. Reaching 2 designated one as a novice. 4 indicated intermediate, 6 signified advanced, and 8 represented peak level. Anything above 10 was classified as superlative. Currently, Moran's total magical energy amounted to 970 mana, meaning she could deploy up to 19. For mana to cast Aqua Purification, assuming no energy lost beyond the spell itself. Thus, her Aqua Purification could be deemed novice level. Unfortunately, the water tower was not large enough for a thorough experiment, and the maximum magical energy she had just summoned was merely 2 mana, comprising merely 0.2 of the total magical power. There remains a considerable distance to reach 2. However, when she subsequently increased her magical output, it became apparent that the process was not as effortless as when she diminished her magical output. Although the water flow correspondingly increased with the surge in magical output, the relationship was evidently disproportionate. When she exerted half a mana of magical power, the resulting water flow was as thick as her thigh. Upon having it again, the flow was merely as thick as her calf. It seemed that the water flow diminished exponentially with the decrease in magical output. Yet, when she released 1 mana of magical power, the water flow was only marginally thicker than that of half a mana, by about the width of a finger. Furthermore, when she channeled 2 mana of magical power, the increase was even less, merely half a finger's width. The more magical power she expended, the slower the increase in water flow, revealing a stark imbalance. In retrospect, it could be attributed to the depletion of magical power during its utilization. What could be the underlying cause? Morlan twitched her fingers, prompting the witch's tome on the bedside table to soar towards her. Recalling her previous encounter with its abrupt descent, she sat up and began to peruse the book titled The Murmurs of Spring Water. One of the factors influencing the effectiveness of the spring water technique is the innate affinity for water magic. Essentially, the spring water technique is the manifestation of the purest water element. The higher one's affinity for water magic, the greater the efficiency of converting magical power into the water element, thereby facilitating the casting of the spring water technique. If one's affinity for water magic is at the novice level, it signifies that they can convert at most less than 1 of their magical power into water elemental force simultaneously, thus enabling them to cast water magic. Consequently, they can only harness less than 1 of their total magical power to execute the spring water technique. In the context of limited aptitude for water-based magic, the efficacy of the Aqua Purification spell is predominantly influenced by the total amount of one's magical energy. Thus, the benefits derived from diligent practice are marginal, and it is ill-advised to expend excessive time and effort on this particular spell. Morlan, being a sorceress, possesses unlimited potential across all schools of magic, rendering any concerns regarding innate talent irrelevant in her case. She continued to peruse further. The second factor impacting the effectiveness of the Aqua Purification spell is the interplay of will and command. Only through precise and lucid directives formed by one's intent can magical energy be directed towards a singular purpose. Any distractions during the casting process may lead to ambiguous instructions, resulting in a lack of targeted magical energy and subsequent depletion. In the absence of a wand to provide guidance, the body's instinctual self-preservation mechanisms might even inadvertently cause the spell to fail. Novices may devise specific incantations and gestures to aid in their spellcasting, thereby clarifying their commands. Repeated practice, coupled with continuous adjustment and reinforcement, can acclimatize one's magical energy to the state required for casting Aqua Purification. Upon achieving a certain level of proficiency, one may develop a habitual response, such that even if their focus wanes during casting, the effectiveness of the Aqua Purification spell remains intact. Chapter 69. Immediately to sleep. Will and command, you say? There is still much practice to be undertaken, then. I would not need to maintain such a heightened state of concentration every time I cast Aqua Purification. Thoughts are the most unruly of elements, and sustaining focused thought for extended periods is inherently challenging. If one must be in a state of total concentration to cast spells, their agility would be severely compromised. Should an adversary launch a surprise attack with precision, how could one rely on magic for self-defense? She committed this insight to memory and continued reading. 3 factors influencing the effectiveness of the Springwater spell: emotion and outburst. Emotions not only sway one's will, but also affect magical prowess. When casting a spell, excessive emotional fluctuations can transform the magic into an outlet for release, leading to an uncontrollable surge of magical energy. The manifestation of an out-of-control spring water spell typically appears as a torrent of water that exceeds the caster's limits. If emotions are not promptly tempered, the spring water spell can rapidly deplete one's magical energy. Should the magical energy be exhausted while emotions remain heightened and the casting state remains unbroken, it may further jeopardize one's vitality, potentially resulting in fatal consequences. Will it harm one's vitality? Could it even be lethal? Such seriousness? Morlan felt a lingering dread. She had successfully cast the spell for the first time. Her excitement had momentarily led to a slight loss of control, resulting in a surge of water akin to a breached dam. But fortunately, she managed to regain control in time. Morlan decided to observe the normal consumption of the spring water spell. Although the consumption varies due to each witch's proficiency and innate affinity for water magic, there is no precise figure. Generally speaking, even the least skilled young witch, upon learning the spring water spell, would not expend more than 6 mana when conjuring a fountain of water. Morlan's affinity for water magic is limitless, allowing her to transform magical energy into water elemental force without hindrance. Thus her consumption would be lower rather than higher. Yet, she had expended 20 mana during her earlier practice. A significant portion of that may have stemmed from her emotional upheaval at the time. She had only lost control for less than 3 seconds. By such reckoning, it approaches the magical capacity of an intermediate witch, and exhausting her magic would take less than a minute. If her emotional fluctuations were to intensify further, it would be quite inconceivable. Morlan recalled what was stated in the Young Witch series, that young witches are forbidden from learning magic before the age of 13, as it could severely compromise their foundational abilities. It is evident that young witches are indeed ill-suited to engage with magic. The younger they are, the more challenging it becomes to manage their emotions. Given their limited magical power, a single emotional outburst during the casting process could prove fatal. At least within the academy, Ms. Amisa is always there to oversee matters. By the way, why did Shauna's mother fail to recognize her daughter as a witch prior to enrollment? Even if witches cannot perceive the energy aura of witches, it should be quite apparent when it comes to a young witch lacking such an aura. During the enrollment ceremony, it seemed that the young witches were completely unaware of their own innate talents. Morlan was intensely curious, yet the book before her provided no answers. Perhaps she could inquire with the headmistress? Headmistress, prior to enrollment, did the mothers not know about the young witch's talents? Isn't there an energy aura? Morlan asked. Ms. Amisa, having observed the young witches around the clock, was no longer surprised by Morlan treating her like a personal tutor. She referred to the book Traces of Energy. Oh. Morlan immediately flipped through the witch's tome, eager to explore Traces of Energy. It was already 2 in the morning. Closing the book now to sleep and resuming her reading tomorrow seemed prudent, as lack of sleep and a poor physical condition could hinder the growth of her magical abilities. Amidst reflections on the content of the Murmuring Spring, an inquiry regarding the young witch emerged, prompting Amisha to ponder the whimsical and erratic nature of her thoughts. She felt compelled to remind Morlan, lest the latter succumb to yet another sleepless night. Ensuring the healthy growth and well-being of the young witch was indeed one of her responsibilities as the headmistress. Upon learning that insufficient sleep could impede the growth of her magical powers, Morlan was instantly alarmed. Sleep, sleep, sleep. I must sleep at once. She set aside the book of witches and obediently lay down, who decreed that one must sleep a full 8 hours. Young witches under the age of 13 require only 7 to 8 hours of slumber, while those over 13 can thrive on 5 to 6 hours. As adults, 3 to 4 hours suffices, and with higher ranks, even less may be adequate. Of course, indulging in more sleep is never detrimental. Morlan was utterly astonished. The Young Witch series did not mention this. However, from today onward, the series shall certainly include this information. For those intrigued, there exists a tome titled Wellness Begins with Young Witches in the 1st grade library. Yet for now, it is imperative to close your eyes and sleep immediately. Amisha had never anticipated becoming the enforcer of bedtime for the young witches. Morlan mused, so this knowledge is only now being imparted? Perhaps she had been subconsciously influenced by memories of her past life, believing that 8 hours of sleep was essential. No wonder the timing of the entrance ceremony felt so otherworldly. It made sense that the academy's bells began tolling at 6 in the morning. For witches with limited sleep, the concept of rising with the sun and resting at dusk seemed utterly non-existent. Morlan felt that her understanding of witches was still insufficient, and she urgently needed to delve into books to supplement her knowledge. However, it was indeed too late. She suppressed her thirst for knowledge and closed her eyes, counting sheep. When the morning bell rang, she found herself once again sleep-deprived, relying on breadfruit to invigorate her for the day ahead. Remembering the clear spring technique she had mastered the previous night, she hastened her change of clothes. Consequently, she left her home slightly earlier than usual. While Vasida and Sylph had yet to emerge, today it was her turn to play the role of Miss Escargot. Morlan dashed to the edge of Vasida's yard and called out, "Vasida, is there still water in your water tower?" She assumed Morlan had no water for her morning routine. "No need. Leave it to me." With her wand in hand, Morlan boldly charged towards the backyard of Vasida's home. Vasida rubbed her eyes in confusion, wondering, what is she taking charge of? She doesn't even have a bucket. Chapter 70. Gone mad, still bewildered, Vasida followed Morlan into the backyard, where she witnessed Morlan climbing atop the water tower, removing its lid, and thrusting her wand into the opening. The sound of rushing water was deafening. Instantly, her drowsiness vanished, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Water? Water? She clamped her hand over her mouth, too startled to utter a sound that might disturb Morlan. Yet, this did not prevent her from silently screaming within. The wand, the water, the clear spring technique. Morlan had indeed mastered the clear spring technique. The torrent was far more powerful than that of many second-year seniors. With a flow rate she felt most adept at, Morlan summoned approximately half a mana's worth of magic, creating a stream as thick as her thigh. In just a few minutes, she filled Vasida's water tower to the brim. With a flick of his wrist, he severed the magical tether, ceasing the incantation, and securely replaced the lid on the water tower before descending the ladder. As he steadied himself, Vasida seized his hand with a curious intensity. "Morlan, when did you master the aqua vitae spell?" "Last night," Morlan replied. "Did the headmaster not instruct you? Yet you have already learned it? And with such proficiency?" Vasida expressed her admiration. The aqua vitae spell is considerably simpler than culinary magic. One can easily grasp it by studying the texts. Morlan explained. "What texts?" Vasida inquired eagerly. "Within the grimoire of witchcraft, there are recommended readings for mastering the aqua vitae spell, ignition, illumination, and water creation, alongside aqua vitae melodies. One serves as an introductory guide, while the other offers a more comprehensive exploration. Both are quite engaging. If you peruse them, you too shall learn. Just be mindful. When casting for the first time, keep your emotions in check. Excessive excitement may compromise the spell's efficacy and lead to unpredictable outcomes." Morlan shared his insights earnestly. "Grimoire of Witchcraft? That sounds somewhat familiar," Vasida mused, contemplating a search through the first-year reading list. However, Morlan stopped her. "It's the reference book assigned for the essay in our foundational theory class yesterday, a part of the first-year curriculum." "Oh, that one," Vasida recalled, suddenly struck by a thought. She glanced at Morlan with suspicion. "You completed the essay last night, having just received the reading list?" "I did not finish it," Morlan shook his head. "I merely skimmed through it and wrote the essay." "And? You wrote the essay last night? How many?" Vasida pressed further. "2," Morlan replied candidly. Vasida inquired with increasing boldness. "Do you still have any papers left unwritten?" Morlan shook her head. Vasida was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Some of the young witches had yet to even start on their 4 papers, while others had completed theirs and even mastered a spell. "What are you all discussing?" Sylph approached, carrying a bucket from the courtyard. "My water tower is empty, Vasida. Do you have any water left?" "The bellflower has been watered today. Come, I'll assist you in filling it." Morlan lamented the lack of opportunity to practice the spring water spell. Her water tower was only so large. Once filled, there was no room for more. Sylph did not quite grasp her meaning and assumed she was offering to help fetch water, quickly adding, "Oh, let her assist you." Vasida stopped Sylph, exclaiming, "She has mastered the spring water spell. She can fill it faster than you." Sylph exclaimed, "What? The spring water spell?" Moments later, in the back courtyard of Sylph's dormitory, Vasida whispered to Sylph, "Look, the spring water spell. She learned it last night from reading. Not only did she master the spring water spell, but she also wrote 2 papers and read several books, completing the assignments due on Monday and Tuesday. Can you believe it? Incredible." "No. How did she manage that?" Sylph pondered, utterly unable to fathom how one could accomplish so much in such a short span. This week, whenever she found time, she attempted to read The Birth of a Beautiful cover, yet had barely made any progress and hadn't even settled on a cover design she liked. Morlan was filling Sylph's water tower when a few young witches from the back row spotted them. Before long, the news spread among all the first-year witches. On her way to school, Morlan was interrogated by a group of first-year witches led by Vasida and Sylph. Tell us, how did you manage it? Morlan candidly recounted her activities from Monday to Friday after classes. You don't cook every day, just subsist on bread and fruitcake? Vasida, who had once endured countless tasteless and even unpalatable dishes in her quest to satiate her hunger, found it incomprehensible that Morlan, a culinary expert, chose to survive on mere bread and fruitcake daily. It's not just the fruitcake. There's also the jerky that Ace sent me, Morlan quickly added, sensing the incredulous gaze of her peers. Please, don't say any more. Here, take this, take all of it. I truly worry that one day you might learn to starve yourself. Ace promptly offered her some of her provisions. No, rest assured. The possibility of starving is absolutely out of the question, Morlan declared emphatically, noticing the doubtful expressions on the faces of the young witches. She grew anxious. Why do you think I study so hard? It is to acquire more knowledge, to become stronger, so that I can eventually pursue my desires without restraint. How could I possibly neglect my life? You had better mean that, Ace said sternly. Morlan, don't be too hard on yourself. Sylph affectionately patted Morlan's hand. You should also allow yourself some relaxation. I am quite relaxed, Morlan replied. The process of absorbing knowledge and learning magic is simply exhilarating. However, once she truly immersed herself in the study of magic, she found herself genuinely enamored with the process of learning. Each day brought a refreshing sense of understanding about the world, which was simply marvelous. The realm of Valen, with its witches, sorceresses, and enchantments, was utterly captivating. Morlan was eager to delve deeper. The young witches were aware only that they must not mistreat their tongues or neglect their stomachs. Noticing their indifference, Morlan unleashed her trump card. Just think about it. Don't you want to master the spring water technique? Wouldn't it be splendid to instantly fill the water tower? Indeed, no young witch could endure the agony of drawing water from the well. Then seize the opportunity to self-study the spring water technique. All the reference materials are available, and I have shared my experiences with you. The sooner you learn, the sooner you can relish it. By the time the headmistress arrives to teach, the cooking magic class will have to be completed first. Given our current pace, do you think we can finish that class anytime soon? Morlan inquired. The young witches, reminded of their struggles with bread making, felt a twinge of shameful desire. Chapter 71. The senior is truly unfortunate. However, despite their yearning, their witches' books were still incomplete. The shabby little notebooks lacked the desire for transcription. The creation of a witch's book, copying texts, reading, and writing papers all preceded the study of the spring water technique. Vasida counted on her fingers. So many tasks. Today's witch history. Tomorrow's world history. There must be assignments for both, at the very least 2 papers. I think it would be impressive to finish 6 papers by the weekend, Sylph remarked. The more they calculated, the more they felt time slipping away. Suddenly, they began to understand why Morlan subsisted on bread and fruitcakes. Alba stroked her chin and remarked, no matter how busy one may be, it is essential to have a proper meal. Do not emulate Morlan. Cooking is also a form of practice, Ace quickly interjected, cautioning against their perilous musings. If you do not master the art of cooking, you will be relegated to living near the market, and once you leave the academy, where will you find breadfruit to sustain yourselves? Indeed, the importance of culinary education prevailed. The young witches abandoned their thoughts of subsisting on breadfruit cakes. Ace finally breathed a sigh of relief. Morlan concurred with Ace, affirming that whether or not one excels in culinary magic is secondary. Mastering cooking is imperative. Do not tell me you even prepared for class. Vasida expressed her suspicion that Morlan might possess the principal's cloning magic. No. I merely intended to review on the way to school. We have not even begun yet. Morlan gazed towards the distant castle. The young witches exclaimed in dismay. How did we end up halfway up the hill? We have yet to devise our questions. They were not eager to be burdened with 2 additional essays. Each quickly retrieved their witch's tome to review the day's content. They had not managed to jot down all the questions swirling in their minds. The young witches lamented. It is no wonder the principal assigns essays with such rigor. Once again, it was time for the nerve-wracking assignment announcement. An essay summarizing questions was due next Thursday. Amisa paused momentarily, observing the anxious expressions on the young witches' faces, before somewhat regretfully stating, class dismissed. Alas, the knowledge points for the summary essay far surpassed those for a research paper. As soon as the words left her lips, several young witches could not contain their joy and erupted in cheers. 3 days prior, they considered a summary paper to be excessive. Yet, 3 days later, the same summary paper seemed remarkably scant. During the world history class on Friday morning, The young witches diligently bombarded Ms. Amisha with inquiries, subsequently receiving yet another summary of questions. While descending the hill, they encountered their second-year seniors, led by Lilith. The seniors leisurely glided on their brooms, expressing their concern. How is this week's theory class? Is it manageable? Manageable? It's more exhausting than the magic class. The young witches shook their heads at the mere thought of the theory class. We've all been through that. In our second week, we were assigned 6 papers, 4 of which required reference books. It was like that every week. With an overwhelming amount of reading ahead, the basic witch books were proving insufficient, and their magical energy was lacking. They had to clear out the books they had previously read to make space for new ones. Nevertheless, as for the papers, the more one wrote, the more adept they became. Ms. Amisha had their best interests at heart. There were only benefits to be gained. To learn how to write a paper, one merely needed to consult reference materials. With too many questions posed, a summary paper was inevitable, as it was impossible to retain all of Ms. Amisha's answers. The second-year witches, embodying the wisdom of experience, consoled their juniors. The arduous days of racing against deadlines were somewhat alleviated by the worried expressions of their younger counterparts, who were enduring a similar plight. Yet, the outcome was slightly different from what they had anticipated. Wow, you seniors have it rough. Surely, writing a summary paper is easier than researching for answers. Senior sister, it seems you are compelled to pose several inquiries due to the absence of a recording card, as you are tasked with writing a research paper that necessitates consulting reference materials. Why not purchase a Morlan recording card? You will no longer need to fret about forgetting what the dean has lectured upon. Direct responses from the dean are undoubtedly swifter than sifting through resources. Out of our 6 papers, only 2 require research. The remainder can be simply transcribed from the recordings. Even the first-year little witches have found solace, for after all, the senior sisters have endured far worse. The second-year little witches can hardly muster a smile. Recording card? What recording card? The little witches who have never ventured to the academy's storage are oblivious to what a recording card entails. Those who have visited the storage and glimpsed the grand bulletin board outside have come to a sudden realization. So that is the purpose of the recording card. Previously, the sales of recording cards among other grades were dismal, far overshadowed by the mobile kitchen cards and portable kitchenware cards. Who would wish to scour through books for materials when they can capture the dean's voice? Morlan, 1 recording card, please. Excellent. Morlan extracted a stack of parchment from her satchel and diligently penned the contracts. Yet another lucrative card. Morlan, are you not at a disadvantage by selling your cards for temporary magic? Other witches demand permanent magic for their spells. Some little witches opted for installment plans to acquire cards, fretting over Morlan's potential loss. Lilith merely shook her head, while Morlan made gift items at a loss. There is no way she would suffer a loss in her sales. Rather than worrying whether Morlan might incur a deficit, it would be wiser to ponder whether one possesses sufficient magic to withstand her cunning. Indeed, one could hear Morlan exclaim, "The cards do not constitute my witchcraft. Once my witchcraft is fully developed, I shall offer permanent magical power for sale. I implore everyone to lend their support when that time comes." The young witches were left speechless. What a concern! This was indeed the very Morlan who had taken away their yet-to-be-recovered temporary magic. Who among them did not owe her magical power? She sought not only temporary magic but also permanent magic. If Morlan suffered a loss, the other witches would undoubtedly face even greater losses. Chapter 72. The weekend has finally arrived, Dean. I have completed the preliminary enchantment. After a week of attending culinary magic classes, Morlan had finally enchanted all the items within the mobile kitchen by Friday afternoon's lesson. At that moment, the other young witches were still practicing the art of baking white bread, while Ace had only managed to enchant a small portion of the mobile kitchen. Amisha glanced at Moran's mobile kitchen. From pots and pans to the stove, every item shimmered with a faint glow of energy, though the radiance was still quite weak. It was indeed present. Excellent. It was time to proceed to the next step. Holding her wand, she chose a vantage point that allowed her to observe the entirety of the upcoming cooking process, then summoned her magical power to animate the items within the kitchen. Just as she had during her culinary practice, she began with the preparation of black bread. One by one, she directed each item according to the recipe, taking her time and remaining unhurried. The magical commands in her mind had to be clear. Hesitation was not an option, as if she were personally standing there cooking. This step required no special techniques, merely practice would suffice. Morlan followed Lady Amisha's guidance and embarked on her endeavor. Last night, having practiced the art of clear spring magic, She had gained some insights into issuing precise magical commands. Coupled with the demonstration from Senior Lilith, she felt a heightened sense of caution. Taking several steps back, she directed her gaze toward a corner of the table where a bag of flour rested. With a slight exertion of magical energy, the bag of flour wobbled and gracefully floated toward the countertop. However, after barely 2 seconds in the air, it thudded down onto the table. Morlan. This was somewhat expected. Fortunately, the bag was securely tied, otherwise, it would have created quite a mess. Merely using magic to retrieve the flour bag and position it by the countertop was a task that Morlan had attempted intermittently several times before successfully placing it in the designated spot. The bag's rises and falls made Morlan feel as if she were a frail being, struggling with the operation of culinary magic. Once the flour bag was at the edge of the countertop, she could proceed to the next step. Yet, apprehensive about her lack of control, she hesitated to command the spoon to scoop the flour, fearing it might slip and scatter flour everywhere. A troublesome scenario indeed. Thus, Morlan chose to continue practicing with the flour bag until she could manage it smoothly before moving on. The second step, opening the flour bag, presented yet another challenge. Ultimately, this bag of flour could not escape the fate of spilling onto the floor. After 2 hours of practice, filled with unexpected mishaps, she had not even managed to scoop out any flour by the end of the lesson. Is it truly that difficult? Ace inquired with curiosity. What does it feel like to wield culinary magic? It's exceedingly challenging. For the first time, I feel that my 2 hands are more adept than magic, Morlan sighed. The difficulty of learning culinary magic far surpassed that of cooking itself. One cannot ascertain how long it will take her to reach the level of Miss Shauna, who effortlessly manages to engage in various tasks while conjuring a sumptuous dinner using her culinary magic. Morlan is hesitant to practice in private during the cooking magic class. Her attempts resulted in chaos, necessitating Ms. Amisa to remedy the situation. Practicing outside of class would entail an arduous cleanup of the ingredients she had disordered, consuming an indeterminate amount of time. Hence, she must await the next cooking magic lesson. The slow progress in mastering culinary magic does not dampen the spirits of the young witches, who eagerly anticipate the forthcoming weekend. It is quite evident that this week's coursework has intensified significantly. For 5 consecutive days, they have been preoccupied with classes, often feeling pressed for time and unable to accomplish many of their desires. Amidst a week of toil and the burden of 6 essays, the 2 days of respite appear particularly precious. At last, there is an opportunity to delve into crafting a new grimoire. A chance to rest for 2 days is a welcome relief, as the Academy's hills are quite daunting. I shall seek out delightful ingredients to treat myself to a splendid meal. Off I go. Even she couldn't help but let out a small cheer for the impending weekend. Morlan, what are your plans for the weekend? Vasida inquired. I intend to complete today's assigned essay, practice the springwater spell, and read What is Magic, the history of witches, the changes in the Valen continent, and the springwater melody. If time permits, I would like to revisit ignition, illumination, and water creation. Oh. And Vasida, Sylph, do remember to come to my house for dinner on Sunday evening. I messed up last week, but this time I shall forego magic. Allow me to share with you the culinary delights of my previous life. When it comes to weekend plans, Morlan cannot help but smile with delight. There will finally be time to indulge in the book she yearns to read. And the joy of sharing the exquisite flavors of her former homeland with the little witches is simply overwhelming. Indeed, this weekend, we must endeavor to complete the Book of Witches. Vasida and Sylph have already arranged to depart for the alchemy classroom in the Academy Castle at precisely 6:30 tomorrow morning. This course, as indicated by the title of the textbook Chronicles of the Valen Continent, encompasses the historical transformations of the Valen Continent from the ancient era, through the era of divine descent, to the present magical era, spanning thousands of years. Today's lesson focused on the early days of the ancient era. During that time, humanity was the sole intelligent race on the Valen Continent. Angels, demons, and dragons had yet to make their appearance. The world was dominated by flora and fauna, with humans gathering in tribes, struggling for survival. In those days, witches endowed with special abilities were revered figures within their tribes, serving as protectors of ordinary humans. It remains a mystery how witches eventually became figures of disdain. Once her thesis is completed, this weekend will wholly belong to her. She will pursue whatever her heart desires. During class today, her curiosity was piqued regarding the events following the ancient era. The book is rather succinct, documenting only significant historical events, providing the young witch with a general understanding of the past of the Valen continent. This section bears no remarkable differences, resembling the ancient times of the Blue Star. Subsequently, the era of divine descent witnessed the emergence of various races. Chapter 73. The era of divine descent. Morlan was profoundly astonished after merely perusing a few pages of the contents regarding the era of divine descent. She had initially believed that humanity was merely the first intelligent race of Valen, with various other intelligent species subsequently evolving. To her astonishment, she discovered that humanity, along with the witches awakened from it, and the sorceresses born from those witches, constituted the native intelligent races of the Valen world. The angels, demons, dragons, beastmen, dwarves, elves, undead, merfolk, and sirens, among others, were all races that had migrated from other realms during the era of divine descent. They descended from the heavens, possessing extraordinary powers that humanity had yet to comprehend, and were once mistakenly regarded as deities. During this period, these foreign races flourished and expanded their territories. The native humans struggled for survival amidst the encroachment of these other races, whose existence notably influenced the growth and evolution of the indigenous populace. It was not until the mid-era of divine descent that angels and demons arrived, one fixated on humanity's faith and the other on their souls. They conspired to drive out the other foreign races and monstrous beasts from the heart of the continent, confining the native humans within a designated area for their control. Both angels and demons cloaked themselves in the guise of religious institutions. The angels fabricated a deity of light, preaching among humanity that adherence to the faith of this luminous god would liberate them from the hardships of life. Conversely, the demons concocted a deity of contracts, luring individuals with the promise of equitable exchanges, asserting that by engaging in transactions with this god, one could obtain their desires at a certain cost. In both religious factions, it was proclaimed that those chosen to become priests and knights, capable of learning divine arts, were individuals favored by the gods. Outside the church, those who exhibit extraordinary abilities are deemed blasphemers, having forsaken the light and succumbed to the temptations of demons, deserving of the severest of punishments, lest they bring calamity upon the world. Ironically, even demons, in their own sinister fashion, eradicate dissenters under the guise of their malevolent title. The so-called blasphemers are merely individuals endowed with magical talents beyond the realms of light and darkness, such as witches. It can be said that during the era of divine descent, humanity experienced an exponential increase in population, aided by both angels and demons. While humans became akin to livestock, cultivated by angels and demons for the harvesting of faith and souls, they ultimately coalesced into a community that enjoyed sanctuary from the ravages of monstrous beasts. When spellcasters emerged among humans, they were either absorbed by the church, becoming elevated livestock, or were condemned to the pyre. It was not until humanity gradually recognized the entire charade orchestrated by angels and demons that they began to resist the church. By the end of the era of divine descent, humanity rose to prominence, the church fell into obscurity, and angels and demons retreated, one to the heavenly heights of the west and the other to the abyss below, leaving the central continent entirely in human dominion. Subsequently, nations of humanity engaged in occasional amicable exchanges and intermittent conflicts with other races, until the emergence of the Sky Well, with no new foreign entities arriving. The original powers were no longer confined to the limited territory of Valen, allowing for exploration of other realms and continued advancement. Marking the conclusion of the era of divine descent, what followed was a burgeoning world, an elevation in energy density, and an explosive increase in the number of extraordinary beings, heralding significant advancements in magic across various races. If the protagonists of the era of divine descent were angels and demons, then the protagonists of the era of magic are undoubtedly the witches, since the emergence of witches who have taken refuge in the wilderness. The frequency of warfare among the various races of Valen has significantly diminished. Even now, occasional skirmishes are merely trivial altercations. The foremost warriors of each race are engrossed in the exploration of the Skywell. It appears that Valen is currently basking in an era of peace, as Morlan mused. Although she was uncertain how long this tranquility would endure, she felt a sense of joy. War brings nothing but suffering and can inflict catastrophic blows upon civilization. Should a weapon of apocalyptic scale come into existence, its deployment would spell disaster for the entire world. The blue star serves as a cautionary tale. She yearned to avoid such experiences. Peace is splendid, truly splendid. The reminder from Lady Amisa echoed in her mind. Lack of sleep can impede the growth of magical power. She needed to hurry and freshen up to prepare for slumber. As she lay in bed, she suddenly remembered she had yet to review the course schedule for the following week. Turning over, the witch's book on her bedside table floated towards her. Opening to the page titled Freshman Guide. No changes at all, were it not for the date indicating the third week of the first year. Morlan would have thought the courses had not been updated. This week's curriculum is identical to that of last week, which means she can fully indulge in her personal pursuits this weekend without the need to prepare for new lessons. The witch's book fell with a soft thud, and she closed her eyes, drifting into sleep. The next morning, as the college bell tolled, Morlan rose and headed to the breadfruit grove, gathering clusters of breadfruit to carry back to her dormitory. In her mobile kitchen, she could effortlessly levitate a bag of flour using her culinary magic. However, once she stepped away from that familiar space, she found herself incapable of magically lifting even a single breadfruit, relying instead on her own strength. Each time she huffed and puffed while moving items, Morlan felt an immense envy towards her senior, Lilith, who possessed the art of levitation. With ease, she could elevate a small mountain of breadfruits. But where had Lilith learned this floating technique? She was merely a second-year student, thus. The levitation spell must have been taught either in the first-year curriculum or self-taught. It seemed that none of the essential reading materials for her classes pertained to this particular skill. A glance at the witch's magic compendium would confirm this. The reference book Levitation, Your Invisible Hands? That tome wasn't even included in the supplementary reading list, and naturally, she had not transcribed it. She wondered if the first-year library housed such a book. Even if it did, she had no desire to waste several hours traveling to the castle merely to copy down one volume. She still had a multitude of transcribed texts awaiting her attention. Clearly, this weekend would not be the time for her to learn. After a fleeting moment of regret, Morlan quickly reconciled herself. It was all right. The breadfruit she had harvested today would suffice for an entire week's worth of fruitcakes. There was no immediate need for levitation. She could learn it later. She washed the breadfruits, extracted their juice to make fruit cakes, and busied herself for over an hour. Once she had preserved both the juice and the cakes, the Academy's bell chimed 9 times. It was 9 o'clock. At this hour, visiting the little witches shouldn't be a disturbance, right? It was time for Miss Snail to make her entrance. Morlan stuffed a piece of freshly made fruit cake into her mouth and set out with her wand in hand. Chapter 74, A Use for the Water Tower. The first grade witch resided in dormitory numbers 61 to 88. Stopping at the entrance of dormitory 61, Morlan called out with a deep breath, Ace. Ace, are you there? Coming. The dormitory door swung open, revealing Ace, clad in an apron and wielding a bloodied kitchen knife. Ace, may I borrow the water tower in your backyard to practice the spring water spell? Morlan inquired. Ace looked somewhat bewildered. I suppose you can. But is a water tower really necessary for practicing the spring water spell? The water produced by the spell is genuine, and if it flows everywhere, it would be a waste. My water tower is already full, which is why I'm here looking for you. As Morlan spoke, she noticed Alva from the adjacent dormitory stepping out and addressed her as well. Alva, may I borrow your water tower for a while to practice the spring water spell? Such good fortune, Alva exclaimed, still holding a bucket. The water in her tower was nearly depleted. Cheryl, from the neighboring yard, overheard the commotion and emerged. Do you need mine? Absolutely, yes. Please reserve your water towers for me. Morlan replied eagerly. She had only infused the newly acquired magical energy from selling cards into her spellbook the previous night, leaving her personal reserves untouched. At that moment, she was brimming with 972 mana, determined to practice her magic extensively today. Beginning with the water tower in Ace's yard, she immersed herself in the continuous casting process, constantly attuning to the outflow of her magical energy and the volume of the spring water, thereby enhancing her proficiency in the spring water spell. The assertion in Clear Spring's Murmurs holds true. Repetitive spell-casting practice is indeed beneficial. After deluging 25 water towers, Morlan distinctly perceived a marked improvement in the stability of her spellcasting. Occasionally, even a slight distraction would not immediately result in the failure of her magic. Furthermore, during her execution of the Clear Spring spell, the maximum amount of magical energy she could summon and employ for the incantation experienced a slight increase, rising from approximately 2 mana to nearly 5 mana. After such extensive practice and a considerable number of water towers, she had only expended a little over 60 mana, leaving her with ample magical reserves. Regrettably, there were no more water towers available for her to practice on. While practicing in her dormitory, she feared the risk of flooding her room. In the breadfruit grove, she worried about inadvertently harming the breadfruit trees. Other locations were either occupied by plants or designated pathways. The planting area did boast small ditches and streams, yet they were too far removed for her convenience. When faced with uncertainty, one turns to the dean. "Oh, Dean, where is the nearest suitable location to practice the clear spring spell?" "The well." "Ah, yes, the well. Thank you, Dean." Morlan hurried to the well. There, she encountered a second-year senior, Renee, tending to her vegetable garden near the well. She greeted her. "Good morning, Senior Renee." "Ah, Morlan. Good to see you." Renee plucked a ripe tomato, wiped it with her sleeve, and offered it to her. "Give it a try. I grew it myself." "Thank you, Senior." Morlan accepted the tomato and took a hearty bite, exclaiming, "Delicious." "Haha. Learning planting magic is fantastic. Growing vegetables is incredibly easy." Renee eagerly shared her favorite magical techniques, ensuring Morlan felt encouraged in her pursuits. She is a quintessential green witch, having firmly established her path since the first grade. "Are you here to fetch water? Why didn't you bring a bucket?" "No. I came to practice the spring water spell. I don't want water splashing everywhere, nor do I wish to wander too far." "This is the most suitable place," Morlan replied. "So you've mastered the spring water spell? Truly, you are a witch." Renee beamed at her and then, with utmost seriousness, added, "The wellside is indeed an ideal spot for practicing the spring water spell. Morlan, do you know why the water in this well never runs dry? Isn't it because of the underground water?" Morlan inquired. "Certainly not." Renee shook her head. "It's because all the little witches practice the spring water spell by the well. So that's how it is." Morlan realized with sudden clarity. Renee, astonished by her naivety, exclaimed, "Morlan, do you really believe that?" Morlan looked at Renee incredulously. "Senior, are you pulling my leg?" "Just teasing you. The spring water spell is a practical magic. It's sufficient to practice it in daily life. When you need water, just conjure it. No one seriously dedicates time to specifically practice the spring water spell," Renee explained. Morlan, who had earnestly been practicing the spring water spell, thought, "So this is the true essence of you, Renee?" Nonetheless, her senior's words indeed reminded her that the spring water spell can also be practiced in everyday life. Of course, additional practice by the well should not be overlooked. Mastering the spell's intricacies and harnessing maximum magical energy at the well, while honing the finer techniques in daily life, was essential. Now that she had acquired the spring water spell, it was only natural that her magical energy be devoted to its practice. What does it matter if it is merely a form of life magic? Only she, having experienced the arduous journey of mastering such magic, can create a magic learning card adorned with a proficiency progress bar. Observing that she remained steadfast in her practice of the spring water technique, Renee chose to refrain from interrupting her. Morlan continued her practice until her magical energy was reduced to half before she took her leave. By then, midday had long passed. She consumed a bit of breadfruit and began to delve into her reading. The alternating rhythm of magical practice and study was indeed harmonious. With her thoughts occupied by the notion of practicing the spring water technique in her daily life, she first completed the book titled The Tinkling of Spring Water. The latter sections of the book discussed various transformations of the spring water technique, which necessitated more intricate manipulations. For instance, it detailed how to generate just the right amount of spring water to fill a small container, as well as how to form a temporary water sphere that would not disperse. Once mastered, she could simply place a cup in the classroom and, when parched, draw forth a bit of spring water directly into it. With precise execution, not a single drop would be spilled. After mastering the formation of water spheres of varying sizes, she would even dispense with the cup entirely, drawing small water spheres directly. However, to achieve the effortless transformation of the spring water technique as described in the book, one would need to elevate their proficiency in the technique to at least an advanced level. When honed to perfection, the spring water technique could even transform into rain or mist. Yet, such transformation would not possess the diverse special effects characteristic of true rain or mist magic. After all, the essence of the spring water technique's rain is merely a shift in the state of water. It remains spring water, devoid of toxins or any other impurities. Hence, it is indeed a form of life magic, unsuitable for combat. Even the creation of abundant springs to assail adversaries could be substituted with more suitable spells. The essence of the clear spring technique lies in its ability to generate water that endures indefinitely. In contrast, most other water-related magic merely fabricates illusory water, focusing instead on the distinctive characteristics inherent to these various forms. Once the magic dissipates, only a mere trace of moisture remains at the site. It dawned on her that the practice in daily life that Senior Ren spoke of diverged somewhat from her own understanding. Her interpretation of practice in daily life likely amounted to merely replenishing the water tower. This, for Morlan, was far from sufficient. Fortunately, Morlan was a sorceress. Her magical potency was of superior quality, more durable than mere magical energy, and her overall capacity surpassed that of her peers by a considerable margin. She had ample opportunities to hone her craft, thus offering her a broader array of choices. Had it been another young witch, such prolonged practice would have been entirely unattainable. Under restricted magical energy, even the act of practicing spells necessitated a prioritization. Once Morlan grasped these truths, she understood why most witches only practiced the clear spring technique when necessary, satisfied once they produced enough water for daily use. For them, expending magical energy on the practice of other, more significant spells was indeed a wiser choice. The book Clear Spring Melody proved immensely beneficial for Morlan's in-depth study of the clear spring technique. The remaining task was to practice step by step. Upon finishing this book, another awaited her. Titles such as What is Magic, A History of Witches, and Ignition, Illumination, and Water Creation were all lined up, eager for her attention. Unbeknownst to her, the clock had struck deep into the night. In the blink of an eye, the weekend had already passed its midpoint, and Morlan felt a profound sense of urgency. In anticipation of a new beginning next week, she immersed herself in the pursuit of new literature. She meticulously regulated her sleep schedule, allowing herself only 5 hours of rest, teetering on the delicate balance of a young witch's optimal sleep hours between 13 and 18. Additionally, she crafted a meticulous alarm card to better manage her time. Alas, despite her efforts, she could not complete the final book on her list, Ignition, Illumination, and Water Creation, before noon on Sunday, let alone embark on the exploration of new spells. Last weekend, she had invited her senior Lilith, as well as Vasida and Sylph, for dinner, which ended in a disaster. Fortunately rescued by her senior's timely intervention. Today, she was determined to redeem herself. Morlan grasped a basket, preparing to procure fresh ingredients from the supply center. However, before she could even step out of the dormitory, she noticed her seniors scattered throughout the sky in the dormitory area. What were they up to this time with their flying broomstick team building? Yet, they seemed to be suspended motionlessly in the air. Lilith, what are you all doing? Morlan inquired with curiosity. What is a golden bird letter? She wondered, slightly perplexed. Do you remember the admission notice? That is the highest grade of golden bird letter, renowned for its confidentiality and security, enhanced by the magic of the contract which, Lilith explained, without needing to ask further. Morlan understood that this was yet another scheme by the Academy to encourage young witches in their magical studies. At this moment, she could hardly contain her eagerness to attend the alchemy class a year from now and learn the art of crafting the golden bird letter. The golden bird is coming, someone shouted, prompting Morlan to instinctively gaze skyward. Over 100 beams of golden light streaked across the sky like meteors, most descending toward the dormitory area, while a few ventured elsewhere. A golden paper bird soared directly towards her. As it drew nearer, it became evident that it was smaller than the paper bird that accompanied her admission letter, its golden sheen dimmer in comparison. It was clearly less discreet than the admission notice, for even the nearby golden birds, though not hers, left traces that were unmistakably visible. For instance, the one pecking incessantly at the window of Vasida's dormitory, and another that boldly slipped through a partially ajar door into Sylph's dormitory. The one belonging to Morlan landed gently in her palm. The little paper bird tilted its head, the golden radiance fading away to reveal an ordinary piece of paper. Dear Morlan, are you surprised by your college life? This letter must have arrived on the Sunday of the second week. At this moment, are you fretting about the empty water tower again? Have you completed your theoretical paper? Ha. There's no need for worry. Every little witch has gone through this phase. Cheer up. At least you possess some culinary skills and won't have to endure tasteless breadfruit. Morlan stifled a laugh and murmured softly. Mom certainly wouldn't have guessed that I am a witch, especially since I've already mastered the water spring technique by the second week. And I finished my paper before the weekend. I can't wait to see her astonished expression. Mom didn't deceive you, did she? At the Academy, you can eat as many dada bird eggs as you desire. Make sure to indulge before the third year, as there will be none left afterward. That's all for now. I will write to you again once I settle down in Moon Harbor. In the narrative Love Your Shauna, Morlan contemplates the enigmatic lineage of Shauna, a mystery even to Shauna's mother, likely due to her mother's rapid succession of relationships. As she puts it, An ugly soul is monotonous while a beautiful exterior is exceedingly rare. Perhaps this is a professional hazard of being a soul witch. The letter appears to have been penned during a journey, its hurried script and concise content conveying Shauna's mother's fervent desire for the distant moon harbor. "Morlan, have you received the letter too?" exclaimed Hilf, rushing from the dormitory, eager to inquire about the origin of the missive, only to find Morlan engrossed in reading it. The first-year witches expressed their grievances in unison, yet complaints proved futile. They had two choices: either to finish the books in the first-year library and apply for a pass to the second-year library to study in advance, or to await the lessons from the dean in their second year. Requesting stationery from the upperclassmen was also out of the question, as the dean forbade such assistance. It was hardly surprising. For now, it was best to continue to the ingredient distribution center to collect supplies. Chapter 76. The Magical Poisonous Soup. Morlan intended to treat the young witches to a culinary delight from her hometown, deeming hot pot the most fitting choice for such a gathering. A piece of beef, a piece of lamb, and some venison as well. This fish is also quite delightful and can be prepared as fillets for hot pot. Regrettably, we lack duck blood, duck intestines, and beef tripe. Let's take a beef bone to simmer for a clear broth, and of course, a spicy base with red chili, Sichuan peppercorns, and garlic is indispensable. Additionally, a mildly spicy tomato broth would be splendid. When the broth is well prepared, no dipping sauce is necessary. We must also include some vegetables: winter melon, mushrooms, and Napa cabbage. Fortunately, she brought 2 baskets, otherwise, it would have been impossible to carry everything. With an intense yearning for the art of floating, she moved with a rhythm of stops and starts, finally managing to transport the goods to her dormitory. After wiping her brow, she rolled up her sleeves and got to work. While she felt drained carrying the baskets, her spirits soared when preparing to host her friends. This truly describes her. The last invitation left a profound impression, prompting Lilith, Vasilisa, and Sylph to arrive early this time, while Morlan was still washing the vegetables. They had already arrived. Upon entering, the first thing they did was check the kitchen. "Rest assured, I haven't used any magic today," Morlan said resignedly. "I promise you will have a proper meal." "Haha, that's a relief." Lilith chuckled awkwardly. "Is there anything we can help with?" Morlan, unceremonious, replied, "Washing vegetables, chopping, peeling garlic. Choose whichever task you prefer. I can chop. My knife skills are exceptional," Lilith boasted, believing her culinary prowess surpassed that of her 2 junior companions, and chose the most challenging task. "I'll wash the vegetables," Sylph declared. Vasilisa wrinkled her nose. "Then I'll peel the garlic." "All right." Morlan handed a small bag of garlic and a large bowl to Vasilisa. "These are yours. Peel them all." "Entirely all?" Vashida nearly thought she had misheard. What dish requires this much garlic? Such an abundance of garlic must yield an overpowering flavor. "How much garlic is this?" Morlan replied, "If you're preparing a garlic-infused dish, even more garlic is necessary." The trio was taken aback. "In your previous life, was there a trend of consuming copious amounts of garlic? Are there even dishes dedicated solely to garlic?" "Rest assured, it will be absolutely delicious. This flavor is indispensable," Morlan assured them. The little sorceresses remained skeptical. "Senior, the meat must be sliced quite thin," Morlan continued to instruct Senior Lilith. "Is this thin enough?" "A bit thinner, please." "How about now?" "Thinner still." "The thinner, the better." "And now?" "Perfect. That will suffice." Senior's knife skills were indeed impressive. Although Lilith did not comprehend the intricacies, she expressed her respect. With their assistance, Morlan commenced the preparation of the soup base. First, she crafted a rich beef bone broth and a mildly spicy tomato soup base, while Vashida had peeled the garlic. Ready to begin sought ing for the vibrant red oil chili broth. With nothing else to contribute, Lilith, Vashida, and Sylph gathered around the 2 completed pots, murmuring, "Is this a bone broth and a tomato broth?" "It should be. Are we having a rich soup feast today? Do we really not need to add any mushrooms or potatoes?" Morlan insisted it was unnecessary. Cough. A potent and pungent aroma erupted from the kitchen, assaulting their eyes and nostrils with its spicy and numbing essence. Lilith covered her mouth and nose, coughing as she spoke. "Morlan, cough. What magic are you using this time?" Amidst the smoky haze, a figure calmly maneuvered a spatula, replying, "Just bear with it. The red peppers and Sichuan peppercorns look like this when they first hit the pan, but they will settle soon." "Ah, so it is not a magical assault." Vasida, who had been hiding under the table, finally stood up. "Morlan, did you really throw that entire basket of red peppers into the oil?" Sylph observed a familiar empty basket on the stove. Not long ago, it had contained the hottest of the hot peppers. What? Visita and Lilith gasped, leaning over the stove, only to be met with the vision of a vibrant red concoction, causing them to momentarily lose their breath. My sorceress! What is this? It's the soup base, Morlan proclaimed, adding garlic to the mix. Visita took a step back, contemplating the lethal combination of peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and garlic. Is this truly food? Or some form of deadly potion? Of course, Morlan replied with unwavering confidence. If the heat is unbearable, there are 2 other broth options available. But this spicy broth is the essence of the dish. After a while, Lilith, Visita, and Sylph sat at the dining table, their faces etched with disbelief as they gazed at the spread before them. Indeed, there was a bountiful array of ingredients: slices of beef, lamb, venison, fish, mushrooms, winter melon, and chrysanthemum greens. Unfortunately, everything was raw. The only 3 items steaming were the pots, one bubbling with red oil, another with a light white broth, and a third that lay somewhere in between. The vivid, greasy concoction before them appeared far more terrifying than any potion brewed in a wicked witch's cauldron. The aroma wafting from the dish could bring one to tears, rendering them breathless. It was not an exaggeration to dub it Morlan's magical poison soup. Yet, the host of this dinner, Miss Morlan, proclaimed that the meal was ready to be served. Could it truly be eaten? Lilith remained incredulous. How could they consume something that was still raw? Visita's perception of Morlan began to waver. Was this truly the hallmark delicacy of Morlan's past life? Was that world a culinary wasteland? After all, the fried rice Morlan had prepared previously was quite delectable. Could it be that this was merely a prank orchestrated by Morlan? Sylph, lowering her head, frantically sought an excuse to escape. Meanwhile, Morlan took action, wielding 2 chopsticks to dip a slice of beef into the terrifying pot of fiery red chili oil, then placing the meat onto the plate in front of Senior Lilith. It's cooked. Give it a try. Lilith. Had she recently offended Junior Morlan in some way? She hadn't even managed to haggle successfully when purchasing Morlan's cards. Observing Lilith's expression of imminent dread, Morlan resignedly cooked a slice of beef for herself and popped it into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in delight. Delicious. It's been ages since I've savored a proper hot pot. This was a classic recipe for hot pot base she had unearthed from her memories of Blue Star. Although some seasonings were unavailable at the academy, leading to a slight reduction in flavor, it remained incredibly fragrant. Since the upheaval of her previous world, she had not had the pleasure of such a dish. It was truly exquisite, a harmonious blend of spicy and savory. You simply must try it. Morlan enthusiastically urged once more. She treated everyone equally, offering slices of meat to Visita and Sylph, urging them to give it a try. Observing that she herself had taken a bite, Lilith steeled her resolve, skewering a piece of meat with her fork and bringing it to her lips. Visita and Sylph gasped in unison, their eyes fixed intently upon her. Truly admirable, the senior displayed remarkable courage. Chapter 77. The aroma of hot pot is irresistible. Lilith was utterly captivated by the explosion of flavors in her mouth. She had never experienced such a bold taste before. After savoring the meat, she gulped down a generous sip of chilled breadfruit juice, finally finding a moment to speak. So spicy, so numbing, but it feels exhilarating. The heat caused beads of sweat to form on her forehead, yet she found herself yearning for more. Clumsily, she attempted to cook the meat herself. Morlan. How does one use this stick? Am I simply to place the meat into the pot? Visita raised an eyebrow. This must indicate that it is delicious. Right? Perhaps I should give it a try as well. After all, my digestion is robust. I have never encountered any issues. Moments later, the little witch, awkwardly mimicking the use of chopsticks, added another piece to the mix. Sylph, quickly, you must try it too. It smells divine. Visita encouraged Sylph, as she was the only one yet to partake. Sylph bit her lip and placed a piece of meat into her mouth, accustomed to lighter fare. The sudden spiciness brought tears to her eyes, prompting her to gulp down juice fervently. Spicy. Spicy. It's so spicy. Observing her intense reaction, Morlan suggested alternative broth options. If it's too much to bear, you might consider the mildly spicy tomato broth or the non-spicy clear soup. Both are quite delightful. Lilith, Visita, and Sylph have grasped the art of enjoying hot pot. They ventured to dip some meat in the other 2 pots, discovering that the tangy and spicy flavors were quite delightful. The taste was exquisite, not spicy at all, and the blanched greens were delectable. However, Lilith found herself most enamored with the vibrant red oil pot, which was exhilarating. She now perceives the crimson broth within the pot as more enchanting than blood itself. I too find this to be the most aromatic. Vasida remarked, feeling a deep sense of remorse for her previous biases. How could Blue Star possibly be a culinary wasteland? This dish, known as hot pot, is truly a masterpiece of the earthly realm. Even Sylph, who typically favors lighter fare, could not resist repeatedly dipping meat into the fiery red broth, shedding tears from the spice yet unwilling to relent. The tomato base and clear broth have become mere accompaniments amidst the explosive spiciness. Morlan had foreseen this. No one can withstand the allure of red oil hot pot. If someone could, it would surely be due to the dish lacking authenticity. The witches do not adhere to the custom of silence during meals. So Morlan inquired of Vasida and Sylph, "How goes your progress with the Book of Witches?" Vasida, lost in a fervor of eating, and Sylph, sipping juice to quell the heat, looked up and shared a smile. They simultaneously summoned their respective books of witches. Success. Vasida's tome was a wild, beast-hide style. Its cover fluffy and adorned with a fearsome maw embedded with fangs. Sylph's was more aligned with an elven aesthetic, intricately decorated with vines, flowers, and leaves that crowded the cover. The craftsmanship has become far more exquisite and resplendent than before. However, certain imperfections in the workmanship are still discernible. The techniques of inlaying and carving appear somewhat rudimentary. Nevertheless, the two of them are evidently quite satisfied, unable to part with their spellbooks. We sourced the cover template directly from the birth of an exquisite cover. Although our initial attempts were somewhat clumsy, the final result turned out to be quite pleasing. As Sylph remarked, the two spellbooks floated together, and Vasida turned to Morlan and Lilith. "Which of our spellbooks do you think is more visually appealing, mine or Sylph's?" What a profound inquiry. Morlan and Lilith exchanged a moment of silence before simultaneously exclaiming, "Mine is the most beautiful." Lilith shot a glance at her. "My spellbook is the finest. Red is the most powerful color. Purple is far more attractive. And my spellbook shares a unique style with my card book. It's one of a kind." Morlan retorted, unwilling to yield. "Red is beautiful. Mine is unparalleled. The fluffy texture is comforting, and the beastly fangs are imposing. Green is the color of vitality." Thus, the hot pot gathering morphed into a beauty contest for spellbooks, with each of them unwilling to concede. Hey, we're all discussing spellbooks, and yet you're sneakily cooking meat." All arguments culminated in the final plate of meat. Senior Lilith employed a cleaning spell to tidy up the dishes, the dining table, and the kitchen. However, she hesitated to part with the remaining 3 broths. "Morlan, can't we keep cooking with this broth a little longer? What a pity to discard it. If you do not want it, may I take it away?" Ordinary food, when briefly immersed in this pot of soup, transforms into a completely different flavor. Such an extraordinary broth, she could consume it until it spoils. Morlan interjected, "The oil in this pot has been washed away, and the taste has diminished. It has become unpalatable, so let us dispose of it. If you wish to enjoy it, I can teach you how to prepare it later." The broth from the spicy oil pot may have lost its vigor, but the tomato and clear broth pots remained satisfactory. To be candid, Vasida harbored a few thoughts as she gazed at the pots on the table. With a broth base present, it could simply be brought to a boil to prepare vegetables, which is quite convenient. Even if the clear broth is a bit bland, a touch of salt could remedy that, suggested Hilf. For Hilf, who could only manage to prepare pan-seared steak, vegetable salad, and toasted bread, even a mild flavor was a rare delicacy. Outnumbered, Morlan watched as the 3, Lilith, Vasida, and Hilf, eagerly packed up the 3 pots. They nearly quarreled over the unequal division of the spoils. "Oh no, the broth." Observing the 3 depart joyfully, as if carrying some great treasure, Morlan shook her head in amusement. "If I were to create a small square hot pot base, wouldn't they all be entirely obedient to me? Preparing hot pot base is cumbersome, yet crafting hot pot base cards is a breeze. Prohibited. The sale of food to witches under the age of 4 must be strictly forbidden." The headmaster's decree soon followed. Well then, Morlan understood the Academy's intentions. So for now, the senior sisters shall have to wait for their turn to feast. After bidding farewell to her companions, she retreated to the washroom for a soothing bath. Cleansing herself of the lingering smoke and hot pot aroma, feeling refreshed and immaculate, she settled at her desk. She opened the window, allowing the cool night breeze to waft in, drying her damp hair. The Book of Witchcraft had turned to the chapter on ignition, illumination, and water creation, and she resumed her reading. At 1 o'clock in the morning, as her alarm rang, her hair was dry, and she had reached the conclusion of her book. Near the magical lamp in the dormitory, a few moths had gathered, drawn to the light. At last, she finished. Morlan closed the book of witchcraft, stifled a yawn, and flicked the corpses of the moss from beneath the lamp out of the window into the fertile earth. Regrettably, there was no time left to experiment with the techniques of flame and illumination. Fortunately, she had completed all the books she intended to read. Feeling fulfilled after a perfect weekend, tomorrow heralded a new beginning. Slipping on her slippers, she ascended the stairs. As she reached the bedside, it felt as though her strength had been abruptly sapped, and she collapsed into her blankets, drifting into a deep slumber. In the midst of her dreams, she recalled that the lamp had not been extinguished, and like a worm, she stirred, extending her arm to tug at the pull cord of the magical lamp. With a click, the room was enveloped in darkness. The remaining moths suddenly lost their pursuit and scattered in all directions. Chapter 78 Morlan. Help. Vasida, Sylph, good morning. How did you emerge from the same dormitory? Sylph. Vasida. Good morning, Morlan. Morlan was taken aback by the sight of the two of them. One tall and one small, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, as if they had just been unearthed from the ground. What on earth did you do last night? Previously, when I stayed up late, you all spoke eloquently about the importance of health, yet now that it is your turn, you seem to neglect your well-being. Insufficient sleep can indeed hinder the growth of one's magical prowess, as the dean himself has stated. Morlan expressed her disapproval vehemently. Thesis, Vasida and Sylph lamented, their faces drawn in despair. One grasped Morlan's left hand, while the other encircled her right arm. Morlan, this thesis is exceedingly difficult to compose. We toiled through the night, and yet we have only managed to complete a single piece on the application of different energies and magic. Morlan felt a wave of darkness wash over her. You did not start writing your thesis just last night, did you? You began reading Volume 7 of Valen Continent by noon. Initially believing they could certainly finish, they found themselves at a loss for words after completing the reading. Vasida and Sylph gazed at her with a sense of melancholy. Some young witches diligently consulted reference books while writing their theses, crafting extensive papers over several hours. Others finished their reading by afternoon, yet spent the entire night in frustration, brainstorming together, and still could not fill a single piece of parchment. Morlan's writing speed led them to overestimate their own capabilities. Morlan, help us. We barely managed to complete today's thesis, but tomorrow we must submit a paper on the history of witches, and the day after that, 2 theses on the fundamentals of magic. How can we possibly finish in time? Moreover, today there is a theoretical class, which will introduce new assignments. Is it truly that difficult to write? Morlan inquired, perplexed. Indeed, came the unified response from 26 first-year witches, all exhibiting the telltale signs of sleepless nights, with dark circles under their eyes. Morlan was truly taken aback by the fact that they all gathered this weekend to craft their book of witches. Vasida and Sylph had prepared diligently, spending all of Saturday and a portion of Sunday morning on their task. With Moran's prior experience of completing 1 or even 2 papers after class each day, they all believed they could at least finish one essay due on Monday before midnight. They all performed admirably, successfully creating their new book of witches, yet they faced a disheartening defeat with their papers. Last night, the magical lamps in the first-year witch dormitory burned brightly throughout the entire night, except for room 69, which extinguished around 1 in the morning. Despite the torment of their assignments, not a single young witch disturbed her rest. Morlan pondered, this shouldn't be the case. There is so much content in the book. Surely, a mere integration should suffice? It's not difficult. There is no plagiarism check in the Valen world. May I see the papers you all wrote last night? I wish to discern what the issue truly is. The young witches eagerly presented their arduous efforts from the night before into her hands. Morlan scrutinized each one. Aside from Vasida and Sylph, who had a bit more time than the others and filled a small piece of parchment, the rest had produced work that was alarmingly sparse in substance. Moreover, with such minimal content, they had strayed from the topic. Clearly, the essay prompt was on the application of different energies in magic, yet their writings either revolved around the use of magical power or classification of energy. To have penned anything even remotely relevant was considered a success. Much of what they produced bore no relation to the assignment, resembling mere musings instead. The lack of proper direction in their research inevitably resulted in a paper that was vastly inferior. Do you not review the topic? Morlan inquired, perplexed. What is reviewing the topic? The little witches looked at her with confusion, leaving Morlan bewildered. It suddenly dawned on her how different she was from them. In her previous life, she had been a university student, having tackled countless questions and deciphered the intentions of the examiners as a fundamental skill. After absorbing the memories of Blue Star, her knowledge had expanded even further. However, the little witches were not similarly equipped. They naturally possessed the ability to speak and write in the language of witches, yet the only literature they had encountered prior to their enrollment was the Young Witch series. That series featured simple language and illustrations, imparting merely some common knowledge of the witching world, along with basic counting methods. The book Valen Continent presented a significantly higher reading difficulty compared to the Young Witch series. This aligned with the teaching methodology of the Dean's theoretical classes, which, rather than imparting theoretical knowledge, focused on teaching reading strategies. It was entirely possible that they would be required to rewrite their papers post-lecture. The journey to the castle was long, and there was still time to salvage the situation. Morlan's mini-class on academic writing commenced. The little witches found themselves surrounded by the Book of Witches, following Morlan's guidance as they explored its contents. Morlan waved her hand, aware that time was of the essence and that she needed to allow time for everyone to revise their papers. She quickly continued, at this juncture, pay close attention to the key sentences. If key sentences are absent, you must distill and summarize the essence yourself. Ms. Amisha assigned this paper to teach us how to read and to find answers within the text. Therefore, our paper must comprehensively present the answers to the questions posed. Morlan meticulously guided the young witches on how to compose their thesis, illuminating the path for those who had previously floundered in confusion. Chapter 79, Mathematics for Witches. Applause echoed. Had we only had Morlan back then, we would not have endured such torment over our papers. The senior students, drawn by Morlan's lecture, felt profoundly enlightened and could not resist applauding her brilliance. Even a second-year witch, still struggling to master the art of writing papers, eagerly took out paper and pen to jot down notes. The exam-oriented reading and answering techniques they had gleaned were like treasures to them. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed Morlan's mind regarding the educational standards of these young witches. While their abilities in comprehension and reading were evidently nurtured by the academy, what of their arithmetic skills? It seemed the institution lacked mathematics courses. The literature for young witches contained merely a scattering of numbers. While they instinctively understood the significance of each witch's written numeral, recognizing 12,345 did not equate to proficiency in arithmetic. Furthermore, did the young witches truly grasp concepts such as interest and installment payments when she previously sold cards? Unable to contain her curiosity, she posed a question to Visita and Hilf, the first to revise their papers. If I possess a card priced at 100 mana for a one-time magical energy, and you need to pay in 4 installments, how much mana would you owe on average per installment? Morlan, have you devised a new card? What kind of card? Visita inquired. Sylph gazed at her with curiosity. Morlan shook her head. Just help me calculate how much mana is required on average per phase. Visita and Sylph responded with wide-eyed innocence. Morlan took a deep breath. Are you unable to perform the calculations? Visita and Sylph felt a twinge of guilt for reasons unknown, but then pondered, isn't it normal not to know how to calculate this? Which little witch would be versed in such matters? Isn't it all clearly stated in the contract? We can simply follow that. Morlan then turned her gaze to the other little witches. The eavesdropping little witches lowered their heads even further, preoccupied with their papers. A senior witch in the sky silently adjusted her broom and swiftly flew away. Morlan closed her eyes, previously believing her card-selling venture was a resounding success. She truly did not know whether to commend their carefree spirits or to chastise their blind faith in her. Today, she must ascertain the mathematical prowess of the little witches. Let me ask you again. If you possess 100 mana and spend 25, how much remains? 75. The little witches answered instantaneously. If your mana increases by 2 each day, how much will it grow in a month? 2, 4, 6. 60 mana. If the maximum mana you can mobilize while casting the Clear Spring spell is 1 mana, and your total mana is 50, what is the level of your Clear Spring spell? Is this something we ought to know? The little witch's eyes had transformed into spirals. Shouldn't you be aware of this? The young sorceress, Morlan, found herself perplexed by the notion of percentages and how one could ascertain their magical prowess. The little witches around her shared her confusion, as they were equally unaware of their own levels of magic. It was commonly understood that such assessments were conducted during clan meetings when one sought to obtain a certification in witchcraft. Morlan suddenly recalled that the young witches typically gauged their magical capacity by observing the luminosity of their energy auras, without even knowing the precise total of their magical energy. How could they possibly calculate a ratio? She posed several mathematical inquiries, only to discover that the little witches excelled at basic addition and subtraction, demonstrating a remarkable proficiency. They possessed a thorough understanding of the quantities represented by each numeral. Regardless of whether the numbers were fractions or whole, their calculations were impressively accurate. However, their arithmetic skills seemed to falter beyond these fundamentals. Multiplication and division eluded them, and topics such as percentages and interest were entirely foreign. When faced with cumulative addition or subtraction, they resorted to a methodical, step-by-step approach. This left Morlan deeply concerned. With such a lack of mathematical acumen, could they truly safeguard themselves against financial deceit in the future? "Director, does our academy offer mathematics classes?" she inquired. The response was bewildering. "What is a mathematics class?" Morlan, momentarily at a loss, contemplated sharing her earlier questions with the director, but with so many young witches present, she refrained. Instead, she took a moment to elucidate the concept of mathematics. What you refer to is typically studied in Eth only by human mages, goblins, and certain demons. The average arithmetic skill among witches is already commendable in the realm of Valen. Apart from encounters with mages, goblins, and demons, there is little cause for concern regarding financial deception. Morlan was left in astonishment. The mathematical prowess of witches, it seems, has reached a commendable level. Is mathematics on the Valen continent truly in such decline? No wonder Lilith often claims she is more cunning than a goblin. With such a lack of mathematical acumen, how can they possibly engage in deceit? This realization offered her a modicum of relief. At least, the little witches would not be easily swindled. After all, many inhabitants of the Valen continent struggle with even basic arithmetic. Yet you are correct. Now with your character card, one can monitor their magical energy in real time. If the little witches could calculate the proportion of their magical power, they would be able to ascertain their magical prowess more conveniently and accurately. I shall discuss this matter with the other Amisha. Moran's eyes brightened. If necessary, I can provide foundational mathematics textbooks. I have ready-made resources in my memories from Blue Star, which can be adapted for the little witches. Elementary-level mathematics would suffice for them to navigate the Valen world with ease. Was mathematical knowledge widespread in the world of your past life? Certainly. The mathematical understanding of a 12-year-old would likely enable one to traverse the Valen world effortlessly. As the little witches listened to Morlan and the suddenly materializing Dean harmonizing together, their expressions gradually morphed into fear. Was Moran's previous existence in a realm inhabited by goblins? Even goblins do not exhibit such exaggeration. Furthermore, they are not goblins themselves. Mathematics does not seem to be a trivial matter. Upon hearing Moran's inquiries, they fell silent, regrettably unable to voice their indignation. With the power of cards and the art of academic discourse, Morlan was their benefactor, too formidable to provoke. At this moment, each little witch had intuitively mastered the prayer skills of the angels, beseeching that other Miss Amises would refrain from agreeing to commence mathematics classes. Vasida caught sight of the spire of the castle's bell tower and instantly found her savior. Morlan, the class is about to begin. Let us hasten to the classroom. The other little witches nodded in unison. Yes, yes. Our papers are nearly revised. Speak no more of mathematics. The mere mention instills fear in witches. Dean, I still have some thoughts. Let us discuss them after class. Morlan, though still immersed in her musings, recognized that class was indeed imminent. The Miss Amisa engaging her in dialogue about mathematics was not the same as the one who would soon impart the fundamentals of magic to them. Their memories were not shared at all times. Chapter 80. Sources of Clan Funding during the Fundamentals of Magic Theory class. Amisa was somewhat taken aback to observe the identical dark circles under the eyes of the little witches. In previous years, first-year witches had also struggled with their initial paper assignments, but it was rather uncommon for them to appear so exhausted. After all, this paper had been assigned a full week prior. Regardless of the quality of their work, they had ample time to complete it. This cohort of little witches had consistently proven to be dependable. Even if there were unforeseen circumstances this time, they could learn from the experience for the future. Thus, Amisa chose to overlook their fatigue. One must fully experience failure in order to truly acquire the ability to resolve issues independently. Did everyone complete the paper assignment given last Monday? Please submit them for my review. The little witches handed in their papers one by one, their weary eyes betraying a sense of excitement and anticipation. As Amisa perused the papers, her astonishment grew with each one. In a manner akin to a commentary on academic essays, she instructed them on how to extract information from books. Consequently, none of the young witches' papers exhibited any flaws. Each essay adeptly elucidated the complexities surrounding the application of magical energies from various races. It was evident that the work was original, albeit with some content echoing one another and a few identical phrases. After years of teaching foundational magical theory, she could easily discern that these recurring phrases had been excerpted from reference texts. If there were any critiques to be made, it would be that the handwriting appeared somewhat hasty, as if penned in a rush. It seemed that today's instructional content warranted a revision. The essays were commendable. The young witches, with eager anticipation, inquired, "Can you share how you managed to write these?" Amisa sought to comprehend the extent of the young witches' understanding. One by one, they raised their hands. The material discussed mirrored their written content, revealing that they had all hastily crafted their essays during their journey to the castle that morning. The soul witch without dark circles under her eyes had devised a method for reading and writing that encapsulated this approach. Despite her extensive experience in theoretical classes, she had never considered the rapid reading techniques involving keywords and pivotal sentences. Typically, she instructed the young witches to read with questions in mind. It must be said that Morlan's method was notably more organized. Clarity begets ease of imitation and learning. Morlan, could the reading techniques you imparted to the young witches today be compiled into a book? If submitted for evaluation by the clan assembly and subsequently included in the Academy's library, it could yield a reward in gold coins. Amisa approached Morlan with this proposition. "That's absolutely splendid," Morlan exclaimed without hesitation. Until now, she had only encountered gold coins in the Young Witch series. If the goal is to enhance the reading abilities of the young witches, I have some educational and practice programs that can be compiled as well. Excellent, Amisa replied. Regardless of the knowledge, as long as it holds value, once shared with the library, the clan will reward us. Suddenly, Morlan recalled a question that had been troubling her for quite some time and seized the opportunity to voice it. Raising and educating the young witches surely requires funds. Does it not? Where do these funds originate? Indeed, where do they come from? The other young witches had not yet contemplated this issue, but curiosity began to stir within them. With such an outflow and no inflow, wouldn't the clan eventually face bankruptcy? Is it possible that the Academy does not provide us with meals due to financial constraints? Amisa smiled. The operational funds for both the clan and the Academy primarily stem from the inheritance left by witches. Inheritance? Morlan mused. Considering whether the witch clan possessed some profitable enterprises or unique magical knowledge requiring payment for access. However, she had never considered the notion of inheritance. Indeed, it is inheritance. Long ago, when witches approached the end of their lives, they entrusted the knowledge and wealth they had accumulated throughout their existence to the next witch. The wilderness belongs to witches and sorceresses. After the clans and academies provide growth and educational resources for underage witches, many sorceresses willingly bequeath their legacies to the clan, which is utilized for nurturing young witches and sustaining the development of the witch community. The wealth amassed by a witch over centuries is more than sufficient to raise dozens or even hundreds of young witches. Thus, there is no need to fret about the clan's potential bankruptcy. It is far wealthier than one might imagine. The absence of daily provisions is not due to poverty, but rather an encouragement for you to diligently study culinary magic, as Amisa stated. Morlan could not help but ponder how she would manage her own estate when the end of her life arrived. Other witches did not need to rely on inheritance to achieve wealth overnight. It was the clan that had once nurtured her, continuing to protect generations of young witches as they grew. Leaving her assets to the clan indeed seemed the most prudent choice. Dean, I am willing to organize the knowledge I possess and share it with the witch library, without expecting any reward, Morlan declared solemnly. She had benefited from the precious knowledge left by her predecessors and felt it was her duty to pass on her own knowledge to future generations. That is unnecessary. The clan does not take anything from witches without due cause. As for the rewards for shared knowledge, the clan has its own system in place to encourage research and learning, enriching the witch legacy. The clan truly does not lack for funds. There is no need for you, a young witch yet to come of age, to selflessly contribute, Amisa replied without hesitation. With not a single gold coin in your pocket, it is better to seize every opportunity to acquire resources. Should you wish to contribute, that can wait until the twilight of your life. Morlan felt as though she had been struck by an arrow to the heart. She truly had not a single coin in her pocket. How abundant must the legacies of the elder witches be? The clan was remarkably generous. Upon hearing that there was no homework, the young witches were elated and immediately began to compose their summary papers. Perhaps tonight they could enjoy a restful slumber. Chapter 81. Permission to transcribe during the lunch break. The gloomy cloud of unfinished papers from the morning dissipated. After class, Morlan took the library pass granted by Ms. Ami Shah and made her way to the second-year library. Morlan intended to organize the knowledge of Blue Star reading and mathematics swirling in her mind into a book, and the dean had recommended that she study the art of transcription. To facilitate this, she was granted access to the second-year library and permission to transcribe the magic of books. The methodology for studying transcription was contained within this tome. The interior of the second-year library bore a resemblance to that of the first year, albeit with a greater abundance of magical tomes. Morlan located the magic of books, placing her pass upon it, thus lifting the transcription restrictions. She transcribed the entire book into her witch's book. Turning to the section relevant to transcription techniques, she discovered that the effects of transcription at each level and the templates for contracts were clearly displayed. The apprentice-level transcription allowed one to control a quill to autonomously inscribe the contents of one's mind or what one's eyes beheld, from text to illustrations, provided that the thoughts were sufficiently clear for a one-to-one replication. The transcription speed was approximately 2 to 3 times that of handwriting. Priced at 5 mana for permanent magical power, the beginner-level transcription permitted the control of 5 quills simultaneously, enabling one to transcribe the materials placed nearby autonomously. The speed of transcription is approximately 10 to 15 times that of handwriting. The cost for an upgrade is 10 mana for permanent magical power. The intermediate transcription skill allows one to transcribe the contents of a standardized page at a time, with an upgrade price of 15 mana for permanent magical power. The advanced transcription skill enables one to transcribe 1/3 of the contents of a standard book in a single attempt, with an upgrade cost of 20 mana for permanent magical power. To achieve the level of transcription akin to that of the specially crafted books in the library, where one can effortlessly transcribe an entire standard book, one must attain the pinnacle of transcription skills, which requires an upgrade price of 25 mana for permanent magical power. A standard page corresponds to 1 page of the books in the library, while a standard book equates to one of the volumes housed therein. This magic can only be purchased and upgraded in sequential tiers. Thus, to acquire the pinnacle transcription skill, one must invest a total of 75 mana in permanent magical power. This is exorbitantly expensive. That said, transcription is quite convenient for copying existing content. By placing the material before her, she can easily transcribe using the basic transcription skill. However, transcribing from the contents of her mind does not allow for the simultaneous transcription of multiple pages, as it necessitates her organizing the information within her thoughts. From this perspective, organizing readings and mathematical textbooks makes the apprentice-level transcription skill the most cost-effective option. She drafted a contract for the apprentice-level transcription skill with a golden quill, sealing it with a drop of witch's blood to signify her identity as a witch. Upon the establishment of the contract, she immediately acquired the apprentice-level transcription skill. Consequently, her total magical power was permanently reduced by 5 mana, leaving her with a total of 980 mana. Over the course of the week, with ample sleep, her magical power naturally increased by 15 mana, which she promptly expended, leaving her with only 2/3 of her original amount. No wonder the magical tomes, the magic of books, the magic of fireworks, and the magic of contracts are absent from the first-grade library. The total magical power and the rate of magical growth of first-year witches pale in comparison to those of the sorceresses, rendering them inadequate to exchange for several sorceress spells. Morlan, can this transcription technique be utilized for writing papers? Vasida inquired, intrigued by the capabilities of the transcription method. The eyes of the young witches, who had gathered in the library to transcribe texts for their new spell books, sparkled with excitement. Morlan, disturbed by their eager gazes, replied, "It should be possible, but one must first have a clear idea for the paper before putting pen to paper. The transcription technique can only substitute the act of writing by hand." "That is indeed splendid," the young witches expressed, unperturbed by the limitations. Morlan shook her head, bemused. Only the innocent and naive young witches, unaware of the true nature of copying assignments, would think to rely solely on the transcription method. "Do you think the headmistress would grant us permission to learn the transcription technique in advance if we request a pass?" whispered Ace. "No," came a sudden voice from the shadows, startling the young witches. "Your magical power is far too low. It will hinder your future magical studies." The young witches wore despondent expressions, fully aware of their meager magical capacity. However, Vasida and Sylph's faces lit up with joy as they exclaimed, "Headmistress, may we learn it?" Their magical abilities were sufficient. Yes, but the use of the transcription technique for writing papers is strictly prohibited. The purpose of writing assignments is to reinforce what you have learned in class, and handwritten reviews yield far better results. Vasida and Sylph immediately lost their enthusiasm. The art of transcription may seem futile for academic pursuits, as it appears to hold little significance until after graduation, when one might engage in the transcription of texts. The tomes housed within the college library are inscribed with magical runes that render the practice of transcription seemingly obsolete. While some have lost interest in the subject, Morlan has developed a keen fascination. Director, my memory is quite extraordinary. I can recall every word you uttered in class. Does this not render the necessity of writing reflective essays and reviewing what we have learned superfluous? After a considerable pause, the director's voice resonated once more. That is acceptable. Amisa, who instructs you, has consented to this arrangement. Henceforth, you need not compose any reflective essays. However, do not become complacent. Take the opportunity to read more in your spare time. Morlan was elated. The prospect of abandoning these essays felt like a liberation from the shackles of time wasted. With fewer essays to compose, she could devote her days to exploring literature that piqued her interest. She adored the flexible and adaptive educational approach of the Witch Academy. The young witches were divided. Some excelled in essay writing and would no longer be burdened by such tasks, while others faced a daunting pile of essays yet to be completed, with even transcription assistance proving insufficient. The disparity was striking. Morlan patted her satchel, proclaiming, "I have brought breadfruit cakes." Wait, you no longer need to write essays, yet you still indulge in breadfruit cakes? Sylph and Vasida were perplexed. Morlan, possessing the remarkable culinary prowess of a hot pot chef, nevertheless chose to live on cakes daily. Previously, due to the multitude of assignments and the pressing time constraints, there was little opportunity for leisure. However, with the cessation of paper writing, one might ponder the enjoyment of fruit cakes. Chapter 82. Organizing Materials. Although the papers are no longer a concern, the pursuit of magic remains imperative, accompanied by an abundance of texts awaiting exploration. Morlan declared, "My ambition before graduation is to peruse every book in the college library, commit their contents to memory, master all the enchantments of witchcraft, and elevate my magical prowess as much as possible. Even without the burden of writing papers, time still seems woefully insufficient. One must seize the moment with diligence." This aspiration is undeniably lofty, and Vasida and Sylph found themselves utterly unable to contest it. There is simply no comparison. By the way, Vasida, you too burned the midnight oil yesterday, yet you appear significantly more rejuvenated than Sylph. Is it perhaps a result of your devouring stomach? Morlan had observed this since morning, noting that Vasida's dark circles were minimal and faint, though she had not found the moment to inquire. Indeed, consuming food seems to offer a slight replenishment of energy. Vasida gestured with her fingers, illustrating the diminutive extent. It is truly but a mere enhancement, seemingly a newfound effect. Previously, it only restored stamina and mana. How wonderful! Morlan exclaimed with envy. If you further develop this ability, who knows, you might rely entirely on sustenance for energy, thus negating the need for sleep. Vasida responded with a silent contemplation. Fortunately, her devouring stomach had not manifested in Morlan. Otherwise, she might truly find herself seated amidst the breadfruit grove, eschewing food, drink, and sleep to practice magic and study. Vasida and Sylph wandered off in a daze, while Morlan devoted her afternoon to practicing the clear spring spell by the well, expending over 200 mana points. She sat at her writing desk, adorned with a stack of blank parchment, several bottles of ink in varying hues, and matching quills. Channeling her magical energy, she invoked the art of transcription. Suddenly, the quill on the desk stood upright, dipped into the black ink, and began to hover above the parchment, as though an invisible hand grasped it, poised to inscribe. Images of reading comprehension questions and rapid reading techniques from various nations of the blue planet flickered through Moran's mind. Drawing upon the theoretical texts she had perused, inspiration struck her with clarity. As her thoughts crystallized, the quill sprang to life, etching the phrase "reading exercises for the fundamentals of magic" in bold, elegant, which script upon the uppermost sheet of parchment. The parchment itself leaped aside to dry, while the quill continued its diligent work on the second sheet. The quill wrote with remarkable speed, nearly keeping pace with the results of her contemplation. At times of uncertainty, it would pause momentarily, urging her onward. Thanks to the rapid transcription, Morlan devoted 5 consecutive nights to compiling a reading skills development plan. A guide to reading techniques, a reading exercises for the fundamentals of magic, a reading exercises for the history of witches, a reading exercises for the history of the continent, along with 6 volumes of basic mathematics and their corresponding exercise books. She even organized a simple binding. Headmaster, I have completed the compilation. How shall I present it to you? Tomorrow morning, the robed Amisha will come to collect it. On Saturday morning, just after Morlan finished her breakfast of bread and fruit cake, there came a knock at the dormitory door. Upon arrival, Morlan opened the door to find Ms. Amisha, who typically conducted their lessons, standing outside with her ever-present broom in hand. Good morning, Director. She greeted enthusiastically. Good morning. Morlan quickly invited Ms. Amisha inside, gesturing towards the 17 books laid out on the desk. They are all here. Ms. Amisha picked up one of the volumes, and the pages began to turn of their own accord in her grasp, flipping from the first page to the last within mere minutes. Without pause, she proceeded to the next book. Is it truly possible to read so swiftly? Morlan pondered in astonishment. Although she could not perceive Ms. Amisha's aura of energy, she sensed that the woman was employing some form of magic. Despite her burning curiosity about this unconventional method of reading, Morlan refrained from interrupting. In less than an hour, Ms. Amisha had perused all 17 books. Quite well written. They are suitable for a young witch, she remarked. I shall submit this to the clan council promptly. Await my news. With that, she made to leave with the books, but Morlan quickly halted her. Director, how did you read so rapidly? Is it magic? I wish to learn. If she could read at such speed, finishing the library's collection would merely take a few months. The speed reading technique you mentioned is included in the magic of books that you transcribed on Monday, taught by Miss Tracy, Ms. Amisha replied. However, I would not advise you to pursue it at this moment, as the cost of casting this spell is permanent loss of magical power. Just now, I expended 20 mana in permanent magical energy to read these few books. Indeed, the speed reading spell was among those listed, with the apprentice level price remaining consistently set at 5 mana of permanent magical energy. However, the effects are precisely as Lady Amisha described. The cost of this magic is not a one-time expenditure of mana, but rather a permanent drain on one's magical reserves. It is akin to expending mana to accelerate one's reading speed, and it merely enhances the pace of reading without influencing the comprehension of the material. There exists, in addition, a technique for shorthand, which similarly consumes permanent mana and offers effects comparable to her current photographic memory, essentially allowing for a brief enhancement of recall. Morlan glanced at her character card. Mana, 496 992 mana. After much effort, her total mana was nearing a breakthrough into the intermediate tier. Thus, she saw no reason to invest in such a spell that would deplete her permanent mana. Even if she were a witch, prolonged use of speed reading would be unsustainable. Her diligent studies aimed at fortifying her power swiftly. Frequently expending mana for reading would only render her a well-informed, yet physically inept theoretical scholar. Without mana, magic cannot be wielded. How could one speak of strength? Surely she could not rely solely on the knowledge within her mind to traverse worlds and rescue Blue Star. These speed reading and shorthand techniques are only suitable for instances of rare reading opportunities, where time is of the essence and rapid comprehension is required. Only the headmaster, possessing an extraordinary mana exceeding 10,000, could justify the expenditure of 20 points of permanent mana merely to expedite the reading of a few tomes. Such magic is not befitting for a mid-level witch like herself. Morlan closed the grimoire. Compared to speed reading and shorthand, there exist other spells more suitable for her current pursuits. After a week of diligent effort, she had finally organized the reading and mathematics materials to present to the headmaster. And now she had the opportunity to explore several spells she had wished to attempt the previous week. Morlan opened the chapter titled Illumination from the book Ignition, Illumination, and Water Generation. In this title, water generation refers to the art of creating spring water, a skill Morlan has already mastered. Ignition signifies the art of conjuring flames, allowing one to summon a flicker of fire capable of igniting or heating other substances. Its magical essence bears resemblance to that of the spring water technique, as it produces genuine fire that can spread even in the absence of magical support, provided there are combustible materials. Unlike other fire magic, which merely conjures magical flames that extinguish instantaneously without magical energy, this technique ensures a sustained blaze. Illumination pertains to the art of light, enabling one to magically release a luminous orb for the purpose of illumination. Compared to flames, the light orb is decidedly less hazardous. Thus, Morlan commenced her practice of the illumination technique. Preparations for learning the art of illumination included a stable and brilliant light source, preferably a magical lamp, and a suitable wand. Within the dormitory, there stood a magical lamp, and Morlan positioned herself beside it, wand in hand. The first step involved sensing the light source and observing it closely to form an accurate impression. The second step required her to wield her wand, focus her attention, and clearly and accurately issue commands to her magical energy, directing it to coalesce into the light source. As she silently recited the incantation steps, she noted the similarity to her previous study of the spring water technique. Both began with observation and sensation, followed by the mobilization of magical energy to convey commands. This was the first occasion she had scrutinized the magical lamp in her dormitory with such attention to detail. Its illumination was bright, yet gentle, radiating a milky hue that illuminated every corner of the room without being harsh to the eyes. Even after gazing at the magical lamp for an extended period, the moment she diverted her gaze, her vision remained unblemished by dark spots. She continued to observe, imprinting the image of the lamp's glowing orb deeply within her mind. Lowering her head, she grasped her wand tightly, envisioning the orb to summon her magical energy. With a swift flick, the tip of her wand ignited, and a sphere of light, remarkably akin to that of the magical lamp, materialized at its apex. There was no need to consciously maintain the flow of magic. The orb persisted steadily in its presence as long as she remained focused. Even with a flourish of her wand, it did not waver. Recalling a method mentioned in a book, Morlan flicked her wand, her thoughts echoing, "Extinguish." In an instant, the luminous orb vanished. Picturing the orb once more, she gave her wand a gentle shake and infused it with a hint of magic. The orb reappeared, illuminating her surroundings with a brilliance rivaling that of the magical lamp. Was it truly this effortless? Morlan engaged in the delightful interplay of lighting and extinguishing the orb repeatedly, astonishingly without a single misstep. This spell seemed inherently more stable than the clear spring technique. As she continued to play, her mind began to wander to other possibilities. She contemplated that the orb produced by the light spell resembled the orb of the magical lamp. What if she envisioned different lights? Could she conjure corresponding illuminations? Starlights, disco lights, floodlights, ultraviolet sterilization lamps, infrared therapy lamps. She held vivid memories of them all. Theoretically, it should be feasible to simulate them. The book merely suggested using the magical lamp as a reference. It never stated that one could not draw inspiration from other lights. Eager to experiment immediately, she hesitated, recalling the consequences of her previous reckless endeavors, and chose to exercise caution. He delved into the selected reading list and began to explore the tome titled Light. This book expounds on the art of lumimancy, a magical discipline dedicated to the creation of light, capable of mimicking all natural and artificial light sources found in reality. However, the illumination produced by lumimancy possesses only the most fundamental function of light, to illuminate. Thus, while it can replicate sunlight, it cannot replace the sun itself. Before extinguishing the lumimancy, one can infuse it with magical energy to prolong its duration. The color, shape, and brightness of the light are dictated by the will of the caster. The success of the spell hinges on the clarity of the caster's intent, their proficiency in magic, and the amount of magical energy infused. At the novice level, lumimancy remains tethered to the wand. The basic level allows the light to detach from the wand, hovering within a half-meter radius. The intermediate level permits the light to linger within a 1-meter radius. As the level of lumimancy increases, the magical energy required to sustain it diminishes. Upon concluding the book, Morlan discerned the limitations of ultraviolet sterilizing lamps and infrared therapy lamps, realizing that they could only produce purple and red lights at best. It is indeed feasible to alter the color, brightness, and shape of the lumimancy. Contemplating a star-shaped lamp, Morlan cast the spell, resulting in a warm yellow pentagram materializing at the tip of the wand. With the star lamp alight, the wand resembled a fairy-esque wand. After a gentle flick, he extinguished it. Next, he conjured a disco light. A vibrant, swirling, multicolored orb appeared above the wand, transforming the entire dormitory into a kaleidoscope of colors. He pondered whether Valen had a bar. The ambience created by this light seemed perfectly suited for such a setting. Just as she was contemplating, the light extinguished. The energy consumption of this colored light was evidently greater than that of a standard white bulb. Morlan experimented with various shapes and intensities of illumination techniques. Indeed, as stated in the tome Light, regardless of the type of illumination technique employed, it serves solely the purpose of providing light. Even when she envisioned a super bright lamp, the illumination technique merely produced brightness, failing to impact her vision, let alone induce temporary blindness. The intensity of light, which theoretically could cause momentary blindness when suddenly introduced into one's field of view, inexplicably had no effect on her eyesight. Staring directly at the sun would induce a dazzling effect. Yet gazing at the intense light of the illumination technique posed no such problem. It appeared that the illumination technique possessed no additional effects beyond mere lighting. Morlan could only attribute this to the nature of the magical light source. It was not without reason that the book recommended referring to magical lamps for casting illumination techniques. In the afternoon, Morlan extinguished the magical lamp in her dormitory and inserted her wand, now glowing with the illumination technique, into the crevice of the wall beside her desk. Although the apprentice-level illumination technique could not detach from the wand itself could certainly be removed from her grasp, positioned in the wall crevice. It illuminated her desk perfectly. This orb of light persisted from just past 6 in the evening until well after 11, enduring for nearly 5 hours before finally extinguishing. Morlan had infused it with merely 1 mana of magical energy. It seemed that even the most energy-consuming apprentice-level illumination technique required such a trivial expenditure for a witch. If she were to prepare an additional wand dedicated solely to sustaining the illumination technique, it would be akin to possessing a perpetually glowing mobile magical lamp. No wonder Senior Lilith once remarked that utilizing the illumination technique did not deplete magical energy. That being said, one must practice diligently and embrace necessary advancements. The luminous sphere that hovers around oneself is undoubtedly more comfortable than one that is confined to a wand. Chapter 84 on a Sunday morning at 6. Before dawn had broken, Morlan stepped out of the dormitory, basket in hand. It was time to prepare the breadfruit and fruit juice for the upcoming week. Typically, at this hour, she would rely on the flickering streetlights to guide her to the breadfruit grove. Upon entering the grove, she would need a moment to acclimate her eyes to the moonlight before she could see adequately. However, today was different. She had just acquired the illumination spell. The glowing sphere atop her wand cast a light as bright as day around her. The only inconvenience arose when it came to picking the breadfruit, as wielding the wand proved somewhat cumbersome. She opted to temporarily place the wand on the ground beneath a tree. In this moment, the advantage of the illumination spell, which provided light without being blinding, became evident. The light filtering from the base of the tree did not hinder her ability to climb and gather the fruit. With such favorable lighting conditions, Morlan's pace in collecting the breadfruit quickened significantly. By the time dawn broke, she was already making her way back to the dormitory with the last basket of breadfruit. Yawning as she stepped outside to have breakfast in the grove, Vasita encountered her just beyond the trees. "Good morning, Morlan," she greeted. Upon noticing the glowing sphere nestled in Morlan's basket, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "No way, Morlan. Don't tell me you've mastered the illumination spell again?" "Indeed. I just learned it," Morlan replied. "Weren't you busy organizing your reading and math books?" Vasita inquired, puzzled. "I finished sorting them out and submitted them to the headmaster yesterday morning," Morlan stated. "Weren't there 17 or 18 books? You completed that so quickly?" "The transcription spell is quite convenient." Vasita was once again astounded by Morlan's remarkable speed in completing tasks. She had already exerted herself this week, having finished the section on the cleansing spring technique from ignition, illumination, and water generation. Last night, she attempted the technique for the first time, albeit unsuccessfully. She planned to revisit cleansing spring tinkle next week to identify where she had erred. Today, she had dedicated the entire day to composing 4 essays from the previous week. All of them were summaries of problems discussed in class, and since she had recorded the lectures, writing them should be relatively straightforward. With a bit of diligence today, she was confident she could complete them. Initially, she had felt a sense of pride in her accomplishments for the week, relieved that she no longer had to burn the midnight oil to finish assignments. Yet, what of Morlan? She had already penned 17 or 18 books and mastered the radiance technique. In contrast, Vasita found herself in a rather foolish position, having not completed her 4 essays or learned the cleansing spring technique. "Morlan, you truly learn magic at an astonishing pace," Vasita exclaimed. "You grasped the cleansing spring technique on your first attempt, and surely you succeeded with the radiance technique as well, did you not?" Morlan nodded. "Isn't it simply a matter of following the steps outlined in the book?" Vasita replied, "I did follow the steps precisely, yet I failed." "In what manner did you fail?" Morlan inquired eagerly. In truth, Morlan felt that her spellcasting was quite effortless, as she succeeded each time without fail. However, upon reflection, she recognized that she had merely adhered strictly to the instructions. The wand was wet, yet no spring water appeared. Vasita lamented. Morlan furrowed her brow in analysis. It seems to have been a complete failure. The three essential elements influencing the casting of the cleansing spring technique are innate water magic talent, willpower, and command, as well as emotion and intensity. As witches, our innate talent for water magic should certainly not be in question. Emotions and outbursts merely influence the efficacy of the spring water spell. Success bears little relation to them. Thus, it must be an issue of will and command. What kind of spring water do you envision when casting the spell? Just spring water, Vasida replied. No matter how Morlan inquired, she could not articulate a coherent explanation, only knowing it was water, moist, released from the water tower. No wonder. Your perception and understanding of spring water are inadequate, leading to unclear commands. Morlan discerned where the problem lay. Perception? Understanding? Isn't all water the same? Vasida still did not grasp it. Having consumed so much water, how could she not comprehend its essence? Yet, water varies significantly. Water from streams and rivers from the ocean. Well water, rainwater, and mountain spring water, all are water, yet each differs from the water of the spring water spell. The water conjured by this spell is utterly pure, devoid of any impurities, a manifestation of pure elemental water. Water is not only moist but also fluid, transparent, crystal clear, and fit for consumption. Morlan elaborated on the myriad characteristics of water, then conveyed to her the necessity of comprehending the desired effect of the magic before it can be correctly unleashed. If you do not even know what kind of spring water you wish to manifest, your magical energy will flounder aimlessly, unsure of its course. Vasida, somewhat enlightened, mused, there are so many varieties of water? Indeed, Morlan affirmed. She realized that her ability to successfully cast spells on the first attempt was not due to the simplicity of magic, but rather her memories of the blue star, which endowed her with a profound understanding of light and water. Thus, it is effortless to convey clear incantation instructions to the magical forces. The witch's magic is inherently driven by will. Her innate talent is unquestionable, and her intent is crystal clear, leaving no room for failure. Conversely, for the other young witches, articulating precise incantation commands is not a simple task, as their understanding of the world remains insufficient, necessitating further observation. It is no wonder that within the babbling spring, there exist numerous descriptions regarding the characteristics of the spring's water that may seem superfluous to her. Morlan sighed, lamenting her own lack of reading. You haven't perused the babbling spring, have you? Once you do, observing the water more closely should greatly aid your mastery of the spring's magic. At such moments, she could not help but envy Morlan, who, blessed with exceptional memory, never had to toil over mundane essays. Morlan, is your memory truly not a witch's gift? If only this could be harnessed into a witch's magic. It seemed unlikely. This was beyond Morlan's capabilities. Her memory did not consume magical energy and could not possibly be a witch's talent, nor could it be developed into a shareable witch's magic. However, the omniscient witch, Tracy, might possess a similar magical gift, though regrettably, her shorthand consumes permanent magical energy, making its casual use a risky endeavor. Even Vasida, who can replenish her magic through sustenance, can only restore transient magical energy. Hence, Morlan refrained from mentioning it. Vasida waved her hand in farewell. Preparing to venture into the breadfruit grove, Morlan continued on her way to the dormitory, carrying the breadfruit. After taking just 3.5 steps, she was startled by a piercing scream that resonated through her eardrum, causing her head to spin. Before she could finish her words, 2 small witches lay unconscious on the ground outside the breadfruit grove. Chapter 85. The Unexpected Assailant. The entire dormitory area was enveloped in a profound silence. That brief, piercing scream seemed but an illusion. Ami Shah appeared beside the small witches she was protecting. It's all right. They just fainted. Morlan opened her eyes to behold an unfamiliar ceiling. Her mind clouded with confusion. Where was she? Hadn't she been conversing with Vasida just moments before? Ah, the breadfruit. As she glanced around, she was startled to find Vasida and Sylph lying neatly beside her. Not only them, but upon further inspection, she noticed that witches from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades were also sprawled on the carpet. The sight tugged painfully at Moran's heart. What had transpired? Had the academy been attacked by nefarious forces? Senior, where are we? Has the academy been assaulted? By whom? Lilith, holding a bundle of potions, nodded. This is the infirmary. The academy has indeed been attacked. But not by a person. Look, it's that. Morlan turned her gaze and saw only the small witches lying on the ground. What? Just that flower? Lilith clarified. A flower? Only then did Morlan notice the large flower pot, covered by a crystal dome, resting beside Sylph's head. Within the pot was a plant no larger than a palm, crowned with a tiny yellow bud. Although it had grown an additional bud and lost its leaves, Morlan recognized it instantly. Isn't this Sylph's bellflower? It's blossoming? What does it have to do with this? To be frank, in such a brief span of time, Morlan had already conceived the notion that the malevolent intruder masquerading as a flower had stealthily poisoned the water tower of the entire dormitory area, thereby ensnaring numerous young witches. It was rather perplexing to fathom how so many of them had succumbed. Each young witch was under the vigilant protection of a certain Lady Amisha, who constantly monitored for any unforeseen mishaps. The revelation came when she heard Lilith mention. It merely emitted a sound, and all the young witches in the dormitory succumbed to unconsciousness. Had it not been for Lady Amisha, who witnessed the entire event alongside Sylph, we might never have deduced the true culprit. Morlan gazed in astonishment at the slightly undernourished flower, realizing it was not merely a bellflower, but a veritable tyrant flower. With a single shriek, it incapacitated an entire dormitory of young witches. However, is it not a bellflower? It must have undergone some mutation. From the information currently available, it appears that when swayed by the wind, it produces a sound reminiscent of a bellflower, melodious to the ear, yet upon human contact, its scream is potent enough to render all creatures within a 500-meter radius unconscious. Lilith speculated that it might be related to Sylph's innate manifestation, but the specifics would remain unclear until she awakened. Is it truly safe to leave such a perilous entity here? Morlan inquired. It insists on being adjacent to Sylph, otherwise it refuses to yield its leaves. The headmaster had no choice but to encase it in a soundproof crystal dome and place it here, Lilith explained. Oh, so that is the case. Morlan nodded, suddenly recalling something. Wait, does it possess the ability to speak? The fairies of the academy conveyed this, as the fairy race is inherently capable of communicating with flora. You have awakened. Come assist me in administering the potions to them. Lilith stuffed several vials of potion into her arms. What kind of potion is this? Morlan swiftly rose, her curiosity piqued. The green one is a waking potion concocted by Lady Amisha using the leaves of that flower. Lilith explained, the leaves were too scarce, so it had to be diluted, merely hastening the awakening process for everyone. Much depends on their own efforts. Since you have just awakened, we can save a vial, administer one to Cheryl, as she was closest to Sylph when she fainted and thus affected the most, being merely a novice level. The red one is a restorative potion. Since she has fainted and cannot eat on her own, this will suffice in its stead. Morlan followed her senior's instructions, administering the potion to Cheryl while inquiring. Does that scream merely cause fainting? Are there any other side effects? None. It merely renders one exceedingly difficult to awaken. The lower the rank, the slower the awakening. It has no impact on those at the pinnacle level. This is indeed Lady Amisha, who resides in the infirmary. Headmaster, what day is it today? Morlan suddenly remembered to ask the time. Sunday, Amisha replied. Thank goodness, it has only been a few hours. Morlan sighed in relief. Lilith shook her head as she observed her. You underestimate the potency of that flower. Today marks the 5th Sunday of the week. Morlan, has it been 2 weeks? This is disastrous. My breadfruit. My magic. She summoned her card book and retrieved her character card. Name, Morlan. Race, witch sorceress. Rank, advanced, mana, 1010 1010. Goodness. Has she truly ascended to a higher rank after merely a night's slumber? Morlan gazed in astonishment at her rank. It is quite normal. Had you not advanced to the higher level, you would likely need to sleep for an additional 2 days. Amisa remarked. I achieved the rank of advanced sorceress in my first year, awakening after just 7 days. I was the earliest to rise, Lilith added. Since her awakening, she had been assisting Amisa, and now, at long last, there was an additional aid. Alongside her senior Lilith and the esteemed Ms. Amisa, Morlan busily administered potions to the multitude of young witches scattered across the floor. This was indeed a laborious task, and even Ms. Amisa was unable to substitute magic for the effort. A moment's carelessness could result in the potions being expelled. Among the first, second, and third years, there were a total of 88 young witches present, with only Lilith and herself having awakened thus far. This was the most bustling occasion in the infirmary. Ms. Amisa noted that the space in the infirmary was rather insufficient, compelling everyone to sleep on the carpet while the beds were relegated to the corridor outside for temporary storage. All the young witches had consumed their potions, and Morlan, along with senior Lilith, crouched beside the crystal dome, scrutinizing the bare little flower. She even retrieved the Flora Encyclopedia of the Magic Continent, Locating the page that documented the bellflower, it appears quite similar to the juvenile bellflower depicted in the book, though it is rather bare. After all, it lacks leaves, and the remaining buds have yet to blossom. Indeed, it seemed to be an ordinary bellflower. Lilith often visits for no particular reason, and one cannot discern any abnormalities merely by observing its exterior. Who would have imagined that it could unleash such a sonic attack? Truly, it is a small effort that yields considerable results. Oh, what is that trembling? Morlan gazed in astonishment at the quivering bud. Chapter 86. The Screaming Bellflower. It frequently trembles for no apparent reason. Perhaps the leaves have been stripped bare, and the stem is wounded, unable to support this little bud. Lilith remarked. I've heard that Ms. Amisha said when it screams, the bud expands, resembling a wide-open mouth. I am quite curious to witness it. I would rather not faint again. 2 weeks. I squandered over 3,000 mana-s worth of magical energy. Think of how many cards that could have created. Morlan still felt a pang of regret at the thought of it. Over 3,000. Lilith let out a soft hiss, sensing Morlan's distress. Unable to bear the thoughts any longer, she turned her gaze to the unconscious little witches. When would they awaken? Their continued slumber would hinder lessons. Vasida and Sylph were nearing the rank of advanced witches, having consumed a potion, so they should awaken today. As for the first-year and second-year witches, who had only reached the beginner level, they might require another 2 or 3 days, while the apprentice witches might not awaken until this weekend, Lilith speculated. It's so noisy. Who is crying? Just as Morlan and Senior Lilith were conversing, they heard a soft whimper and looked down to meet a pair of emerald green eyes. Sylph, you're awake? Morlan, Senior Lilith, what is happening? This was familiar to Morlan, and she promptly explained the situation to Sylph. The bellflower? Yes. I recall awakening in the morning to find the bellflower bud blossoming gently. I reached out to touch it. And then, a sharp scream erupted from the bellflower, causing us to faint. Morlan remarked, glancing at the culprit beside her. What on earth has happened now? There. The bare bellflower had its entire bud pressed against the crystal dome that encased Sylph. If it were not for this dome, which enveloped it completely in a 360-degree embrace, it might have very well toppled over. Is that Little Belle? Sylph asked incredulously. Little Belle was the name she had bestowed upon this particular bellflower. The bud nodded slightly, as if in affirmation. For some inexplicable reason, Morlan perceived a sense of grievance emanating from the flower. It nodded, didn't it? Right? Indeed, Lilith exclaimed, springing to her feet. I shall seek out Lady Amisha. Sylph was equally astonished. Little Belle, is that truly you? How have you transformed into this? She extended her hand, gently tapping the bellflower's bud through the crystal dome. The bud stirred, as if it were nuzzling her fingertip through the barrier. To Morlan, this scene resembled a pitiful creature seeking solace from its mother. As she contemplated this bizarre tableau, she heard Sylph exclaim, Why'd I hear it calling me mother? And saying ouch. Ouch, ouch. Moran's expression was one of confusion. Where? I didn't hear anything. Did you not hear it? Sylph replied, equally perplexed. Little Belle, is that you speaking? She tilted her head, as if genuinely trying to decipher the bellflower's words. However, Morlan only observed the restless buds of the bellflower swaying back and forth. Devoid of any sound. It had no mouth. How could it speak? Ah, it could scream. But this crystal dome was soundproof, wasn't it? Before she and Sylph could unravel the mystery, Lilith summoned Lady Amisa. Sylph, are you awake? The moment Amisa's voice emerged, even before her presence could be felt, the frail bellflower, suddenly infused with an unknown strength, leapt upward with great force. So powerful was the motion that the large flower pot was lifted, and the crystal dome was raised as well. The bellflower, along with its pot and the dome, bounced onto Sylph's lap. The weight was so significant that Sylph cried out in pain, yet she still managed to steady the crystal dome, preventing it from toppling over. It was evident that the bellflower had made a desperate leap, its roots partially uprooted. As Lady Amisa approached, the bellflower curled into a tight ball, wishing to hide directly in Sylph's embrace. Alas, it lacked the strength for a second jump. Sylph, bewildered as she clutched the flower pot, exclaimed, How could you jump? It has mutated, Amisa replied, seemingly oblivious to the bellflower's fear. She leaned in to inspect it closely before calling out to her side. A green leaf fairy revealed herself beside her. Sylph, this flower is no longer an ordinary bellflower. It possesses the ability to instantly incapacitate extraordinary beings below the peak level. It is quite dangerous and requires strict supervision. It appears that your innate manifestation is related to plants. Considering your future endeavors in studying plants and developing your innate talents, the greenhouse number 23 has been designated for your use. This particular bellflower, along with the magical plants you will cultivate, may only be grown within the confines of Greenhouse 23. Beal, who currently manages this greenhouse, is at your service for any inquiries regarding its operations. Fufu. I shall ensure that Greenhouse 23 is well cared for, Beal said, lifting her skirt slightly. Thank you for your assistance, Beal. Sylph nodded in appreciation. Beal can also serve as an interpreter between you and the plants. Amisa continued. Whenever you find yourself uncertain about the capabilities of the plants you are nurturing, do not hesitate to ask Beal to inquire on your behalf. This bellflower, it is rather obstinate, insisting on communicating only after you awaken. So far, we have managed to extract but a few morsels of information. Its buds are off limits to touch, for they emit a piercing scream that can render all beings within a 500-meter radius incapacitated. Escaping this daze requires considerable time, though its leaves serve as an antidote, enabling swift recovery. However, a single leaf can awaken only one individual at a time. As for the rest, you may wish to pose further inquiries to it. This soundproof barrier only obstructs exceedingly loud and harmful noises. Normal conversational tones remain unaffected. Upon hearing this, Sylph's face flushed with embarrassment. Director. It seems I can hear it speaking. You can hear it? Amisa expressed momentary surprise, quickly realizing, perhaps this is linked to your witchly talents. What did it say? Sylph appeared quite troubled, wearing an expression that suggested her hesitation to disclose further. Amisha let out a cold laugh, casting a wary glance at the flower. Is it cursing again? The wind chime flower trembled, expressing its distress. Sylph nodded bashfully, even in its unconscious state. She had heard its plaintive cries of pain and apologies. Just moments ago, it had been lamenting to her about a brutish figure who had plucked its leaves and two smaller miscreants who mocked its baldness and large mouth. Now, all that remained was its fear. It was regrettable that she had not realized she could communicate with it sooner, nor had she noticed its distress. When she had innocently touched the flower bud, it had been sensitive to the touch, erupting into uncontrollable screams that left everyone disoriented. Sylph felt deeply remorseful. Chapter 87. The leaves of the wind chime flower. Such incidents are mere accidents. There is no need for self-reproach, Amisha reassured her. Even we, who are constantly attentive to the little witch, failed to respond in time. The journey of a witch discovering her innate talents is invariably fraught with unforeseen mishaps. However, now that you can communicate with it, do ascertain its purpose. Inquire whether there is anything besides its leaves that can swiftly awaken the little witches. Sylph nodded, eager to rectify the situation as best she could. To Morlan and the others, it appeared that only Sylph was gently comforting the wind chime flower, which seemed oblivious to their presence. After a considerable pause, Sylph finally gleaned the answer. Only the leaves it willingly sheds can counter its sonic attacks. However, my magic can assist it in growing new leaves more swiftly, provided we remove the soundproof cover. It is still a sapling, unable to control its sonic attacks. It can only emit uncontrolled shrieks upon encountering its flower buds. Wait a moment, Amisa exclaimed, producing her wand and casting a silencing charm upon the flower. Now, even if it touches its bud, there will be no issue. She would never again place the young witches in peril. The bellflower longed to scream immediately, yet it could not yet master its sonic abilities. Sylph gradually opened the soundproof barrier. The bellflower, having been confined for 2 weeks, was on the verge of joyous tears, its slender stem standing upright as it inhaled the fresh air. Instinctively, it wished to nuzzle its bud against its mother, but suddenly froze and retracted its bud. Amisa scoffed. She had always known the flower was unreliable. On the day of the incident, Sylph had merely intended to touch the flower. Yet it had already developed a semblance of sentience upon budding, marking its evolution into a sentient plant. Fully aware that its bud was off limits, it had nevertheless succumbed to its clinging nature and failed to retreat, resulting in the current predicament. Sylph placed her hand in the pot, channeling a bit of magic into it. The bellflower visibly perked up, yearning to channel all its strength into growing a robust body and beautiful buds. However, recalling her mother's words, along with the ominous presence of the nefarious creatures nearby, it had no choice but to direct its energy towards the growth of leaves. Soon, buds sprouted from the stem, unfurling into delicate little leaves. As the leaves matured, they voluntarily shed themselves. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves. And only upon shedding the 85th leaf did Sylph cease her magical exertion, wiping the sweat from her brow. The process of nurturing the leaves proved far more exhausting than anticipated, leaving her nearly drained, with scarcely 0. One of her magic remaining. had she continued any longer. She feared she would succumb to unconsciousness. Amisa produced a vial of azure potion, a restorative elixir. "Drink," she urged. Morlan gazed longingly at the vial, recognizing it as the fabled restorative potion. "Thank you, Dean." Sylph accepted the potion and consumed it in one gulp. The bellflower protested in vain, grumbling incessantly. However, Sylph had expended too much energy. Even after drinking the restorative potion, which was merely a basic apprentice-level remedy, it could only alleviate her condition slightly, failing to replenish her magic significantly. In her weakened state, she momentarily lost the ability to communicate with the bellflower, entirely oblivious to its complaints. Only the fairy bee, who possessed an innate talent for conversing with plants, silently twitched her lips. This flower certainly was a nuisance. The leaves of the bellflower were indeed an effective antidote to its sonic attacks. When a complete leaf was administered, all the little witches, regardless of whether they were intermediate, novice, or apprentice, immediately regained consciousness. They were only aware that they had been overwhelmed by a noisy flower and felt somewhat dazed. As the dean urged them outside, they inquired, "What time is it now?" 2 weeks have passed. It's now Sunday of the 5th week. 2 weeks already? Well, at least it's still Sunday. By the way, what time is it? 1 o'clock in the afternoon. What? It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon? This is disastrous. My thesis remains unwritten. It is not uncommon for many to find themselves in the same predicament. Dean, will the assignments still be due tomorrow? Certainly. Ms. Amishaw ruthlessly expelled them, along with their flowers, from the infirmary. Having gone 2 weeks without sleep, even magical duplicates require respite. The young witches lament. There is nothing more disheartening than waking up after 2 weeks, only to find that time has dwindled and assignments still await completion. Why can't today be Saturday, or even Friday? If only it were Sunday. To make matters worse, they now find themselves in the castle. Just as their spirits lifted for a fleeting moment, Lilith inquired, "When we were brought here, the flying broomsticks did not accompany us." The 2nd and 3rd year witches responded. Throughout the journey, Sylph incessantly apologized to everyone. Though the young witches grumbled, they bore no ill will towards her. Rather, they were quite intrigued by the bellflower. To be honest, this flower is remarkable. Can it not yield seeds? If some were to be planted near home, wouldn't they be more effective than protective magic circles? Below peak level, it could incapacitate in a second. I am not certain, Sylph replied, shaking her head. I can no longer hear the sound of the little bells. Once my magical energy is restored, I shall inquire. She was unaware of why the bellflower had mutated, nor did she comprehend its abilities beyond sonic attacks, or the correlation with her witchly talents and the manifestation of her gifts. Fortunately, when her magical energy was abundant, she could communicate with the budding little bell, and she anticipated some insights would emerge from that interaction. She quietly resolved that if the mutated bellflower could indeed produce seeds, she would surely share some with the innocent little witch who had been inadvertently affected by her actions. Having delayed everyone for 2 weeks, she felt a twinge of guilt. Chapter 88. Household magic. Upon returning to her dormitory, before she even crossed the threshold, Morlan spotted a basket left at the entrance. Inside lay the breadfruit, now desiccated and devoid of any foul odor. Her wand was also nestled within. Hurriedly, Morlan withdrew her wand, brushed off the dust with her sleeve, and brought it to her nose. Thankfully, it bore no unpleasant scent. The breadfruit had shriveled into a blackened fruit leather, its moisture entirely evaporated, causing the once heavy basket to become surprisingly light. She discarded the breadfruit into the yard to serve as compost. However, upon opening the dormitory door, she realized her initial delight had been premature. A musty odor permeated the air, emanating from the storage room. With a heavy heart, Morlan opened the door to the storage area. Perhaps due to the inadequate light and warmth within, the moisture from the breadfruit had not fully dissipated, resulting in a foul stench that pervaded the cramped space. She promptly slammed the door shut, opening all the windows and doors of her dormitory. She ventured into the yard to dig a pit, covering her mouth and nose with a towel before confronting the chaos of the storage room once more. Gritting her teeth in distaste, she gradually disposed of all the rotten fruit into the pit. Only after conducting a thorough cleaning of both the interior and exterior did she allow herself to rest. Slumped in her chair, she reflected, "How foolish I am. Truly, no illumination or purification spell compares to the efficacy of household cleaning magic. I should have learned the cleaning spell first. Regrettably, tomorrow heralds the return to classes, and it is imperative to prepare the fruit cakes and juices for next week." Today, she found herself particularly captivated by the tome on domestic magic, cleaning, organizing, and repairing. Even lingering until midnight might not suffice to absorb its entirety. In contrast, Morlan had already perused the sections on pyromancy, including ignition, illumination, and water creation, as well as the art of flames, and felt ready to experiment directly. The incantation methods bore a striking resemblance to those of aquatic and luminous spells. With the memory of the blue star planet ingrained in her, she possessed a commendable understanding of fire. Grasping her wand and conjuring thoughts of flame, she summoned her magical energy, and a small flame flickered into existence at the wand's tip. It was akin to a match's flame, though more stable, extinguishing and igniting. She concentrated intently on her spell work, with scarcely a misstep. Thus, she mastered the art of pyromancy in under 3 minutes. Indeed, once the method and precise incantations are grasped, for a witch unbound by innate limitations, the acquisition of a spell is not a formidable challenge. The true difficulty lies in the elevation of magical proficiency. In this regard, even witches do not possess significant advantages, necessitating continual practice. With that, Morlan had successfully learned the 3 spells from the book Ignition, Illumination, and Water Creation. She then turned her mind to domestic magic, cleaning, organizing, and repairing with a sense of tranquility. Domestic magic encompasses cleaning, organizing, and repairing spells. They can be regarded both as individual spells and collectively as a singular discipline, domestic magic. However, for novices, it is more manageable to learn them one at a time. Following the preface, the first section delved into cleaning spells. Morlan completed this portion just before bedtime. This magic possesses a unique quality, manifesting in 2 distinct methods of casting. The first method involves the command of magical power to cleanse tools. This approach necessitates certain preparatory steps, the imbibing of cleaning tools with magical essence. Once infused, these tools can be directed through magical force to perform cleaning tasks. This process bears resemblance to culinary magic, yet it is considerably simpler, devoid of the intricate procedures required for each dish. This method is particularly suited for extensive areas requiring cleaning and tidying. Furthermore, witches with less pronounced affinity for water magic are compelled to adopt this method for their cleansing spells. In a fixed setting, such as a witch's abode, where the cleaning tools have acclimatized to their workspace and developed familiarity with their master, intricate commands may become unnecessary. The tools can autonomously maintain the cleanliness of the home. The more these tools are imbued with magical essence, the more agile and efficient they become, requiring less magical energy. Morlan refers to this as cultivating a cadre of enchanted domestic aids. As their magical infusion increases, these tools gradually adopt the characteristics of their master, demanding less compensation in the form of magical energy. The second method involves the transformation of magical energy into elemental water force for direct cleaning. This technique necessitates at least an intermediate proficiency in water magic and is limited to the cleansing of small, localized objects. For instance, it can be employed to cleanse one's own body, dust from clothing, or to scrub dirty dishes, as well as to tackle minor stains. The notion of merely waving a wand to instantaneously banish dust from an entire room is an illusion. This method entails a consumption of magical energy that far exceeds that of tool cleansing and requires complete concentration during the casting process. Moreover, it is of utmost importance to comprehend the pristine condition of the cleaning target prior to its soiling, as it is only then that one may employ magical means for direct cleansing. In other words, when one encounters an object that is already dirty, or fails to recall its prior immaculate state, this particular method of spellcasting becomes ineffectual. However, should one possess a contaminated cleaning tool, it may be employed to facilitate the tidying process. When I previously invited the little witches over for a hot pot gathering, Senior Lilith utilized this very cleaning technique to wash the dishes. As the book indicates, if the senior merely perceives the soiled dishes without recalling their earlier cleanliness, she would be unable to execute the cleansing spell. Morlan closed the book, reflecting that the second method of spellcasting seems more suited for personal hygiene, while the first is more appropriate for environmental cleaning. As for the necessity of fixed tools in the first method, this poses no challenge for her. A single cleaning tool card suffices. Without further ado, she decided to create a luxurious version for herself, encompassing a broom, mop, cloth, and bucket, several sets to ensure that all could spring into action and cleanse an entire small building within mere minutes. The production cost is comparable to that of portable kitchenware cards, amounting to 20 mana, given a quintuple markup. The eventual pricing for this card would be set at 100 mana. considering that other little witches currently possess limited magical power. Morlan also devised a simplified cleaning tool card that could be crafted for just 2 mana and sold for 10 mana, alongside a flagship card that could be produced for 10 mana and priced at 50 mana. The quantity of cleaning tools within the various cards would differ accordingly. With this card in hand, the little witches can carry their cleaning tools wherever they go. This card is bound to be in high demand, as the first type of cleaning spell is one that all little witches can master, free from any limitations of innate talent, thus ensuring a larger number of witches will pursue this knowledge. Chapter 89. There are rewards the following morning. Good morning, Morlan. Hey, what are you doing with that broom? Vasida gazed at her in astonishment. As her gaze fell upon the broom in Moran's hands, she seemed to perceive a faint magical aura surrounding it. Even without activating her energy vision, she could discern traces of energy. However, to confirm her observations, she enveloped her eyes with magical power. This time, she saw clearly. Are you truly infusing magic into that broom? What purpose does a broom serve? Vasida immediately thought of the senior witches who flew upon their brooms. Morlan, you're not attempting to teach yourself how to fly, are you? To be honest, Moran's learning pursuits had long ceased to surprise her. She had been astonished too many times. What are you thinking? Morlan chuckled at her reaction. Have you forgotten? One of the essential readings is Guide to Broomstick Cultivation. Flying brooms are cultivated. Without seeds, where would I grow a broom to learn to fly? Is that so? Flying brooms are cultivated? Vasida had a vague recollection of the book Morlan mentioned, but had never contemplated it further. So your broom is? This broom is meant for sweeping. Morlan replied. To learn the cleaning spell, one must use cleaning tools, and the broom is part of the cleaning tool card I created. Oh, the cleaning spell. Vasida nodded halfway and inquired. Did you not just learn the illumination spell before fainting? What about the fire spell from ignition, illumination, and water creation? Did you not master it? Why have you chosen to study the cleansing spell instead? I have learned it, Morlan replied, drawing her wand, and with a swift motion. A small flame flickered at its tip. See, just this much. You managed to learn 2 spells while I was up all night working on my thesis? Vasida, who had only just discerned the root of her failure with the spring spell from Morlan before losing consciousness, had yet to even attempt it. Not quite. The cleansing spell is somewhat more intricate. I have merely finished reading the book and am still engaged in preliminary preparations, Morlan explained. Vasida felt disinclined to continue the conversation. Thankfully, the complexity of the cleansing spell meant that had it been simpler, she might have been faced with a Morlan who had already mastered it. Good morning. Vasida, Morlan. As Sylph emerged, both Morlan and Vasida directed their attention towards her. How is your greenhouse faring? Only Sylph, cradling a bellflower, had accompanied Beale to the greenhouse allocated to her by the Academy. Splendid, Sylph exclaimed. The greenhouse can adjust light, temperature, and humidity, providing a comfortable environment for the plants. The little bellflower adores it there. The headmaster has even installed various protective magical arrays around the greenhouse, ensuring that any unforeseen incidents with my plants will not affect the outside world. That is indeed reassuring. Your innate talent is undoubtedly linked to flora, and you are likely to cultivate a variety of mutated plants in the future. It is certainly safer to nurture them within the greenhouse. Furthermore, the dean has sent Beatrice to assist you in tending to the greenhouse, which will undoubtedly make your task of caring for the plants considerably easier, Morlan remarked. Sylph nodded in acknowledgement. Beatrice has already settled into the greenhouse. It is quite a spacious place, yet currently, it houses only a solitary magical plant, the little bellflower, which feels rather lonely. If only I could learn plant magic more swiftly and cultivate a greater variety of magical flora. I suspect we will have to wait until everyone has acquired a sufficient grasp of culinary magic before new magical classes can commence, Morlan continued. However, if you wish to learn, you can certainly begin by studying on your own. Vashti interjected, with all due respect. Not everyone can grasp things as effortlessly as you do, Morlan. I, too, benefit from the advantage of my previous life's memories. In truth, the recommended reading lists are quite comprehensive. By perusing them diligently and experimenting gradually, you all possess the talent necessary to succeed. Morlan affirmed, moreover, with the dean safeguarding us from the shadows, there may not be another opportunity to experiment freely like this in the future. If you encounter difficulties, you can always consult the dean. Nonetheless, I strongly advise you to conduct independent research first. After all, even during our 5 years at the Academy, we cannot learn every form of magic. Much of our knowledge will rely on our self-study post-graduation. Indeed, Vashti felt somewhat disheartened by Moran's words. Yet upon reflection, She realized that as witches, they already held an inherent advantage over other young sorceresses in terms of talent. What reason could there be for despair? Even if they could not learn as effortlessly as Morlan, there were no limitations on their abilities. Any failure to grasp the material stemmed from a lack of diligence or proper methodology and could not be attributed to others. Study. Strive to learn. Now, I have gained experience in writing my thesis, managing to compose a problem summary paper in just half an hour. In the future, I will be able to dedicate more time to studying magic. Vasita is brimming with confidence, her spirit markedly elevated. Sylph peruses the Book of Witches. Is the book on planting magic titled A Beginner's Guide to Plant Magic and Gardening? Indeed, it is. Morlan is already well-versed in the must-read books for first-year students. Although she has yet to thoroughly read each one, she has glanced through the prefaces, at least gaining an understanding of the general content of each book, influenced by the three of them. The other young witches have also developed a desire to utilize their spare time to learn other forms of magic in advance. After all, they are all seasoned in writing papers. With the recording card played, they can effortlessly transcribe onto paper and simply polish it a bit. However, when they arrived at the theoretical classroom, the vibrant atmosphere abruptly ceased with Ms. Amish's words. Starting today, there will be changes in the format of the theoretical classes. Everyone is required to complete the reading of the next lesson's textbook content and finish the preview questions in the accompanying workbook before class. During the class, we will directly discuss the exercises from the workbook. Afterwards, students may pose questions regarding any content from the textbook that remains unclear. I will address each query and subsequently recommend corresponding reference books. The assignment will shift from summarizing classroom issues to reviewing the exercises in the workbook. Each month, we will conduct a small examination to assess the theoretical knowledge acquired in that month. Both outstanding and unsatisfactory performances will be rewarded. Now, I shall present to you the accompanying workbook on the fundamentals of magic theory, the history of witches, and the history of the continent. The young witches exclaimed, "What? Just as we found our rhythm in writing our papers, the assignments have changed? What exactly is this workbook? And what of the examinations?" In Chapter 90, the workbook arrives. For the moment, the young witches remain oblivious to the nature of the examinations. However, when the towering stack of books was handed to them by Ms. Amisha, the purpose of the workbook became painfully clear. It was a hefty tome of assignments. It was evident that these tasks were far more intricate than a simple summarization of a recorded lecture. This was indeed a calamitous revelation. The content of the monthly assessments would derive from knowledge found within the textbooks or workbooks or topics discussed in class. Ms. Amisha continued, "There will be no need for papers to aid your review. Instead, we shall solidify your learning through the workbook and evaluate it through monthly tests. Those who excel in the monthly assessments shall be rewarded with gold coins, while those who do not meet the standards shall receive yet another workbook as a reward." Indeed, the examination system in this Blue Star world is a remarkable concept. Never before had they considered such a method to assess the young witches. Henceforth, there would be no concern regarding any witch neglecting her theoretical studies. The young witches felt a wave of dread wash over them. They wished fervently that they had never awakened the day before. How could it be that merely 2 weeks had passed and Ms. Amisha had devised such a terrifying notion? The sheer thickness of the workbook, coupled with the idea that failing an exam would result in yet another hefty assignment, was overwhelming. Was this truly a reward rather than a punishment? And regarding the preparatory and review assignments, Ms. Amisha added, "Morlan shall be exempt from these tasks." Why is that? The little witches were filled with confusion. Moran's excellent memory made it forgivable that she did not have to write a paper. But how could she also avoid the practice workbook? The workbooks for the fundamentals of magic, witch history, and world history were authored by her, and I, along with the Coven's witches, reviewed them with minimal alterations. The fact that she could produce such books indicated her complete comprehension of the content within what is magic, witch history, and the changes of Valen continent through the ages. The gazes of the little witches pierced like arrows towards the figure in the center of the front row. It turned out that this was the reading material she had organized based on her past experiences. What a terrifying world it was, filled with both workbooks and exams. Morlan, feeling guilty, lowered her head to stare at the book as if she intended to bore a hole through it. She swore that if she failed the exam, the idea of rewarding a workbook was certainly not hers. It was undoubtedly the spontaneous whim of the dean. "You have had 2 weeks of rest. I wonder if you still remember what you learned before." This week's theory class will involve completing the practice workbook based on the previously covered material. Those who cannot finish it will have it as after-class homework. After Ms. Amisha finished speaking, she took her seat and said, "Let us begin." Regardless of the little witch's lamentations, the workbook swiftly invaded the first-grade classroom. Resigned, they opened the workbook to tackle the exercises within. Indeed, the earlier feeling was correct. It was far more challenging than writing a paper. In terms of difficulty, one could listen to a recording for a paper and produce a lengthy piece without engaging much of the mind. Sometimes, one might even struggle to find an answer. In terms of duration, now that she was familiar with writing papers, she could compose one in half an hour. As the little witches grappled with their workbooks, Morlan was summoned to the front of the classroom by Ms. Amisha, who presented her with a small pouch. "Your book clan has decided to include your work in the library. This is your reward." Upon opening it, Morlan was greeted by a dazzling array of red light. Overcome with excitement, she quickly closed the pouch. Red gold coins. She had only encountered them in the Young Witches series. In the realm of Valen, a plethora of diverse currency systems flourished among various races and nations. However, only the magical gold coins, magical purple coins, and magical red coins were universally accepted across Valen's diverse cultures. The red coin bears the highest denomination among magical currencies, with an exorbitant production cost. Countless Valen residents go their entire lives without ever seeing a magical gold coin, let alone the rarer magical purple or red coins. Theoretically, a single red coin could be exchanged for 100 purple coins or 10,000 magical gold coins. The exchange rate between magical and ordinary gold coins varies depending on the coin's origin. Nonetheless, all transactions involving magical items are conducted using magical gold coins, as their value is intrinsic to the coins themselves, rather than being conferred by any nation or faction. Morlan understood that a magical gold coin serves as a storage device for magical energy, containing the power equivalent to 1 mana, capable of instantly replenishing any spellcaster with energy equivalent to 1 mana. A magical purple coin, on the other hand, contains the power of 100 mana, enabling instant restoration of energy equivalent to 100 mana for any spellcaster. A magical crimson coin, imbued with the power to store 10,000 mana, possesses the extraordinary ability to allow any spellcaster to instantly replenish an equivalent amount of energy. The magical coin serves as an additional reservoir of mana for spellcasters. Thus, the prevalence of these enchanted coins is notably greater among diverse races of spellcasters. However, the knowledge of how to craft these magical coins is currently confined to angels, demons, dragons, witches, and humans. She possessed at least a dozen of these coins, totaling 20 crimson coins. Amisa directly disclosed the quantity to her. Morlan exclaimed, 20 coins. This is an unimaginable fortune for her at present. Indeed, if she were an ordinary witch, this sum would suffice for a century of extravagant spending. The clan is truly generous. 17 coins are a reward for your contribution of knowledge, and the remaining 3 are compensation for your forthcoming assistance in guiding the compilation of theoretical exercise books for other grades, Amisa elaborated. As she spoke, a multitude of books materialized on the table. These are the theoretical exercise books I have drafted over the past few days. I require your help to review them and ascertain if there are any issues with the question formats and approaches. I have also included the corresponding original texts. I trust there is still space in your Book of Witches. I will transcribe them for you, so please review them at your earliest convenience. Morlan was astounded. In a single week, she had organized 17 textbooks. In contrast, the dean, within a span of 2 weeks, not only submitted the textbooks for clan review, but also authored the exercise books for other grades. The crucial point is that Moran's compilation consisted solely of knowledge she already possessed. The dean, on the other hand, needed to familiarize herself with the course development plans and the thought processes behind the exercise books to create them. Oh, and it is worth mentioning that there is not just one dean. Who knows how many deans collaborated to create this? Chapter 91, Knowledge is Power. Morlan had never yearned for the dean's ability to create duplicates as she did now. The little witches remarked on her tenacity. Yet how could she possibly compare to the dean? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Morlan inquired, Dean, is your duplication ability a form of magic? I have not encountered anything akin to it in the witch's grimoire. Amisa glanced at her, winking enticingly, and asked, would you like to learn? Absolutely. Morlan replied without hesitation. If she could master it, producing 100 or so duplicates, 1 for attending classes, a few for reading, and the rest for studying magic, how could she not become formidable? With your potential, you certainly have a chance, Amisa cryptically remarked. Morlan assumed she meant that she could learn and was instantly exhilarated, only to hear Amisa say, "On the day you graduate, I will reveal it to you." Morlan, what a tantalizing tease. "All right, bring me the Book of Witches," Amisa stated. "These practice books have not yet been inscribed with runes. I will transcribe them for you. Hurry up, your senior sisters are waiting to learn as well." Reluctantly, Morlan summoned the Book of Witches. Amisa employed her peak transcription technique, carefully copying each volume into Morlan's Book of Witches. Unlike the neatly organized books in a library, sometimes a single exercise book required several volumes to complete. Fortunately, Morlan's Book of Witches had ample blank pages. Otherwise, it would not suffice. The young witches, engrossed in their struggles with practice books, caught sight of Morlan, her face nearly obscured by a towering pile of books on the podium, and a faint wave of sympathy washed over them. They were unaware of the conversation between Morlan and Ms. Amisha. However, they recognized Moran's Book of Witchcraft, and the ominous trio of characters spelling practice book emblazoned upon it. Morlan had already been exempted from the foundational exercises in magical theory, witch history, and world history. Yet the dean had assigned her an even greater number of practice books to transcribe. Once she descended from the podium, her eyes remained fixated on her Book of Witchcraft. Indeed, no young witch could evade the repercussions of the practice books, and an unexpected equilibrium settled among them. Moran's current task was somewhat daunting. Ms. Amisha had repeatedly emphasized the urgency for her to complete it swiftly, so that practice books could be allocated to the younger witches. Yet, contrary to the young witch's assumptions, she bore no ill will. On the contrary, she found joy in her reading. To her, engaging with the practice books was akin to perusing a theoretical textbook filled with exercises, brimming with fresh knowledge. Furthermore, the theoretical courses contained within were only introduced in the second year, with textbooks housed in the upper grades library, inaccessible to her at present. However, due to her mission to assist the dean in identifying gaps and assessing the coherence of the examination questions, she now had the opportunity to delve into this realm of knowledge. With her remarkable ability for retention, this effectively amounted to an advanced self-study of all forthcoming theoretical course content. Ms. Amisha had also promised her that upon completing the review of this batch of practice books, she would be exempt from all theoretical course assignments across all grades. The most pivotal aspect is that the proofreading work is remunerated, a substantial 3 red gold coins. What distinguishes this from paid learning? Thus, Morlan views it with utmost enthusiasm and attentiveness, while other little witches find themselves in dire straits. Upon hearing the clock chime at noon, they cannot help but rejoice within, lifting their gazes to Lady Amisha. Class dismissed. As soon as Lady Amisha departs, they immediately set down their quills. At last, the lesson is over. This workbook is hardly worth a dog's attention. Never before have they yearned for essays as they do today. Morlan, oh Morlan, you never mentioned that the reading material you prepared would be of this nature. Where is Morlan? Finally, a little witch recalls the creator of the workbook, Morlan. Look, she is still engrossed in her book. Cheryl gestures towards the front. Morlan, class is over. Visita picks up a workbook and lightly taps Morlan's desk. The little witches. Just look at how many books Lady Amisha must have given her, rendering her utterly bewildered. Indeed, class is over. Visita spreads the foundational theory workbook before her. Oh, the illustrious, no, the magnificent inventor of the workbook, Morlan, please enlighten me on how to solve this problem. The workbook is not my invention. Morlan responds helplessly, glancing at the problem Visita indicated. Rather than providing the answer directly, she elucidates the thought process for solving it. Visita experiences a moment of clarity. While the Blue Star workbook may be the creation of another, the Valen workbook's inventor is undoubtedly you. Every little witch shall remember your name. Had she not spoken those words with her teeth clenched, Morlan might have genuinely believed that she was offering heartfelt praise. How could Morlan not comprehend the students' anguish and distress over their assignments? Observing the mournful gazes of the young witches, Morlan remarked, "Do you know? In the world I inhabited in my previous life, that nation once enjoyed unparalleled peace and prosperity. The laws of the land safeguarded the safety and interests of every individual. Murderers, thieves, robbers, and all those who inflict harm upon others were subject to the punitive measures of the state. Regardless of strength or weakness, the law provided protection for all. Education and examinations constituted the easiest avenues for acquiring wealth and status. A lack of academic prowess merely meant a more arduous future in the workforce, with the potential for financial struggle. Nevertheless, with legal protection, the vast majority could lead secure lives. Most individuals studied solely to gain admission to esteemed institutions, secure desirable employment, and ultimately attain a better quality of life. Yet, the world of Valen is starkly different. Here, the strong reign supreme, and power is the ultimate principle. Our pursuit of knowledge is not merely for a living, but for survival. The theoretical courses impart essential knowledge necessary for understanding this world. In the academy, one only needs to read books and solve exercises. After graduation, when faced with challenges, survival takes precedence before one can even think of learning. Since the emergence of the witches, the wilderness has belonged to them, and there have been no overt witch hunts. However, this does not imply that witches can roam freely without risk. After graduation, no Lady Amisa will be there to eternally guard our backs. The witches cannot be held accountable for the lives of every witch. Our destiny lies firmly within our own hands. Knowledge is power. It is the very currency of survival. I believe that anything that enhances our learning efficiency and enables us to acquire greater knowledge is undoubtedly a boon. Chapter 92. Morlan's inspirational words. Morlan's remarks caused the young witches to lower their heads in contemplation. Indeed, their pursuit of knowledge is not for the sake of anyone else. To speak candidly, practice work is far superior to summary essays on problems, is it not? The answer is clear. The practice work undeniably imparts more knowledge than the summary essays. Although practice work demands more time and effort, it is unquestionably worthwhile. How is it that these ambitious witches, who once vowed with fervor at the beginning of the term to study diligently and become formidable sorceresses, have now succumbed to dissatisfaction simply due to the weight of their academic burdens? Observing their deep reflection, Morlan continued, I understand that theoretical classes are markedly more tedious than practical magic lessons. The knowledge presented is often fragmented and intricate, appearing far less useful than the allure of magic, which may lead to inevitable apathy. However, the significance of theoretical knowledge is no less than that of magical skills. Do you not wish to avoid the frustration of repeatedly stumbling when attempting to grasp the essence of magic? Do you not wish to travel, only to mistake demons for angels and lose your very soul, or to confuse goblins with dwarfs, resulting in dire consequences? Furthermore, do you not wish to encounter rare magical plants, precious ores, or other extraordinary treasures, only to let slip the opportunity for sudden wealth due to ignorance? Indeed, knowledge is truly power. The little witches were unnerved by the scenarios recounted by Morlan, although it was somewhat exaggerated to liken demons to angels and goblins to gnomes. They were certainly not ignorant to such an extent. However, if they neglected their theoretical studies, it was indeed plausible that they would encounter difficulties in their magical education and might miss out on treasures due to a lack of experience. Presently, they might feel overwhelmed by their demanding coursework, but in comparison to the challenges they would face when living independently after graduation, it was merely a light drizzle. In the future, they would be grateful for the diligence they exhibited in their studies today. Morlan's motivational words flowed effortlessly, transforming the little witches' negative attitudes towards learning. They had once harbored disdain for their practice books, yet now they loathed their previous self-pity and lack of ambition even more. Morlan, thank you for inventing the practice book. With it, our theoretical knowledge will surely surpass that of the little witches who came before us. Morlan observed the little witches, brimming with energy and eager to tackle hundreds of exercises, and nodded in satisfaction. That's the spirit. Knowledge is never excessive. Should you encounter any perplexing problems, feel free to approach me. I can elucidate the thought processes behind answering them. I have a question. So do I. Morlan found herself surrounded by the little witches clutching their practice books. After a round of explanations, the little witches held their practice books and exclaimed, I suddenly realized that the practice book isn't so daunting after all. Completing a single exercise seems to bring even more joy than finishing an entire thesis. Upon hearing this, Morlan smiled and remarked, You will understand when the time for your examinations arrives. The sense of accomplishment derived from excelling in tests far surpasses that of merely completing practice problems. What exactly are the exams like? The young witches inquired, unable to contain their curiosity. Morlan shook her head, stating, I cannot specify the types or contents of the questions. However, rest assured, they will invariably align with the knowledge we have acquired. Essentially, questions will be formulated to assess our understanding, followed by the allocation of scores. She had merely attached a proposal for increased examination assessments when submitting the training program, along with some reference question types and grading methods. She was unaware of the specific content that Ms. Amisha had chosen to implement. As long as we study diligently, we should all pass, right? The young witches asked uncertainly. Despite their fervent desire for knowledge at that moment, they could not fathom the prospect of receiving such substantial rewards from a single practice book. Of course, Morlan reassured them. The purpose behind her creation of the practice book and training program was never to confound the young witches. The dean would not impose undue difficulties upon them. The examinations at the Witch Academy are intended to encourage learning and evaluate academic progress, rather than serve as a selective test akin to college entrance examinations that necessitate differentiation. If one were to draw a comparison, the overall difficulty would be somewhat akin to the first part of a driving license examination from my previous life. As long as one studies earnestly, there should be no issues. The question types may pose a slightly greater challenge, as not all will be multiple choice. The young witch's anxieties eased just a bit. As long as the rewards associated with the practice book did not fall upon their heads, they would be content. Ah, indeed. Morlan, what is the practice book that Ms. Amisha just gave you? So many. As Ace recalled what she had witnessed during class, she remembered the practice book for advanced theoretical courses, authored by the dean. Let me see if there are any issues, Morlan remarked. Oh, is there a practice book for advanced grades too? Cheryl inquired. Of course, Morlan affirmed. Every theoretical course is accompanied by a practice book. Have you finished it so quickly? Did the dean write it all by herself? Vasita recalled that the book Morlan had originally written was nowhere near this extensive. After all, the dean does not work alone. Morlan replied. The young witches imagined the deans gathered together, engrossed in the task of compiling practice books, and shuddered. During those 2 weeks when we fainted, surely our protectors, Ms. Amisha and the others, did not devote themselves to writing practice books. Vasita exclaimed in shock. How terrifying. Ace gasped, covering her mouth. However, it is indeed wonderful that the senior sisters will soon enjoy the pleasures of the practice books. Alba mused, stroking her chin. The young witches nodded in agreement. That's right. Let's keep this a secret and not inform them of this delightful news. We shall surprise them later. Vasita's suggestion received unanimous approval from the young witches. This was certainly not because the senior sisters had previously used their delicate water manipulation spell to observe them fetching water from the well in the backyard. Nor was it due to the seniors' silence, which allowed them to fully relish the intellectual sparring in theoretical class with Ms. Amisha, ultimately reaping a plethora of papers. The legacy of the Witch Academy is to cherish surprises. However, the surprises of the past were always bestowed by the senior sisters upon their junior counterparts. This time, however, the delight was unexpectedly gifted by the juniors to the seniors. Observing the little witches who were brimming with excitement, eagerly discussing the seniors' reactions upon receiving their exercise books, Morlan swallowed her thoughts about needing to proofread the exercise books before they could be printed and distributed to the seniors. She silently resolved to postpone all other matters and prioritize the proofreading of the exercise books. After all, she too longed for the seniors to swiftly experience the joy of the exercise books. Chapter 93, The Magical Coin on the Path Down the Mountain. Morlan bore the weight of her heavy satchel, feeling a blend of pain and pleasure. Inside her bag were 3 pouches, 2 large and 1 small. The small pouch contained 19 crimson coins, while the 2 larger pouches held 99 purple coins and 100 magical coins, respectively. Vasita, noticing the sweat on her brow, inquired perplexedly, Morlan, why did you exchange the crimson coins for purple and magical coins? It is not only inconvenient to carry, but also a loss. Indeed, while it is easy to exchange 1 crimson coin for 100 purple coins, obtaining a single crimson coin in return for 100 purple coins is not guaranteed. Although the total amount of restorative magic contained within 1 crimson coin and 100 purple coins is the same, absorbing the magic from a single crimson coin is far more convenient than from 100 purple coins. Everyone who received the crimson coins held them tightly in their hands, treating them as precious treasures for their survival. Morlan certainly understood this principle. Do you remember my earlier mention of the energy storage card? It is not that a lack of knowledge prevents its creation. Sylph has been keeping it in mind all along. Since the moment she summoned the leaves of the windbell flower with her magical prowess, she found herself ensnared in a predicament of insufficient power. Vasita, much like her senior Lilith, yearned for the witch's magic and Morlan's energy storage card. What eluded her was the knowledge necessary to channel the accumulated energy into her own being. Morlan explained that crimson coins, violet coins, and magical coins all possess this capability. Theoretically, offering any magical coin as a sacrifice to the card tome would remedy this knowledge deficiency. The effects would be identical, yet naturally. Utilizing the most economical magical coin would be the wisest choice. She would rather endure a bit more fatigue than suffer the immediate loss of a crimson coin. Is it not true, exclaimed Sylph with delight, that you shall soon create the energy storage card? If her energy storage card could replenish energy at a pace akin to that of magical coins, it might indeed possess a value equal to them. Allow me. I am strong. Vasida was unconcerned about the slow recovery of her magic. However, she had been subjected to the envious gazes of her companions on numerous occasions. Yet, at this moment, she had not yet mastered even a basic spell like the clear spring technique, let alone the witch's magic. The prospects of Morlan's energy storage card seemed far more promising. The other young witches harbored an equal desire for the energy storage card. Even now, they resorted to nibbling on breadfruit to restore their magical energy. Unlike the witches, who could consume a large quantity of breadfruit for merely a slight recovery, the burden of the heavy satchel was borne by Vasida, solely to enable her companions to move more swiftly. Upon arriving at the dormitory area, they dispersed. We shall not disturb you any further. Do your best. As Morlan closed the dormitory door, she summoned the book of cards. Taking a magical coin, she inserted it into the slot of the book, drawing a small amount of magical energy stored within a purple gemstone, resulting in the dissolution of the magical coin. She then examined the design plan for the energy storage card. Card design, energy storage card, expected consumption, 100,000 mana. Expected appearance, template 1, expected function. The user can convert their own energy into magical energy for storage via the energy storage card, or convert the magical energy within the card into any form of energy for use in their body. The maximum storage capacity is 10 mana. Current difficulty, severe deficiency in card-making energy. It is advised to supplement card-making energy, reduce the expected functions of the card, or set a limit on the card's functionalities. At last, the expected consumption was no longer infinite mana, yet Morlan still could not find joy in this revelation. The energy storage card, with a capacity of merely 10 mana, demanded an exorbitant expenditure of 100,000 mana to create. Such a cost was utterly prohibitive. The mana she had accumulated over time was woefully insufficient to manufacture even a single card. Not only could she not afford to create one herself, but even if she could, it would hold little value. A storage capacity of 10 mana would only appeal to an apprentice witch with a total mana capacity of less than 100. However, such apprentice witches could never afford such an extravagant card. Morlan attempted to adjust the storage capacity to 100,000 and even 10,000 mana, measuring the manufacturing costs each time, only to be utterly disheartened. For every additional 1 mana in storage capacity, the manufacturing cost escalated by 10,000 mana. Even for Morlan herself, disregarding profits and losses, the creation of a card for personal use is not an endeavor that can be accomplished swiftly. Furthermore, the production costs are likely to exceed even those of magical gold coins. If one already possesses magical gold, what need is there for a storage card that incurs even greater expenses? Morlan perused the difficulties outlined in the book of cards several times. There is no lack of knowledge at present, and if she wishes to further reduce production consumption, it seems the only recourse is to diminish the functionality of the storage card. But where to begin such reductions? Upon reflecting on the originally anticipated functions of the storage card she had drafted, it becomes evident that it primarily serves 3 purposes: storing energy, extracting usable energy, and facilitating the conversion between different forms of energy and magical power. The foundational functions of energy storage and extraction cannot be altered. To do so would fundamentally change its nature as a storage card. Moreover, eliminating the conversion function would result in considerable inconvenience. Should this function remain, it is imperative that the notion of magical power as the ultimate form of energy remains unchanged. Energy may exist in various forms, yet only magical power is the most elemental energy. It is the sole form capable of being transformed into any other type of energy, just as any energy form can revert to magical power. Should this function be abolished, it would necessitate the creation of separate cards for each type of energy, with the storage card limited to retaining magical power, while a separate card would be required for magical energy alone. This would severely diminish the card's versatility compared to magical gold coins, which can supplement any form of energy. Unless absolutely necessary, Morlan is reluctant to discard this function. Nevertheless, she has attempted to calculate the anticipated consumption with the reductions in place. The energy storage card, with a capacity of 10 mana and devoid of energy conversion capabilities, requires a creation cost of 99,900 mana. This merely reduces the consumption by 100 mana. It is evident that the energy conversion feature is not the primary reason for such exorbitant card creation costs. Morlan, who was initially reluctant to eliminate this feature, is now even less inclined to do so. The issue lies in the repeated access and utilization of energy. Magical coins, whether they are gold coins, purple coins, or red coins, contain energy that can only be accessed once. Chapter 94, the blank energy storage card. Surely, the inventor of magical coins did not intend for them to lack the ability for repeated energy access. It seems that achieving this functionality is exceedingly challenging. The cost of creating the cards is fundamentally related to the difficulty of the functionality they are meant to achieve. Upon reviewing the anticipated functionality, while it does not explicitly state the capacity for repeated access, it also does not impose any limitations on the number of accesses, suggesting an infinite potential for retrieval. She has revised the expected features of the energy storage card. Anticipated features. The user can convert their own energy into magical power stored within the energy storage card, and can also convert the magical power within the card into any form of energy to be absorbed for personal use. The maximum accumulative storage and retrieval is equivalent to 10 mana's worth of energy. Once all energy has been consumed, the card ceases to function. Next, she examined the creation costs. Anticipated costs, 20 mana. By merely restricting the repeated access feature, the costs have remarkably diminished. Even when marked up fivefold, it only amounts to 100 mana. This price should be deemed acceptable. The creation of a card that inherently stores energy, akin to magical coins, raises the question, how much energy is required for such a storage card? Morlan rebranded this card as Blank Energy Storage Card, 10 mana, and subsequently designed another card named Energy Storage Card, 10 mana. Upon testing the energy consumption, she discovered that it only required an additional 10 mana. She began experimenting with increasing the mana storage capacity of the cards and the energy expenditure involved in card production. Card design. Blank Energy Storage Card, 100 mana. Expected consumption, 200 mana. Card design. Energy Storage Card, 100 mana. Expected consumption, 300 mana. Card design. Blank Energy Storage Card, 500 mana. Expected consumption, 1000 mana. Card design. Energy Storage Card, 500 mana. Expected consumption, 1500 mana. Essentially, the production cost of the Blank Energy Storage Card is double that of the storage limit. While the Energy Storage Card's production cost is based on the Blank Energy Storage Card's cost, augmented by the amount of mana infused. Morlan's Blank Energy Storage Card and Energy Storage Card have truly acquired the functionality of magical currency. The only expense incurred is the energy itself. A card equivalent to 1 magical coin, the Energy Storage Card, 1 mana, can be produced with just 3 mana. A card equivalent to 1 purple coin, the Energy Storage Card, 100 mana, requires 300 mana to manufacture. Lastly, a card equivalent to 1 red coin, the Energy Storage Card, 10,000 mana, necessitates 30,000 mana for its creation. In light of the production costs and card effects, the Energy Storage Card undoubtedly proves to be a success, offering substantial value to all practitioners of magic. However, for individuals like Lilith and Sylph, who lack sufficient magical prowess to delve into the study of the tangible manifestations of magical talents, their hopes of acquiring greater power through the Energy Storage Card will be met with disappointment. Following Morlan's customary quintuple pricing strategy for cards, purchasing a Blank Energy Storage Card necessitates an expenditure of tenfold the magical storage limit. For instance, a Blank Energy Storage Card with a capacity of 1000 mana would require an investment of 10,000 mana for acquisition, even with the option of installment payments. The practicality remains questionable, as the card merely allows for the temporary storage of 1000 mana. While procuring one for emergency situations to restore mana may prove advantageous, utilizing it for everyday storage is decidedly inefficient. It would be more prudent to manage mana expenditure on a daily basis. Conversely, Morlan herself could leverage this energy storage card to transform the card-making energy accumulated within the amethyst of her card book back into an absorbable state, albeit at a significant cost. Reluctant to let her senior Lilith and Sylph down, Morlan contemplated for a while, attempting to increase the number of withdrawals and deposits to devise a card that would minimize consumption while maximizing total energy. Regrettably, the relationship between card-making costs and the frequency of withdrawals and deposits escalates exponentially. For a Blank Energy Storage Card, each additional withdrawal incurs doubled production costs. rendering cost reduction unattainable. Was there truly no feasible solution? It was not until the noon break was nearly over that Morlan had to set aside this matter, still unable to conjure an appropriate card-making strategy. Director, is it possible to sell such energy cards to the young witches? Morlan presented the information on A. Energy card, 100 mana, and A. Blank energy card, 100 mana, before promoting anything among the young witches. It had become customary to consult the director to avoid any adverse effects on the academy's training of the young witches. Amisa, observing her, cast a glance at the two cards. What is the production cost of these cards? What price do you intend to sell them at? Morlan looked around with suspicion. Perhaps it was just her impression, but it seemed that Amisa, who typically spoke in a calm and measured manner, now exhibited a hint of urgency in her voice. Amisa began to understand why the Amisa who protected Lilith remarked that Lilith often referred to Morlan as the goblin, which when her magical energy was insufficient. 5 times. That seems excessive. Not at all. Witches can afford that price, while outsiders will be charged 10 times as much. I also need to invest in researching the cards. Every card design consumes magical energy. Testing a design's estimated consumption and challenges requires at least 1 mana. Very well. Selling at 5 times the cost translates to a restoration of 1 purple coin, amounting to 1,500 mana in a single transaction, correct? Precisely. Morlan affirmed. Do you have any idea how troublesome it is to create a single purple coin? Morlan sensed an underlying meaning in the director's words. Surely, the cost must be considerably higher than that of my cards, right? Not merely higher. According to the method employed by our coven in the crafting of magical coins, excluding the inherent material value and the complexity of the fabrication itself. The final step of infusing energy into the completed purple gold coins requires a witch to channel an equivalent of 1,000 mana each time. This infusion must occur a total of 10 times to ultimately stabilize 100 mana within the purple coin. The energy expenditure involved in the creation of magical coins by witches is already the lowest among the various clans of Valen. For other races, the process of crafting magical coins is considerably more cumbersome. Thus, magical coins are rendered exceptionally precious. Now, do you comprehend the value of your energy storage card? Morlan was left astounded, responding with an affirmative. She had surmised that the materials for the magical coins were rare, yet she had not anticipated such a significant energy expenditure. Each infusion of 1,000 mana, repeated 10 times, equates to a total of 10,000 mana, leaving a mere 100 mana. This results in an astonishing loss of 99. Moreover, only high-level spellcasters with a total mana exceeding 1,000 are capable of performing such an infusion. Chapter 95. The status of the energy storage card. The purple gold coin requires an infusion of 10,000 mana to retain 100 mana. And only a high-ranking sorceress can achieve this feat, even if her energy storage card, 100 mana, were sold at 5 times its value. The young witches would only need to expend 500 mana. Moran's breath became somewhat labored. Had she inadvertently created a card that was 6 or 7 times cheaper than the purple gold coin? How could the energy loss be so substantial? Morlan could not help but inquire. The materials capable of stably storing and swiftly accessing the energy of extraordinary beings are exceedingly rare. Currently, aside from the bodies of the extraordinary, only gold has been discovered as a material that, after undergoing a complex alchemical process, can stably store the energy of the extraordinary beings. However, it requires a substantial infusion of energy to retain merely one of that essence. Moreover, once the energy within magical coins is extracted, its properties are irrevocably altered, reducing it to dust, rendering it unusable thereafter. This is precisely why magical coins are so precious, yet still capable of being exchanged for ordinary gold coins. Does the gold also deteriorate once the energy is expended? Is this not akin to her cards? Aside from those cards that possess storage capabilities and lack limitations on usage, other cards typically vanish after the items are extracted or once they have been utilized. However, her cards and the tome of cards can be reproduced repeatedly. Can gold endure such consumption? Morlan voiced the doubts that lingered in her mind. Do you truly believe that many individuals can afford the luxury of frequently using magical coins to replenish energy? Magical coins are primarily reserved for moments of crisis when energy is critically low, serving as an irreplaceable means of rapidly restoring vitality. Nevertheless, if one does not require instantaneous replenishment, but merely seeks to accelerate energy recovery, There are numerous alternatives available, such as potions and magical artifacts. The rate of consumption of magical coins is not as rapid as one might envision. Morlan understood. These magical coins are indeed exceedingly precious, and individuals are reluctant to use them for energy replenishment unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, gold is not exclusive to Valen. It exists in other realms as well. If exploring other worlds offered no benefits, who would still traverse such distances? Therefore, your energy card holds immense significance. Its revelation could potentially create a considerable uproar, and it is not inconceivable that it might replace the magical currency. However, at present, you are still too feeble to withstand the storms that this card may bring. Although the witches are inclined to safeguard the secrets of the sorceresses, the emblematic design on the reverse of your card is too conspicuous, making it inevitable that outsiders will catch sight of it during use. Particularly, unlike ordinary witchcraft, this card, once crafted, can exist independently of your being. Never underestimate the allure of profit upon the human soul. Amisha's voice carried an undeniable sorrow. The elder witches have traditionally utilized contracts to share portions of their innate magical talents with other spellcasters in the form of witchcraft, subsequently receiving permanent magical energy as compensation. Through this method, while the witches have yet to mature, even if the witches employ witchcraft, onlookers merely perceive it as a novel form of magic. Once the witches traverse the continent, disseminating certain aspects of witchcraft among various races, those who learn this magic will naturally become staunch supporters of the witches, significantly enhancing their prowess. Indeed, the individual strength of the witches is unparalleled in Valen. However, even with the inclusion of the witches, they do not possess a numerical advantage. Should the other races of Valen unite to hunt the witches, they could undoubtedly pose a significant threat. After all, even witches do not possess boundless magical energy. The absence of such a scenario arises from the irreplaceable nature of witchcraft. Even though the cost for outsiders to learn witchcraft is considerably higher than for witches, the allure remains irresistible. The essence of witchcraft lies within the witch herself. Without the witch, the magic ceases to exist. No one would engage in such folly as to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Thus, the powers of witches have always been fragmented and dispersed. Your cards lack subtlety in the early stages, and later, they diminish your irreplaceability. While magic cannot be usurped, cards can indeed be taken away. Aside from during class, Morlan had never heard Lady Amisa speak so extensively. She grasped the source of Lady Amisa's concerns. Even witches, before they have matured, remain vulnerable. Rest assured, Dean, until I develop my own unique witchcraft such that my cards can only be obtained through my magic, I shall not publicly sell the energy storage cards. Morlan assured her. Witches may guard the secrets of their craft, yet they cannot prevent others from witnessing the use of the cards. The cards she had previously crafted were inconsequential, but the energy storage cards must be approached with caution. It would be prudent to develop her own witchcraft before graduation to ensure absolute security. If your cards could intertwine with witch magic, enhancing your irreplaceability, that would be ideal. The study of witchcraft is not inherently difficult. With a profound understanding of one's own talents, one can distill their unique witch magic. I look forward to the day of your success. Even Lady Amisa herself restrained the urge to purchase the energy storage cards from her. Morlan nodded emphatically, Dane. Will the senior witches compile all their magical talents into spells and share them? Of course not. Even witches cannot share all the talents possessed by sorceresses. You will understand this after reading The Path of the Sorceress. The magic shared by sorceresses with witches differs from that which is bestowed upon other races. The spells given to witches are more diverse and possess greater potency. Nevertheless, they can never rival the innate abilities of the sorceresses themselves. Regardless of how amicable the relationship may be, one must always retain a secret advantage. This is not born out of suspicion, but rather the essence of secrecy, which yields unexpected outcomes. Morlan comprehended this. The fact that 10,000 mana could create a storage card capable of holding 1 mana, usable an infinite number of times, was something she refrained from mentioning. Initially, she believed that such a card was too costly to have any market value. However, upon realizing the significant depletion of magical currency, she understood that an infinite-use storage card is, in fact, more precious than a blank storage card. Even if the price is steep and she currently lacks the means to produce one, it does not diminish its worth. Single-use storage cards may offer similar effects to magical currency, but the infinite-use storage card has no substitute. Lady Amisa was correct. The more precious the card, the more caution it demands. Even sorceresses do not encapsulate all their innate abilities into sorceress magic to share with everyone. She, too, should possess her own trump card. The infinite use storage card merits such a status. Chapter 96. The joyous news of examination time was running short. It was time for class. Morlan grabbed her bag and exited the dormitory. Upon stepping out of the dormitory, she was greeted by a group of first-year witches loitering expectantly near their residence, alongside some second-year sisters who had heard the news about the energy cards. Among them was Sister Lilith. Faced with their eager gazes, Morlan apologetically shook her head. I managed to create it, but it only achieves effects comparable to magical coins, and the cost is exorbitant, making it impractical for daily use to replenish mana. Is it disposable? Lilith inquired. Indeed, Morlan confirmed with a nod. Is it very expensive? Lilith pressed on. Extremely costly, Morlan affirmed once more. With a sigh of disappointment, Lilith lamented, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Energy cannot be conjured from thin air, everything comes at a price. To swiftly replenish 1,000 mana, one must consider the source of that mana, which invariably entails a sacrifice of an equivalent amount. The cost is bound to be steep. Achieving effects akin to magical coins is already quite commendable, Lilith concluded, coming to terms with the situation. Vasida added, indeed, if it is comparable to magical coins, does that not imply we could exchange mana for money? This means we could accumulate surplus mana before graduation, convert it into energy cards, and by the time we graduate, we would not be starting from scratch. Exactly, the young witches exclaimed, their spirits rekindled. Who could resist the allure of amassing their first fortune before graduation? After all, mana replenishes itself, effectively translating to obtaining magical coins without any expenditure. Morlan shook her head once more. The dean prohibited me from selling high-priced cards within the academy, as it would lead to a depletion of everyone's magical energy and neglect of their magical practice. At that moment, the expressions of the young witches were exceedingly fierce. Cursed be the dean. So many restrictions. Were it not for their awareness of the dean's constant scrutiny, they might have been unable to refrain from uttering curses. Isn't this a hindrance to their source of income? Each young witch, Amisa? Which dean has imposed such a prohibition? I haven't heard of it. The scapegoat. A certain Amisa. Although Morlan made a valid point, as the high-priced cards would indeed cause the young witches to overexert their magical energy and neglect their practice, she had never actually voiced such a concern. Of course, had Morlan inquired, she would have undoubtedly imposed a ban. Vasida, we can only rely on you now. Sylph grasped Vasida's hand earnestly. The young witches, with their limited magical energy, could still depend on restorative potions, yet these cannot compare to the instantaneous recovery provided by magical coins and are significantly faster than natural recovery. Thus, the effectiveness of apprentice-level restorative potions is not so pronounced for the little witches. Vasida had become the last hope for these young sorceresses. Although her ability to restore magical energy through consumption does not provide immediate results and requires a process of eating, her recovery rate far surpasses that of apprentice-level and lower-grade restorative potions. This effect is something that even Morlan's cards cannot replicate. She cannot endow the cards with abilities she does not know or possess. Even providing a sample would not surpass the inherent functions of that sample. The limitless energy storage card can indeed be designed, or perhaps it is a boon bestowed by the purple gem of the Book of Cards. The Book of Cards is a manifestation of her witchly talents, a reflection of her innate abilities. After a fortnight without engaging in culinary magic, Morlan discovered that her control over the art of cooking had waned. Previously, she could effortlessly maneuver the pots and pans in the kitchen, yet during today's lesson, she experienced a slight instability, nearly causing an accident. The other young witches also noted a minor regression in their culinary skills. Magic, like any craft, requires practice. Without the cultivation of mastery, neglecting practice for an extended period can lead to deterioration. Ms. Amisa timely cautioned them. As the clock struck noon on Friday, a chorus of lamentations filled the first-year theoretical classroom. Those who had not completed their tasks could continue over the weekend. Do not forget about the monthly assessment next Monday. The scope of the exam is well known, so take advantage of the weekend to prepare for a review. There will be 3 subjects, each with a maximum score of 100 points. Scores exceeding 95 in each subject will be deemed excellent, earning 1 magical coin as a reward. Scores below 70 will be considered unsatisfactory, resulting in a dedicated practice book as a consolation. Whether one receives the magical coin or the practice book will depend on your performance. After Ms. Amisa announced the news of the impending exams, she departed, leaving the young witches in a state of panic, calculating 70, 71, 72. Morlan sighed upon hearing the synchronized counting of her peers. The textbooks had been accepted, but what of the mathematics texts? The little witches are in dire need of mathematical enlightenment. A mere difference of 25 points between 94 and 95. Is it truly possible to pass with diligent study? If we thoroughly review the corresponding content of the textbooks and exercise books over the weekend, and memorize the essential knowledge points, we will undoubtedly succeed, Morlan asserts. But what constitutes these essential knowledge points? The little witches, facing an examination for the first time, are utterly at a loss. Do you need me to outline the key points for you? Morlan inquires. Although she is uncertain about the exam's content, she is clear about what the key points are. Yes, yes, yes. The little witches eagerly nod in agreement. Morlan opens the textbook, articulating the material as the little witches diligently take notes. When they reach the chapter on continental history, she refrains from providing direct answers. Have you noticed? What kind of knowledge points are deemed essential? After days of grappling with the exercise book, the little witches realize that the key topics are indeed those covered in the exercises. Precisely, Morlan exclaims. Therefore, any content from the exercise book that you have not mastered must be reinforced. Furthermore, remember that the exam will not allow the use of textbooks. It is best to commit these points to memory. As for the remaining continental history, I will leave it to you to filter the key points yourselves. It is not merely about rote learning for examinations. The crucial aspect lies in mastering knowledge and honing the ability to sift through information rather than merely achieving high scores. Teaching the witches to fish is far more beneficial than handing them a fish. Chapter 97. Little Witch Chi-Chi as the upcoming weekend approaches. Anxiety mounts due to the impending examination. After the afternoon cooking magic class, Morlan is astonished to witness the little witches flocking into the breadfruit grove in droves. Since she acquired the ability to cook with ease, the utilization of breadfruit has diminished significantly. It is only on rare occasions, when the desire for fruit cake arises, that she engages in its preparation. This evening, the breadfruit grove is particularly lively. The invigorating and tangy effects of breadfruit are well understood by all the young witches. With assignments to tackle and revisions to complete, it appears that this weekend may afford no time for cooking. They might as well resort to nibbling on bread instead. Sylph had already ventured to the planting area at noon, requesting Beatrice to water the little bellflower over the weekend. She must dedicate herself to her studies, for she harbors no desire to rank last and bring shame upon her fellow witches. Although she does not require extensive revision, a plethora of advanced exercises awaits her scrutiny. On Saturday evening, as was her custom, Kaylin strolled through the backyard with her basket, gathering vegetables. She inhaled deeply but detected no enticing aroma of meat. Casting her gaze towards the dormitory at the rear, she noted the chimney was utterly clean. How peculiar. Why had Ace not cooked for 2 days? Typically, even outside of mealtimes during weekends, smoke would waft from Ace's chimney, filling the air with the delightful scent of cooked meat. It was indeed abnormal. Chualine's curiosity piqued. She approached the dormitory door, calling out, "Ace! Ace! Ace!" Clutching her workbook, opened the door, and, upon seeing Kaylin, hastily concealed her notes to avoid exposure. "Senior Kaylin? What brings you here?" Kaylin wasted no time and inquired directly, "What is the matter? Why have you not cooked for several days?" Ace, her face a picture of distress, replied, "I haven't finished my thesis. I'm racing against the deadline. In the absence of time to cook, I find myself resorting to consuming jerky daily. Yet I am grateful for the ample supply I prepared beforehand." "Oh." Quillen empathizes, remarking that this is a common plight. Once it is cooked, all shall be well. She generously offers me the vegetables from her basket that are ready to eat, advising me to refrain from an all-meat diet to avoid constipation. Ace displays a strained smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." Unbeknownst to them, a small sorceress, situated a short distance away in the dormitory area, diligently endeavors to liberate them from the torment of their academic papers. Energy assumes various forms, with the most fundamental being magical power, which possesses unparalleled capacity and might among all energy types. Courage and resilience, coupled with kindness, are inherent qualities within the soul of a witch. While the pursuit of freedom and independence defines a witch's lifelong quest, the 4 major forbidden zones in Valen are as follows: the Western Paradise Mountain belonging to the angels, the Southern Wasteland inhabited by witches and sorceresses, the Abyss of Demons, and the Eastern Seas associated with dragons. Angels excel in preaching, demons in manipulating hearts, and dragons in amassing wealth. On a Monday morning, the young witches, engrossed in their recitations, form a long line as they proceed toward the Academy's castle. Whenever a senior flies overhead, they instinctively fall silent, resolutely concealing news of their practice papers and examinations. As they approach the castle, the presence of upperclassmen increases, prompting them to momentarily cease their recitations. Having never participated in an examination before, they may have silenced their lips, yet uncertainty lingers in their hearts. What if they truly fail? Over the weekend, we couldn't even enjoy a hearty meal. If this is not sufficient for us to continue, then the director's workbook must be rewarded, as we have no other recourse. I feel as though I have memorized everything, yet I fear that I might forget it all again after a while. Will there be time to review before the exam? 2 hours for 3 subjects seems quite daunting. Under the anxious gaze of the young witches, Amisha entered the classroom, carrying 3 stacks of examination papers. The Book of Witches and the workbooks were all collected, leaving only pens and ink on the desks. Each paper allotted half an hour for completion, with an hourglass timing the proceedings. We were instructed to read the questions carefully before answering. The first exam distributed was for the course on the fundamentals of magic, and the examination commenced. There was no opportunity for respite. The papers were swiftly scattered to every young witch's desk, and an hourglass appeared on the lectern. Morlan received the examination paper and scanned through it. There were 3 types of questions: fill in the blank, short answer, and multiple choice. The short answer and fill in the blank questions directly assessed knowledge from the textbook. As long as one had diligently memorized the key points, these should pose no issue. The multiple choice questions, however, were slightly different, as they presented situational choices. Yet there were only 5 questions in total, comprising both single and multiple choice formats, with each question worth 2 points. Young witch Kiki, during her travels, found lodging in a small village primarily engaged in grain cultivation. That evening, a murder occurred in the village. The victim had no known enemies, and the body bore clear signs of dark magic, yet the soul remained intact. In the vicinity of the village, there are merely 5 spellcasters. Please determine who is most likely to be the culprit. A. An angel wielding dark magical artifacts. B. A notoriously ill-reputed black witch residing in the forest outside the village. C. A human mage living near the farmlands. D. A red-haired half-dragon bodyguard from a merchant caravan. E. The succubus lover of the village mage. Morlan was well acquainted with such situational multiple-choice questions, as they were included in the training program she submitted. Each time she referenced a witch, she would fondly invoke the character Kiki from a small witch-themed anime she had seen in her past life. Ms. Amisa had also adopted this reference. However, the content of this particular question diverged significantly from her previous examples. Nonetheless, it remained within the scope of the examination. It merely required a more adaptable application of the knowledge gleaned from textbooks and lectures, as well as a meticulous consideration of the information presented in the question to arrive at the correct choice. It was indeed the most challenging of the multiple-choice questions, which explained its placement at the end. Upon encountering this question, Morlan sensed that a young witch might be ensnared in a trap. Without hesitation, she selected E. Half an hour later, the papers were collected, and the second set of examination papers was promptly distributed. The format of the questions remained largely consistent. Chapter 98. The answers were undoubtedly incorrect. While the young witches were completing the witch history exam, Ms. Amisa marked the foundational theory of magic exam with a red ink pen. By the time the young witches finished the continental history exam, the witch history papers had also been graded. With all the papers submitted, Ms. Amisa finally took a breather while grading the last round of exams, and the young witches eagerly sought Morlan to compare their answers. The preceding fill-in-the-blank and short answer questions were manageable. The diligent little witches who had committed the key points to memory could generally score quite well. However, when it came to the multiple-choice questions, despair echoed throughout the room. What? Choosy? No. Oh, an angel. It must be an angel. Even if he does not wield dark magic, he possesses items of dark magic, argued Ace. The little witches who selected A eagerly concurred. It cannot be a demon. The soul of the deceased is still intact. Morlan, did you make an error in your choice? One suggested. I believe it should be C. An angel's holy light magic is fundamentally different from ordinary light magic and is in complete opposition to dark energy. They simply cannot utilize items of dark magic. Alva, with her affinity for light magic, had a deeper understanding of angels with similar powers. It is neither a demon nor an angel. It must be a human. Human mages can also manipulate dark elements. she concluded through the process of elimination. No. Sylph interjected. This is a village primarily engaged in agriculture, and the resident mage resides near the fields. Most likely a wood mage. It's highly improbable. I choose the half-dragon, Vasida declared. This village has always been peaceful, and something must have happened to disrupt that. It surely cannot be one of the villagers. Impossible. Cheryl shook her head. That half-dragon has red hair, which symbolizes their lineage. Dyeing one's hair equates to betraying their clan. Therefore, he can only be a descendant of the red dragon, and could only wield fire magic. What did you choose? Vasida retorted. Cheryl shrugged her shoulders. I couldn't decide. None of the options seemed correct. Neither angel, nor demon, nor human, nor half-dragon remains, leaving only a witch. Although this dark sorceress is indeed aligned with her craft and has a notorious reputation, the stigma surrounding witches is largely unfounded and based on hearsay. It is utterly impossible for a witch to inflict harm. The deceased bore no ill will towards any witch, so she could not have been the murderer. Before submitting my answer, I hastily marked an E, but I intend to raise this issue with the dean shortly. This question is certainly erroneous. Morlan, overhearing their fervent debate, interjected with resignation. Have you considered that while the act of murder and the consumption of souls is synonymous with demons, they are not compelled to devour every soul they take? The other options are clearly incorrect. This one stands out. Why would they refrain from consuming? The young witches appeared perplexed. After all, isn't a demon's primary motive the acquisition of that soul's power? Perhaps she wishes to conceal her identity? Becoming the lover of a local human mage, albeit as a succubus, may not afford her significant strength, and she would likely be no match for that mage. Morlan continued. Regardless, this option possesses the greatest likelihood. The question does not require us to identify the true culprit, merely the one who is most likely to be it. The young witches exchanged glances, dismayed. How can it be so? 2 points are already lost, and if we lose 3 more, we shall be bereft of any magical coins. Does this mean I guessed correctly? Cheryl exclaimed, her face alight with joy. The other little witches who answered incorrectly sighed. All right, the grading is complete. The test papers are now being distributed. Amisha rose to her feet, fervently praying, May the witch lady bless me, let me not fail. The first place goes to Morlan, achieving perfect scores in all 3 subjects, rewarded with 3 magical coins. Amisha gestured for her to step forward. The little witches exclaimed in awe. In second place, we have Cheryl, with scores of 92 in magical theory, 98 in witch history, and 96 in continental history, earning 2 magical coins. The little witches gasped in astonishment. While they were envious of Moran's flawless performance, their surprise was minimal, considering she was the illustrious inventor of the Valen workbook and test papers, known for her remarkable memory. However, Cheryl's accomplishment of scoring above 95 in 2 subjects was truly impressive. It was natural for there to be a disparity between her and Morlan. But Cheryl was just like them, an ordinary witch with no extraordinary talents. If she could achieve such results, perhaps they too were capable of earning magical coins. The little witch's unease swiftly transformed into anticipation. Yet, in third place was Sylph, who scored 88 in magical theory, 94 in witch history, and 90 in continental history. Sylph was merely 1 point shy of earning a magical coin in witch history. What a pity. Upon receiving her test paper, she could not help but scrutinize her mistakes, filled with regret for not being more meticulous, wishing she could have secured those extra points. She was not alone in her thoughts. Every little witch shared the same sentiment. The young witches, one and all, displayed minimal disparity in their academic performance. With even the least proficient scoring above 80 in every subject, none fell below this threshold. Although there was a sense of relief in not receiving the workbook reward, a tinge of regret lingered for being so close to acquiring the magical coins, yet failing to do so. When Ms. Amisha discussed the examination papers, they realized that the primary area of lost points stemmed from their failure to read the questions attentively, analyze the information contained within, and recall the knowledge they had previously acquired. This realization brought forth further lamentation. How vexing. The questions were indeed overly intricate. Just a fraction more effort, and the magical coins would have been theirs. Alas, the examination had concluded, and no amount of regret could alter the outcome. If this time was unsuccessful, there would surely be another opportunity. Dean, when is the next monthly test? Vasida inquired. She calculated that had she secured the points that should not have been lost, she would undoubtedly have earned at least 1 magical coin. In 1 month's time, Amisha replied. The young witches eagerly noted the date, brimming with anticipation. Next time. They would certainly read the questions carefully and claim the rewards of magical coins. The transition from anxiety over failing the examination to being seduced by the allure of rewards required merely one commendable performance. Only Morlan understood that the errors were not merely due to carelessness, but rather a reflection of insufficient mastery and flexibility of knowledge. Cheryl's impressive score was not a mere stroke of luck. It was a testament to her unwavering diligence. Cheryl remarked, "I sit right behind Morlan. Whenever I lose focus in class, I see her diligently working on her paper. If I don't strive, who will?" Chapter 99, The Dean's Lounge Following the First Examination. An entire month passed, during which the enthusiasm for learning among the first-year witches soared to unprecedented heights. Their attentiveness in class improved remarkably. The completion of their workbooks became more diligent, and their study hours extended significantly. This dedication was reflected in their performance during the second monthly examination, which saw a commendable enhancement in their grades. This time, in addition to the consistently perfect Morlan, Cheryl maintained her previous scores, achieving over 95 points in 2 subjects and earning 2 magical coins as a reward. Moreover, several other young witches, including Sylph, Vashida, Yes, and Alba, also excelled in 1 subject, surpassing the 95-point threshold and receiving 1 magical coin each. Although the remaining young witches did not yet achieve the coveted 95 points, they drew closer to the rewards. The academic atmosphere for the first-year students was thriving. On Friday, Morlan finally completed the review of the second-year theoretical workbook. "Dean, how should I present the workbook from the Book of Witches to you?" Morlan inquired. "On Saturday morning, bring your Book of Witches and meet me in the Dean's Lounge," Amisa replied. While descending the mountain, Morlan examined the academy map and asked Vashida and Sylph, "Do you know where the Dean's Lounge is?" "I do. It's underground," Vashida replied. "You can find the Dean's Lounge by going down any staircase in the castle until you reach the bottom. The Deans usually spend their leisure time there." Morlan searched for the Dean's Lounge on the map and indeed found it marked at the castle's lowest level, confirming Vashida's directions. "How did you know?" Previously, Morlan had only searched the Dean's office without success, leading her to believe that the Dean had no office and resided elsewhere within the academy. After all, Lady Amisha, clad in a black robe, always appeared riding a broomstick. To her surprise, there existed a hidden Dean's Lounge, so discreet that one would hardly expect to uncover it without a thorough examination of the map. When I and Sylph visited the castle for the witch's grimoire, we stumbled upon a staircase leading underground in the corner of the low-level magical storage in the West Tower. Out of curiosity, we descended and discovered the Dean's Lounge. Vashida recounted, "I traversed from the West Tower storage to the depths and, upon entering, the Dean immediately inquired if I had completed my thesis. Without a moment's hesitation, I fled. Why had I never heard of this before?" Morlan inquired. "The Dean mentioned that this is part of a project for the Little Witch's exploration of the castle, and we were sworn to secrecy, which is why we didn't disclose it," Vashida explained. Before Morlan could question why they were revealing it so promptly this time, Sylph interjected, "You are visiting the Dean's Lounge for an important matter." "Indeed. All of this is to ensure that the senior sisters can swiftly relish the joys of practice books and examinations," Vashida added. "Moreover, we are not the ones who leaked this information. It was the Dean who revealed the existence of the lounge," Morlan replied. "That actually makes a fair amount of sense. However, if all the Deans are underground, how is it that our instructor, Lady Amisha, consistently arrived at the West Tower riding her broomstick? On the first day of class, she descended from the tower as well. It seems rather peculiar, does it not?" Vashida and Sylph had not contemplated such matters extensively, but upon hearing it, they found it peculiar. Could it be that it was deliberately intended to frighten us? Vashida boldly speculated. "Is that truly necessary?" Sylph expressed a hint of disbelief. On Saturday morning, Morlan ascended the 3 pure mountains of the academy alone. Upon reaching the castle, she made her way directly to the nearest staircase, descending relentlessly. The identical steps, the same walls, and the uniform sconces seemed endless. And just as Morlan was on the verge of losing her patience, she finally reached the bottom. Passing through an archway, she found herself in a deep, elongated corridor. This corridor was not a straight path. It twisted and turned, occasionally presenting a noticeable incline or decline, yet there were no forks in the road. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, the passage opened up to reveal a vast hemispherical space. Before her stood an enormous door, and behind her, apart from the passage she had entered, lay numerous other exits. Similar in size and appearance, they were nearly indistinguishable. which explained why Vasida had taken a wrong turn upon her departure. Morlan silently marked the position of the passage she had emerged from before proceeding to knock on the door. Just as her hand lifted, barely grazing the surface of the door, it swung open. Morlan gasped. How immense! The space was filled with an abundance of Lady Amisa's. Tables, chairs, bookshelves, and sofas adorned the area in a harmonious yet dynamic arrangement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This was the first time Morlan had encountered so many Lady Amisas simultaneously. Some Amisha reclined on the sofa, eyes closed in meditation, while others seemed lost in thought. A few sat at the grand desk, engrossed in various matters. Among them, the one clad in black robes snapped her fingers and called out, "Morlan, come here." Morlan hurried over. "Sit." The Amisha gestured for her to take a seat. Morlan settled into the chair opposite the black-robed figure, her gaze drawn to the papers on the desk, which displayed the results of this month's examinations. Noticing the direction of her eyes, the Amisha remarked, "Exams are truly remarkable. The allure of magical gold coins is simply irresistible." Morlan curiously surveyed her surroundings. The view was significantly better than what she had observed at the entrance. It was then that she noticed the curved walls adorned with 4 grand doors, resembling those she had encountered upon entering the lounge. Additionally, there were numerous smaller doors, each distinct in color, pattern, and design, totaling no less than 100. Suddenly, 4 adjacent small doors creaked open simultaneously. From behind them emerged the Amish in blue, purple, red, and green. Is Morlan here? Chapter 100. Surrounded after locking eyes with Morlan. The 4 Amish approached her. In no time, the number of individuals seated at the grand desk swelled from 2 to 6. Morlan recognized the blue and purple-robed figures. One taught 2nd grade, while the other instructed 3rd grade. As for the remaining 2, "I teach 4th grade," announced the Amisha in green robes. "I teach 5th grade," declared the one in red robes. Under the watchful gaze of 5 identical Ms. Amisha, differing only in their attire, Morlan felt her hair stand on end. She harbored serious doubts that behind the countless small doors lay another Ms. Amisha, although she had previously suspected as much. Being so close to the Amish has made her somewhat apprehensive. "How is your workbook coming along? Number 101 mentioned that you have completed a portion of it," inquired the blue-robed Amisha. "Number 101 is?" Morlan asked, puzzled. "Do the Ms. Amisha have numbers?" "Number 101 is me," responded the black-robed Amisha. Blue-robed Amisha declared, "I am number 102. Purple-robed Amisha chimed in, "I am number 103. Green-robed Amisha added, "I am number 104. Red-robed Amisha concluded, "And I am number 105. Morlan was taken aback. "So there really are numbers. Then, what is the number of the one who usually protects me?" she inquired with curiosity. "Number 69. Answered the black-robed Amisha. "That's the same as my dormitory number," Morlan noted, committing the number to memory. She could now refer to the invisible headmaster as headmaster number 69. Indeed, the numbers assigned to the headmaster of the Guardians for grades below 3 are allocated based on your dormitory, explained the green-robed Amisha. Morlan realized that these numbers were indeed fluid. She glanced at one Amisha, then at another, and marveled at how their smiles, vocal tones, and expressions were indistinguishable. This was undoubtedly a duplication, an exact replica, perfectly inheriting the original's traits. She retrieved the Book of Witches. "I have completed the 2nd grade workbook and made annotations. But how do I extract the contents from the Book of Witches? The information within is invisible to anyone other than the witch herself. Release the permissions, and we shall transcribe it for you," the Amicia sisters proclaimed. Following the director's advice, Morlan complied, and soon a multitude of workbooks had been transcribed. With these workbooks, Morlan and the directors engaged in discussion for the better part of the day, finally reaching clarity. It was quite an overwhelming sensation to be faced with 5 eager mouths. She now felt quite assured about the reward of 3 red gold coins she had received. "All right, we've printed enough copies. Next Monday, we can surprise the little ones in 2nd grade," announced the Amicia clad in blue. "Morlan, make haste with the 3rd grade workbooks, particularly the initial ones. In grades 4 and 5, theoretical lessons are nearly non-existent. Those workbooks serve as self-study guides for the young witches, so a slower pace is acceptable," remarked the Amicia in purple. However, the Amicia in red had different thoughts. "If we delay, the 5th graders will be graduating. I intend to administer a comprehensive final examination for the 5th graders to reinforce their theoretical knowledge from the past 5 years, lest they falter upon graduation." The Amicia in green added, "The 4th grade is equally important." All right. No more urging. You are well aware of the situation at number 69, aren't you? Morlan will certainly keep up, interjected the Amissa in black. Morlan observed the uproar among the Amissa sisters, too intimidated to make a sound. Could this be considered Miss Amissa arguing with herself? Indeed, when the crowd increases, conflicts are prone to arise, even among oneself. Did she just exit through another door? It seems so. The passage behind that door leads to the western side of the castle, does it not? Morlan left the lounge, retracing her steps towards the entrance she had previously taken, and ventured outside. How frightening, indeed. Miss Amissa. Upon her arrival, there didn't seem to be such a steep incline, did there? As Morlan continued walking, an unsettling feeling suddenly washed over her. Had she taken a wrong turn? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Any passageway would ultimately lead to the castle, and the distance should not vary significantly. Morlan pressed onward, traversing the lengthy underground corridor and ascending the extensive staircase, until at last, she beheld a light distinct from the wall sconces. Had she emerged? Gazing at Crescent Lake, she observed the colossal cylindrical structure below, alongside the neighboring glass edifice shimmering with an unusual radiance in the setting sun. Was this not the magical training ground and laboratory? Yet, she was merely a first-year witch without even a flying broom. Ouch! Even before she had walked far, her feet began to ache. The Dean? Dean number 69? What is the matter? Is there truly no transportation service? I ventured out solely to attend to my practice book. Morlan lamented with a grimace. The payment has already been rendered. Golden coins are not so easily acquired. Morlan, adding in the commuting expenses, it amounts to a different price altogether. Let us hurry. If we do not leave soon, darkness will descend. Engaging in physical activity is beneficial for young individuals. Morlan pondered. Next time, she would certainly summon the Dean to her dormitory to transcribe her exercise book. A visit to the Dean's lounge felt akin to a half-day hike for her. While the Deans could simply glide over on their brooms, she had observed the 3 chimney-like passages above the lounge, granting a glimpse of the sky. Surely, the Deans would not meander through the labyrinthine underground passages during their travels. Though she muttered complaints under her breath, she dutifully levitated her book of spells beside her, perusing it as she walked. As darkness descended and the streetlights flickered insufficiently, she cast a light spell upon her wand for illumination. She could afford to return a little later and make do with fruitcake for dinner, yet the time spent on the road was not to be squandered. The second-grade exercise books were ready, while those for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades awaited her attention. The ladies of Class 69 were anxiously anticipating her progress as well. More importantly, aside from the cooking magic she had learned in class, it had been a long while since she had acquired new spells. Ms. Amisha shared the surveillance footage with Classes 103, 104, and 105. Rest assured, I'm keeping an eye on them while they walk. Chapter 101. The trivial examination on Monday noon, in the 1st grade theory classroom. As the clock struck 12, the moment Ms. Amisha departed, the young witches hurriedly dashed out of the classroom. Let us go, let us go. Quickly to the 2nd grade next door. Morlan trailed behind the young witches, torn between her curiosity to witness the commotion and her apprehension of being besieged by the older girls. The 2nd grade little witches had just undergone the rigors of their practice books and were met with the ominous news of an impending examination. When they discovered that the classroom door was blocked by the 1st grade little witches, who even rushed into the room, Vasida led the charge, eagerly exclaiming, "Senior, were you happy in class today?" At that moment, the 2nd grade little witches grasped the situation they had known all along. Vasida, Sylph, Cheryl, and Ace gathered their magical coins in unison. But where is Morlan? She has the most, quietly trailing at the back, tiptoeing to glimpse the joyous expressions of her seniors. Morlan thought to herself, what am I doing back here? Morlan, what are you doing at the back? Hurry to the front. The little witches pushed her to the front row. Weren't you supposed to bring the magical coins for the examination rewards today? Did you bring them? Vasida tugged at her sleeve. With great difficulty, Morlan nodded. She had not realized that Vasida wanted her to bring the coins for this purpose. Under their eager gazes, Morlan found herself in a predicament and reluctantly retrieved 6 coins from her satchel, cradling them in her hands like the others. Senior, work diligently on your practice books and aim for a good score on the monthly exam. Who knows, by graduation, you might even accumulate a purple coin. The 2nd grade little witches gazed at the magical coins with envious eyes. Are these all from the monthly exam rewards? Indeed. Did you pass the exam? Was it difficult? Not at all. None of us received rewards from the practice books. Upon hearing this, the 2nd grade little witches felt a weight lift from their hearts. In the first grade, no one scored below 70, so they surely could not be that inadequate. The threat of punishment was negligible, while the allure of magical coins had grown even stronger. Setting aside the matter of examinations, Morlan, why is your name in this practice book? Lilith held the workbook and flipped to the title page. Editor, Supreme, which Amisa, Knowledge Consultant, which Morlan. And here, she turned to the last page, in tribute to the inventor of the Valen workbook, and the disseminator of the Blue Star workbook and examination culture, which Morlan. Is this referring to you? Morlan leaned in, astonished, to take a glance. Indeed. It was there. She hastily retrieved the Magical Fundamentals workbook nestled under Vasida's arm and discovered the same attribution. Her title as a witch was inscribed as well. There were only 7 witches in total, and no other bore the name Morlan. She truly had no grounds for denial. She had not engaged with the workbook, had never examined it closely, and the one she previously proofread bore no such mention. To her surprise, the headmaster had included her name in the workbook. Oh, headmaster. You are going to be the death of me. Surely, motivational literature is effective for the senior students as well? At this juncture, Morlan could only nod in affirmation. Yes, it is I. I believe that enhancing reading skills and deepening knowledge retention would be more effectively achieved through the reading practices and examination methods from my previous life, which is why I recommended this cultivation model to the headmaster. You all completed the workbook, did you not? After finishing, did you not find your grasp of knowledge to be more solidified? Yes. Lilith seethed through clenched teeth. Although their grasp of the material has indeed become more solid, the tasks at hand have also grown more arduous. What is even more daunting is that the dean has instructed them to complete the workbooks from the earlier lessons, with an examination looming at the beginning of next month. With less than 3 weeks remaining, they are faced with the equivalent of several months' worth of coursework. It seems that Morlan, oblivious to the subtle change in her senioress tone, proceeded to reiterate the necessity of mastering theoretical knowledge to the first-year witches, distributing generous servings of motivational platitudes to her seniors. However, the seniors, being a year older, were not as easily swayed as the naive first years. Noticing their lingering, despondent gazes, Morlan resorted to her trump card. Don't you wish to acquire more knowledge, achieve excellent results in the exam, and subsequently earn magical coins? After graduation, opportunities to earn will not be so readily available. The mere workbooks and examinations had been surmountable for the first years, many of whom had already received rewards in magical coins. Even those who had not were not far behind. Thus, the seniors need not harbor any concerns. Success was assured. Who says we are worried? Lilith, the first senior to dissent, asserted, we have been studying for a year longer than you, and our reading skills are well established. Mere workbooks and examinations. Humph. Indeed. The other second-year witches echoed her sentiment, refusing to back down. The first years had only been in school for a short period, yet managed to earn magical coins through their exams. There was absolutely no reason they should not succeed. So what if the workload had increased? There was no way they could be bested by the first-year novices. Absolutely impossible. Nevertheless, they could not bear the sight of the younger students reveling in their merriment. The first-year witches sighed, their spirits dampened at the mere mention of flying brooms. When would they finally learn to cultivate broomgrass? The flying class only commenced in the second year, a thought they dared not entertain for now. Yet, surely the broomgrass ought to be sown by now, after several months of lessons. Once they completed their cooking magic class, they would proceed to the plant magic course. And after mastering the art of growing vegetables, their journey would truly begin, mused Lilith. What? We're just beginning our cooking magic with the baking of black bread. The first-year witches pondered, uncertain of when this culinary course would ever conclude. What? You've already prepared your kitchenware and started baking black bread? All of you, exclaimed Renee in astonishment. Morlan had mastered the few dishes taught in the book, skillfully employing cooking magic, and now practicing her own recipes. Meanwhile, Ace was perfecting her final roast, and Vasida and Sylph were nearing the completion of their white bread baking. Only a few of them, lacking in culinary talent and magical aptitude, were still commencing their journey with black bread. Alba recounted the progress of their cooking magic lessons, Senior Renee, at this rate. How much longer must we endure before we finish our cooking magic course?